and used the reverberating aftereffects to propel his body forward at an incredible speed. In an instant, he vanished without a trace like a bolt of black lightning. As he passed through the void, the air surged and emitted a foul odor that caused flowers and plants below to wither instantly as if poisoned. Even a river he flew over turned white with dead fish and shrimp floating on its surface. The power was overwhelming. A few breaths later, when the smoke finally cleared, Carly felt her eyes no longer burning. She looked ahead but saw nothing, completely empty, not a trace left. Hillary, the bald man, and the big black dog had disappeared without a trace. She was so angry she nearly exploded. Coiler face contorted in fury. That damn dog. I have to kill him. Coiler eyes were bloodshot as she howled on the spot. She had seen shameless behavior before, but never to this extent. That dog practicing swordsmanship was truly despicable. On the other side, Hillary raced forward rapidly while the big black dog followed by scent. By nightfall, he caught up with Hillary. What smell is that? Hillary panted heavily, looking at him. I farted, the big black dog said unashamedly, even holding his head high with pride. Pretty honorable? Just okay. But after this battle, I realized His Majesty has extraordinary abilities. The big black dog preened, but Hillary remained puzzled. Suddenly, Hillary's expression changed. It was here. Really here. That feeling. The dragon blood within him surged. His aura grew stronger. The impending breakthrough felt imminent. This opportunity was crucial. 2 steps at a time. Leaping. Dig a hole. The big black dog sensed Hillary's transformation. Running ahead, he opened his mouth and shot wildly at an ancient tree for 30 breaths. A huge hole appeared in the tree, into which Hillary darted swiftly, followed closely by the big black dog. The tree bark they had cut away was then reattached seamlessly to cover the hole. Nice sword skills. Hillary glanced at the big black dog, acknowledging his significant improvement. Despite shooting wildly, he still retained the bark. The Emperor is born for swordsmanship, said the big black dog proudly. Indeed, pretty fierce. Hillary closed his eyes and began meditating. At this moment, the black dog blinked and asked tentatively, I heard there's a sword Dao fruit around here? Who told you that? I overheard 2 women talking while they were in the bushes. The old black dog continued, is it true or not? I know you must know. They're just bluffing. Hillary shook his head. No, they were serious. I smelled them. The old black dog insisted. I swear there's no bluffing. Besides, I saved you again. I think you should be honest with me. Coil stared at Hillary, who remained silent with closed eyes for a long while. Do you want it? I'm not yet strong enough, and the sword Dao fruit can help me. You're a knife master, so it's useless to you. Coil help me today, and maybe I can save you more times in the future. The big black dog reasoned. When I get stronger, we can fight better together. Maybe I could recover my memory and remember some divine techniques. Hillary fell silent, his breathing steady as a unique aura slowly spread from his body. Sensing this, the big black dog wisely stayed quiet, closing his eyes as well, his fur glowing faintly. They both meditated. Meanwhile, Carly followed the trail of the thick scent that night. That miles-long fragrance left by the dead dog made it easy to find, but it wasn't precise. The scent dispersed and gathered inconsistently, especially in windy areas, lacking a fixed location. By nightfall, the mountain forest became dangerous. Huge serpents slithered among the trees, towering 3 men high. Massive demonic wolves roamed freely, and a white ape howled madly at the moon from the mountaintop. In the distance, it seemed like an earthquake struck as a monstrous creature toppled ancient trees in its path, leaving chaos behind. Its green glow atop its head was vividly green. Night travel with a green head, roaring loudly. Carly couldn't stop imagining. That thing was definitely dangerous. In fact, the entire forest had become treacherous. She leaped onto an ancient tree, hiding her presence, blending in with the surroundings like dried wood. An assassin's greatest skill was hiding. Clearly trained uniquely, Carly's breath-holding technique was exceptional. Ordinary people would hardly notice anyone on the tree unless they looked very closely. Even if someone did look carefully, dense leaves might hide her immediately. Until dawn, Carly stopped holding her breath. This night had been exhausting, pushing her breath-holding to the limit. Had it not been for the danger of the ancient beasts prowling below, she might not have endured. People are indeed driven by desperation. She sighed and resumed emitting her aura, then leapt down. Planning to continue searching, she saw 3 figures rushing forward, with the bald man leading ahead at breakneck speed. Master Gerardo. Good. She quickly pursued, the 3 pursuing figures holding swords, immediately becoming wary upon seeing Carly. I hope he dies. Carly spoke hastily, catching the trio's attention. But we can't kill him now. The 3 XIO family swordsmen gazed coldly. Coil knows Hillary's whereabouts. Surely you prefer that guy dead, Carly explained, keeping pace with them. They paused. Hillary is terrifying. Carly scoffed. Actually, he isn't. Outside, he didn't show his sword token, causing the entrance's rejection, not due to cultivation. They paused, trembling slightly as Aaron's eyes flared angrily. Carly continued, I hunted Hillary and Virgil, and they had no way to retaliate. Moreover, here, no one can exceed the 5th realm of law. The trio froze again, grinding their teeth. In the outside world, Hillary really hadn't shown his sword token. Previously focused on Hillary's blockage, linking it to the death of the 5th realm law expert, they missed this detail. Damn it. Aaron's eyes turned bloodshot, cursing aloud. Just yesterday, they fled in panic from Hillary and Virgil, losing 2 precious herbs in the process. They could have easily slain those 2, yet they fled madly, a situation that would be laughed at if revealed. It burned like a raging flame inside them. A humiliation. We'll follow, but we won't kill him. I assure you Hillary will show up, Carly promised again. What if he doesn't? They questioned. Then killing Virgil shouldn't be hard. Carly's eyes flashed as she sped up, catching up to Virgil ahead. Chapter 114. 3 breakthroughs in one night. Inside the tree hollow, after a night of intense effort, Hillary felt utterly exhausted, as if his body had been drained. Coil didn't feel like he was absorbing energy but rather releasing it. Releasing a lot. It was as if all his essence had been depleted. This level of fatigue left him baffled, unsure of what exactly was happening. Suddenly, boom! At the peak of his weakness, a thunderous sound erupted from within Hillary's body, as if something had exploded at that very moment. An incredibly powerful energy surged through him. So this is it. Hillary's heart quivered with realization. Following that, with a resounding boom, an overwhelming burst of power emanated from Hillary. The tree hollow exploded violently around him. Nearby, where the big black dog had been meditating, its eyes snapped open in confusion, and it was promptly flung away as if punched by an invisible force. The black dog howled in disbelief. Despite being thrown far, it still stared intently ahead, while the shattered remains of the tree hollow revealed Hillary sitting cross-legged amidst the chaos. The aura around him was formidable, even radiant, growing increasingly blinding until he shone like a blazing sun. The area surrounding the tree shook intensely, and the big black dog watched in astonishment as Hillary's brilliance nearly blinded its eyes. With a final boom, the tree finally collapsed, coinciding with Hillary opening his eyes. As the giant tree fell, Hillary shot out swiftly. The black dog's eyes bulged. With the first explosion, Hillary's cultivation had already advanced to the 8th stage of Spirit Realm. Now, with the ancient tree completely collapsing, Hillary's cultivation had reached 9th stage of Spirit Realm. Coil had broken through 2 stages consecutively. Damn, are you some kind of monster? Even the black dog was ruffled. This boy defied ordinary understanding at every turn. What kind of monstrous constitution did he have? Even so, the black dog couldn't help feeling profoundly shocked, almost to the point of incredulity. Meanwhile, Hillary continued to radiate a piercing light. 3, 2, 1. With a tremendous boom, the third explosion occurred. A surge of power erupted from him, causing the surrounding ancient trees and rocks to explode into fragments, dust, and splinters swirling wildly in the air. The black dog was stunned, speechless. A third breakthrough, or rather, halfway to the next realm. 9th stage, peak of Spirit Realm, almost approaching half-step Law Realm. Damn it, 3 times in one night. So that's it. The energy inside me wasn't leaking out but was gathered and then exploded simultaneously, breaking through barriers. Not just the barrier of Spirit Realm, since there were none there for me, but the barrier nearing half-step Law Realm. This breakthrough surpassed expectations, not just 2 but a third consecutive breakthrough. Hillary regained his calm, reigning in the aura surrounding him. Within his fists, he could feel an unprecedented strength coursing through his body. Now at the peak of Spirit Realm, nearing half-step Law Realm, even his spiritual power was beginning to transform into Law Power. Law Realm, birthplace of Law Power. Excellent. I can now crush a 4th stage Law Realm cultivator, Hillary smirked. His advancement was monumental. First, his cultivation level, and second, the inheritance within his mind. The 7 killing blades of the Inverse Dragon, the 4th, 5th, and 6th blades all surfaced. Beyond that, various abilities and alchemy techniques also materialized within his mind. His head was a treasure trove. Cultivation served as the key to unlock endless benefits. Find them. Why become stronger? To take revenge, of course. Revenge need not wait 10 years. For Hillary, it doesn't even wait till morning. The black dog's eyes gleamed. Let's go. Let's rob them blind. Can we find them? Hillary asked. Of course. My fart wasn't released for nothing. The black dog grinned, knowing that scent would linger on Carly. Turning back, it sprinted rapidly, with Hillary following closely behind, wondering about the nature of the dog's fart. Meanwhile, Coiliath's bald head was drenched in sweat, pursued relentlessly by those 3 men. Though they hadn't attacked directly, he couldn't escape their gaze. Where the hell are you hiding, you bitch? Coiliath was agitated. Coil knew he couldn't withstand those 3 alone. Do they think I'm some fish bait? As if sensing his distress, a gust of wind announced the arrival of a figure before him. Coiliath's eyes lit up, screeching to a halt in a cloud of dust. Coil locked eyes with Hillary and quickly turned back. Hillary caught up quickly, alongside the black dog. Tension gripped Coiliath. Could they still bluff? They're here, finally, damn you. The 3 swordsmen from the Remy family saw Hillary and their eyes blazed with rage. Seeing Hillary and Coiliath charge forward, they gritted their teeth in fury, thinking they were dealing with fools. We're sharper than that. No, stop. Coiliath skidded again. They sped forward, and the 3 swordsmen showed no fear, even raising their swords for combat. Did they know? Stop. Coiliath shouted again, intending to warn Hillary, but Hillary only accelerated, undeterred by the looming threat. The black dog remained by his side, unafraid. Startled, Coiliath froze. Do you think we're fools? Quintontal brat, this time we won't run. The Remy family swordsman roared. Coiliath screamed, ye bitch, retreat. They've seen through Hillary's true strength. Yet, Hillary persisted, leaping forward with his blade raised high, reflecting ominously in the sunlight. Sweat poured down Coiliath's face as he cursed, madman. They already knew the truth. Rushing forward was suicide. Damn you. Coil swore again, seeing Hillary continue. With a grit of teeth, he charged forward too. If Hillary dies, he has no chance either. Thinking more wouldn't help, might as well fight to the death. In that instant, Hillary arrived. So did the 3 swordsmen. Face to face. Then, Hillary slashed forward fiercely with his blade. The 4th move of the 7 killing blades of the Inverse Dragon. Simultaneously, his blade intent surged to its peak, reaching near 2nd stage after a night of cultivation. Blade intent flourishing mightily. Boom. Blade light surged, but the 3 showed no fear. Aaron stepped forward, slashing his sword toward the blade light. I'll kill you. Chapter 115. Truly formidable. Eren bellowed, rage and hatred burning within him, yet also brimming with confidence. This kid was just a deceitful pretender. This sword strike would be enough to extinguish him. Eric shouted from behind, "Get out of the way!" But Hillary remained unfazed, not even flinching as he sheathed his blade after swinging it, without sparing another glance at what lay ahead. "Madman, you're a madman." Stuarty was in an extreme state of anxiety. At that moment, Hillary's blade light reached its peak, coinciding with Eren's sword light. Coil emitted a derisive, piercing laugh. Was this kid addicted to acting superior? However, the moment this thought crossed his mind, Eren's face paled drastically as he stared wide-eyed at what lay ahead. With a deafening boom, the blade light collided fiercely with the sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light splintered into fragments while the blade light blazed brightly and sped towards him. Coil couldn't block it. There was no stopping it. The approaching blade light enveloped him in an unbearable sense of danger, his eyes filled with sheer terror. Coil had been tricked. Simultaneously, the other two people sensed the imminent threat. They rushed forward, their swords drawn. Two sword lights raced toward him, their powers exploding. But the blade light was too terrifying, sweeping through and neutralizing the sword lights. Even with three of them together, they couldn't hold it off. Completely shattered. Holy sh**t. Eric had been anxiously worried, but now as he looked on, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was beyond comprehension. Was I dreaming? Those three could have easily beaten him multiple times over, yet Hillary managed to overpower them? Could he have hidden his true cultivation? Be ****starred. How dare you deceive me? The Remy family's three swordsmen roared, having fallen for a woman's trick. This kid was clearly formidable. If he was indeed only at the 5th level of the Dermic realm, they were fools for believing it. They had been duped. At that moment, the blade light approached, and they swiftly retreated, yet still, it left bloody marks on them. Inez observed this from her hiding place, her eyes wide with astonishment. Then she gritted her teeth furiously. This kid had tricked her too. But there was something she couldn't quite understand. Yesterday, when she fought him, even on the brink of death, he hadn't revealed greater strength. If not for that dead dog's fart, the kid would have been finished. Did he become stronger overnight? No, impossible. How can someone become so powerful in one night? Inez refused to believe it. Such rapid enhancement was unthinkable. In any case, she couldn't emerge now, or it would mean certain death for everyone. She held her breath, hiding in the shadows, her cold gaze fixed on Hillary. His combat power had increased immeasurably, far beyond what she could handle. At this moment, Eren and the others fled for their lives. But Hillary's strength and speed were terrifying. Coil caught up quickly, blocking their path with his blade pointed at them. Weren't you saying you'd never run? Hillary's tone was harmless, yet in their eyes, he was as cold as ice. Can we talk about this? One of the three, realizing they couldn't escape, softened his stance. Without hesitation, Hillary swung his blade. Blood spurted as one of their arms flew off. Pain made his forehead drip with sweat, yet he kept his gaze locked on Hillary. We are from the first-class Hall's Remy family. Killing us will do you no good. Another swing severed the other arm, blood gushing out as he nearly fainted from the agony. Did Dominic send you? Hillary advanced with his blade, and the trio fell silent, anger flashing in their eyes. I'll kill you. The man who lost both arms charged at Hillary, energy surging through him, self-destructing. Boom. Just as he was about to explode, Hillary's blade struck with immense force, hurling him backwards. Then, boom. An incomprehensible surge of energy exploded, shaking the area, leaving a deep crater on the ground. The man was obliterated into dust. Quite brave to attempt self-destruction, Hillary sneered, looking at the remaining two whose expressions were now grim. Do you want to die by my hand, or do it yourselves? Hillary asked with a smile. The duo joined forces, their energy pulsating wildly. Staring angrily at Hillary, they declared, let's die together. Die by our own hands. You can't stop us. Before they could finish speaking, one of them widened his eyes in shock, staring down at the wound in his chest, a gaping hole through which blood poured, along with a torrent of sword chi. Woof woof. The ignored presence, Big Dodge, had unleashed a blast of sword chi, killing one of them instantly, leaving only Eren. Now thoroughly panicked, Eren broke into a sweat. The next moment, as Hillary moved closer, he knelt to the ground, pleading, spare me. The first-class Hall hunted my father, tried to kill me, and now Dominic sent you to do the same. Are you expecting mercy from me? Hillary found him absurd, and Eren knew better than to hope for it. Compassion was a luxury cultivators couldn't afford. Stepping back, Eren offered, we can make a deal. What about the sword fruit? Quentin fing his storage ring, he added. I know you want the sword fruit. I have a map. Whoosh. Before he could finish, a sharp gust came from behind, severing his finger and sending the storage ring flying. It was caught by a colorful ribbon. As it flew, Hillary dashed forward, grabbing the ribbon and following its path. I've been waiting for you. Hillary followed the ribbon, where Inez stood with icy eyes. Coiler figure flashed as she emerged from the shadows, then with a powerful surge, the ribbon vibrated violently. Yet Hillary's power surged within him. He was no longer the weakling of yesterday. Now, he was even stronger than Inez. Whoosh. With a fierce look, Inez's colorful ribbon snapped in two, and she turned to flee. But Hillary caught her broken finger, not even pausing as he pursued her. Behind, Eren's face changed as he moved quickly, but the bald man was already there, aiming his large sword at him coldly. You're done for. Given the hostile relationship between the first-class Hall and the Seven Princes Manor, he felt no guilt about executing Eren and wished he could wipe out the entire first-class Hall. Do you think you can compare to that kid? Eren's eyes were icy, knowing the bald man's combat strength was inferior. After all, age made a difference. He was 5 years older than Stuarty. Stuarty was only 18. Woof woof. At this moment, Big Dodge called out, his body radiating with sword chi. His cultivation had recovered to the second level of the dermic realm, and his sword skills were impressive. Ignoring the Emperor? Disrespecting dogs? Translation completed. Please review and provide further instructions if needed. Chapter 116, The Hong Alliance. Eren died a grievous death. Coil was entangled by the great treasure sword, but in the end, he died in the mouth of a dog, shot dead. Sword energy continuously pierced through his body. Go after them. Eric, holding the great treasure sword, swiftly gave chase when he saw Eren take his last breath. The big black dog didn't hesitate either. The map to the location of the sword fruit was with Hillary. What exactly happened to Hillary? The bald man asked the big black dog while glancing at it, wondering if he concealed his cultivation or became powerful overnight. However, as soon as he voiced this question, he regretted it. Talking to a dog was utterly insane, even more ridiculous than playing music to an ox. Yet, in that one night, he became incredibly strong. A voice resounded in his mind, making the bald man shudder and widen his eyes. This dog had become a demon spirit? Being able to communicate via divine intent transmission was something even ordinary magical beasts of the dermic realm could not achieve unless they had an exceptionally strong bloodline. This dog was no simple creature. Coil became strong overnight? I don't believe it. Even my sister couldn't change so much in one night. Though the bald man was shocked by the black dog's divine intent transmission, he found it acceptable given the experiences at the Seven Princes Mansion. But he truly couldn't believe that Hillary became so formidable in just one night. The big black dog glanced at him sideways. I'm astonished too. Astonishing enough that I can't bear it. Though I come from the Nine Coilevens, I understand the rules here well. Even extraordinary constitutions need gradual development, but Quintantle Yi is truly exceptional. As for your sister, she's not up to par. The big black dog cast a disdainful look. And you are even worse. Boom. Eric struck him with a sword directly. He was genuinely infuriated. That boy was originally not his match and even ran from him, relying solely on endurance to keep up. Now, the fists under the bald man's sleeves clenched tightly. Doesn't that boy plan to beat me up? Hillary pursued relentlessly, maintaining maximum speed. There was no way he would let this woman go. Brother Eugene was deeply in love with her, yet she toyed with him effortlessly. Moreover, the deaths of Sammy, Ambrose, and Brooke were partially due to her scheming. This knife must be stained with your blood. Otherwise, I cannot find peace. Hillary held the knife and slashed repeatedly towards the woman, sword light shooting towards her back. Esme's expression turned cold. Her colorful silk ribbon transformed into a large cloak to guard her rear. Clenching her teeth, she sped up rapidly. Upon rushing into a valley and seeing several people sitting by the lakeside ahead, she yelled, Coil has the map to the sword fruit's transformation. Coiler cry immediately caught the attention of those by the lake. Among them, a tall, muscular man stepped forward with a loud thud. To Esme's surprise, he rushed straight toward her and then landed a terrifying punch. Caught off guard, Esme's body shuddered violently. At the same time, Hillary's knife reached her, leaving a ghastly wound on her arm. Blood splattered. Esme's complexion changed dramatically as Hillary charged up, wielding the knife with both hands, his murderous aura reaching its peak. Boom! The knife descended, forcing Esme to retreat bleeding, while the hulking man had already positioned himself behind her, cutting off her escape route. No retreat. Brother, this woman is treacherous. Shall I help you detain her? The hulking man smiled at Hillary. Let's seek treasure together. Hillary's eyes flashed. The hulking man, along with two others, emitted terrifying auras. Moreover, this hulking man's cultivation was even more domineering than Eren's. With Esme present, Hillary dared not fight. Clever. The hulking man's lips curled before he stared at Esme and took another step forward, unleashing immense force from his fist. This man's strength was formidable, and his magical power was exceedingly pure. Even his physical body appeared to have undergone terrifying training in Hillary's view. Both physical and magical prowess were fearsome. However, the hulking man's fist missed, and even Hillary's blade fell short. Esme flew up into the air. A dark figure emerged, catching Esme midair, suspending there. How is it? The dark figure's voice was hoarse. Nearly caught off guard, kill them now. Esme, seemingly knowing who it was, commanded coldly. Not capable. The dark figure shook its head and vanished instantly. Impossible to catch. Speed like lightning. Flight talisman. The hulking man's gaze flickered, looking towards where the dark figure disappeared. Who could that be? Hillary's fists clenched within his sleeves. Once again, she escaped. The hulking man looked at Hillary and said, Apologies, that person had external help. We underestimated the situation. We couldn't detain anyone, apologies. We can't seek treasure together. Hillary replied straightforwardly. The hulking man's eyes flickered and he laughed. You're very direct. However, I am genuinely interested. How about a battle between us? 1-on-1 or 3 against 1? Hillary watched the other two approaching. People from the Hong Alliance don't bully the outnumbered. Let's fight. If I win, we all go treasure hunting together. If I lose, I'll leave. Hillary's eyes flickered. Despite appearing brutish and savage, the hulking man possessed meticulous thoughts, casually revealing he belonged to the Hong Alliance. Seven Princes Mansion, Top Hall, Hong Alliance. All dominant forces of the first rank. None were equal. Fine. Hillary nodded as the bald man stomped his foot hard, causing the ground beneath him to crack. His body surged forward like a wild beast. Coil didn't unleash any magical power but relied on physical prowess. Prideful. Attempting to overpower Hillary purely with his physical strength. Boom. Hillary's eyes narrowed as he inserted the dragon pattern saber into the ground. With a heavy stomp, his body shot out explosively. Physical versus physical. The hulking man's eyes flashed. This boy seemed arrogant, challenging him physically. A path to certain doom. Boom. The two clashed fiercely. Hard against hard. The two men accompanying the hulking man didn't pay much attention. Their senior brother, Paco, possessed unmatched physical strength. Among cultivators below the 3rd level of the Dermic realm, even those of the 4th level, none could rival senior brother Hong in terms of physical might. However, a single clash, blood splattered, and a body flew backward. Both men's faces changed drastically. It was senior brother Paco who was flying backward, spitting out blood. They were astonished. Upon looking again, Hilary spat out blood too, but his body only wobbled slightly before stabilizing. Physical superiority. They froze in place. Their eyes turned icy cold, ready to rush forward, when Paco waved them to stop. Coil barked at the two and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turning to Hilary. Impressive. Your physical strength surpasses mine. Do you know what level of the Dermic realm our brother is? Spiritual peak. Hilary stabilized his energy. Paco. Note. The translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English expressions. Paragraph structures and line breaks follow the original text closely. Chapter 117. Tight on cash lately. Shocked. Totally shocked. Originally, Paco thought he had underestimated his opponent. This person's cultivation was above him, and he suffered because he hadn't given it the respect it deserved. But now, Hilary said, Spirit realm peak? Not even law realm yet? Coil found it unbelievable. Then he carefully observed again. A strange red gleam flashed in the eyes for a moment. At that moment, Hilary tensed up as if a wave of spiritual energy had swept over him. But there was no harm, so he did not stop it. At this time, Paco was stunned once more. Truly not law realm. Terrifying. Just as he was astonished, the bald giant and Geordie caught up from afar. The bald giant scanned ahead and immediately narrowed his eyes. Paco, do you want to fight? The bald giant drew his sword, glaring at the front. As if you could beat me, Paco sneered. I don't fight kids. Ellison gritted his teeth. To me, anyone 18 is just a kid. I'm 20. Paco lifted his head proudly. But, was that something to be proud of? The bald giant's teeth made a grinding sound. Suddenly, he smiled and said, My brother Hilary is also 18. It looks like you can't fight him either. Coil didn't know about their confrontation, but he knew how terrifying Paco was. Stronger than Aaron and capable of fighting Lady Jan. Mainly, with 2 others behind him, they wouldn't gain any advantage if they fought. 18? Paco was stunned again. This time, it lasted over 10 breaths. 18 years old, spirit realm peak, yet possessing terrifying combat power and a more formidable physical body than him. This guy. Coil really didn't know how to describe Hilary, and Hilary looked at the bald giant curiously. You, 18? The bald giant nodded. What if I am? You really look your age, Hilary remarked. Ellison. Brother Hilary, see you later. Paco's eyes flashed, hiding his shock. With a wave of his hand, he took the other 2 and tried to leave. Those 2 exchanged glances and whispered, Boss, what about the sword fruit? Do you want me to break my word? Paco glared at them. In truth, he wanted it too, but Hilary was terrifying, and he wasn't sure he could defeat him. Even using all their strength might not be enough. Together, they might have a chance. But Hilary could also have a chance to escape. If he got away. Such a terrifying existence likely had a complicated background. If they became enemies, Paco felt he would live in constant unease. Clearly, he wasn't a reckless youth, and his thoughts were very meticulous. Together, Hilary's voice sounded casually. The 3 who had turned around paused again. The giant turned back, seemingly incredulous. Together, to seek treasure? Ye crazy, are you insane? The bald giant stepped forward, his telepathic message filled with anger. Though Paco looked burly, he was also a swordsman. The sword fruit worked on him, and he craved it intensely. Since there might only be one, having another person join meant more competition. Wasn't he digging his own grave? Especially a big grave. Besides, he couldn't even defeat Paco. If it were that easy, those 3 from the Remy family would have gone themselves without wasting time here. Hilary's telepathic message silenced the bald giant. Indeed, in those guys' minds, the sword fruit was more important than they were. Since they didn't go, there must be a reason. Hilary looked at the bald giant like he was looking at a fool. This guy really seemed simple-minded despite being muscular. Do you think I want to share? I wish I could keep it all myself. Even if I can't absorb it, selling it would still fetch a high price. Moreover, taking along someone like Lady Jan's protector was beneficial for safety. Brother, no need to be polite. I, Paco, don't like taking advantages. Paco pretended to refuse, but inside, he was itching to accept. Don't take advantage of me, Hilary laughed, and the bald giant lowered his head, mourning for Paco. Coil had seen that wicked smile before. Geordie looked away. The giant didn't notice all this, staring at Hilary as if asking, a bit tight on cash lately? The giant. After working hard last night and consuming all treasures, Hilary was indeed penniless. Finally, under Hilary's innocent gaze, the giant counted the spirit crystals in his storage ring, 30,000 pieces. I admire Hong Brothers' character, but who knew you'd be this polite? Now, you're not taking advantage. Hilary collected 30,000 spirit crystals guilt-free. The giant. I need to reassess this kid. He's not as simple as he seems. Map. Hilary stopped talking, opened his storage ring, and took out the broken finger. Then, he removed the storage ring from the finger. 1 rank hall? Aaron? Paco glanced at Hilary. A first-rate dominant force had corresponding marks on all kinds of treasures. This storage ring clearly belonged to 1 rank hall, and he had seen this ring on Aaron's finger. Don't you want to go together? Hilary looked at him. The giant. I won't say anything. Hilary. Actually, even if you don't speak, they will know it's me. Me and 1 rank hall have irreconcilable differences. However, coming with me might make you an accomplice. The giant, why are you so cunning? Of course, he couldn't say that. Forcing a smile, it's fine. Hong Alliance doesn't fear. Damn, I'm scared, but it's too late. 30,000 spirit crystals already gone. Screw it. Opening the storage ring revealed several tens of thousands of spirit crystals and a few valuable medicinal herbs, worth at least 500,000 spirit crystals. Children of major forces are indeed wealthy. Hillary looked at Geordie. Geordie directly looked away. I didn't take it. The remaining two's rings aren't here. Sure, I believe you. Hillary muttered to himself. Then he pulled out a map from the ring. The map was ancient, resembling animal skin, emitting a faint yellow glow. On it were marked mountains and rivers, with a red dot gently flickering. That was the destination. Memorize the route? Hillary looked at the bald giant, then at the three of Hong Alliance. Both sides' gazes flashed as they focused intently. They were committing it to memory, hiding private agendas. Then, swish, flames surged in Hillary's palm, turning the map into ashes. At that moment, Paco and the bald giant's eyes widened in surprise. Alchemy fire. Coil was an alchemist? This freakishly strong individual was also an alchemist? And that alchemy fire was terrifying, almost like strange fire? Not only did Paco see Hillary differently, but so did Ellison. No wonder Clifford paid such attention to Hillary. He really has extraordinary abilities. Bringing this person into their camp would indeed be a tremendous help in the future. A supreme expert, a powerful alchemist, invaluable contributions. Let's go. Hillary ignored their expressions, stood up, and walked forward. Geordie followed beside him, cautiously whispering, Quintantlyi, what do you think? Let's see where it leads. Hashtag chapter 118. The sword tree blossoms. Hillary, accompanied by the large black dog, proceeded along the route indicated on the map, heading straight for the direction marked in red. However, he was quite puzzled. This direction did not align with the one that made his dragon blood boil. This place's transformation power was not what he sensed at that particular location of transformation energy. There were several possibilities. First, this map could be fake, but there might still be a transformation point here, just not as formidable as the sword fruit. Second, the map could be real, and the transformation energy Hillary felt was even more powerful than the sword fruit. Third, none of the above. The sword fruit might not be here at all. After all, no one had ever seen it. They only speculated whether the Falling Petals divine sword technique truly existed, and no one could provide concrete evidence. Hold on, there's a fourth possibility. Hillary's eyes flickered. That situation could also exist. It depended on how devious Aaron was. Nonetheless, he quickened his pace, and the group followed closely behind. After an hour of rapid travel, they arrived at a peak that stood about 100 feet tall and resembled a gourd. Clear the area. Upon arrival, Hillary drew his saber, while the large black dog roared, expelling terrifying sword chi. Virgil and the big brute charged forward as well. There was a gathering of beast cultivators, but their levels weren't high. Those wolf beasts were merely second stage FA realm, and the wolf king was only third stage FA realm. The wolf beasts fled, and the wolf king was slain on the spot. The large black dog devoured the wolf king's demonic core. After clearing the area, Hillary looked up at the mountain peak, while Randall and Paco also focused on it. The large black dog remained vigilant, anticipating what might come next. The reward was likely to be singular. Whoever reached it first would claim it. However, they didn't even get a chance to run. As soon as Hillary set foot on the peak, everyone abruptly retreated. The mountain peak began to tremble violently. Then, with a crack, the gourd seemed struck by lightning, splitting from top to bottom, dividing the mountain into two halves. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped everyone. Retreat! Hillary shouted, hastily retreating. His worst fear, the fourth possibility, had indeed happened. This place was a trap Aaron had dug before his death. The map led directly to a death trap. With a thunderous boom, a thick blade of light emerged from the exploded gourd, swiftly striking downwards. The sword light was immensely wide, and upon striking, it tore open the void, revealing dark cracks in the sky. It had torn through space. Damn! Randall and Paco cursed profusely, pushing their speed to the limit. Even spurting out essence blood to unleash their full potential, they raced away rapidly. Even so, Hillary and the large black dog were already a step ahead. Despite this, they were still blasted backward by the aftershocks of the sword light, spewing blood. The large black dog coughed up a mouthful of blood. One could imagine how overwhelming this attack was. Fortunately, Hillary was far enough away. The sword light only caused him to break 2 ribs. As for the 2 people behind Paco, they were obliterated by the sword chi, completely shredded. Paco unleashed a series of talismans, forming a protective bell-like shadow around him. The bell exploded under the sword chi, sending him flying and spitting blood, but his life was saved. Randall narrowly escaped as well. Coil was blasted by the aftershock, his body pierced with bloody holes from the sword chi, but he landed beneath a partially collapsed mountain peak where rocks buried him, shielding him from greater destruction. Close call. Too close. One breath slower, and they would have all died. No warning at all, just stepping onto the peak triggered this explosion. Hillary was drenched in cold sweat. It was too close, that single sword strike tearing apart the void. It was terrifying. Quick look. The sword tree is blossoming. At this moment, Geordie's mental voice sounded in Hillary's mind. Hillary immediately looked forward. On the split-open gourd, a colossal green sword shadow appeared. This sword shadow resembled a tree, and now flowers resembling lotuses were blooming around it. Though it was a mere shadow, it was dazzlingly beautiful, stunning anyone who beheld it. Hillary's gaze sharpened. It appeared this place truly harbored a transformation. The sword tree had bloomed, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. The sword fruit was about to manifest. Injury recovery. Without hesitation, he immediately retrieved a divine crystal stone and started absorbing its energy, channeling the dragon blood flowing through his limbs to heal his wounds quickly. Jordy remained cautious. 1. He wasn't sure if further dangers lay ahead. The sword light filled him with dread. 2. His injuries were indeed serious. Coil sat cross-legged like a human, front legs clasped together, emitting a faint radiance. Gavin's smoke billowed in and out of his nostrils, resembling small dragons. Paco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the sword tree, then pulled out a medicinal pill. The pill transformed into essence chi, which he quickly absorbed through his mouth and nose. From the half-collapsed mountain peak, a loud boom echoed as rocks burst apart, revealing Randall struggling out, covered in blood. But his eyes gleamed as he took out precious medicine and gulped it down rapidly. This place held transformational power, and after such a massive display, combined with the sword tree suspended in the sky adorned with dancing sword blossoms, it would undoubtedly attract many people. Those who had entered the secret realm would definitely rush here as quickly as possible. They must recover fully to reach peak condition. Hurry, the sword shadow has blossomed and will bear fruit soon. The sword fruit is about to manifest. Below another peak, several blue-robed cultivators moved swiftly. Move. This transformation is extraordinary. Whoever obtains it will gain supreme sword physique and become the son of Sword Dao. 3 white-robed cultivators battling beast cultivators abandoned their fight and moved swiftly. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure who had taken Jan and V watched this scene from afar. Flames burned fiercely within his exposed eyes, visible outside his black robe that concealed everything else. Transformation has come. Act on your own from now on. Keep this blood charm for protection. He glanced at Jan and V healing nearby and immediately moved. Do I need to restore that identity? Jan and V asked quickly. This is very important to me. That identity can protect me, and I still have tasks assigned by my master to complete. The black-robed man left without another word. His height, build, aura, and even scent changing as he moved. His black robe vanished as well. Coil slipped from sight. This man had shed his skin entirely. Jan and V's eyes flickered. After recovering most of her injuries, she swiftly got up and dashed toward the same direction. The sword fruit. Master would surely love it. Although we are both court members, your master won't reward me. I must obtain it. Chapter 119. Chaos breaks loose. On Mount Gord, the sword tree was in bloom, its brilliance captivating and striking. The essences of heaven and earth converged there, heralding the imminent appearance of the Dao fruit. Below, several individuals rapidly absorbed the essence. Hilary took out a divine crystal stone and retrieved the precious herbs from Aaron's storage ring, including peony for ox chewing. Along with his unique dragon blood, his injuries healed at an accelerated rate. By the time the first wave of blue-robed figures arrived, he was mostly recovered. Those 3 blue-robed figures looked at the few ahead, exchanged glances, and swiftly split up, each charging towards one individual. All these people were already bloodied and severely injured, exploiting their weakened state to finish them off. On the path to seize treasure, mercy was non-existent. But amidst the spurt of blood, the blue-robed figure charging at Hilary's head was immediately decapitated. Before he could react, Hilary's blade had severed his head. 3rd level of the law realm, 1 slash. Then, he stood up and rushed towards Virgil. The blue-robed figure had leaped up, wielding a large saber aimed downwards at Virgil. Virgil gritted his teeth, barely managing to draw his grand sword. At that moment, the blade was already there, within half a meter. Extremely dangerous. Clang. His eyes widened just as a blade slashed from the side, clanging against the descending saber and deflecting it away. Coil turned to see Hilary, breathing a sigh of relief. The blue-robed figure's failed strike caused him to retreat several steps. Coil looked sternly at Hilary, his gaze turning cold, then slashed down ferociously again. Without hesitation, Hilary surged forward with his blade, his entire body radiating immense strength. With a thunderous roar, the blue-robed man's blade flew out of his hands. Blood sprayed from his palms. Up to you now. With a single slash, Hilary rapidly retreated. Coil appeared weakened, but this was the perfect moment for Virgil to take over. As the blue-robed figure's blade flew away and blood streamed from his hands, Virgil held the grand sword and charged forward. However, as soon as he engaged the blue-robed figure, his expression changed. He felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. Hilary ran. Coil sprinted up the mountain peak straight toward the sword tree. You freaking cheat. The bald-headed giant cursed angrily. At the same time, Paco gritted his teeth, thinking how he was still under suppression. Coil was battling another blue-robed figure, who was evenly matched despite Paco's injuries. Meanwhile, Hilary had already reached the summit. Looking up, he saw the sword tree blossoming and wilting. The fruit was about to appear. Coil raced upwards without any danger. But, whoosh! When Hilary had climbed a third of the way up, a piercing sound broke the air from afar. Despite the considerable distance, an intense sense of impending danger engulfed him. Hilary reacted swiftly, slashing backward with his blade. Clang! An arrow shot back into the sky. Someone was shooting arrows at him. In fact, it wasn't just one arrow. After deflecting one, 3 more white-robed cultivators arrived from afar, the lead cultivator wielding a large bow. The bow was a shadowy form created by the white-robed cultivator's bloodline. With the bow drawn full moon, 3 arrows were released in quick succession. 3 stars piercing the sun. Boom. Slow to describe, yet lightning fast in reality. In an instant, the white-robed cultivator's 3 arrows reached Hilary. Coil raised his blade and slashed madly. Each slash shattered an arrow. The white-robed cultivator was utterly shocked. This person was terrifying. Despite the shock, he continued his charge forward, the 2 others following closely behind. The trio rushed up the mountain, unleashing powerful spells at Hilary. 1 on 3, Hilary did not falter. Using their attack to his advantage, he spun around and charged towards the summit, where the green Dao fruit on the sword tree now shone. The fruit, no bigger than a fist, was crystalline and translucent like jade, emitting a dazzling light akin to an invincible divine sword. Undoubtedly, it was the sword fruit. Have you no fear? The white-robed cultivator pulled back his bow, furious and icy cold. Just as the arrow was about to release, a burst of sword chi roared from behind. Coil spun around. The arrow destined for Hillary veered off toward the source of danger, a black silhouette hurtling toward him. What stunned the white-robed cultivator was that it was a big black dog. Moreover, when his arrow struck the dog, it produced a metallic clang and sparks flew. The big black dog was as if clad in divine armor. Its defense was impenetrable. Following closely were two more, the large-built figure and the bald-headed giant, each holding a sword, their aura vast and incomparable. Ignoring all this, Hillary kept ascending, surpassing the 1/3 mark, reaching the 2/3 point. The sword fruit was very close. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, sensing impending danger. But no matter how hard he tried, he detected nothing. Pluck the fruit. Behind him, Virgil and the bald-headed giant yelled, urging Hillary to pluck the sword fruit first regardless of what happened next. More people were coming below, swarms of cultivators rushing here. On the other side, starlight shimmered brilliantly. That was the Star Tower contingent. Though only one person came, his aura was formidable, rivaling that of a trio of experts. Indeed, with every step upward, 3 people exploded under a single punch, a squad being annihilated in an instant. Incredibly potent. From the Star Tower, Dominic, a famous young genius, coileros converging from all quarters. Pluck the fruit. Virgil shouted again. They couldn't delay. All right. Hillary's eyes flashed. He dashed onward, exceeding 2/3 of the ascent. Coil sprinted furiously forward, planting his foot on the ground and rocketing skyward. But as he ascended, danger erupted. At some point, a flying blade appeared. Initially, it was only one, but as it neared Hillary, it multiplied into countless blades. The flying blades rained down like a storm, each aiming to kill Hillary, giving him a strong sense of danger. Suspended midair, Hillary had no foothold, but he swung his blade wildly, releasing a dragon roar. Hurroar! The sound was deep and resounding, the dragon-shaped blade light sweeping across like a true dragon's tail, blasting apart numerous blades. Yet, some blades still came, and as Hillary landed, he raised his blade to block the final blade, then sprang forward once more, dashing directly toward the fruit. Kill! A delicate cry rang out. A white-robed woman emerged, her flying blade shooting from her sleeves as she also leaped into the air. Coiler flight speed surpassed Hillary's, empowered by a unique force. Flight talisman. Hillary's eyes narrowed. Was she one of the black-robed figures? Without hesitation, he thrust his blade toward her, but missed. Presley, this is cheating, a cold voice sounded. Below, Dominic arrived, bursting into starlight, also using a flight talisman. Moreover, this talisman's speed was terrifying, matching the white-robed woman's flight almost instantly. Dominic and Cassandra both possessed flight talismans. Dominic was from the Star Tower, while Cassandra hailed from Everjoy sect, also a peerless genius. She glanced at him, pinched a finger, and hurled a flying blade at Dominic. Dominic's expression hardened as he drew a sword, which emitted starlight. With a single sweep, sword light shot out, sharp, swift, and pressuring beyond measure. Hillary landed again, unable to stay airborne for long without a flight talisman. Instead, he rushed toward the base of the tree. Just then, swish! A colorful ribbon arrived. Chapter 120, People from the Star Tower? The arrival of the colored silk ribbon was something Hillary instantly recognized. Without hesitation, he swung his saber fiercely, the blade's light exploding with a dragon's roar. But the woman in colorful robes merely sneered, withdrawing her hand just in time. She then swept upward, and out of nowhere, a paper crane floated away. The paper crane moved forward, glowing brightly, and in the next moment, it transformed into a beast silhouette as if it were truly a feathered crane snatching the sword fruit. It was another Dao charm. Watch out! Cassandra and Dominic both changed expression immediately. They ceased their battle and rushed towards the paper crane, sending their formidable power crashing in. However, boom! As they charged forward, the paper crane had already snatched the sword fruit, causing it to tremble and then explode violently. The paper crane disintegrated instantly, while the fragmented sword fruit scattered downward. Carly's face paled. She hadn't expected this, but she reacted quickly, dashing forward as the colored silk ribbon coiled around again, securing 2 pieces of the fruit. She turned and fled swiftly. Snatch! A loud shout rang out as Hillary leaped into the air, his dragon-patterned saber slicing through the air straight toward the nearest piece of fruit. Dominic also lunged for it, but Hillary's saber light struck first, knocking the piece away. As it fell, it landed right where Virgil stood, who seized it eagerly before glancing at Hillary and running off at his signal. Hillary knew he wouldn't be able to get the piece himself, so giving it to Aide's mansion seemed like a better deal, especially since his master and sister were there. Dominic's empty grab caused him to glare angrily at Hillary, but he didn't have time to argue further and dashed after the next piece. Meanwhile, the large black dog retreated into the forest, catching a falling piece of fruit midair and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a dazzling sword chi enveloped him. Oh whoa, this is fantastic, he barked gleefully, feeling a significant improvement in his connection with swordsmanship down to his bones and muscles. Coil then ran off, leaving the others grinding their teeth in frustration. They missed out on the fruit for a dog. Sword fruits scattered in several directions, causing everyone to split into different groups rushing to seize them. Paco joined one such group, battling fiercely for a piece of fruit. Cassandra and Dominic each joined different groups. Hillary, however, sped directly toward Carly. Although she had made a mistake and couldn't get the entire fruit, she had been the closest and managed to snatch 2 pieces. As Hillary charged towards her, she sneered and retreated rapidly. Coil has more than one piece, she yelled, drawing attention from some combatants who turned their gazes to him. Some short-sighted individuals misunderstood, wielding knives and swords against Hillary. She is from the Judicial Academy, Hillary shouted, pushing forward with a powerful slash of his saber, momentarily stunning them. At this moment, Dominic arrived, unleashing massive power to suppress Carly, who tried to retreat but found herself cornered by flying daggers wielded by Cassandra. These two were arguably the strongest presence in this place, both nearing the 5th rank of Dermic realm. Caught between these two formidable adversaries, Carly was trapped. The surrounding people paused, then stared at Carly. She was a killer from the Judicial Academy, and those targeting her held the fruits. Hillary, you will die. Carly coldly hissed. Suddenly, a surge of bloody light exploded from her body. In an instant, she vanished, leaving no trace. Blood Dao charm. Both Dominic and Cassandra narrowed their eyes. This terrifying charm belonged to the Judicial Academy, possessing the power of blood teleportation, which could not be stopped. But they weren't anxious. They each held a piece of fruit, making them content. However, the two pieces still in Carly's possession left them desiring more. Missing out was indeed regrettable. Suddenly, the forest began to tremble, the sky distorting ominously. Someone cried out, the secret realm is closing. At this warning, everyone forgot about the sword fruits. Although they were valuable treasures, being trapped here meant certain death. Quintons were more important. Without delay, everyone rushed towards the portal that appeared in the distance. Hillary followed swiftly. Just then, a figure appeared before Hillary, sneering, disciple of Avon? Hillary narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Dominic stepped forward, disdain evident in his eyes as he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Hillary. Die! His voice was decisive, and it seemed trivial for him to crush Hillary. But Hillary's eyes turned cold as he swung his saber horizontally. With a thunderous boom, the saber light tore through the air, and Dominic's fist light exploded. His smug smile faltered as he realized Hillary's formidable strength. Opening the legacy of Reverse Dragon 7 Killing Saber, Hillary had mastered 6 of its techniques, with the 5th technique already quite powerful. Combined with nearly 2nd-rank saber intent, he could easily dominate 4th-rank Dermic realm. Dominic's face drained of color as he retreated continuously under the saber's pressure. Not only did he struggle, but Hillary kept pressing forward with relentless strikes. Dominic was battered and bleeding, thoroughly suppressed. Star Tower? Hillary's voice carried mockery and contempt, mirroring how Dominic had treated him earlier, asking if he was Avon's disciple. You. Dominic gritted his teeth. But Hillary closed the distance, striking Dominic's face hard. Blood spurted from the latter's cheek as he flew backward. Hillary pressed forward again, delivering a reverse strike that sent Dominic bleeding once more. Simultaneously, the sword fruit in Hillary's hand flew away, and he darted forward to reclaim it. Dominic burned with rage, but realized he couldn't withstand Hillary, whom he thought would be an easy target. Now, he felt utterly crushed under Hillary's power. The drastic contrast and humiliating defeat stung deeply. Coil, the grand prodigy, questioned his very existence. Hillary's gaze remained icy. He wasn't indecisive. With murderous intent, he prepared to strike. At this moment, Cassandra arrived. She glanced at Hillary, hesitated briefly, then suddenly a flying dagger appeared inches from his forehead. Driven by spirit, it arrived silently and lethally. Clang! Hillary's face changed as he slid back swiftly, his saber blocking the incoming dagger. It exploded on impact. An ice dagger. While it shattered, it released a blast of chilling chi. Translation note: this passage retains the dramatic tension and fast-paced action of the original text, ensuring the paragraph structure and line breaks are preserved for a natural reading experience. Chapter 121, Lockdown. The ice blade exploded, releasing an intense cold that spread outward. A layer of frost formed on Hillary's dragon pattern blade. His hand went numb as the blood froze, and the dragon pattern blade fell to the ground. The ice blade was a dual attack. What a bitch. Kill. In that instant, Dominic attacked again with his fists glowing, while Cassandra launched another flying knife from her hand. Dominic was a genius of Star Tower, at the 4th level of Dermic realm. Cassandra belonged to Young Legate, and her cultivation was comparable to Dominic's. They both moved together, pressing toward Hillary. But within Hillary's body, dragon blood boiled, and flames erupted from his body. With the assistance of the odd flame, the cold immediately dissipated, followed by him unleashing twin punches. Dragon blood was strong and dominant, and the odd flame burned everything in its path. One punch struck the starlit fist, while the other, filled with the essence of odd flame, aimed directly for the ice blade. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions rang out. The starlit fist burst apart, and the ice blade evaporated into thin air. Hillary only shuddered slightly before pushing forward once more. Incredible. Dominic and Cassandra's faces simultaneously changed. They were astounded beyond belief. It was unimaginable that a spirit realm cultivator could block their combined attacks. No, not just block, but possibly even overpower them. Coil's a monstrous genius. The surrounding cultivators also watched Hillary in shock. Among those who entered this place, Cassandra and Dominic were undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet, even their combined efforts, using everything they had, couldn't stop Hillary. Impressive. However, they didn't have time to observe further as they hurried forward. Far ahead, the gateway opened, trembling violently, seemingly about to collapse at any moment. Failure to leave in time would likely result in being sealed here. At this moment, Cassandra and Dominic exchanged glances and rushed towards the gateway. Hillary didn't immediately follow. Before him, a black sphere appeared. It rapidly expanded and then exploded with a loud bang, emitting a chilling black frost in both the sky and on the ground. This was far more terrifying than the flying dagger, several times more fearsome. Cassandra, damn it! Eric at the gateway roared furiously, his eyes red with anger. Paco's expression also darkened. The big black dog tried to rush out, but the gateway shook violently, forming a vortex that exerted a powerful suction force. They stood there, unable to move forward. Meanwhile, Cassandra and Dominic reached outside the vortex's influence. Hillary dashed frantically behind, closing the distance from 300, 200, 100 zhang. Coil pushed his speed to the limit. The gateway trembled, poised to disappear at any moment. However, boom. When Hillary was 100 zhang away, a cold smile flickered across Cassandra's stunning face. Coiler fingers pointed forward, and a second black sphere appeared. The black sphere floated forward and then exploded with a loud boom just as Hillary took a step. Hillary was blocked. The black frost was terrifying. Even with his dragon blood and odd flame working together, it was difficult to completely block it all at once. Although it couldn't hurt him, it definitely stopped him from advancing further. Even a few breaths were enough to be fatal at this point. Cassandra, damn your grandma! Eric roared, his eyes bloodshot. But the vortex's suction force erupted, pulling him, Paco, and the big black dog uncontrollably into it. At this moment, the gateway shook violently, becoming dim. Dominic and Cassandra stepped through together. Exchanging glances, Dominic smirked. I kill him because his master is a sinner of our star tower. Why do you kill him? I find him annoying, so I kill him. Cassandra's beautiful face remained icily cold. Because of Calm Me Wantang's Dominic? Dominic's lips curled, saying, it seems you truly have feelings for that man. In Boicheng, where branches of major powers gathered, the geniuses of these powers competed fiercely. In their younger days, Cassandra and Dominic frequently sparred together, and rumors spread about their relationship. Though never confirmed, over the years, even as Dominic moved to the outskirts, Cassandra never grew close to any man. Everyone speculated she was waiting for someone. Now, it made sense that she acted. However, Cassandra gave him a cold glance without further explanation. As the vortex enveloped them, they glanced back at Hillary, who was still far away. Enjoy yourself here, boy. Once this place closes, it will become off-limits to humans. Dominic left with a sneer and vanished with Cassandra. As they disappeared, the gateway exploded with a loud bang. Hillary finally arrived at the entrance, but it was completely sealed off. His gaze flickered, and he turned, holding the dragon pattern blade as he ran deeper into the mountains. Coil had no choice but to try there. The area sensed by the dragon blood hit her. Just as Cassandra and Dominic appeared in the outside world, a furious roar sounded. Next, Regina soared up, appearing directly before Cassandra. Raising her hand, she punched. Boom. Before Cassandra could react, she flew backward. Hit her. Keenan exploded in rage as Regina advanced once more, unleashing a powerful blow. Cassandra retreated continuously. As she retreated, a beam of multicolored light emerged from her mouth, forming a protective shield around her body, capable of blocking 6th level Dermic realm strength. But Regina's punch hit hard, causing the colorful light to shake and crack instantly. Cassandra's eyes widened in shock. This genius wasn't 6th level Dermic realm, but 7th level? 13 years old, 7th level Dermic realm. My god. Hit her. Hit her hard. Clifford also charged forward, shouting. They already knew Hillary was trapped inside. Regina unleashed her full power, causing Cassandra's colored light shield to crumble entirely. Cassandra was sent flying backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She really couldn't fight back, or rather, she didn't even have the qualifications to retaliate. This little monster was too ruthless. Dominic's eyes flashed, and he immediately prepared to flee. Gerardo family's young genius, recognized by the extraordinary force of Chinjo Academy, was someone no one of their generation could handle. Young, but absolutely the strongest. Stop. However, as he moved, Regina spoke in a delicate yet icy tone. Why did you bully my big brother? Humph. Dominic snorted, waving his hand as the last flight talisman appeared on his body, giving him enough strength to fly dozens of miles. Enveloped by the talisman, his body quickly rose, smirking at Regina as he flashed away. Shoot! Regina shouted. Behind her, a blazing sun suddenly erupted. Golden rays of light pierced through, forming a golden sword shadow that shot out from the sun's core. Hashtag chapter 122. The Great Sun Sword Body. As soon as the sword's shadow appeared, the void seemed to tremble. Endless sword chi transformed this world into a sea of swords. This is the Great Sun Coil Art Sword. A terrifying pressure descended, causing countless people below to shudder. Even some cultivators who glanced at the light sword had blood streaming from their eyes due to the overwhelming sword chi. Don't look. Clifford covered his eyes. No one understood the little girl's fearsomeness better than the AIDS mansion. Especially him. After all, on the day he returned to the AIDS mansion, he was chased by the little girl over several mountain peaks. From a great distance, he almost got hit by her sword. Now, the sword chi surged and became boundlessly strong. Then, Lucky swept her gaze towards the horizon, pointing her finger in that direction. Instantly, swish, a golden sword shadow whistled out. Its speed was like lightning piercing through the sky. Dominic, who was already at the edge of the heavens, roared as if putting up his full resistance, but soon an agonized scream erupted, followed by a burst of blood mist in that direction. But under the blood mist, that person fled far away. Coil was heavily wounded, but managed to escape with his life. Lucky frowned, seemingly surprised that the person could still survive. However, the surrounding crowd was already shocked, even speechless. The little girl's dominance was simply unreasonable. Once offended, it was nearly impossible to escape her wrath. Even using a flying talisman wouldn't work. Lucky paid no more attention and focused on Cassandra again. Meanwhile, Clay, Decoyle Go, Big Dodge, and Paco had already stood behind Cassandra. They were grinding their teeth in anger. You not only bullied my brother, but also my big brother. I remember telling you not to provoke me, or I would really beat you. Lucky's face was grim. Cassandra was speechless. At that moment, an Aaron stepped forward. Moving as swift as wind, he grabbed Cassandra and flashed away from the crowd's encirclement. At the same time, he looked at Lucky and smiled, saying, "The great sun sword body is indeed formidable, but you have only cultivated to the second secret realm. You are not yet my match. Do you want to fight?" The great sun sword body, a terrifying treasure body with 9 secret realms, each incredibly mysterious. Lucky had cultivated up to the second secret realm. Though her cultivation was only at the 6th level of Dermic realm, the great sun coilart sword could slay those at the 8th level of Dermic realm. Challenging higher levels was like eating and drinking for her. Fight! Lucky's expression darkened as she stared at the Aaron. Then her small feet stomped on the void and rushed out with a whoosh, the great sun enveloping her petite body. Coiler's tiny fist emerged from the golden sun, fiercely smashing towards the Aaron. Boom! The Aaron's expression changed. He drew circles with both hands in front of him. The circle turned black and white, forming a luminous wheel. Then he pushed forward, causing the wheel to rapidly spin, clashing powerfully with the little girl's fist. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to tremble, the void shook, and thunder constantly exploded. Hundreds of meters of ground cracked open, and endless dust soared into the air. The fierce wind was so powerful that even trees and rocks were tossed aside, and some weaker cultivators were thrown backward. Then, Lucky retreated, wavering in the void before stabilizing herself. Blood spurted out ahead of her. The Aaron continuously retreated, each step causing the ground to explode. After 3 steps back, he finally stopped, then spat out another mouthful of blood. His face was deathly pale. The black and white light wheel in front of him had completely shattered. The great sun sword body is indeed formidable. This girl is a calamity. The Aaron was inwardly terrified. If the second secret realm was this terrifying, unimaginable power would be unleashed when all 9 secret realms were fully opened. Would it rival the supreme sword body? Coil didn't dare wait, grabbing Cassandra and rushing away. "Brother, I'm really out of strength. I couldn't stop them. That Aaron is at the peak of the 8th level of Dermic realm, much stronger than I thought." Lucky landed, looking at Clay as if confessing a mistake. "Were you injured?" Wade was also startled. After all, the Aaron was from Youngla sect. Coil quickly checked the little girl thoroughly. "I'm fine, just my hand hurts." Lucky shook her head, tightly gripping her hand beneath her sleeve, which had burst with bloody cuts oozing fresh blood. Then she added, "Brother, let me try to break open the entrance and release Big Brother. Coil's a good person. It's useless. The seal here cannot be broken even by divine realms." Hillary, Wade sighed. The Javier Mountain can only be opened naturally, not forcibly. And no one knew when or how it would open. Moreover, Hillary might not wait until the moment of opening. This place being sealed off was a forbidden zone for humans. "Quintantelyi, don't die," Big Dodge muttered. Hillary was a terrifying demonic body in his heart, and being together made him feel like a kindred spirit without a generation gap. However, inside the secret realm, Hillary wasn't panicking. Coil sped towards the direction indicated by the dragon blood. As he moved forward, the void twisted more fiercely but didn't collapse or explode. Instead, this place seemed to become heavier. In this heaviness, Hillary felt as though a law was being activated, as if the seal on this place had been broken. With this breaking, the sky seemed to darken slightly. Following this, the roar of beasts erupted throughout the forest. Hundreds, thousands of them. And their roar was immense, even more terrifying than what Hillary had felt at night. Truly, massive creatures appeared. Coil understood why Dominic said that this sealed-off place was a forbidden zone for humans. Once the secret realm opened and connected with the outside world, overly powerful demons would be suppressed. But once this place was sealed off, the suppression disappeared, allowing these massive creatures to emerge. Coil quickened his pace, relying on the sensitivity of the dragon blood to avoid risks, and reached the base of another mountain peak. This mountain peak. Hillary stopped. Looking up, the peak was only about 10 zhang high, covered with wild grass, appearing ordinary. But Hillary had a bad premonition. Coil squinted. Coil thought of Hulu Mountain, where sword light tore through the void, nearly leading to total destruction. This place didn't seem simple either. To go or not to go? Roar. Beast roars shook the sky, the earth trembled, and a dark green giant, 5 zhang tall, resembling an ancient lizard, quickly approached, its eyes filled with bloodlust. Simultaneously, a shadow loomed from above, revealing a huge black bird circling overhead. It had a thick snake-like tail, unidentifiable. However, its presence was overwhelmingly domineering. Hillary didn't doubt that the strange bird could swallow him whole. Charge! With no way to retreat or hide, Hillary stepped onto the mountain peak. No unusual movements occurred there, and he noticed that neither the ancient beast nor the strange bird dared to approach this area. They feared this place. Hillary frowned. At this moment, Blade Practitioner? You are not one of us, go down. An errantly voice sounded, followed by a powerful force pushing Hillary off the mountain peak. Immediately, the lizard charged forward, and the flying bird dove from the sky. Hillary's expression changed drastically. ####Chapter 123. I grant you a spell. Hillary's face was utterly grim. The terrifying lizard rushed toward him at breakneck speed, and he could not dodge. The massive bird in the sky also dove down, its eyes filled with an icy coldness that sent chills through anyone who glanced at it. In terms of strength and speed, Hillary was completely overpowered. No way out. At his wits' end? But having experienced countless brushes with death, he forced himself to calm down and think clearly. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth, standing still without moving, even closing his eyes. A figure appeared on the mountain peak. It was an errantly man with closed eyes, seemingly blind, wearing ragged monk robes. Coil sat cross-legged, though apparently blind, yet seemed aware of everything below. At this moment, he frowned slightly. Boom! The lizard arrived, enveloping Hillary in demonic aura. Instantly, overwhelming pressure bore down on him, making him shiver uncontrollably. But he remained motionless. Waiting for death? At this moment, the flying bird also arrived. The bird's screech was ear-piercing as it unleashed a bolt of lightning from its mouth, causing an explosion-like roar, displaying immense power. But it did not target Hillary. Instead, it aimed straight for the giant lizard. There was only one meal, and it was small, just enough to barely fill the stomach. If someone took half, it wasn't worth it. It seemed the giant lizard shared this view. The human was insignificant. Under the strange bird's lightning attack, it raised its eyes, blood-red irises shooting beams that clashed with the bird's lightning. The surrounding space seemed to explode, the scene incredibly fearsome. Hillary still did not move, but scanning everything with his divine soul, he felt secretly elated. They really fought. Boom. In an instant, the bird landed, its sharp claws grabbing the lizard. With a tearing sound, large patches of dark green scales fell off, and blood gushed out. The lizard, writhing in pain, roared loudly, spewing dark green flames from its mouth. In a flash, large portions of the bird's body turned charred black, causing it immense agony. The two titanic beasts battled fiercely, shaking mountains and rivers. Hillary's divine soul kept scanning the situation. Suddenly, whoosh! Hillary darted forward. The bird dived while the lizard leaped up, creating a huge collision. At that moment, Hillary sped away, dashing 100 feet. As they separated, splattering blood everywhere, Hillary dashed another 200 feet. By the time they fully landed, blood flowing more heavily, Hillary was already 300 feet away. Run! Coil executed the thousand zhang leap 3 times in succession, reaching the limits each time. It looked like just 3 steps, but in reality, he had breathed countless times, expending immense energy. Coil was instantly exhausted, his face turning pale. The two monstrous creatures roared again, rushing towards Hillary amidst thunderous explosions. All of this was observed by the Jace on the mountain. Coil suddenly nodded and gestured with his hand. Quintonka shift in the stars, the fleeing Hillary appeared directly on the mountain peak. This scene left him utterly shocked, but he knew he had won his bet. The two monsters could only roar at the foot of the mountain, unable or unwilling to climb. To them, the peak was a place of great evil. You've got guts and quick reflexes. That collision indeed provided you with your best chance to escape, the Aaron said, eyes closed. Hillary kept a straight face, inwardly scoffing. Old Baldy, to be honest, my pants were wet. Even the bravest person would tremble facing those two monsters' mouths. If either beast had been smarter and slapped him first, he'd be dead. Courage isn't about dying, it's about surviving. Who doesn't cherish their own life? Fortunately, the beasts here indeed lacked high intelligence, acting purely on animal instinct. Coil maintained composure and asked, "May I know your intention, senior? Since I came out, don't tell me you don't understand. How could you dare wait there for death?" The Aaron smiled slyly, as if reading through Hillary. Hillary seized the opportunity, but his cultivation destined him to stay put. Against absolute power, any cunning was futile. Indeed crafty. Hillary understood this point well. If the old monk ignored him, he wouldn't have revealed himself. Since he appeared, it was because he wanted to see. Wanting to see meant Hillary had to give his all to survive. Old Baldy, no, senior is joking. How could I know what you're thinking? You're a sage. Call me Old Baldy. I like that name. Hillary, never met such an odd request before. Do you think fists, palms, knives, swords, staffs, or whips are the strongest form of cultivation? The old monk asked. Hillary blinked. Coil thought the old monk wanted him to say sword, since this was a sword cultivation ground. But he was a knife cultivator, so saying otherwise would go against his Tao heart. Between us, naturally, you are stronger. Among peers, in combat between knife and sword, I am superior, Hillary said calmly. Very good, your Tao heart is strong. The old monk chuckled, his closed eyes seemingly looking at Hillary, who doubted whether the old monk was actually blind. After all, he felt a gaze scanning him. In truth, whether it's staffs, whips, knives, or swords, they're all tools for showing off. It's all about how you use them, the old monk said. Hillary, I agree. You came here for a reason. Since we're involved now, I'll give you a result. I will teach you a spell. Go back and practice it yourself. If you can master it, join me for drinks when you reach Central Province. The old monk's change of pace was swift. Is that all? Hillary was stunned, expecting it to be difficult. Suddenly he froze again. Wait, you mentioned Central Province. Are you? Think I'm dead? Old Baldy enjoys comfort in Central Province. If you come, I'll share my bounty with you. The Aaron smiled and lifted his hand. Instantly, a blinding sword beam whistled towards them. The sword beam made Hillary's expression change. It was blinding. Yet, he stood his ground. Opportunity presented itself. But, the sword beam struck, and Hillary spurted blood from the impact, injuries becoming severe. Coil collapsed, writhing in intense pain. The sword chi ravaged his body, bringing unimaginable agony. Hillary had never felt such terrible pain. This is less of a spell and more of an imprint. Very powerful. Practice it well. The Aaron's voice faded, as if leaving. No, not that he was leaving, but Hillary was being moved away rapidly. The surroundings blurred. The Aaron watched Hillary disappear, then muttered to himself, "Damn, finally passed on this spell. Supreme Sword Body, I transferred your karma to him. Let him take revenge for you later. Old Baldy hasn't the skill for it. Goodbye." Note: I've adjusted some names to pinyin and kept consistency with character names. The overall tone, style, and narrative flow are maintained throughout the translation. Chapter 124, A Small Fart. Hillary advanced through the vague void, then descended, landing on a mountain peak. The pain in his body also vanished. It was nighttime, but Hillary knew he had emerged from within the mystic realm. Swish! The sword chi retracted, and suddenly Hillary felt an intense pain between his eyebrows. On the spot where the reverse dragon scale grew, a sword mark appeared. The sword mark flashed and then disappeared, hidden within Hillary's forehead. In Hillary's mind, countless pieces of information appeared. Then, you ancestor. His face darkened as he cursed aloud, with blazing fury in his eyes. This mark was indeed terrifying. It was a causality imprint. This thing is an imprint originating from the supreme sword body, but it's also a terrible curse. That old bald monk betrayed me. Mountain River Tower? It's a force from Central State. Go and kill the master of Mountain River Tower? A major force in Central State, even more domineering than Gramjo Academy. Grimsu's extraordinary power was the Gramjo Academy. Central State lay deep within the Southern Domain, the most fearsome state in the Southern Domain. According to those errands, it was 10 times larger than Gramjo. At least, there were 100 times more powers, or possibly even less. Spurts, at least not comparable to Gramjo. Rumors had it that the head of Gramjo Academy was only a disciple of one of Grimsu's major forces. Hillary clenched his fists. That old monk seemed to have some knowledge, but turned out to be so shameless. What a grave oversight. Coil should have known. How could such blessings come so easily? In cultivation, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Transfer of causality. The sword mark was formidable. Hillary didn't need to cultivate. He just needed to absorb sword chi to fill this sword mark to unleash terrifying sword arts. However, the prerequisite was to kill the master of Mountain River Tower for the supreme sword body. If not, the sword mark would explode, and Hillary would die. It was a curse. The old monk was terrifying, with powerful cultivation, transferring the sword mark onto him. But Hillary truly couldn't accomplish it. This was like a parasite growing within him. With his increasing strength, the sword mark would become correspondingly powerful, capable of killing him at any moment. Unless Coil became stronger than the supreme sword body. Or like the old monk, he could match the supreme sword body in terms of strength, allowing him to suppress and transfer the causality. But could time wait? Those individuals were divine realm experts, and they were divine king level. Though the supreme sword body had a low realm, one strike could slay 3 deities, not something to take lightly. And time, 3 years? You ancestor's ancestor. Hillary possessed the supreme dragon god inheritance, but he dared not guarantee reaching the terrifying divine king realm within 3 years. After all, reaching the dermic realm, he already faced barriers. Though it was much simpler compared to ordinary cultivators, it was many times more difficult than reaching the spiritual realm. The enemies of the supreme sword body, whom he couldn't deal with, were likely to defeat him anyway. Could they be simple? Quintantal Yi, is it really you? A surprised voice sounded, and a black light rolled up from the foot of the mountain. In the darkness, he was a luminous black light. Big Dodge. But now Hillary noticed that Big Dodge wiped his paw across his eye, then looked at him. His eyes were bloodshot, tears at the corners. No, not tears, saliva smeared by Big Dodge. Those people said you died. Only I, your majesty, believe that you have profound luck and wouldn't easily perish. After finally smelling your scent, I waited here, suffering greatly. What next? Hillary stared at him. Did you receive any benefits? Yes, even scarier than the sword fruit. Hillary nodded firmly. Do you want it? Geordie's eyes lit up intensely. When Hillary revealed the sword mark on his forehead, Geordie instantly recoiled. A curse? A powerful curse. Geordie retreated and said, though it's a curse, the benefit is significant. Lucky you, little brother. I won't steal what my brother loves. Dog barks echoed through the forest as Hillary chased after Big Dodge and beat him mercilessly until he collapsed again. Coil asked, did everyone leave? Big Dodge lay beside him, nodding and saying, with how unruly you are, why would anyone stay? They all went back, leaving me heartbroken. HMPF. Hillary then took out a sword fruit he seized from Dominic. That old black, who initially showed displeasure, instantly had glowing eyes. For me. For the curse. Hillary swallowed it whole. Coil could feel that Geordie, having eaten a piece, had received considerable benefits. This piece contained powerful sword chi. Hillary filled the sword mark to unleash a formidable strike. The sword mark absorbed sword chi, exploding with deadly power. Enough sword chi could unleash a blow comparable to the supreme sword body's full power, capable of exterminating deities. But it was hard. What about Achilles' hoe? Hillary thought of that person. Coil left. And I know that Wind Woman's location, Geordie replied. Your fart hasn't dissipated? You should know that's my ability. Once marked, like an imprint, I can find her anytime. Hillary stood up. Let's kill her. Destroy her. Under the night sky, man and dog sped ahead, traveling nearly 100 miles before finding their target in a valley. They weren't alone. One was in a silver robe, court robes, black-cloaked assassin, silver-cloaked assassin, golden-cloaked assassin, and finally blood-cloaked assassin, each with different ranks and strengths. A hoarse voice from the silver-robed figure spoke. Your mission failed. The master is very angry. However, you obtained 2 sword fruits, which may make up for your mistake. The master says you'll get another chance. Thank you, master. The black-cloaked figure replied, revealing Xianxia's voice. Do you know who the black-cloaked person in the mystic realm is? The silver-robed figure asked again. I don't know specifically, but I can guess. Among the dominant forces, it could be Cassandra or Dominic. I've interacted with her, and I think the greater likelihood is there's someone. The silver-clad man suddenly sniffed and became alert, turning sharply toward Hillary's direction. In the darkness, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's eye. Hiding in the shadows, Hillary thought he had suppressed all his aura, even locking down his breathing, ensuring there was no trace. Coil looked at Big Dodge, who awkwardly admitted, sorry, couldn't hold back, a small fart. As he spoke, Hillary sighed deeply, then dashed forward, exposing himself to both of them. Upon seeing him, Xianxia seemed utterly shocked. You didn't die in the mystic realm? How is this possible? How? She shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe it. Donghua Mountain was sealed off. Theoretically, no one could leave. Besides, it had been inspected countless times by even divine realm experts. There was no way to open it. The silver-clad figure's gaze flashed, and he immediately commanded, "Die." His voice faded, and he flashed in front of Hillary at incredible speed. His fingers shot out like a sharp blade, aiming straight for the throat. Coil was 5th level Dermic Realm. Chapter 125. The Taste of the Sword. At the 5th stage of the Law Realm, one was already powerful enough to suppress Hillary. The silver-robed assassin displayed in ruthless and straightforward combat style. He killed with a single decisive move, no unnecessary flair or beauty. Assassins mastered the art of killing, emphasizing one-hit kills. Compared to this silver-robed assassin, Yvette was just one realm behind but several levels lower in capability. Great. Initially startled, Yvette now laughed coldly as the silver-robed assassin made his move. Hillary would still meet his death. Zzzzzzz. The fingers arrived sharp and glaring and incomparably swift, so much so that even the great dodge couldn't react in time. But then, there was a sudden flash between Hillary's eyebrows. As the silver-robed assassin's finger struck, he immediately felt a sting, its piercing sharpness suppressed. Hillary's forehead grew brighter. His face showed a sudden shock, followed by rapid reaction. But it was too late. Pooh! A beam of sword light erupted from between Hillary's eyebrows, cutting down instantly, attracting the essence and energy of heaven and earth as it did. The sword light became even more terrifying. The silver-robed man could only retract his finger in time and open his mouth before his body exploded. It exploded directly. This strike can surpass the peak of the 5th stage of the Law Realm. It can slay all at the same level. Hillary smirked. Although the sword imprint was a curse for 3 years later, it was a powerful aid right now. Far away, Yvette had been stunned. She hadn't expected this situation. Hillary's strength exceeded her imagination, yet she reacted swiftly and turned to flee. However, just as she turned, a black light crashed into her. The dog's head collided forcefully with her chest, and the great dodge was flung back, its elasticity intact. But Yvette was also sent flying backward. At this moment, Hillary caught up and revealed his saber, the dragon-emblazoned saber glaring in the night. "I'm going to take your head." His aura locked and spirit on high alert, Hillary gave Yvette not the slightest chance. "I'm bound to die." Yvette's tense body relaxed. She chuckled bitterly and said, "Let me see Eugene." Pooh. Without any nonsense, the blade pierced through her body. Yvette's eyes widened, and a highly toxic silver needle fell from her sleeve. "The law court doesn't cultivate mediocrities. You must have a good Dao heart. Will you compromise?" Hillary shook his head as the blade destroyed Yvette's life force. "Hillary, you're formidable, but the law court won't let you go. Your days of peace are over, and soon, I'll be waiting for you." Yvette smiled and slowly closed her eyes. Hillary shook his head. "Entering the law court means no light. As for the law court, I fear them, but it must be done." The law court was the most fearsome assassin organization in the southern domain. Their targets rarely escaped unharmed. No one knew their base. From this fact alone, the law court had no traitors. None allowed. Yvette dared not. Hillary took Yvette to the gravesite of Daniel and others, decapitated Nelson, and buried him in front of the graves, allowing them to repent. "Run. The assassins of the law court should be here soon," Jordy remarked. "Run." Hillary glanced toward a distant hill and left the area without hesitation. Law court assassins were everywhere. They had the finest intelligence network and unique tracking methods. Once you killed a law court assassin, there was nowhere to hide, especially after killing a silver-robed assassin. Coil sped off with the great dodge. After they left, a person appeared on a small hill near the gravesite. Coil gazed at Hillary's retreating figure and sighed deeply. Coil held a jar of wine, walked to the gravesite, and sat on the ground, his eyes moist. "Brothers, Eugene can't accompany you. I fear death, truly. Dad, Mom, Quintontal Sammy, Iron Ball, I have to take care of you all." Several days later, Hillary and the great dodge rushed through the forest. Blood stained both of them. The great dodge was injured, and Hillary bore a horrific sword scar across his chest, deep to the bone. The law court is indeed formidable. Hillary had to admit their speed and accuracy in tracking. Over the past few days, he had already slain several black-robed assassins. As for why no silver-robed assassins had shown up yet, perhaps they were on their way. "I smell powerful killing intent. Run faster, silver-robed assassins are coming." Jordy's nose was incredibly sensitive as he sped ahead. This guy had eaten a piece of sword fruit, enhancing his cultivation, and possessed a unique method of movement. Sprinting, Hillary might not even catch up. But Hillary had a plan. Faster! Coil grabbed the dog's tail and sprinted forward. "Let's go straight to Alliance City. It's where the overlords gather. Cassandra and Dominic should be there. This isn't over. First, release my tail." Jordy was unhappy. "All right." Hillary released the tail and jumped onto the great dodge's back. "3 precious herbs, how about it? You bring those 2 pieces of sword fruit, and this Imperial will carry you to Alliance City." The great dodge struggled fiercely, for it was a great blasphemy to ride on the back of the mic. But he couldn't shake Hillary off. Hillary clung tightly to his neck, while overwhelming killing intent approached. The silver-robed assassins were catching up. And they could fly, sending out sword chi wildly towards them. "Run." The great dodge abandoned struggling and plunged into the hidden depths of the forest, seeking refuge among the dense foliage. It's a pity those 2 pieces of sword fruit were taken away. Hillary had not obtained sword fruit from Yvette and the silver-robed assassin. Otherwise, his sword imprint could burst forth twice more, easily taking out the silver-robed assassins. Now, finding enough sword chi, he could destroy those silver-robed assassins. But that seemed unrealistic. On the 3rd night, Hillary and the great dodge left the forest under cover of darkness, entering a city due to the great dodge claiming he smelled the taste of the sword. They entered like shadows, but the danger lingered. The law court pursued relentlessly. As they entered, an Aaron within the compound abruptly opened his eyes. Have the assassins come? I, Quentin, have been expecting it for long. Coyle departed from his spot and reappeared in midair, raising his hand to slash a sword at the void ahead. Instantly, a silver-robed figure darted into view, narrowly dodging. They exchanged glances. Probably the silver-robed assassin wondered, "Who the hell are you? I didn't come to kill you, so what are you doing?" Behind this silver-robed assassin, two more figures flashed out in secret. Simultaneously, dozens of figures rushed out of the compound, 3 Aarons hovering in the air, standing behind the first Aaron who appeared. To the death with the law court. The first Aaron roared, his voice met with echoes from the other Aarons and countless followers below, as if blood surged hot. The silver-robed assassins were all stunned. What was happening here? Chapter 126, Silver Robe, Golden Cap. Breaking into a private residence at night was indeed wrong, but did it really warrant an all-out, life-and-death confrontation? More importantly, it seemed these people had been waiting for them. As soon as they entered, the attack began. Was this clairvoyance? The silver-robed assassin's mind was in turmoil. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Mr. Quentin has been waiting for several days, so why don't you come out? The oldest and most powerful Aaron standing high above spoke loudly, not even sparing a glance at the 3 silver-robed figures. It was sheer disdain. Oh? The 3 silver-robed assassins were more bewildered than ever. If you want to exterminate the Quentin family, 3 silver-robed assassins are clearly insufficient. Since Mr. Quentin has emerged, I have prepared accordingly, the Aaron said again. However, besides the 3 silver-robed assassins, there was no movement or response. The Aaron narrowed his eyes and lifted his finger, slashing through the air. With a poo sound, one of the silver-robed assassins exploded into a rain of blood. Come out, he roared. The remaining 2 silver-robed assassins were thoroughly confused, but as killers, they couldn't just stand there and declare they weren't there to kill him. It would be undignified. In fact, they didn't have the time. After waiting a moment and finding no response, the Aaron once again pointed, cutting through the air from a distance. A thick and sharp sword light flashed through the void, slicing through instantly. The 2 remaining silver-robed assassins didn't want to flee but couldn't. They were locked down. A poo sounded, and both bodies simultaneously exploded. The 3 silver-robed assassins met a tragic and utterly bewildered end. I've been waiting for you. After killing the 3, the Aaron landed on the ground, with the other Aarons following suit. One long-faced Aaron remarked, Ancestor Adon, since the court has targeted our Quentin family and threatened annihilation, they will certainly send assassins. Achilles Adon replied, since things have escalated to this point, we cannot back down. For every court assassin that comes, I will kill one. If I can't, we'll all perish together. The other Aarons remained silent. This wasn't the Quentin family's fault. After all, they hadn't known that simply wiping out a child trafficking organization and rescuing some orphans would touch upon the court's interests. That organization had been selecting potential killer recruits for the court. Go back and wait. The golden-robed assassins may come. No, they are already here. Adon suddenly turned, his face changing. Simultaneously, he vanished from his spot, only for a blood-dripping long sword to appear in midair right after. With a poo sound, one of the 3 Aarons behind Adon exploded instantly, while the other 2 darted away. At that moment, a mocking laugh echoed, and a figure appeared behind the dripping blood sword. Coyle wore a silver robe but had a golden cap. Silver robe, golden cap. Seems the court doesn't take the Quentin family seriously. Adon scanned the scene and lunged forward, swordlight flashing ruthlessly toward the figure. The silver-robed, golden-capped man moved like a ghost, disappearing and reappearing in the night sky, saying hoarsely, "To annihilate you, I alone am enough." Between the ranks of silver robes and golden robes, he was considered elite by the court, even among the most elite in Gramzhou. Although golden-robed assassins existed in Gramzhou, they rarely acted, and eliminating the Quentin family required no such presence. What arrogance! Ancestor Adon leaped up, emitting a formidable aura. Clearly, he was at the 9th level of Law Realm. His sword chi was overwhelming, a massive golden sword light appearing as if ready to split the heavens as it fiercely slashed forward. The silver-robed, golden-capped man didn't continue evading, drawing out a bloodsword that clashed with the sword light, causing a tremendous boom in the night sky. Below, the Quentin family members didn't intervene, standing ready. They knew engaging in such a battle would be suicide. However, when both sides were weakened during the climax, they could play a role. Meanwhile, Hillary and Geordie had arrived at the rear mountain of the Quentin estate. Ahead was a cliff, with an iron sword embedded in it. Though rusted, Hillary sensed terrifying sword chi emanating from the sword. It wasn't ordinary. Don't move. Geordie was vigilant, staring ahead with his fur standing on end. This place has a great array, a very dangerous one. Do you understand arrays? Hillary asked. Humph. Geordie gave Hillary a proud look, implying he not only understood but was very knowledgeable. He was Lincoln. Coyle paced around the cliff, sometimes squinting, deep in thought, seemingly struggling. Can you handle it? Give me some time. The fight has started up front. Could it be the master of the house and the assassins? Hillary noticed the commotion. It would eventually spread to their location. Don't rush me. Geordie continued pacing. Finally, Hillary couldn't wait any longer. I'll handle it. You understand arrays? Geordie was surprised. Humph. Hillary shot him an even prouder look. How much does the world know compared to me? Though he hadn't fully digested or studied the knowledge yet, his inheritance did contain records of array formations. Hillary took a step forward, which made Geordie retreat several dozen meters in shock, whispering, "You're crazy." Before he could finish, Hillary took another step, unharmed and continuing forward. Geordie was stunned. This kid must have big secrets. Arrays weren't something anyone could toy with, especially this complex one. Without skill, disaster was certain. Why didn't you show off earlier? No, this is embarrassing me. Jordy rushed forward angrily. However, clang. When he followed Hillary's path, he was instantly repelled, his body trembling violently. Coil nearly screamed in pain. Pain, unbearable pain. Coil limped backward over 100 meters. Why? Coil stared in disbelief. Why can Hillary enter, but I can't? Does this array discriminate against dogs? Character. No. Dog character issue? Hillary muttered without turning back. Is there really an array here? Are you just trying to scare me? Because Hillary felt nothing as he walked in, sensing no danger. But now that Jordy had personally tried, Hillary was sure. The array was real and quite complex. Thus, there was only one explanation for his entry. The sword seal. The presence of the sword seal prevented the array from hindering Hillary. In fact, as the sword shadows appeared and filled with sword chi, Hillary's sword seal absorbed much of the energy. Chapter 127. I'm waiting for my sword. The sword array unfolded, sword shadows hung in the air, and countless sword auras filled the space. The sword mark on Hillary's forehead glowed as it absorbed all the swirling sword auras. Jordy, watching from outside, finally understood. You piece of trash. At the same time, he felt incredibly envious. Though Quintantley had received a curse, this sword mark was proving to be a significant aid at the moment. With it, he could easily handle ordinary sword arrays. Hillary continued forward, reaching the base of the cliff, where he focused on the rusted black iron sword lying atop it. This place had the most potent concentration of sword energy. Coil climbed up the cliff face and pulled out the sword. Rear mountain sword array? Amidst the battle, Adon noticed the changes in the sword array. Coil was astonished, not just surprised, but utterly shocked. The rear mountain sword array had been sealed off for many years. Only a sword deity level existence could enter it. Now, with the array glowing and fully activated without further attack, it indicated that a powerful sword deity had entered and suppressed everything inside. Did a sword deity come to the Quinton family? Whoosh! As he pondered, a streak of sword light shot toward him. Adon quickly dodged, but the blood sword left a glaring wound on his arm. The parry's movements were like ghosts, and the blood sword was unpredictable. This was no simple opponent. Adon felt he might have overestimated himself. If this had been the gold robe, he wouldn't even last a single move and would already be dead. In fact, even this parry posed a massive threat. Another strike from the blood sword made his sword aura dissipate entirely. A second wave of blood rained down. Ancestor, be careful. People below shouted in alarm. The situation looked grim. Their ancestor was injured, while the parry remained unscathed. Adon wasn't measuring up. Actually, the gap was enormous. Another strike from the blood sword conjured myriad sword shadows, indistinguishable between real and fake. Then, with a sudden whoosh, a beam of sword light pierced through Adon's body. His energy immediately weakened, and he fell from the sky, struggling to move. One sword slashes through all coilevens. Adon, weakly focusing, muttered. Not bad, but merely scratching the surface. The one sword slashes through all coilevens of the court, sweeps away all enemies. You are not worthy to use it. The voice of Perry was raspy and cold. Enough chatter. It's time for you to go. Coil meant, you all. To annihilate the Quinton family. Adon clenched his teeth and called out into the depths. Which mighty expert has arrived? Please lend a hand to the Quinton family. Adon will serve you as a bull or horse. Coil thought about the powerful sword deity who had entered the rear mountain array. If they were willing to help, the Quinton family still had hope. However, as his voice echoed, there was no response from the rear mountain. Even the sword array dimmed. The sword deity left? Ah. Adon took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt helpless. The Quinton family would perish today. Among the Quinton family members, some clenched their fists, others trembled, some knelt down and wailed, pleading for mercy, and even offered to join the court as servants. Rip. But the blood sword showed no mercy, striking down those who cried and begged first. Don't I deserve a peaceful execution? Perry shook his head and sent another sword strike toward Adon. Killing him would mean the end of the Quinton family. However, boom. Before the sword light struck, a black iron sword flew in, blocking the blade. The sword light exploded, leaving the black iron sword suspended in mid-air. Perry's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Adon's expression changed drastically, and the crowd shouted, Black Iron Sword. Rear Mountain Black Iron Sword. Who pulled out that sword? That was the weapon of a powerful sword deity, embedded in that cliff for decades, which an ordinary sword deity couldn't pull out. Who managed it? Presumptuous. A cold voice echoed as Hillary approached with Jordy. Looking up, he thought, the court truly respects me by sending such a formidable assassin. Court assassins, clad in black, silver, gold. Perry stood between gold and silver, making him already terrifying enough. Hillary didn't act out of kindness, but felt responsible since he attracted the assassin. Coil couldn't let this family suffer because of him. Sword deity? Adon saw Hillary and first felt relief before frowning. Wasn't this sword deity too young? Could he really be a sword deity? How did he look like someone with spirit realm cultivation? The assassin also frowned, then directed his blood-colored divine sword to emit a blinding beam, slashing once more against the iron sword. It remained unmoved. Break my sword first, then we'll see if you're worthy of facing me. Hillary stayed calm, though internally panicking. Coil had absorbed countless sword energies into his sword mark, but realized it needed time to activate them. The sword energies seemed to need refining. Almost there. With icy eyes, Perry pointed again. The blood sword emitted its brightest light and slashed down. Yet, the iron sword still didn't budge. Hillary became a bit calmer. This sword didn't look impressive, but its material was genuinely excellent. Boom. His thoughts were interrupted when the seemingly immovable iron sword suddenly shattered, turning to dust. Hillary's fists clenched tighter beneath his sleeves. Changes happened too quickly. Why don't you attack? Perry remained vigilant, sensing something off about Hillary. Simple people wouldn't dare step forward either. There was definitely something unusual going on. An incredibly sharp sword. Hillary placed his hands behind his back, looking up at Perry. A sword that can kill you. Nonsense. Perry furrowed his brows, prepared a blood talisman, and readied for retreat. Again, the blood sword slashed down, with a razor-sharp sword light. Hillary broke out in a sweat. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, producing a piercing sound, and vanished as it was hurled away. Before disappearing, Hillary heard Geordie's anguished cry, "I want that blood sword." Coyle rarely intervened unless he had a reason. Kill. Perry frowned, ignoring the black shadow and striking again without hesitation. Coyle had already wasted precious moments, which was a cardinal sin for an assassin. As time passed, he felt a growing sense of foreboding. Experienced in death's domain, he was acutely aware of danger. Prolonging this confrontation wasn't beneficial. So, he unleashed his full power, even using forbidden techniques. The sword light grew unprecedentedly thick and sharp, expanding as it neared Hillary. "Do it now?" Adon shouted, the Quentin family pleading for the expert to act. The pressure from that sword was immense. Any delay could be fatal. Yet, the figure below remained unperturbed. Staying calm, Adon roared, clenching his fists. The Quentin family members sweated profusely, hearts pounding. Finally, the youthful man moved. Coyle sighed and raised his finger, pointing toward the approaching blood sword light. "Sword come?" Translation notes. Chapter titles and paragraphs have been preserved. Names are kept in pinyin for consistency. The narrative tone and style have been maintained throughout. The story remains coherent with previous content, ensuring logical continuity. Chapter 128. Achilles of Jungla Gate. "Come, sword!" Hillary roared, and an instant later, a glow erupted from his brow. The next moment, with a resounding boom, a massive blood-red sword light exploded. "Oh no!" The silver-robed, golden-capped assassin in the sky changed color, shouting as he crushed the blood-colored talisman in his hand. The green sword light approaching gave him an intense sense of danger. In fact, it wasn't just him. Everyone from the Quentin family was trembling. Even Adon, one of the most formidable experts at the peak of the law realm, had his face drastically change. Shock. Utter shock. A single cry for the sword, and its aura pierced the heavens. However, he shook his head. The green sword light couldn't stop the assassin anymore. Coyle was surrounded by a blood-red glow and had shattered the blood charm. That was a secret symbol of the law court. Once activated, it was like performing the secret technique blood escape. It was impossible to intercept him. Adon sighed, and as he sighed, the assassin's figure dimmed. The blood light surged to its peak, and he vanished completely. At this moment, the green sword light finally arrived. Sigh. No. As the sigh had barely faded, Adon's expression changed once again. With a boom, the sky trembled, and blood light exploded. A tanjal sounded out where the already vanished silver-robed, golden-capped assassin was, followed by another boom. A ball of blood mist exploded, leaving his body completely vanished. Note, the word tanjal means agonized scream, or cry of anguish. For better fluency in English, it should be translated as the sigh had barely faded, Adon's expression changed once again. With a boom, the sky trembled, and blood light exploded. An agonized scream sounded from where the already vanished silver-robed, golden-capped assassin was, followed by another boom. A ball of blood mist exploded, leaving his body completely vanished. Furthermore, to improve readability and fluency, let's refine the entire paragraph. Even before the sigh had fully faded, Adon's expression changed once more. With a thunderous boom, the sky quaked, and bloodlight erupted. An agonized scream erupted from where the seemingly vanished silver-robed, golden-capped assassin had been. Another deafening boom followed, and a cloud of blood mist exploded, signaling that his body had been utterly obliterated. Dead. One sword slash. Terrifying. Adon froze, now certain that the young man was the sword god. Regardless of what cultivation level he appeared to have, the youth absolutely must be the sword god. Coyle was hiding. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his sword aura to be so terrifying, capable of killing a silver-robed, golden-capped assassin in an instant. Amazing. Too amazing. Unbeknownst to all, Hillary's heart was pounding fiercely. So close. Coyle almost missed the chance to unleash that powerful strike. Just a hair away. Whoosh. At this moment, the large black dog flew over swiftly, having taken off from far away, directly catching the falling blood sword in midair. Good, very good. This contains the essence of Coyle-even cutting blade. One sword, cutting through the heavens, indeed the law of the nine skies. Hillary glanced at him, shaken by the voice in his mind. Law of the nine skies? Was the law court connected not only to the southern domain and the Coleman Song world, but also to the nine skies? Truly a web of intricate connections, mysterious beyond measure. Geordie paid no attention to him, walking to the side to lick the sword, as if doing so could help him comprehend the sword intent, enlightening him on the Coyle-even cutting blade. Sword god, please accept our Quentin family's salute. At this moment, Adon stood up, leading his family members to bow respectfully toward Hillary with clasped hands. Even some of the younger generations behind him knelt on the ground, banging their heads against the earth, showing deep gratitude toward Hillary. Putting aside his thoughts, Hillary looked at them, honestly feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, the assassin was brought about by him, causing calamity for the Quentin family. Moreover, he had absorbed the Quentin family's sword aura. Well, everyone, there's no need for such formalities. Actually, Hillary started, unable to suppress his conscience. But Adon interrupted first. The sword god's kindness, my Quentin family must repay. Those law court people boasted they would annihilate my entire family. Hillary blinked. Annihilate the entire Quentin family? Seeing the confusion in his eyes, Adon explained the organization tooth and how they offended the interests of the law court. Then he added, Sword God's great grace, we will never forget. So that's it. The law court is truly becoming more and more despicable. Hillary felt somewhat relieved. Isn't this a coincidence? The law court wants to kill you and chase me too. We should help each other. But I'm not the Sword God. I merely stumbled upon your Quentin family's heritage in the back mountain. In fact, I should thank you. Hillary smiled. Since the Quentin family dared to deal with the Tooth organization, they could be considered a righteous family. The Sword God doesn't need to be modest. We won't reveal your identity, Adon assured, admiring secretly. Truly the Sword God, so humble despite such strength. Coil had already determined Hillary's identity. That one sword stroke killing the silver-robed, golden-capped assassin was undeniably the work of the Sword God, and not just any ordinary one. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to tear apart that blood charm and slay the assassin on the spot. In fact, after the Law Realm comes the Coilevenly Realm, and those in the Coilevenly Realm are called minor gods in this deep world. After all, this realm bridges the path to godhood, where one's power begins to transform into divine power. The Coilevenly Realm, half-god territory. I really am not, Hillary sincerely protested. You're truly humble. Adon was steadfast, utterly convinced. Not just that one sword, but the proof lay in the sword formation in the Quentin family's back mountain, and even in the black iron sword left by the ancient sword god, who had said, Coil who draws this sword can rival me. Undeniable evidence. Hillary could not refuse their earnest invitation and was invited to stay at the Quentin family residence, primarily because Adon presented numerous precious medicinal herbs to replenish him. Honestly, he was greedy. Indeed, he could not resist. 10 precious medicinal herbs. The big black dog's eyes gleamed with greed. If Hillary were to leave, he might fight to the death with Hillary. Additionally, while Hillary enjoyed the medicinal herbs, Adon revealed another piece of news. He was an Aaron of the Yongle Gate. Being at the 9th level of the Law Realm, Adon held a significant position within the Yongle Gate. Bustern, do you know Cassandra? Hillary asked nonchalantly while eating. Yes, Adon replied. She's considered my half-disciple, quite talented. I tutored her for over 5 years. You don't mean to tell me, Sword God, you also know Cassandra? Hillary's eyes twinkled. From the way he spoke, he sensed that Bustern did not hold much favor towards Cassandra. With a laugh, he said, not particularly, just that one of my juniors has some dealings with her. Just a casual question. I see. Adon breathed a sigh of relief. Hillary also breathed a sigh of relief internally. Their relationship didn't seem too great. Cassandra followed me for 5 years, but then switched to practicing throwing knives, which deviated from my sword Dao. Adon stated plainly. So, you taught a rebellious disciple. Hillary finished the last herb, thinking silently that these old-timers cared deeply about their pride. As a sword cultivator, if his disciple chose not to practice sword techniques but instead flying daggers, wasn't that looking down on his sword Dao? In affront, Adon stared at Hillary, dazed for a moment, before shifting his gaze to the empty space where the medicinal herbs had been. Inwardly, he sucked in a cold breath. 10 precious medicinal herbs, and Hillary alone had consumed 7 of them, while the remaining 3 were eaten by the big black dog. And 7 precious herbs represented an immense amount of energy. Such endurance capability meant absolute mastery. His respect for Hillary grew even deeper. Not exactly a rebellious disciple, just personal preference. Besides, she still respects me, Adon admitted truthfully. The Emo family was not a major clan within the Yongle Gate, and Cassandra's status was mediocre. She did not dare offend him too much. Bustern, I bid farewell now. When you return to Alliance City, please convey to Cassandra that Hillary inquired after her, Hillary said, taking his leave with Geordie. Adon's eyes flashed. That final sentence seemed cold, indicating some resentment the sword god held towards Cassandra. The so-called junior and Cassandra likely had more than just a simple connection. Chapter 129, Rain and Smoke Tower. Hillary left the Quentin family estate. While outside, the Quentin family was busy packing up as if preparing for a full relocation to prevent another attack from the court's assassins. Adon had experienced firsthand the terror of a silver-robed assassin with a golden topknot. If a gold-robed assassin were to come, he wouldn't stand a chance. Staying here under such circumstances would be courting death, and the Alliance City was a gathering place for dominators. Once conflict broke out, it would create a huge uproar. Even the court would have to be wary if dominators got involved. In fact, the court wouldn't lightly initiate large-scale massacres in the Alliance City. Hillary set out first, leaving this area known as Quintinching. According to Adon, the Alliance City was only 500 miles away. The journey over these 500 miles was very safe for Hillary and Geordie. 3 silver-robed assassins, including one who lost his golden topknot, seemed to make the court hesitant for now. But they definitely hadn't given up. If the court wanted someone dead, it wouldn't stop until that person was dead. Quintantilyi, that sword seal isn't simple. The more you use it, the deeper the curse becomes. Moreover, using it recklessly can affect your mental state, Geordie said, holding the blood sword and licking it as he walked. I know, Hillary nodded. After inheriting the legacy of the dragon deity, his temperament had already changed somewhat. This sword seal, which absorbed sword chi, had a similar effect, but it was much weaker compared to the impact of the dragon deity's legacy. The change in Hillary's personality due to the dragon deity's legacy was gradual, but within controllable limits, so he went with the flow. However, he remained vigilant in his heart. On the night of the following day, Hillary and Geordie entered the Alliance City. It was enormous, even rivaling several Quintongfeng cities combined. Its vast expanse was bustling with activity, illuminated brightly even at night, with people constantly walking the streets. Visit a brothel for entertainment, Geordie suggested, looking toward a lively establishment. Do you think visiting a brothel is difficult? Hillary was open-minded but didn't refuse. Instead, he walked straight in. Just after they entered, the main force of the Quinton family arrived on flying eagles. Although they had left a few hours later than Hillary, their speed wasn't slow. Go and prepare. Adon waved, and the members of the Quinton family immediately headed to his residence in the city. As an errand of a dominant power, he had considerable assets here. Adon himself flashed away, appearing atop a pavilion. Shortly thereafter, an errandly man and a woman hurried over. That errandly man was none other than the 8th level law realm expert who had taken Cassandra away that day. His name was Reese. Coyle bowed respectfully and said, Bustern, did you need us? Teacher. Cassandra also bowed slightly. Adon turned around, staring directly at Cassandra, his eyes narrowing coldly as he said, You have quite the courage. Cassandra was stunned. Though she had offended her teacher by giving up swords for throwing knives, she always showed respect whenever they met. She asked, I don't understand, teacher? Did you offend a junior named Yi? Adon's voice grew colder. Do you know him, teacher? Cassandra clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, surprised and asked. Naturally, she thought of Hillary. Reese raised his head and asked, What exactly do you mean, Bustern? Are you summoning us here to hold us accountable? Although slightly inferior to Adon, the Mo family wasn't short of experts, so they didn't need Adon's reprimand or accountability. Humph. Adon scoffed and said, It's not me, but our family has received a visit from a sword god named Yi, who killed a silver-robed assassin with a single strike. Coyle learned of my connection to Cassandra accidentally and asked me to convey a message to her, to tread carefully. After saying this, he turned to leave, but Reese stepped forward first, stopping him politely. Please clarify, Bustern. A sword god who could slay a silver-robed assassin with one strike was incredibly powerful. What you did, reflect upon it yourself. I can only say that this sword god is very displeased, Adon added. Reese trembled again, and Cassandra frowned. Logically speaking, Hillary was just from a small place and a sinner's son. Teacher, could you introduce us? There might be some misunderstanding between me and him, Cassandra said. She couldn't guarantee Hillary had no backing, and that he was so formidable without guidance. Moreover, if these rumors were true, Adon wouldn't know these details unless there was a hint of truth. You? Adon sneered. A sword god. What kind of person do you think he is? Even I don't know his whereabouts. How can you hope to meet him? In any case, the Mo family should be cautious. That's all I can warn you. After saying this, Adon disappeared. Bustern. Reese followed but didn't catch up. Turning back, he looked at Cassandra and asked, What do you think? Since teacher came, there's a slight possibility. I hope to meet this senior. Cassandra said, Hillary should be dead. Since this sword god hasn't come directly to our family, he may just be annoyed, not beyond reconciliation. Reese frowned for a long time before saying, You're right. Since he didn't come directly, he doesn't completely hate our family. We can visit him, and perhaps there's a chance. A sword god, unfortunately, Adon didn't reveal much, and we don't know where to start looking. I'll try again. At that moment, Hillary entered the rain and smoke tower with Geordie, attracting immediate attention. Everyone stared at them. Bringing a dog to a brothel was unusual. The manager of the place was inwardly displeased but maintained a polite demeanor, saying, Sir, pets are not allowed here. Woof woof. Before Hillary could respond, Geordie growled, nearly lunging at the zinnia. What did that mean? Discriminating against dogs? Serve food. Hillary waved and threw a bag of divine crystals, 1,000 pieces. The zinnia's eyes lit up instantly, changing her attitude. Sir, please wait. I'll arrange a prime seat for Mr. Dog. Hillary smiled calmly. There was no deal too tough to close if you had enough money. Soon, fine wine and dishes were served, and several graceful, curvaceous women approached with smiles. Man and dog took their seats, with Geordie lounging lazily in a chair. Hillary let all the girls cater to Geordie, as none caught his eye. Geordie thoroughly enjoyed it. His aesthetic standards were questionable. The girls initially resisted, but quickly warmed up when Hillary tossed them hundreds of divine crystals. As expected, money talks. Some massaged, others rubbed legs, and some even touched down low. I just want to massage your tail, one woman said nervously, wary of Geordie's unfriendly gaze. Around them, teeth gnashed audibly. This dead dog lay with his eyes half closed, leaning back with his legs crossed, being waited on by several girls like a lord. Damn, life is harder than being a dog. They're here. Suddenly, Hillary glanced ahead, squinting his eyes. Coyle hadn't come here to watch plays, listen to music, or find women. There was more important business to attend to. Chapter 130. 3 slaps. There was a trace of the Dragon Ball's aura here. The 7 Dragon Balls represented the 7 energies of the Dragon God. Hillary had only absorbed one, yet it had already elevated his bloodline to the upper echelons of the spirit tier, and now he was nearing its peak. If he obtained another, there would be hope of breaking through to the divine tier. Moreover, gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was an absolute necessity for him. Summoning the divine dragon would bring immeasurable benefits. Coyle looked ahead to where a high platform stood, like a stage in a theater. A woman with a veil over her face slowly approached. The noise below immediately quieted as everyone turned their attention towards her, their eyes filled with fervor. And then, the place erupted into excitement. Miss Constance, I didn't expect her to appear today. It was worth spending 300 spirit crystals. Don't be so easily satisfied. I've come for 3 days straight and spent 3,000 spirit crystals before finally seeing Miss Constance. You must be very impressive. Miss Constance was the top attraction here, renowned far and wide. Those who had seen her said she was breathtakingly beautiful, truly deserving the term peerless beauty. Moreover, she was proficient in playing the qin, a traditional Chinese stringed instrument, chess, calligraphy, and painting, especially her music which captivated the soul. Ding dong. As they spoke, a melody from the qin resounded, instantly silencing the crowd. Miss Constance sat down, placing the ancient qin before her, her fingers like jade resting on the strings. Then, she glanced downward. Despite the veil, her gaze was like water, captivating countless hearts with just a single glance. Next, the Qin music flowed softly, making everyone squint as if transported into a lush forest, with flourishing vegetation and bubbling streams. Butterflies danced gracefully, birds sang from branches. The beauty of nature unfolded before them, presenting a harmonious scene that left everyone entranced, unable to tear themselves away until someone gently pulled them back. For instance, a large man sitting next to Hillary listened intently, drool spilling down his chin, his body slumping over. If not for Hillary nudging him with a foot, he might have knocked over the table. Still, this woman's Qin music was indeed mysterious, a Qin-based technique that affected the mind. This woman was no ordinary performer. Kung Chong. Suddenly, the music grew more intense, evoking the image of a vast landscape where thousands of horses galloped, accompanied by battle cries. The music grew increasingly rapid and passionate, transforming into the clashing of swords and the charge of armies, swallowing entire mountains and rivers. Countless bodies fell, blood flowed like rivers, and bones piled up like mountains. Iron hooves trampled over broken lands. A nation destroyed, families torn apart. The landscape still existed but was now ruined. The setting sun stained red, drenching the vast land in devastation. Hillary narrowed his eyes. This woman must have experienced much hardship, perhaps even witnessing the destruction of her homeland, harboring boundless resentment in her heart. Ding dong. The melody ended, sadness faded away, and the crowd remained immersed in the lingering notes. Miss Constance stood up, her gaze sweeping down. Perhaps coincidentally, she locked eyes with Hillary. There was surprise in her eyes. Her powerful melody actually met with resistance. Bravo. In fact, it wasn't just Hillary. Another voice joined in. A white-robed young master fanned himself as he approached, smiling. Miss Constance's Qin skills have grown deeper. I admire them greatly. Would you wish to enjoy the moonlight on the terrace tonight? Miss Constance showed no reaction. At this moment, the Xianxia who had greeted Hillary stepped forward, saying, Young Master Remy. You know the rules of the Constance Tower? 10,000 spirit crystals. The elegant young master snapped his fan shut and threw a bag towards the Xianxia, revealing a shimmer of precious items within. The Xianxia smiled warmly, her cheeks flushed. The young master from the first-class hall was truly generous. 10,000 spirit crystals. I'll go. At this point, Hillary stood up, stating, Quintensing to your melody has left me stirred and yearning for a deeper connection. Beside him, the big black dog smirked. Indeed, Hillary was stirred and wished for a deeper connection. He was definitely up to no good. No, maybe the sword chi had influenced him. Hillary had become much more active than before, his personality somewhat changed. Young Master Remy frowned, turning his head towards Hillary, who was a stranger to him. I was first. Are you trying to cut in? Ignoring him, Hillary continued forward, fixing his gaze on Miss Constance. Your music is exquisite. I possess a flute and wish to challenge you. Shut up. Young Master Remy raged. Where did you come from? Hillary turned to look at him, while the other approached arrogantly, standing before Hillary and declaring, First-class hall, the Remy family. Hillary stared at him, while young Master Remy stared back, his arrogance growing stronger, head held high, exuding dominance as a member of the first-class hall. Just shut up. Suddenly, Hillary shouted, followed by a resounding slap that sent the entire hall into silence, all eyes wide open. Young Master Remy froze, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Powerful as the first-class hall was. Slap, came another loud one. Hillary demanded, smack yourself. Realizing what had transpired, young Master Remy's expression turned livid, his eyes blazing with fury. Slap. A third, forceful slap landed, sending young Master Remy reeling with a grotesque expression. But almost simultaneously, his vision went black, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The hall remained deathly silent. 3 slaps, swift and decisive, knocking out the young master from the first-class hall in one go. Who was this guy? How bold could he be? No, anyone this bold must have powerful backing. Especially in this city, ignoring the dominant force meant having equally strong backing. This kid wasn't just anybody. Everyone was astonished, too fearful to comment. Even the Xianxia was stunned, swallowing hard, while Miss Constance blinked in surprise, glancing at Hillary. Hillary stepped forward as a person rushed to the Xianxia, whispering in her ear. Coiler's expression changed quickly as she approached Miss Constance, whispering again. Miss Constance's eyes flickered, then she looked at Hillary, offering a slight bow. Let us meet another day. I have important matters today, and must take my leave. She turned and left without a trace. Hillary frowned, stepping forward. The Dragon Ball's aura came from Miss Constance, and it was strong. His anticipation grew immensely. Coil moved to follow, but the stout Xianxia blocked his path, her thick lips curled into a grin. Sir, Miss Constance really has something urgent. She can't accompany you today. Please understand. I don't understand, Hillary retorted bluntly. Old woman. Never encountered such a reply before. What was going on? Who? Hillary asked. Miss Constance seemed to have been summoned by a wealthier and more influential guest. An important guest, the Xianxia stated sternly. Someone even the dominant forces treat respectfully. It doesn't matter who, Hillary replied. Old woman. Then why did you ask? Take me to her. Not possible, the Xianxia shook her head. You can't match his price. I'll beat you up, Hillary glared, lacking money but resorting to fists. Old woman. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence with previous content. ##### Chapter 131. Bernard. Hillary ascended to the second floor, dragging the Xianxia with him. The Xianxia protested, Young master, you can't go in. Young sir, please don't. Sir, Absolutely don't. Why not? Hilary asked her. That is, Master Bernard. Xianxia spoke this name cautiously, lowering her voice and glancing around nervously. What kind of master? Xianxia straightened her posture and said, to be honest, Master Bernard is quite formidable. Coil has won the favor of many dominant forces within Boicheng. Coil's a renowned alchemy master in this city, being the senior disciple of old Patriarch Arwing. And he's also a third-grade alchemist. A third-grade one. Think about how frightening that is. Take me there. Xianxia stared blankly. Didn't understand? I'll go myself. Hilary shrugged off Xianxia. If it wasn't for an alchemist, he really shouldn't go. But if it were an alchemist, he could enter without worry. And he could go without hesitation. Coil could sense the aura of the dragon pearl on Miss Graceland. Following its scent, Hilary walked all the way to a luxurious private room. With a loud bang, Hilary kicked open the door. Inside, two people were startled. Moreover, the white-robed man was clearly more shocked, not because of fear but because someone dared to barge in while Bernard was here. Beast! Next, Hilary loudly scolded. Looking at the white-robed man who appeared to be over 30 years old, this was like an old ox grazing young grass. Though he hadn't seen Miss Graceland's face, judging from the white-robed man's gaze, she should be no more than 20 years old. I'm not as you think. Bernard, now 33, composed and dignified, slowly relaxed his frowning brows and didn't immediately blame Hilary. You're worse than a beast. Hilary repeated. Bernard fell silent. Standing up, his gaze turned dark, fixing on Hilary. Do you know? Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed abruptly. Miss Graceland, who had intended to intervene, stood there stunned. Hilary panted heavily, and with each breath, threads of alchemy fire emanated out. This fire wasn't simple. Moreover, his aura wasn't weak. At least, third grade. Bernard was stunned. Coil scanned Hilary from head to toe. Was this boy an alchemist? Third grade? At just 18 or 19, he was already third grade? Was he some sort of prodigy? Please sit down. Bernard's eyes gleamed as he regained his composure. Since they were peers and extraordinary ones at that, he couldn't act rashly. Hilary stepped forward. At this moment, Xianxia rushed in, shouting, Master Bernard. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was him. Out. Hilary sternly ordered. Xianxia took a deep breath and insisted. Coil barged in himself. Out. The command came again. This time not from Hilary but from Bernard, even colder and harsher, making Xianxia shiver. Out. Hilary and Bernard said simultaneously. Xianxia glanced at Hilary, then at Bernard, and then looked at Graceland pitifully, confused and a bit annoyed. Do you guys have any shame or logic? I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving. She swiftly turned around and closed the door, bowing outside cautiously. Young Master, Master Bernard, the servant will retire. Miss Graceland, take care. Hilary sat down and looked at Bernard. Aren't you going out? Bernard stared at him. Who exactly are you? A person who came to snatch her away. Bernard paused. Third-grade alchemists are few in Boicheng, and none of them are as young as you. Are you not from around here? Ignoring him, Hilary said, I want Graceland. You can set your conditions, and I'll do my best to meet them. Do you want to be a beast too? Bernard squinted. No, I want to be like you. Oh? Bernard was perplexed again. Who is this kid? Coil narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Hilary closely. That alchemy fire aura was strong. From his assessment, this boy wasn't just third grade. His alchemy fire was terrifying. Sir, Master Bernard indeed sought me for important matters. Please step back, Graceland spoke, her voice melodious. Coil's worse than a beast anyway. Aren't you the same? Graceland smiled gently. I'm young. Hilary retorted. Kid, what exactly do you want here? Speak up. Bernard was getting irritated. Despite appearing like a refined scholar and usually very gentle, Hilary's actions had pushed his patience to the limit. Are you injured? Hilary suddenly asked, squinting his eyes. Spirit damage. No, this is alchemy fire backlash. Swish. Bernard stood up, his eyes cold and wary, the imposing aura radiating off him. The scholarly-looking gentleman now seemed incredibly intimidating. His cultivation was at the 7th level of Dermic realm. Who are you exactly? He demanded icily, prepared to attack if needed. Coil even reached towards his waistband, possibly ready to draw a weapon. A person who understands you. Hilary remained calm, sitting there. Music can suppress alchemy fire backlash temporarily, but it doesn't address the root cause. I can help you, and perhaps one day, I can heal you completely. Do you expect me to believe you? This is your last chance. Tell me everything, your background, identity, why you're here, and why you're investigating me. Bernard's aura turned frigid. Few knew about his injury, only his teacher knew, and his teacher wouldn't reveal it. Besides Graceland, who had met this youth for the first time, it wasn't her either. This kid had investigated him, and he suspected that this visit tonight wasn't for Graceland but for him. Though he was an alchemist, he was also a powerful martial artist, having offended many. Even though he had gained favor with dominants, among those dominants were many who wished for his death. Coil couldn't afford to be careless. Alchemy fire backlash damages the essence of the soul, but I have a method to refine the soul, enhancing spirit and thereby suppressing alchemy fire. Hilary offered. Want it? Coil spoke calmly, and Bernard frowned, pondering for a long moment before replying, Why would you give it to me? Because I can't beat you. If he could overpower Bernard, Hilary would have gladly avoided offering anything, especially since he couldn't defeat him. What's the cost? Bernard asked further. I count to 3, and you leave here. Hilary took out a jade slip and placed it on his brow, transmitting a mental imprint into it. Such jade slips were obtained from Aaron's storage ring, capable of recording mental imprints. Many profound skills and teachings were recorded this way. Bernard frowned. Jade slips were familiar to him, and their insignia was clear. Is he from the first-class hall? That's not a problem. It even aligns with what he wanted. The first-class hall had been aggressively courting him recently. Chapter 132. Significant background. The jade slip was tossed to Bernard, who hesitated for a moment before cautiously pressing it against his forehead. Immediately, his eyes snapped wide open. Coil was stunned, completely dumbfounded. His breath even paused. Hilary frowned, wondering if it had been useless. Had he given too little? The cultivation method he provided was just a tiny bit. He couldn't give it all away, otherwise, there would be no further dealings with this guy in the future. Since Bernard had come to Alliance City and had deep grievances with the Overlord, Hilary naturally needed to prepare a fallback plan for himself and win allies. Bernard's position was not simple. Giving him some benefits was partly for Constance, but also to get closer to him in the future. However, looking at this guy's reaction, it seemed terrifying. At this moment, Bernard widened his eyes and spat out 2 words. Then he looked at Hilary, quickly clasped his hands in salute, and turned to leave. Hilary and Constance were both stunned. Bernard walked out hastily, closed the door, and then said, "I hope you turn into less than an animal. Constance is not that kind of person." With that, he strode away, his excitement unhidden. This soul-refining technique was truly extraordinary and mysterious. His elixir fire had backfired and injured his soul. Even his master had searched far and wide for methods to refine the soul, but none could cure it. This method, however, was terrifyingly powerful, much more sophisticated than what his master had found. If he could obtain the complete method, it might really restore his soul injury. It wasn't impossible. No, there was a very high chance. Absolutely possible. Coil stomped down the stairs. The Xianxia looked at him, quite surprised. But Bernard didn't explain. He rushed towards the door, eager to return and cultivate this method. Suddenly, noises from outside arose as several young men, led by a Muhammad, burst in. Instantly, everyone was thrown into chaos. Someone from the first-class hall had arrived. Coilera. As they entered, Isabellin, who had been unconscious earlier, jumped up and looked upstairs. That kid asked for death. The big black dog watched them and then closed its eyes, pretending to sleep, like nothing happened. Master Bernard. Upon arrival, the people from the first-class hall immediately saw Bernard. The Muhammad bowed immediately, and the young men behind him were extremely polite. Bernard, a third-rank alchemist, was a prodigy in alchemy and a highly sought-after target by the first-class hall. However, this person was arrogant and never gave direct answers, rarely interacting with them. Just as they thought Bernard would nod and leave, they noticed he looked excitedly at them and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you." Everyone was confused. This was Bernard, with his indifferent face and cold arrogance, who barely nodded at the errands of the first-class hall. Had he overeaten? Or perhaps drank too much? Suddenly, they didn't know how to respond. They'd never encountered such a situation before. What should they say? Is there something important? Bernard asked again. Coil suspected Hilary might be from the first-class hall. This favor was huge, almost like saving his life, and he needed Hilary's continued help. So Bernard decided to take the initiative to get closer. The young master Isabellin had a quarrel here, and was beaten, while trying to admire the moon with Meadow. "Our first-class hall cannot let this offense go unpunished," the Muhammad replied. Isabellin approached, bowed to Bernard and said, "Truly despicable." Upon seeing his swollen face, Bernard twitched his mouth. He had been hit pretty badly. Indeed, outrageous. Bernard turned, summoned the Xianxia, and asked, "Who is it? Where is he?" "That. You saw him, right?" The Xianxia lowered her head, thinking he must have seen him and still wanted to stand up for him, making her go out. "The very white and handsome one." Bernard blinked, looking at the Xianxia questioningly. The Xianxia nodded affirmatively. Isabellin ground his teeth, his face twisted with fury. "It's him, very white and handsome, but despicably looking for death." The young men nodded. The first-class hall could not let this pass. Then they looked at Bernard. "This small matter doesn't need your intervention, but if you do intervene, we would greatly appreciate it." After all, this was a signal. If it got out, it would show he favored their first-class hall, bringing glory to them. And indeed, Bernard did intervene, decisively and forcefully, stunning everyone. Slap. A sharp sound rang out. Isabellin's expression was still twisted, and his mind was already imagining Hilary's misery, planning to take him back and subject him to the 18 cruel punishments. Anyone who offended Master Remy wouldn't get off easily. At that moment, a big slap came. Coil didn't even react, still with a cruel smile on his face, before flying out of Smoke Rain Tower and fainting once more. The Muhammad. "Get lost." Bernard growled coldly. Everyone from the first-class hall was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he thanking us and about to help? "Leave now," Bernard emphasized, his voice laced with menace. The Muhammad felt a chill run down his spine. Without another word, he turned and left. Inside, 1,000 curses ran through his mind. What was happening? Once outside, those people fled quickly, scared. After waiting for 15 minutes, seeing no one return, Bernard looked upstairs and said, "Don't disturb him." Coil quickly disappeared. Everyone was astonished. Coil really has significant background. They guessed that Hilary was super complex, and Master Bernard was so concerned about him that he even struck someone from the first-class hall. In fact, it was Master Bernard who selected Constance, but now, he's come out while that person remains inside. The Xianxia remarked. They all sucked in cold breaths. Even Master Bernard showed respect. No, it was enormous respect. That person was formidable. The big black dog had kept its ears perked throughout this scene, opened its eyes, and then casually crossed its legs, utterly satisfied. Inside the room, pink decor added an intimate atmosphere. A faint fragrance filled the air. Hilary sat at the table, his face slightly flushed, facing Constance. Their eyes met. Silence reigned for a long time. Hilary finally spoke. "What shall we do?" Constance asked, "What does the young master wish to do?" Hilary paused, considering for a moment. Looking up and down at Constance, he finally smiled and said, I want to see your face. No way. She refused flatly. ##### Chapter 133. A Song of Honest Mountain. No. The lady in the veil, Nicolette, spoke firmly and definitively, leaving no room for negotiation. You can't see my face. I paid, Hilary said. Oh? Nicolette paused, then asked, Are you sure? Hilary didn't respond. He simply sat there, examining her while secretly searching for signs of the Dragon Pearl's aura on her. Coil discovered that she did indeed have traces of the Dragon Pearl's presence, but it wasn't complete. It might not be a real Dragon Pearl, possibly only touched by it or nurtured under its influence. Regardless, she was undoubtedly connected to the Dragon Pearl. After standing for a moment, Nicolette also sat down, staring at Hilary through her veil without doing anything. Coiler's mind, however, was racing. Finally, Nicolette couldn't help herself. Sir, since you have a flute, may I play a tune for you? You know how to play the flute? Is that hard? Nicolette's eyes gleamed with pride, suggesting that this was simple for her. She was proficient in music, not only knowing how to play but playing excellently. I won't let you blow. Nicolette. I'll do it myself. Nicolette took out a green jade flute and placed it against her sensuous lips, her beautiful eyes avoiding further contact with Hilary. She had noticed something odd about this young man's gaze. It made her tense up, so she needed to do something to distract herself. Lend me your zither and I will accompany you. Hilary averted his gaze as well, needing to find something to do rather than directly asking, Do you know where the Dragon Pearl is? Give it to me, or else I'll. Hilary thought this woman wouldn't hand over the pearl willingly and might even kick him out. All right. Nicolette waved her sleeve, and an ancient zither slowly appeared before Hilary. She stared at him with a hint of amusement in her eyes. She wondered what kind of sound this young man would produce. Not an act, right? She had encountered people who pretended before, but they quickly revealed their true colors once tested. Hilary lifted his fingers and placed them on the zither strings, then looked back at Nicolette. Does Bernard come often? Probably not after today. Nicolette glanced at Hilary with a hint of resentment. Although Bernard was of high status, he had good character and only came to listen to music. His presence also helped ward off unwelcome visitors. That's great. Hilary nodded and said, I will visit often from now on. Please, sir. Nicolette didn't say much more, focusing entirely on the flute. This was her first time playing it here, and it was because of this young man. Hilary placed his fingers on the zither strings and closed his eyes, assuming a serious expression. Coil truly understood the art of playing the zither, having learned it for his sister at the Yi family estate because she loved to listen. Now, with the inheritance of the dragon deity, new musical techniques filled his mind, though he hadn't practiced them yet. Still, he felt he could give it a try, especially one technique suited for communicating with this woman. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Ding quinting. The zither played melodiously, enchanting the listener. Nicolette didn't start playing her flute, not because she didn't want to but because she was captivated by Hilary's skill. Indeed, he was adept. Coil was beyond the beginner level. As the melody unfolded, she realized this young man was far beyond just being adept. The melody gradually became profound, revealing his mastery of the way of zither. Listening carefully, Nicolette furrowed her brow and couldn't help closing her eyes, seemingly immersed in the music. Hilary's fingers moved swiftly, increasing in speed. The melody grew intense, vast, and awe-inspiring. Nicolette felt transported to a war-torn land, with horses galloping, demons wreaking havoc, and countless victims suffering. Buildings collapsed, fires spread, and blood stained the sky and earth. Amidst this chaos, battle cries sounded, and a white-robed general appeared on a white horse, brandishing a silver spear. Alone, he charged into the army, his spear glowing with light, sweeping away enemies effortlessly. The young spear god. The army retreated, soldiers fleeing in panic. The devastated land settled. Clang! The sudden chord struck like a mighty bell, resounding in the ears, stirring the soul, and igniting passion. Following this, dark clouds parted. The sun rose from the east, and golden light bathed the land. A song, stabilizing the nation. Hilary opened his eyes. Nicolette suddenly snapped out of her trance, gazing at Hilary with tears in her eyes, shock following closely. She trembled, a faint mark appearing between her brows as the Dragon Pearl's aura intensified around her. Unfortunately, it vanished before Hilary could capture it. Your flute playing is impressive, Hilary said, shifting his gaze from her brow to her tearful eyes. It seemed she truly had been displaced and left homeless. Lady Nicolette forced herself to calm down, taking deep breaths to return to normal. I did not play the flute. Your zither's music disturbed me, and I could not resist. Your mastery of music is unmatched. I am truly impressed. Today has been tiring. Let's meet another day to practice together. Please. Oh? Hilary was taken aback. I put all my effort into playing this song to communicate with you, to connect with you, and this is how you respond? I haven't even asked about the Dragon Pearl yet. Did I sit here all night for nothing? I'm not leaving. Poem. Before Hilary could react, a powerful force ejected him outside, leaving him standing alone outside. Was I thrown out? This woman isn't simple. Neither is her strength. Frightening, so frightening. Coil understands my music and knows my heart. His music almost exposed me. Who is he? Nicolette was equally shocked, unable to calm her mind. Outside, Hilary hesitated before knocking again. Coil turned and left, locking his target. As long as she was here, there would be opportunities. The Dragon Pearl was his. It was always meant to be his. Walking down, the big black dog spotted him from afar and dashed over. You finally emerged at dawn. That must have been intense. I just sat all night. Hilary rolled his eyes, stretching his limbs, feeling quite exhausted. Amazing. The big black dog looked at Hilary with admiration, wishing he could give him a thumbs up. Sitting all night? And just? Quintantelyi, are you really affected by the sword seal? People are here. That old Quinton waited all night? The black dog whispered again. It seems we were exposed last night. Hillary shook his head. No matter, let's go down. There's someone else, that Presley? The black dog winked. You're so impressive. You might as well take her too. Hillary smiled wryly, opening his storage ring and pulling out a black robe to cover his figure and face. Let's go. I'm going to collect them. Note: the original text contains several poetic and metaphorical phrases that are difficult to translate directly. I have attempted to maintain the essence and style while ensuring the English translation remains coherent and fluent. Chapter 134. I claim you. Outside, the place was bustling. Adon waited here with a group of people. Cassandra also hurried over with the Aaron Reese after receiving the news. They went to seek Adon's help, but no matter how much they pleaded, he refused to disclose any information. Not only did Adon genuinely have no idea about Hillary's whereabouts, but he would never reveal anything about him. Hillary had saved the entire Quentin family and was a great benefactor. As a terrifying sword god, Hillary wished to keep a low profile, so Adon would naturally help maintain that privacy. Was there any problem with that? However, Quentin family subordinates reported that a figure resembling a sword god was seen at the Jianyu Tower. Adon immediately took action, and Cassandra, who had been watching him closely, quickly followed. Upon arriving, those present realized a sword god was among them and were terrified. The Aaronly woman stood outside, trembling in fear. A powerful sword god was an absolute top-tier existence even within dominant forces, capable of directing the course of events. Such a formidable figure was beyond reach. The news spread quickly, attracting countless onlookers. Members of the dominant forces rushed towards the location. Then, a black-robed figure emerged from the Jianyu Tower, accompanied by a large black dog. Adon's eyes lit up, and he approached immediately, clasping his hands and bowing deeply. Welcome, sword god. Everyone was taken aback and looked over, including Cassandra and Reese, who squinted their eyes. The presence of the large black dog confirmed this person's connection to Hillary. Upon closer inspection, the black-robed individual exuded a complex aura, very complex. At that moment, Hillary's sword seal radiated around him, and dragon blood circulated rapidly, releasing a massive aura. Coil appeared sharp, domineering, and awe-inspiring, masking his true self with a profound presence. Just one glance made Reese and Cassandra's faces turn grave as they too clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. This was an expert, an elite among experts. Some others even knelt directly on the ground. A sword god, after all, was believed to be the most powerful cultivator in many people's hearts, with countless legends surrounding sword practitioners. A sword god could sever rivers with a single strike. How terrifying! Who dare defy such power? Cassandra? A hoarse voice pointed at the woman, causing her to tremble before raising her head humbly. Smack! Hillary drew near and slapped her hard. Cassandra did not move. She didn't dare. The force left her face covered in blood. To Hillary, gender did not matter. What mattered was enemy versus friend. This woman had trapped him in the secret realm, leaving him no way out, showing no mercy. If not for her, Hillary would never have gone to that transformation land, acquired the sword seal, or received the curse along with its inevitable consequences. All this was due to her. Sword god, please calm down. Reese shouted. Bang! Hillary threw a punch, now an imposing figure, feared by all. What did he have to fear? Reese, at the peak of the 8th stage of the dermic realm, did not dare block or evade. Coil staggered back, his nose broken and bleeding. Yet, he sensed that the sword god had held back. Otherwise, that punch would have crippled him. Next, Hillary turned his icy gaze back to Cassandra, a bone-chilling killing intent enveloping the scene. Everyone shivered violently. Adon wanted to speak, but remained silent. This was Cassandra's doing. However, Cassandra raised her head. Though appearing humble, she moved her sleeve subtly, revealing the faint aura of a flying dagger. She intended to fight even against a sword god. Determined to die, she faced her fears. A madwoman indeed. This reminded Hillary of Wind Maiden. Could that black-cloaked assassin truly be Cassandra? But Hillary was unafraid of her. Even if not a sword god, capturing this woman would be easy. However, this was Alliance City, the gathering place of dominant forces, where powerful presences lurked and kept him locked in their sights. If he truly killed, a fierce battle would ensue, and his identity would be exposed. A sword god was strong, but not invincible. The dominant forces also possessed divine realm cultivators. My disciple, you dare touch? Hillary struck another slap, sending Cassandra spitting blood as she stood motionless. Sword god, please calm down, she managed to say, offering no defense because it was she who wronged Hillary. That person's death was her fault. All defenses were weak, submission was best. What happened next depended on fate. Without it, she'd fight to the death. Sword god, there must be a misunderstanding. Gremu didn't know that person's identity, thus offending. Please calm down. Our Mo family is willing to pay any price? Hillary inwardly sneered. No matter how much you offer, I can't take it. Posturing can work, but real intervention by powerful figures would expose me. Good hit. Beat her to death. Big Coilete arrived, followed by the bulky Paco, then Clifford pushed through the crowd. Behind him were two women, Quentinby and a white-robed girl. Sister, Nyla, what's happening? Why is that sister getting hit? Torai asked, unaware of everything. Quentinby dared not explain because suppressing her cold aura required stability. Emotions might trigger another burst, risking serious danger even for a Dermic king. She hid her sorrow and replied, nothing much. This woman has done evil deeds and incurred public anger. She deserves beating. I even wish to kill her. Torai shook her head. Brother said correctly. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous. Appearances are deceiving. Don't you look beautiful? Quentinby tilted her head. I'm an exception, Tori replied. Aren't I pretty either? Quentinby asked again. Brother approved you when he handed me over, so you're also an exception. Actually, I think brother likes you. What do you think? Torai looked at Quintonby and lowered her voice. Coil rarely gets close to strangers, especially girls. Coil's very clean. Himph, he's a man. An excellent one. Quintonby's gaze flashed, hiding her sadness again. Your brother is indeed a man. Coil didn't give me the chance. Quintonby thought, keeping it unsaid. She stared forward, observing the black-robed figure, realizing Hillary had a mentor behind him. Their master-pupil relationship naturally makes them similar, she sighed. Confined in the secret realm, she saw little hope of escape. Hillary felt it was enough. Sensing a looming threat, he withdrew his hand and stared at Cassandra. Come to Quinton Mansion tonight. I claim you. Cassandra. Turning, Hillary glanced at Quintonby and the others, settling on Alicia. Your brother is quite handsome and outstanding. Torai initially feared him but felt a sense of familiarity despite the cold glare. You resemble my brother, no? You look too alike, same eyes, same frown. Torai stepped closer, surprised. Brother, is it really you? Hillary. Chapter 134, I claim you. The outside was bustling with activity. Adon had brought people here to wait, and Cassandra, upon receiving news, hurried over with the Aaron Reese. They sought answers from Adon, but no matter what, he wouldn't disclose any information. Mainly because even if they beat him, he truly didn't know Hillary's whereabouts, and as for his appearance and other details, Adon was determined not to reveal them. Hillary had saved the entire Quinton family. He was a great benefactor. Furthermore, Hillary was a terrifying sword god who wished to remain low-key. Helping Hillary maintain his anonymity wasn't wrong, right? However, one of Adon's subordinates reported spotting someone resembling a sword god at the Jianyu Tower. Adon immediately took action, and Cassandra, who had been keeping an eye on him, followed suit. Upon arriving, those present were startled to learn a sword god was here. An errandly woman waited outside the door, her demeanor full of trepidation. A powerful sword god was an absolute pinnacle figure, capable of dictating the course of events in the dominant factions. Such a prominent figure was untouchable. This news spread rapidly, drawing countless people, including some top figures from the dominant factions rushing toward the location. At this moment, a cloaked figure in black emerged from the Jianyu Tower, accompanied by a large black dog. Adon's eyes lit up as he immediately approached, clasping his hands together in reverence. Welcome, sword god. Everyone was shocked and turned their gaze toward the newcomer. Cassandra and Reese also looked over, narrowing their eyes. The presence of the large black dog confirmed this person was indeed related to Hillary. Moreover, they scrutinized the black-cloaked figure closely and found his aura extraordinary and enigmatic. Extraordinarily so. At that moment, Hillary's sword imprint aura radiated outward, enveloping his entire body. Simultaneously, dragon blood surged within him, emitting a vast and formidable presence. Coil exuded sharpness, dominance, and overwhelming power. The fabricated aura masked his true essence, giving off an unfathomable aura. With just one glance, Reese and Cassandra's faces turned grave, and they too clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. This was a master among masters. As for the others, some fell to their knees, recognizing this as the legendary sword god. In many hearts, sword cultivators were considered the most powerful among all cultivators. Stories of sword cultivators abounded, with tales of how a single strike from a sword god could sever rivers. How terrifying! Who would dare confront such power? Cassandra? A hoarse voice called out, singling out the woman, who immediately shuddered and lifted her head, her eyes filled with humility. Smack! Hillary stepped closer and slapped her hard. Cassandra did not move nor dare to resist, resulting in her face bleeding profusely. To Hillary, gender mattered less than enemies and friends. This woman had confined him in a secret realm without mercy, and he couldn't tolerate her ruthlessness. If not for her, Hillary wouldn't have gone to the creation ground, wouldn't have obtained the sword imprint, and wouldn't be under the curse or bound by fate. All these were due to her actions. Sword god, please calm down. Reese shouted loudly. Bang! Hillary punched forward. As a revered sword god, he now wielded immense authority and fearlessly dominated this place. Reese, being at peak 8th level law realm, dared neither to block nor evade. The punch sent him reeling backward, breaking his nose and causing blood to spurt. Yet Reese felt Hillary held back. Otherwise, that punch would have left him crippled. Hillary then turned his icy, murderous gaze back to Cassandra. The sudden chill made everyone shiver violently. Adon wanted to speak, but thought better of it, remaining silent. This was the consequence of Cassandra's own actions. However, Cassandra lifted her head despite her humble posture. Subtly, her sleeve moved, revealing a hint of hidden blade energy. Even against the sword god, she would fight. Since death was inevitable, she showed no fear. She was a deranged woman. Hillary thought of Carly. Could that black-cloaked assassin truly be Cassandra? Regardless, Hillary remained unafraid of her. Even without the sword god's identity, capturing this woman would pose no significant challenge. But Hillary refrained from attacking. This was the city of Boicheng, a gathering place for dominant figures. Powerful auras were concealed nearby, watching this scene intently. If Hillary unleashed lethal force, it would lead to a brutal battle, exposing his identity. While sword gods were indeed formidable, they weren't invincible. Dominant factions also harbored deity realms beings. My disciple, you dared to harm? Hillary added another slap, his palm striking forcefully. Blood spewed from Cassandra's mouth as she stood still. Sword god, please calm down. Coiler 4 words conveyed her powerlessness to argue since she had wronged Hillary. Now, that person lay dead because of her. Any defense would be futile. The best response was submission. What happened next depended on fate. If fate denied it, then let the fight commence. She faced death stoically. Sword god, there must be a misunderstanding. Greenmew did not know that person's identity and caused offense. Please forgive us. My Imo family is willing to pay any price? Hillary secretly sneered. Pay any price? Coil didn't dare approach the Mo family for compensation. Any significant figure would likely uncover his identity. You deserve this. Beat her to death. Someone shouted. It was Wade, followed closely by Paco. Moments later, Clifford pushed through the crowd. Behind him were two women, an elegant woman named Quintonby and a young lady in white. His sister. Nyla, what's going on? Why is that sister getting beaten? Tori asked, still unaware of the situation. Quintonby and the others hesitated to explain fully. Tori's frosty aura was barely under control and unstable. If emotions escalated, another burst could be extremely dangerous. Even Ignatius might struggle to suppress it again. She restrained her sorrow and said, nothing much. That woman has committed numerous evils, provoking public outrage. She deserves the beating, and I even wish to kill her. Tori shook her head. Just as my brother said, the prettier the woman, the more dangerous. Appearances can be deceiving. Are you not beautiful? Quintonby tilted her head. My brother considers me an exception. Am I not beautiful? Quintonby repeated. My brother trusted you enough to hand me over, proving he recognizes you as an exception. Actually, I think my brother likes you. What do you think, Nyla? Tori didn't want to watch the fighting. Instead, she looked at Quintonby and whispered, my brother rarely gets close to strangers, especially women. Coil's very clean. Quintonby's eyes flashed. Suppressing her sadness, she replied, your brother is a man. A good man. Tori proudly puffed out her chest. Nyla, cherish him and take the initiative. My brother is dense and shy. A woman chasing a man is like breaking through a thin veil. It's easily done. Quintonby sighed inwardly. Coil never gave me the chance. Unspoken, she returned her focus to the black-cloaked figure, thinking, Hillary definitely has backing. The black-cloaked figure, though well-concealed, felt eerily familiar to her. Of course, they're teacher and student. Similarities are expected, she thought. Confined in a secret realm, there's no escape. Up ahead, Hillary felt the situation was adequate. Sensing an ominous presence approaching, he retracted his hand and said to Cassandra, come to the Quinton Manor tonight. I claim you. Cassandra was speechless. Turning, Hillary glanced at Quintonby and others, then focused on Alicia. Your brother is quite handsome and outstanding. Tori was initially fearful but felt a sense of familiarity from the gaze, despite the coldness. You look like my brother. No. Too much alike. Same eyes, even frowning similarly. Tori stepped forward excitedly. Brother, is that really you? Hillary was speechless. End of edited translation. Hashtag chapter 135, Disciple of the Sword God. Don't be so honest, okay? Look at the situation, my foolish little sister. Even if you recognize him, you can't shout it out loud. Go back and wait. My disciple will come. Leaving those words, he hastily turned around. Before he left, his sword emblem glowed, unleashing all the remaining energy. The character's sword was imprinted on the bluestone ground beneath Cassandra's feet. This isn't over. Originally, Cassandra and Reese had furrowed their brows. If a sword god intervened, even with restraint, they shouldn't suffer such minor injuries. The sword god could incapacitate them with just a flick of his fingers. Even though Overlord has the divine realm, for the sword god to kill and leave is entirely feasible. Adding Tori's voice, the two immediately felt doubts in their hearts. However, these doubts vanished as soon as their gazes fell upon the sword imprint on the ground. Their faces changed again, and they turned to leave. The aura from the sword imprint was overwhelmingly strong, emitting sword chi that caused one's heart to race in fear. If it struck them, they couldn't bear to imagine. Neil, let's go. Quintonby glanced at the sword character engraved on the bluestone slab and quickly disappeared from the scene, pulling Neil along. Nyla's sister, it really looks like him, no? It's identical. That's my. Jaden shouted, believing his feelings were absolutely correct. That sword character is terrifyingly formidable. Its aura so thick. It can't possibly be your brother. He hasn't come yet? Quintonby quickly replied. Moreover, Hillary uses a saber. Behind them, Paco, Ellison, and Clifford followed up. Clifford said, Coil said his disciple would come. Quintonby paused for a moment and said, perhaps he has more than one disciple. Paco and the bald-head sighed inwardly. Trapped in the secret realm, how could anyone emerge? Not even a deity could manage that. Neither could the sword god slice through the secret realm. What a pity. At this time, far away from that street, Hillary ensured there was no one around under the nose of the black dog, and his divine soul detected no unusual auras. But he still left the allied city and entered the surrounding mountains. Then, at noon, he confirmed no one was around before removing the black robe. Are you really taking her tonight? The black dog asked beside him while licking the sword. How does this sword taste? Hillary asked curiously. Geordie licks the sword whenever he has time. Who knows what he has learned? Very nice, delicious. Geordie, immersed in the taste, has already gained something from the one sword severing all coilevens, then put away the blood-stained sword. Back? I'll go back. You go into the mountains. At noon, Hillary returned to the allied city and directly arrived at the Seven Kingdoms branch location. Announce my presence. I am a disciple of the sword god. Standing outside the luxurious mansion, Hillary looked at the guards and bowed. The guard nodded, seemingly having received news beforehand, quickly returned to the mansion, and shortly afterward, several people hurried towards him. The disciple of the sword god. Who is he really? Quintonby narrowed her eyes. She didn't trust that sword god. If he truly cared about Hillary, why didn't he kill Cassandra or create a commotion at Star Tower? A few slaps. What good are they? If his disciple comes, it won't be with good intentions. His purpose is impure. Brother, should we beat him up? Clifford thought about this too. Beat him? Quintonby stared at him. Big brother Pang can't win. Tori laughed. Clifford lowered his head, trailing behind the two, muttering, I'm already trying hard. I'm almost reaching the law realm. Give me a few months, and I'll definitely be a top-tier expert. Soon, Everyone arrived outside the mansion. In the distance, bathed in sunlight, stood a white-clad man facing away from them. The man was tall and slender, exuding an exceptional and extraordinary air even from his silhouette. Sunlight illuminated him, further accentuating his unmatched grace. Exceptional. Very exceptional. Graceful as jade trees in the wind. So pretentious. Clifford scanned and immediately evaluated. Thinking from a man's perspective, that guy must be pretty handsome. As for the two girls, they were both stunned. Brother. Suddenly, Tori called softly and ran forward quickly. This was her brother. Absolutely, 10,000%. But Quentin was startled, dashing forward instantly. Despite the resemblance, she was 100% certain. That wasn't. Hillary couldn't come out. However, as she caught up with Tori, the man slowly turned, arms spread wide, revealing a smile. Tori buried herself in his embrace. Brother, I knew it was you. Brother. Tori hugged Hillary tightly, conveying her boundless longing. Quentin stood 3 feet away, lost in thought, her eyes welling up slightly. In the next moment, Hillary looked at her and smiled handsomely, his arms moving. Do you miss me? She asked. No. Quentin. Are you courting death? Behind them, Clifford took a step back, then another, rolling back into the mansion and running swiftly. Damn it, ghosts. Those two women are possessed, enchanted. His speed was fast, but soon his body was bounced back by an impact. Ahead, a bald head was glaring at him angrily. Are you crazy? Ellison was furious. Crazy. I'm really crazy. That, Hillary, he came? Clifford yelled, his eyes bulging. Ellison, standing in the sunlight, suddenly felt a chill, looking around before returning his gaze to Clifford. You've eaten too much, you're hallucinating? The Fallen Petals Mountain had been sealed for some time. Once closed, not even a god could open it. Hillary came? Did you see ghosts? And during daylight? At the gate, my sister and Neil were enchanted and hugged that ghost. Clifford yelled, his heart racing. Let's go. The bald head grabbed a large broadsword bigger than a door and stormed towards the mansion entrance, but stopped near the exit, turning back to look at the hesitant Clifford. Afraid? Come on. You go first, Clifford said. We'll go together. The bald head gritted his teeth, not knowing he was also afraid. Clifford reluctantly followed. The bald head asked, are you sure it's Hillary? And that your sister and Neil are there? 100% sure. If not, hit me. I won't fight back, Clifford guaranteed. I'd still hit you if you fought back. The bald head grew nervous, gripping his large broadsword tighter, and cautiously walked out, dragging Clifford along. Such bizarre events were unprecedented in his life. In broad daylight, could such things really exist? Wouldn't Hillary have to come at night, sneaking in secretly? It can't be the real him. Trapped in the secret realm, nobody has ever emerged since ancient times. Not a single person. Legends don't exist. Even his great-grandfather once said, once the secret realm closes, it's certain death. Certain death. This is why he was so anxious. But now they were here. Have a look. If not, run. The bald head was extremely tense, his hand on the broadsword sweating profusely. Finally, they reached the exit. Coyle and Clifford exchanged glances, like thieves peeking out cautiously, carefully observing. Chapter 136, Take You Away. Outside the door. It was empty. There were no Quentin and Alicia. And certainly, there was no Hillary. Arson's tense heart seemed to relax a little. Coyle looked down at Clifford and asked, did you drink alcohol? Clifford shook his head, rubbed his eyes, and looked forward again. But it was still empty. Coyle muttered to himself, did I really see a ghost? Or was I dreaming? Arson lowered his head and tightened his grip on the large sword. Should we fight or not? A gust of wind blew by. Clifford shivered violently and then pointed ahead, wide-eyed, saying, look, didn't you see? It's right there. Arson immediately became nervous. Where? You can't see it? Holy crap, run. Coyle turned and ran at full speed, disappearing in an instant. If he didn't run, he'd really get beaten. Arson held the massive sword like a door panel and followed Clifford back home. I can't see it, but Clifford saw it. Weird. So weird. Big Sister Nyla, Big Sister Alicia, I'm really happy that Big Brother is okay. Regina smiled brightly. Quentin and Alicia laughed and said, when your brother comes back, tell him. At this moment, the big bald koi lead had already rushed in, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His eyes fell on Quentin and Alicia. Their gazes met. I have some good news. Hillary has come. Quentin chuckled and then dragged Alicia away directly. Regina walked over and said, Big Brother came home, and he's fine, really fine. Are you happy? Arson felt a chill. Where? Did you see him? His voice trembled slightly. At home. Coyle came looking for you, but you weren't there. Coyle said he would come back tonight and told you not to sleep, waiting for him. Coyle will take you away? Clang. Arson knelt straight away. To take you out for a walk. What happened? Regina was confused. Wasn't Big Brother always missing Big Brother? Now that he's here, why isn't he happy? In the afternoon, the big bald koi lead found an Aaron of the clan and asked, Aaron, I have a question. Can people really not get out once they enter Javier Mountain? Once inside, they definitely cannot get out. Old man me has never heard of anyone coming out. The Aaron replied, aren't you over 100 years old? 130 years old. So what? Do you think I'm too old? The Aaron chuckled. Well, are you sure you've never heard of anyone coming out? The Aaron pondered for a moment and said, I remember when I was young, my Aarons mentioned that the place has spirits. Once someone enters, there is a chance of being tainted. Moreover, some spirits even escaped, taking some people with them. Aren't you encountering something? Arson felt even colder. That night, the big bald koi lead indeed didn't sleep, and he invited several servants to drink wine in the room. However, those servants were very surprised. What happened to young master today? Coyle kept looking out the window, and any slightest sound or even a cat passing by made him grip the big sword tightly. Was there a killer coming after him? This is the AIDS residence. Would a killer dare to come here? Besides, wasn't there a Dermot King guarding the house? What was there to fear? Not until the next morning did the big bald koi lead breathe a sigh of relief. Then he dismissed the servants and walked out, just in time to see a figure standing in the courtyard chatting with Regina. The white-clad figure said, "I heard last night that your brother was drinking, so I didn't dare to disturb. Can I take him now?" Regina replied, "I've been waiting for you. Take him away." Arsene. Sweat poured from his forehead. Boom. Coil dashed out in one leap and, without a word, slashed fiercely at Hillary with his big sword. Hillary smiled. This guy really wasn't polite, eager to spar with him, but now you're no match. With a palm flip, he didn't need a weapon. A palm strike flew toward the swordlight, smashing it apart. Hillary's cultivation had significantly advanced, thanks to all the medicinal treasures he consumed in the Quinton family. Coil was now considered a quasi-dermic realm expert. Suppressing a 4th-level dermic realm took only a flick of his wrist. Moreover, after smashing the swordlight, another palm sent the big bald koi lead crashing backward into the room. Regina said, "Big brother, be gentle. You're much stronger than my brother now." Hillary smiled. "No worries. Coil can take it. I'll take him away later." Inside the room, the big bald koi lead escaped through the window. Then, he found Clifford directly. In the early morning of the AIDS residence, the maids sweeping the floor, tending to flowers, and cleaning rooms all heard Lord Bowie's cries. Of course, they were used to it. If Dream Young Master didn't get beaten one day, he would feel restless. "Bowie ancestor, I fought Hillary. That guy is human, with a shadow, magic power, and a physical body." Arsene was almost bursting with anger. Clifford, bruised and swollen-faced, said, "I only learned about it last night. Coil must have encountered something and managed to come out. Why didn't you find me last night? And didn't you see him outside the door?" Then Clifford continued running, while the big bald koi lead chased. Hillary. What's going on? Coil went to Avon's residence. The AIDS residence was willing to accommodate him largely due to Quintonby. After all, Avon's connection with Star Tower put great pressure on the AIDS residence. "Let's test with a punch." Avon took out a metal plate. Hillary stepped forward, punched it hard, and the plate shattered instantly. "Very good. Peak 4th-level dermic realm strength, even close to 5th level. Avon approved. Capable of fighting 5th level, as long as he doesn't fly." Hillary confidently believed he could now fight 5th level. "Good lad. The teacher is relieved," Avon smiled. With teacher's health improving daily, the disciple feels reassured. "My injuries might not be incurable," Hillary said. "That's enough," Avon replied. "My injury needs a 4th grade potion, and the lowest grade required is 4th level. Only one person in the entire Alliance City can make it, and he won't help." "Arwen?" Hillary asked. "Bernard is 3rd grade, and Arwen, his master, should be even stronger." Avon nodded. "It seems you've done your homework. Although Arwen belongs to no dominator, he won't offend any either." "I understand, master. The AIDS residence may protect you, but not entirely. When interests are high enough, sacrifices will be worth it. Your identity is special, and your father has secrets. The AIDS residence will be tempted." Hillary nodded. "There's no transaction that can't be reached. If not, the stakes aren't high enough. But for now, you can rest easy. Also, the upcoming 2 days include the Alliance City Youth Assembly. You should attend to gauge this generation's strength. If you excel, you'll receive a key to enter Flame Lake, where fire spirits can aid Alicia's condition." Hillary chatted idly with his master for a while, then left, planning quietly. Currently, he's 3rd grade. To reach 4th grade alchemy master, he needed a strong soul force. Very difficult. Quinton cultivation. The stronger the soul force, the harder it becomes to advance. Even if he reached 4th grade, he'd need time to gather the skills to refine potions suitable for his master. The formula was in his mind, but it would be challenging to refine. The fastest way was to seek Arwen. The severity of master's condition was critical, deteriorating rapidly. 3 months. Even 1 month. Even if alive, it couldn't be cured. Arwen. The text translates the Chinese chapter accurately into English while preserving its tone, structure, and logic, aligning with the previous context provided. Chapter 137. Resorting to knives. Arwen. The sole 4th rank alchemist in Alliance City. However, since Master knows about it, it's clear that he has already paid him a visit and was refused. Regardless, I have to give it a try. Hillary clenched his fist. Coil still needed Bernard's assistance. He wasn't sure if this condition was worth it or not. Coil walked out, and Quintonby had arrived. Jackie did not come out with her. She could only be active for 1 or 2 hours each day. For the rest of the time, she had to stay in a place called the Fire Array, suppressing the outbreak of her cold disease. That fire spirit also needs some consideration, Hillary thought privately. The young generation's storm meeting he must attend. Note, Feng Yunhui, storm meeting, seems to be a specific event or gathering in the context of the story. I translated it as storm meeting to retain its unique meaning while ensuring it reads naturally in English. "Let me go see my sister." Hillary headed towards there. "Hillary, I have a question. How did you get out?" Quintonby's doubt was enormous. She had questioned countless errands, and no one could open that place, not even gods. Beckett and Clifford also arrived, very curious as well. This was something they never expected. Hillary glanced at the 3. There were ghosts. The 3. Residual spirits? Beckett had heard rumors and immediately asked, his body instinctively moving away from Hillary. Did he get contaminated? Yep. Hillary nodded seriously. That old thing is filled with resentment. Beckett moved further away. Did he do anything to you? Coil's a man. Hillary stared at him. Beckett. In short, I got lucky, found a mysterious exit, and came out unscathed. Hillary smiled. I feel you're very abnormal. You rarely joked around before? Quintonby stared at him, genuinely surprised. Although Beckett interacted less with Hillary, he retreated further again. Although people change, my heart remains. remains the same. Coyle stared at Quentin B. With the powerful Long Shun bloodline indeed subtly altering him, making him more enlightened about many things. But Hillary felt this way was better too. You've really changed. Your sister said you were wooden and didn't know how to confess. Quentin B warned. Beckett and Clifford had silently distanced themselves, left 3 paces behind, then sped off. They couldn't stay any longer. This kid is fishy. I meant integrity. What are you thinking? Hillary stared at Quentin B. My face is red. Quentin B clearly gritted her teeth. They arrived at the back mountain of the aide's residence. There was a huge iron gate where several people gathered outside. Around the gate, the temperature was terrifyingly high. It was the fire array, a confluence of fire essences set up by great powers. That little girl, who is she? It's hard enough for us to enter the fire array once in the aide's residence, yet she can go daily. How hateful, so hateful. Humph, sooner or later, we'll kick her out. Our residence doesn't accept those leeches. Those outside were shouting, clearly dissatisfied. Quentin B brought a young girl who enjoyed the resources of the aide's residence without contributing anything. It made them feel their interests were being violated. After all, previously they occasionally could enter. Now, the girl occupies most of the time, taking away their opportunities. Sorry, for using your resources. I will make it up to you. A calm voice sounded as Hillary walked here, accompanied by Quentin B. Hillary understood their anger. After all, as outsiders, they took aide's residence's resources without paying, akin to giving someone else the assets that should belong to you, leaving you feeling uneasy. Who are you? Those people looked at Hillary. Hillary smiled. You're that Tori's brother. You reprimanded her harshly one day, and she cried, endlessly missing her brother? So, it's you. That person's eyes turned cold and continued, tell me, how do you plan to make it up? Hillary genuinely wanted to compensate. As an alchemist, he had the ability. However, he wanted to do something else first. You reprimanded my sister, and she cried? Hillary asked. The man puffed out his chest, stepping forward, noticing Hillary was only at the spirit realm, thus deeming him trash. Coyle coldly said, so what if I reprimanded her? Are you going to hit me? Tell you this, if not for Quentin B's interference, I'd have thrown her out long ago. A parasite? Boom. As soon as his words fell, a fierce wind swept in. Hillary's fist struck him directly on the face, sending the Law Realm third tier flying backward. Face full of blood. However, it wasn't over. Hillary dashed forward, catching the falling man straight down, and stamped his foot on his chest. Splat. Blood sprayed out. The man screamed in agony, also feeling ashamed. Law Realm third tier, actually beaten by a spirit realm, utter humiliation. Kill him. A loud cry erupted. Everyone outside the iron gate reacted instantly, charging in, unleashing terrifying powers. Meanwhile, Quentin B moved aside, crouching down, hands supporting her cheeks, watching calmly as one after another was sent flying. Sweeping. Hillary held his fists, rampaging without restraint. Fierce spirit energy surged around him. One by one, Law Realm third tiers flew backward. Groans echoed continuously. Everyone was stunned. Is this spirit realm sweeping 6 Law Realm third tiers? Reckless. A roar sounded, followed by a cold blade light slashing down. A crescent-shaped blade glow. Don't draw your weapon. Quentin B yelled. The newcomer landed, ignoring Quentin B, holding a crescent moon saber and advancing, saying coldly, even Quentin B couldn't stop him. Coyle told you not to draw your weapon. Hillary squinted. Brother Philippe, finish him. Those lying defeated Law Realm thirds immediately shouted, fuming with anger. All were severely injured, bleeding from mouths and noses. That kid's attack was ruthless. Coyle said, no one can stop me. Coyle advanced with the saber, thinking Hillary feared, despite Quentin B's hindrance, his Ning family wouldn't fear the Bowie family. Coyle was even angrier over the girl, monopolizing the resources. Blade glowed fiercely. Don't draw your weapon. Hillary roared, unleashing a dragon-shaped blade glow, instantly shaking the air violently. In the next moment, Philippe, holding the crescent moon saber, was taken aback, scalp tingling, hastily retreating. But the blade glow slashed horizontally, sending blood flying as he was flung far away, sliced from behind, excruciating pain. Fortunately, he was hit from behind, thicker flesh saving him from being severed. I told you not to draw your weapon. Don't you dare draw your weapon. You are truly courting death. Quentin B shook her head. She knew Hillary's terror well. Anyone below Law Realm 5th trying to wield a blade in front of him. Asking for death. Philippe. Chapter 137. Drawing Knives. Arwen, the only 4th grade alchemist in Bowie City. However, since Master knew about it, he had clearly paid a visit and was rejected. No matter what, I must give it a try. Hillary clenched his fist. Coyle still needed Bernard's help. He didn't know if this condition was worth it. Coyle walked out as Quentin B arrived. Jackier did not come out with her. She could only be active for 1 or 2 hours each day. For the rest of the time, she had to stay in a place called Fire Formation to suppress the outbreak of cold symptoms. That fire spirit also needs to be dealt with, Hillary thought privately. Coyle had to participate in the Young Generation Storm meeting. I'll go see my sister. Hillary headed that way. Hillary, I have a question. How exactly did you get out? Quentin B was very curious. She had asked countless errands, and they all said that place couldn't be opened, not even by gods. The bald guy and Clifford also arrived, equally curious. This was something they hadn't anticipated at all. Hillary glanced at the 3 of them. There were ghosts there. The 3 of them. Residual spirits? The bald guy had heard rumors and immediately asked, while unconsciously moving away from Hillary. Was he contaminated? Yep. Hillary nodded seriously. That old thing has a lot of resentment. The bald guy moved further away. Did he do anything to you? Coyle's a man. Hillary looked at him. The bald guy. In short, I got lucky and found a mysterious exit, which allowed me to come out unharmed. Hillary smiled. I think you're acting strange. You used to rarely joke around. Quentin stared at him, truly surprised. The bald guy, who seldom interacted with Hillary, took another step back. Though people may change, my heart remains the same. Coyle stared at Quentin. With the powerful dragon god bloodline, he had indeed undergone subtle changes. It seemed like he had let go of many things, but Hillary felt it wasn't bad. You've really changed. Your sister said you were very wooden and wouldn't confess. Quentin was wary. The bald guy and Clifford had already silently distanced themselves, leaving him 3 yards away before rapidly departing. They couldn't stay any longer. This kid is suspicious. I'm in conscience. What are you thinking? Hillary stared at Quentin. My face is red. Quentin clearly gritted her teeth. The two of them came to the back mountain of the Aides mansion, where there was a large iron gate. Outside the iron gate, a group of people gathered, and around the gate, the temperature was frighteningly high. That was the fire formation, a fire essence condensed by powerful figures who set it up. Just who is that little girl? Even we find it extremely difficult to enter the fire formation of our Aides mansion, yet she can go every day. How infuriating. So infuriating. Sooner or later we'll kick her out. Our Aides mansion doesn't take in freeloaders. Those outside were shouting, clearly unhappy. Quentin brought in a young girl who made no contribution but enjoyed the resources of the Aides mansion daily. It offended their interests. After all, previously, they occasionally got a chance to enter, but now, with the girl occupying most of the time, their opportunities were taken away. Sorry for taking your resources, I will make up for it. At this moment, a calm voice sounded, and Hillary, accompanied by Quentin walked up to the scene. Coyle understood their resentment. After all, as outsiders, they took the resources of the Aides mansion without paying. It's like your father's assets ended up in someone else's hands instead of yours. Would you, as the son, feel happy about it? Who are you? They looked at Hillary. Hillary smiled. So, you're the brother of that girl Tori. I scolded her a bit the other day, and she cried and missed her brother. Turns out it was you. The person glared coldly, then asked, so, how are you going to make up for it? Hillary sincerely wanted to make up for it. Moreover, he was an alchemist and had that ability. However, he wanted to do something else first. You mean, you scolded my sister, and then she cried? Hillary asked. The man puffed up his chest, stepping forward because he sensed that Hillary's cultivation was only at the spiritual realm. To him, such trash was insignificant. Coyle coldly said, what if I did? Can you hit me? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Quentin's interference, I would have thrown her out long ago. Freeloader. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong wind roared over, and Hillary's fist directly struck his face. The third stage Law Realm man flew backward, face covered in blood. However, this was not the end. After one punch, Hillary swiftly advanced. The flying man plummeted straight down, and Hillary stomped on his chest with his foot. Splat. Blood spurted out as the man screamed in pain, feeling humiliated. A third stage Law Realm being beaten by a spiritual realm. What a disgrace. Kill him. A loud cry, and those outside the iron gate immediately reacted, swarming toward Hillary. Terrifying law powers exploded in the air. Meanwhile, Quentin moved aside, squatting down with her hands supporting her cheeks, watching calmly as more and more opponents flew backward. Sweeping across, Hillary wielded his fists, dominating the area. His terrifying spiritual power surged around him. One after another, the charging third stage Law Realm individuals were sent flying. Continuous screams of agony. Everyone was shocked. This was a spiritual realm practitioner, sweeping through 6 third stage Law Realm practitioners? Ridiculous. At that moment, an angry shout rang out, followed by a flash of cold light, an arc of crescent moon-shaped blade light slashing downward. Don't draw your knife. Quentin yelled. The person arrived, ignoring Quentin, wielding a crescent blade and advancing coldly. Even Quentin can't stop me. Coyle told you not to draw your knife. Hillary squinted. Senior brother Philippe, finish him off. Those who had been knocked down immediately screamed, enraged. All of them were badly injured, bleeding from their mouths and noses. That guy had struck too ruthlessly. I told you, no one can stop me. Holding the blade forward, he thought Hillary feared him, especially with Quentin blocking him. But his Ning family was not afraid of Bowie family either. Coyle was especially angry at the girl monopolizing resources. Hillary's bold behavior further infuriated him. The blade radiated with a chilling glow. Don't draw your knife. Hillary roared, unleashing a dragon-shaped blade light, causing the air to tremble violently. Next moment, Philippe, holding the crescent blade, was utterly startled, hair standing on end. Without a word, he turned and hastily retreated. But the blade light was relentless, drawing blood. Coyle flew backward, hit by the blade on his back. It hurt. Fortunately, it hit his back, where the flesh was thicker. Otherwise, he might have been severed. I told you not to draw your knife. Not to draw your knife. You're truly asking for death. Quentin shook her head. She already knew Hillary's terror. Moving against him with a blade below 5th stage Law Realm level. Well, that was courting death. Philippe. Hashtag chapter 138. Master Bernard seeks an audience. Think twice before you draw your blade in front of me. Got it? Hillary glared at the man, his dragon-patterned blade still humming faintly. Philippe clenched his teeth, but was inwardly more astonished. This person was terrifying. His blade skill was terrifying. That previous strike, if executed recklessly, would have already split him in two. His crescent moon blade wouldn't have stood a chance. The surrounding individuals were now drenched in cold sweat, even their legs trembling uncontrollably. Was this someone at the spirit realm? Could it really be? A 4th level Law Realm couldn't withstand a single slash from him? My god. Out of respect for Quentin, Hillary refrained from further action and followed her to the iron gate. Before the gate stood a jade mirror. Quentin dropped a drop of blood on it, causing the mirror to glow, revealing a scene inside. There was a tall platform with intricate carvings. Around it, crimson chi swirled, and at the center sat a young girl with her eyes closed, cross-legged in meditation. Hillary felt reassured. Coil turned and left with Quentin. Philippe and the others ground their teeth as they hurried away, rage evident on their faces. This kid can't stay here. Hillary and Quentin left the aide's manor and walked along the street. Not far ahead, an Aaron seemed to be giving instructions to his subordinates. Suddenly, he paused, looked up, and his gaze flickered. Seeing Hillary and the person beside him, he quickly approached, clasped his fists in greeting but didn't speak until Hillary said, "Good morning, Bustern." Adon blinked and smiled. "Good morning, young Master Yi." The sword god is indeed low-key, not wanting to expose himself. Truly a significant figure. "Last night she waited for you, but you didn't come. She's still waiting at my place. What do you think?" Adon referred to Cassandra, who had gone when Hillary said he wanted her. "Do you really think I'd look favorably upon her?" Hillary's arrogance was palpable. Yesterday's remark was just casual. He wasn't that kind of person. Adon glanced at Quentin and laughed deeply before clasping his fists again. "Indeed, she isn't worthy. Pass that message to her." Hillary nodded in satisfaction and continued walking with Quentin. Adon agreed. Quentin was indeed outstanding. After several years outside, she remained remarkable, and her cultivation had already surpassed the law realm. Compared to Cassandra, whether in appearance or talent, Quentin was clearly superior. Coil had good judgment, and the Bowie family was indeed fortunate. The sword god, Buster knows you? Quentin blinked, looking at Hillary. Who was she last night? My master knows him, so I know him. My master wanted Cassandra, but I don't. She's unworthy. Hillary replied fluently. Not the same person? Quentin interjected suddenly. What do you think? Hillary smiled at her. Quentin shook her head internally. Impossible. That sword chi wasn't within Hillary's current cultivation. Hillary practiced saber techniques. If they were the same person, Hillary wouldn't dare walk openly on the streets. They continued strolling, eventually arriving at a grand building named the Alchemy Pavilion, the main base of Arwen. It was also a treasure pavilion, selling medicinal pills and treasures, always bustling with customers. Arwen's reputation was formidable. Hillary and Quentin entered, finding the interior lavishly decorated. Counters lined the walls, mostly filled with low-grade medicinal pills. First and second grades predominated. These medicinal pills aren't made by Master Gu. His creations are typically snatched up at auctions. One pill hard to obtain. Even the medicinal pills crafted by his most talented disciple, Bernard, aren't easily displayed here. At auctions, they can increase in value by several times. Auctions are where rare items are bid on. Similar items get fiercely contested and prices soar above normal. If some proud figures want to save face, prices could go 4 or 5 times higher, even tenfold. In this era, anything can happen for spite. Hillary nodded. Even a master isn't immune to profit-driven motives. But this could be an opportunity. As long as there's greed, there's a way. Can we visit Master Arwen? Hillary asked Quentin, planning to gauge Arwen's stance and see if he could help his master obtain medicinal pills. Although I'm from the Aide's Manor, meeting such a master is difficult. Appointments are required, and it depends on the master's mood. It's challenging, Quentin explained honestly. Important figures maintained mystery and prestige. Anyone seeing them would lose their significance. How can we meet him? Hillary asked. There's a chance during an auction. One is happening tonight. But it's only a chance. He might not show. Alternatively, tomorrow's Wind and Cloud Assembly. He and his disciples should attend, giving us a better chance. Quentin added. But just a chance. Masters are tough to meet. Boom. As she spoke, a loud boom resounded. Hillary stomped hard, releasing spiritual power that cracked the floor. Quentin froze. Everyone around stared, shocked. The guards approached Hillary with stern faces, eyes blazing. What are you doing? I want to see Master Gu. Scram. Meet with Bernard. Say someone surnamed Yi is looking for him. Scram. The guard drew his weapon angrily, glaring at Hillary. Quentin pulled Hillary outside, exasperated. You're too reckless. The Alchemy Pavilion isn't ordinary. Even major powers dare not act rashly here. Your actions could get you beaten. Didn't you feel the hidden expert's auras? I'm brothel buddies with Bernard. Straighten your tongue. Friends, just say friends. What brothels? And Bernard is a third-level alchemy master, very hard to meet. Friends with you? You're good, but... Quentin genuinely didn't want to discourage Hillary. This was deep within Allied City, a gathering place for dominance and experts. It wasn't a small place like the Star River sect. Hillary needed to change his attitude and be more reserved here. You don't know, Bernard has to beg to see me. Hillary said. Quentin you've really changed, blowing your own trumpet so confidently? What did you encounter in the secret realm? Did you get corrupted? Hillary. Let's go home for dinner. Quentin took Hillary back to the Aide's Manor and ordered food prepared. Just as they sat down, someone rushed in, announcing, Miss Bowie, Master Bernard seeks an audience. Chapter 139. Paying respects to Master Hillary. Hillary couldn't help but sit up straighter, a smile spreading across his face. Finding him so quickly? You've caused a huge fuss. Quentin swiftly stood up, her expression turning grim as she cast a sharp glance at Hillary before rushing out. Inside the Aide's mansion, several errands emerged and stood alongside Quentin. Their gazes instantly turned cold upon seeing Hillary walking out. Not far from these errands were Philippe and his group, who had been beaten by Hillary earlier. Nyla, I told you long ago not to overly pity some people. You shouldn't have brought someone like Avon into our mansion, said an Aaron with a black mole between his brows coldly, his gaze landing on Hillary with extreme displeasure. The second Aaron, with white hair, added sternly, Our aide's mansion is not a shield or a place where one can act without consequences and expect us to clean up after them. Philippe and the others echoed, Achilles, he cannot stay here any longer. Coyle has acted rashly, attacked us, and offended Master Bernard. He is a disaster. Kick him out immediately. Their voices were united in anger, their tone sharp, furious, and cold. Quentinby looked over coldly, then turned to the three errands, saying, Achilles, there's a reason for this. It wasn't intentional. She used we, taking responsibility along with Hilary, making it hard for the errands to continue pressing the matter. Philippe and the others gritted their teeth, but knew that with Bernard coming personally and demanding justice, matters wouldn't end well. This young man would not be left in peace. Wait here. Don't move. The three errands hurried out the door. Even though only Bernard had arrived, it likely represented Master Arwen's stance. Besides, Bernard was no ordinary person. In his 30s, he was already a third-grade alchemist, highly accomplished and promising much more in the future. His potential was immense, and all major factions vied fiercely for him. Surpassing his master wasn't impossible. However, just outside, the three errands paused mid-step, stunned. Bernard had brought many people, experts, and each of them held precious gift boxes. Bernard himself also carried a valuable present. Seeing the three errands, he smiled and said, Please inform Master Hilary that I have come to pay my respects. To pay respects to Master Hilary? The three errands were dumbfounded, almost unable to process what they heard. Master Hilary? That Hilary? Master Hilary. Bernard repeated emphatically, ensuring the clarity reached the three errands unambiguously. The errand with the black mole stepped forward, trembling slightly. Nephew Bernard, are you certain you are here to pay respects? No. Bernard shook his head. The errand felt a brief relief, thinking it might just be a misunderstanding. How could Hilary deserve such a title? But before the errand could speak further, Bernard took a step forward, looking solemn and added, I am here to pay respects, and on behalf of my master to visit. There was a loud thud as the errand nearly fell backward. Coyle came to pay respects, and even brought his master to visit? Just visiting was a significant honor, given that it was Master Arwen. Hilary? Hilary. Bernard repeated loudly. Achilles, please inform Master Hilary. If he's busy, I'll come back later. Once again, the three errands were speechless. Please. Quentinby was anxious inside. This matter could either be very big or very small. If the Pill Pavilion pursued this, the aide's mansion wouldn't take sides. The fault lay with Hilary, an outsider. She had already taken great risks letting Hilary stay, even involving her grandfather to make it happen. Now, if the errands found a reason, Hilary, you're too reckless. Be low profile. This isn't the outer area. If you get expelled, what do? Do you think I won't sleep? I can't even close my eyes. Quentinby gnashed her teeth. If Hilary was expelled, Star Tower, Housemo, First Class Hall, all would be trouble, dangerous beyond measure. You hide. I'll deal with it. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Quentinby spoke quickly and ran forward. However, she quickly returned, staring at Hilary. You need to run now. Coyle brought a lot of people, experts, and the errands aren't stopping him. They welcomed him in politely. I don't know what to do. Sweat appeared on the young girl's forehead. Don't worry, I'm here. Hilary moved forward, standing protectively in front of Quentinby, who froze at his words. Don't worry, I'm here. This was something Hilary had once said in the Star River sect, something she had hoped for. Now, Hilary was doing it, but she was genuinely worried. This wasn't the time or place. This was deeper within, and Bernard wasn't just anyone. Philippe and his group watched from a distance, smirking. You're here? If you weren't here, things wouldn't be so serious. Your presence will get Quentinby into trouble as well. You're a disaster. They're here. Philippe and his group smirked, watching as the three errands escorted Bernard towards them, followed by experts. Bernard's expression was now incredibly solemn. Instantly, Philippe and his group looked at Hilary again, their smiles now open and mocking. Let's go. Quentinby pulled Hilary aside. Didn't you see them carrying gifts? Hilary glanced forward and smiled calmly at Quentinby. Do you really think he's here to pay respects to you? Could Quentinby believe it? Philippe and the others were about to laugh out loud. Indeed, they were laughing inwardly. They hadn't laughed openly because the errands and Bernard were already nearby. To think someone could be this foolish. What status does Bernard hold? Paying respects to you? Bringing gifts? Dream on. If he's here to pay respects, I'll kneel right here and give you 3 kowtows. Philippe boasted confidently, his chest pounding. Are you sure? Hilary grinned. Philippe's word is as solid as a mountain. If I fail, may I die. Philippe's confidence was unwavering. Then, realization hit him. Coyle had been too hasty. Bowing to Master Hilary. A voice rang out from 9 steps away, a polite distance showing respect. Bernard bowed deeply with clasped fists. Behind him, the experts, holding valuable items, repeated clearly and respectfully, bowing to Master Hilary. Bow, Master Hilary. Note, I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text, ensuring the translation remains natural and fluent while preserving the original tone and style. Chapter 140, Quintotting the Furnace. John found it, completely dumbfounded. After a bow, Bernard stepped forward, and those behind him followed suit. Then they began opening each box one by one. Instantly, vibrant lights filled the air. One by one, rare treasures of medicinal herbs and precious materials appeared before everyone's eyes, all undoubtedly valuable treasures, with immense worth. In this Alliance city, it was only common for others to send gifts to the Alchemy Pavilion, rarely seeing them reciprocate, especially not with such lavish gifts. Master Arwen is very frugal. Though the 3 clan errands already knew the truth, they were still shocked at this display, staring at Hilary, unsure of what to say. They even blushed slightly. As for Philippe and the others, they were completely speechless, not knowing how to react, especially Philippe, who had confidently guaranteed something just moments ago but now felt thoroughly embarrassed. Hilary, am I dreaming? Quentinby stared wide-eyed, caught off guard by the sudden change. I told you, he would beg to see me, Hilary whispered into Quentinby's ear, his breath making her ears turn red. Don't be like that. Tonk what? Hilary blinked innocently. Quentinby rolled her eyes. Pay attention to your image. Hilary immediately stood up straight, and all of this did not escape Arwen's notice. Coyle thought silently to himself. The Bowie family truly has good fortune. The Seven Princes Manor is so lucky. Regarding Hilary's technique, Arwen originally believed it to be incredibly terrifying, but when he showed it to his master, the latter was even more astonished. Even in the realm of dominators, it was difficult to find a technique like this. Perhaps it could only be found in the Gramjo College. While not all students there are supreme geniuses, it is undeniable that the most formidable geniuses from Gramjo gather there. The Gramjo College is an extraordinary force. First and only in Gramjo. Hilary's technique is likely from there, suggesting he might have connections with someone there, or even be closely associated. Furthermore, the Mo family offended someone and faced retribution from a sword god, who stated his disciple would go to the Seven Princes Manor. Now Hilary is here. It's hard not to connect these dots. Is Hilary the disciple of the sword god? Is the sword god an expert at the college? Apart from that, despite his young age, Hilary is already a third-grade alchemist, with potential beyond measure, making even Arwen wary. Master Hilary, my teacher instructed me to pay you respects, Bernard said again, conveying his teacher's intentions. The visit was indeed grandiose. I would like to meet him, Hilary smiled. My teacher also eagerly wishes to meet Master, but recently he has urgent matters and cannot move about conveniently. Later, my teacher will host a banquet to invite Master, Bernard replied. So be it, Hilary didn't insist. They're all old foxes who may have gathered much information, yet Hilary's father is Han, and his master is Avon. Coyle has powerful backing, respectable skills, and significant challenges. Arwen, that old fox, must be observing. But Hilary felt increasingly eager. If you don't come out, I'll force you to. Increase the stakes. I heard that the Alchemy Pavilion will hold an auction tonight. Coincidentally, I feel like experimenting and want to light the furnace. Hilary looked at Bernard with a smile. Instantly, Bernard's eyes lit up. No matter how many times he pondered it, he genuinely wanted to see how skilled Hilary was. Alchemizing is the best test. Boom. Just as he lifted his head, a roar resounded as Hilary retrieved a pitch-black, nameless alchemy furnace. The furnace landed on the ground, its four legs firmly embedding into the cobblestone, standing steadily. Bernard frowned. Coilera? Hilary raised his head. Right here. Coyle didn't just want to show Bernard and Arwen, but also to impress those from the Seven Princes Manor, informing them. I'm not refusing to pay. His sister needed the fire formation here, and his master required some care from the Seven Princes Manor. Hilary needed to demonstrate his value. This way, Quentinby's pressure would significantly lessen. Bernard nodded and took a few steps back, scanning the surroundings. Quentinby, the three clan Aarons, Philippe, and others all retreated a bit. Those three Aarons and Philippe et al. Were quite shocked. This young man was an alchemist, and it seemed he wasn't just any ordinary one. Had he already reached the second grade at such a young age? Otherwise, Bernard wouldn't be so courteous. Calling him master might merely be out of respect. Bernard is third grade. Boom. Amid their discussion, Hilary spread his palm, and the alchemy flame roared to life. Immediately, Bernard squinted again. As expected, Hilary's alchemy flame was no ordinary thing. It was close to being a strange flame. Hilary only had the essence of the strange flame. Although it continued to grow, it still lacked some elements to fully reach the standard in Bernard's eyes. Still, it was quite formidable. Strange flame essence was already extremely rare. Using readily available materials, one of the herbs brought by Bernard was thrown directly into the furnace along with the alchemy flame. Followed by a second herb, a third. To outsiders, they only saw the intense alchemy flame and heard the sizzling sound of herbs melting. But Bernard narrowed his eyes, feeling inwardly shocked. Just from this purification step, he could tell this person was not undeserving of his reputation. The subsequent fusion and condensation made him draw in cold breaths. Indeed, Hilary was not simple. For the final soul opening step, he couldn't determine the authenticity until the pill materialized, which would depend on its grade. But the third grade pill was certain. So, he really is an alchemist. All three Aarons of the Seven Princes Manor were astounded, as Quentinby hadn't mentioned this before. Coyle's not just an alchemist. He's quite remarkable, Bernard commented, looking at the three clan Aarons and saying, Seven Princes Manor is truly fortunate. Their frowns deepened. Then, Bernard continued softly, Master Yi is at least third grade, no less than I am. Clang. The three Aarons trembled, their faces suddenly changing. Philippe and others fell directly to the ground, eyes wide open, filled with unimaginable shock. That Hilary was an alchemist was already terrifying. Reaching the second grade at such a young age was astonishing enough, but he turned out to be third grade. No weaker than Bernard. It seems that Bernard's term, master, wasn't just a courtesy. Philippe and the others knelt directly on the ground, facing Hilary. This was shock, regret, guilt, and even fear. Were they going to drive away a third-grade alchemist? They must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's liver. At least we didn't go too far. The three Aarons secretly wiped sweat from their foreheads, looking at Quentinby without blaming her, only feeling fortunate, even grateful. She did the right thing. A third-grade alchemist is a highly sought-after individual by all major powerhouses in the Alliance City, and they had obtained one effortlessly, even residing in their home. Yet they still refused and tried every method to drive him away. How ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Pill complete. At that moment, Hilary's eyes flashed sharply, shouting aloud. Simultaneously, he pulled, extinguishing the alchemy flame, and the furnace made a loud booming sound. Did the furnace explode? Bernard froze. Chapter 141. Peak third rank. Boil over. The lowest level mistake. This was absolutely unacceptable among alchemists. Especially for second and third rank pills, a single boil over could bring one's reputation to an all-time low. Once it became public knowledge, the person's reputation would be utterly ruined. Who would dare buy your pills then? The three Aaron patriarchs' eyes flickered, and Philippe and the others seemed to see some hope, making them feel a bit better. No. Suddenly, the furrowed Bernard's expression changed dramatically. Coyle saw Hilary's calm face, completely unperturbed. As the pill furnace opened, black pills emerged, not just one, but 10 in total. But as they appeared, those black pills began to crackle with a clicking sound, revealing cracks on their surface. These were pill clothes. Few people knew about this technique on the periphery, but within deeper circles, this method had already spread. However, few alchemists could accomplish it. Bernard could manage it, but barely so, let alone having all 10 pills in one furnace covered by pill clothes. Note, manchang is better translated as barely or with great difficulty in this context to ensure the sentence flows naturally in English. Revised. Bernard could barely manage it, but with great difficulty, let alone having all 10 pills in one furnace covered by pill clothes. This guy. Terrifying. Before the shock in his heart could dissipate, the outer layer of the 10 pills completely fell off, revealing pills that were perfectly round, crystal clear, and enveloped in a faint, pill mist. This is supreme quality. 10 pills, pill clothes, supreme quality. My heavens. Bernard truly didn't know how to evaluate Hilary. He was too shocked. Is this really a boy under 20? In the next moment, he quickly stepped forward and clasped his fists, bowing down 90 degrees from the heart, expressing genuine admiration. To each according to his ability, and Hilary far surpassed him. These pills are called law formation pills, capable of refining spiritual power and enhancing combat strength by 20%. Additionally, these pills have excellent healing effects. Will you take them to your auction? Do they qualify? Hilary asked. Going to the auction was secondary. He wanted Arwen to see his capability, value, and the pills. To that end, Hilary even brought out a relatively advanced pill formula. All of this was capital, enough to make Arwen wary, thereby increasing the chances of negotiation. His goal was to meet Arwen, to obtain fourth-rank pills. Bernard guessed this point, but maintained his composure, clapping his fists again. I couldn't be happier. Master Bernard, no need to be polite. We're brothel friends. Our relationship is very good. Bernard clasped his fists and then ran away at lightning speed with the pills. However, he only took 7 law formation pills, leaving the remaining 3 in Hilary's hands. To the 3 Aarons, my master, my sister. All the trouble you've taken for us. Coyle as a small token of appreciation. After today, I will leave this place with my master and sister to find another residence. Please do not stop us. Hilary handed over the 3 pills. At that moment, the faces of the 3 Aarons showed surprise as they gazed at the pills in amazement. But upon hearing Hilary's words, they retracted their extended hands as if electrified. Master Yi, isn't there a misunderstanding? The 7 Princes Manor welcomes you indeed. It's an honor for us to have you stay here. The 3 Aarons' attitude was extremely courteous. Hilary said with difficulty, I'm already prepared to leave. These 3 pills are gratitude, and once given, it's hard to retract. I hope the Aarons won't make things difficult for me. Sincerely, I mean it sincerely. Master, you must be joking. These 3 pills aren't gifts, they're sold. For 100,000, no, 300,000 each, we 3 will each take 1. In the future, if Master has more pills, we'll buy them at high prices. Please rest assured and stay here. The 3 Aarons spoke continuously, inwardly wailing. They weren't in the highest echelons and knew little, but driving away a third-rank alchemist, especially one so young, would be a grave offense. You see, Hilary wore a troubled look. This is what I should repay. How can I take your money? Taking money means owing the 7 Princes Manor, leading to dissatisfaction among others who think we're occupying resources. Clang. Philippe and the others directly prostrated themselves on the ground. This kid was stirring up trouble. They bowed repeatedly on the ground, the sounds of clack never ceasing. They showed utmost humility. Whoever dares to say a word against Master Yi, I'll twist off their head, Philippe loudly guaranteed, exerting effort that made his bottom hurt. Meanwhile, the 3 Aarons scolded them severely, punishing them harshly in front of Hilary. Finally, the 3 Aarons looked at Hilary with smiles, their gazes shifting to Quintonby, who decided to play dumb. How cold it is, I'll go back inside first. She turned around and left with a radiant smile. Oh, today feels so good. For days, because of Hilary's master and sister, he had been repeatedly admonished by the Aarons, losing face. Coyle was annoyed. Who does she think she is to endure this treatment? If it weren't for her age, he'd have smashed her long ago. Now, figure it out yourself. The 3 Aarons. Gentlemen, please accept it. Truly, after all, eating requires payment. Occupying resources without payment is not my style, especially when I fear further conflict. Hilary was sincere, almost pleading. Clank, clank, clank. Philippe and the others were almost in tears, banging their heads on the ground again. Brother, don't say any more. Do you still dare to use weapons? You wastrel, second son, third son, beat him. The Jace with a mole on his brow commanded, and heavy punches rained down. Philippe trio. So hard. Ultimately, Hilary was begged to accept 1,200,000 spirit crystals, calculated at 400,000 each, then those 3 pills. The 3 Aarons initially wanted to take them but felt awkward seeing Hilary's wink and hurriedly returned them. Master, this is a labor fee for staying at our house. The 3 Aarons clasped their fists repeatedly. Only then did they manage to leave, and turning their heads simultaneously, their lips twitched. Inwardly, they thought, too damn show-off, Too damn greedy, too damn helpless. A third-rank alchemist had immense utility, and being so young greatly increased his value, surpassing even Bernard. Could they let him go? Begging wasn't even fast enough. My spirit crystals. Hillary walked towards the room. Quentin stood at the door, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Speak. What? Speak. Quentin glared. I've told you before that Bernard begs to see me. I said several times. Didn't believe me? Hillary shrugged, not blaming himself. Brothel friend? Quentin blinked. Friend. Hillary replied seriously. Brothel friend? Friend. Don't misunderstand. Why didn't you explain to me? You wouldn't let me in, wouldn't let me eat. How could I explain? I'm hungry. I just finished refining pills. How tired? Are you sure it's friendship? Quentin stared. Hillary held up 4 fingers, pointing to the sky. I promise. Miss, Smoke Rain Towers. Miss Graceland seeks audience with Master Hillary. The old servant came running, shouting. Hillary. Note. A few idiomatic expressions or cultural references specific to Chinese were translated to convey similar meanings in English while maintaining the original tone. Hashtag Chapter 142. Donghua Gavin Jade Platform. Graceland wore a pink gossamer dress and carried a colorful veil that obscured her face. Coiler's skin was tender, and her gaze captivating, sometimes as pure as a maiden's, other times with the alluring charm of a mature woman. Hillary did not dare to receive her at the aide's residence, but instead brought her to a nearby tavern. They sat at a windowed spot on the top floor. Don't come to the aide's residence again next time, Hillary said. Afraid? Graceland asked with a smile. It wouldn't be good for our one-night stand to become public knowledge. What I mean is that we've only known each other for one night, Graceland replied. Graceland's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. Compared to that day, this woman seemed much more flirtatious and forward, showing a growing fondness towards Hillary. However, Hillary acted like a sage, avoiding eye contact and conversation with her, even bypassing any mention of music or instruments. This woman's background was not simple. That day, he had shaken her with his performance. She must have come today to pry information from him. Hillary wasn't in a rush either. The more she was eager, the calmer he remained. Coil would slowly gather information. The Dragon Pearl was no trivial matter. Openly mentioning it might lead to unexpected complications. As if sensing Hillary's thoughts, Graceland stopped talking and asked, Do you know why several major warlords and many top-tier forces want to secure a place in this alliance city? Hillary gave her a curious look. Is it because of you? Graceland was taken aback for a moment. This place wasn't originally called Alliance City but Donghua, named after the lake south of the city. Its fame spread far and wide, and eventually, the major warlords and top-tier forces settled here permanently, Graceland explained softly. What secret does Donghua hold? There's a Gavin Jade platform located in the center of the lake, an ancient structure of great importance to the major warlords. Each year, they hold the Cloudy Wind Gathering and pay homage to the platform, Graceland continued. They take it very seriously. Does the Gavin Jade platform have a secret? Hillary asked naively. If you're interested, tonight we can take a boat ride on the lake and admire the Gavin Jade platform, Graceland invited, leaving the rest unsaid to pique Hillary's interest. I won't go. I don't like being outside, especially on a boat. It's much more comfortable at home, Hillary thought. This woman coming to him so suddenly and inviting him to Donghua must have ulterior motives. I'll wait for you at Donghua tonight. Graceland's eyes sparkled enticingly. All right, but I'll bring Nyla. I'm afraid she'll get upset. She's a real troublemaker. Graceland's eyes flickered, glancing behind Hillary before smiling. She stood up and said, Dream Miss has excellent luck. With that, she bid farewell and gracefully left. Who's the troublemaker? Quentin leaned against Hillary, glaring. All women are troublemakers, Hillary replied mysteriously, lowering his voice. That woman isn't simple. I think she has some big secrets. Graceland is indeed famous. Even I've heard of her. And apparently, her Rain Mist Pavilion has backing from influential figures. Quentin became interested and asked, What secrets did she tell you? Tell me about Donghua. Quentin explained. This city was originally called Donghua. The major warlords discovered an ancient relic related to the Gavin Jade platform and thus occupied this area, renaming it Alliance City. Over the years, the warlords have been incredibly concerned about the Donghua Gavin Jade platform. They hold the Cloudy Wind Gathering annually and also worship the platform. Moreover, Gramjo Academy has sent people several times. This time, Grandfather mentioned that disciples from Gramjo Academy will be arriving too. Gramjo Academy. The top sanctuary and academy in Gramjo cares about this place? This secret must be significant. Gramjo Academy is the top sanctuary and academy in Gramjo. With so many geniuses among your first-tier warlords, why haven't they entered the academy? Hillary was curious. First, the academy attracts top geniuses from all over Gramjo and even beyond, giving priority to them. We might get fewer resources there than at home. Second, the academy has descendants of warlords, but not from our generation. They are older, above 25, a generation ahead of us. Hillary nodded. 15 is the best age for awakening bloodlines, and breaking through to the 5th level of the law realm at 25 means the beginning of rapid growth. Of course, below the 5th level of the law realm, it's considered the foundation building period for some warlord factions. After completing the foundation building, entering the academy comes with greater safety and solid groundwork, reducing excessive reliance on academy resources. What about Regina? She's the Gerardo family's gem, the most outstanding person under 25. Actually, she was already specially recruited by the academy but refused to go, waiting for her brother. Also, the Gerardo family thinks she's still young and immature, so they allowed it. And you? Quentin glared at Hillary. If I hadn't joined the outer circle, I would have gone to the academy already. Then you'd have nothing to do with me. Coily, I think you're speaking my mind, Hillary added. Good thing you didn't go. Quentin dropped her raised hand, giving Hillary a glance before saying, I'll follow you to cause trouble tonight. No, I don't get close to strange women. That woman harbors ill intentions towards me. Hillary was serious. I'll protect you. If she tries anything funny, I'll throw her into the lake to feed the fish, Quentinby said fiercely, standing up and gesturing, come home with me. Sure thing. Finishing his meal quickly, Hillary stood up and followed Quentinby, who added, are you sure no one else is around? Nope, not a single woman left. Hillary swore to the heavens. Back at the aide's residence, old servant Zhang came again. Coyle glanced at Hillary, who looked miserable. Before Zhang could speak, Hillary interrupted, get rid of her. Before Zhang took a step, he turned back. Wait, Hillary asked, who is it? Zhang answered, Presley, requesting an audience with young Master Yi. Jameson was puzzled. How many were there, one after another? How much can his body handle? Hillary waved his hand. Just get rid of her quickly. Jameson backed off, but couldn't prevent Cassandra from arriving, accompanied by a white-clothed man who appeared before Hillary and Quentinby. The white-clothed man was courteous, with regular features. Coyle smiled at Hillary, then looked at Quentinby. Sister, long time no see. Bodhi, I didn't expect you to return from the academy. You're here for the Gavin Jade platform Cloudy Wind gathering, Quentinby replied without much expression. Bodhi smiled, indeed, but it's not just me. Senior brother Chin and others will arrive tomorrow. Coyle sends his regards and even misses you. Quentinby narrowed her eyes. Presley, let's catch up later. Bodhi bowed to Cassandra, then looked at Hillary and Quentinby, leaving a mysterious smile. Especially when looking at Hillary, his smile was full of mischief. What a little sneak. Hillary made his clear judgment. Hashtag chapter 143. A single savage slash. Hillary, you're really still alive. Cassandra had waited for the sword deity yesterday, but he never appeared. This morning, she was waiting again and received news that Hillary had returned. This was unexpected, very unexpected, beyond everyone's imagination. No one could explain it, but he was alive and well. Are you disappointed? Hillary asked, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Cassandra showed no emotion and replied, your master came to see me. I don't want to deliver myself to be spurned. Neither does my master. Scram. Hillary didn't intend to waste words with this woman. There was nothing more to say. Cassandra gritted her teeth. Even though the sword deity hadn't shown up yesterday, she had already been humiliated, feeling even more disgraced than if he had come. Adon's message hit her right in the heart. Unworthy, bare-faced humiliation. Hillary, we should talk about this, Cassandra said, forcing patience. With the sword deity, she couldn't afford to take chances. Scram. This time it was Quentinby's voice, like a slap in the face, leaving Cassandra's complexion ugly. Though her status within her family wasn't high, she was favored in young legate, possessing natural talent, an alluring figure, and a captivating face. When had she ever endured such treatment? Scram. Two cold voices rang out simultaneously. Virgil and Clifford arrived, both glaring angrily, harboring deep hatred for this woman. Feeling as if slapped multiple times in succession, Cassandra's face turned ghastly pale, her jaw clenched tightly before turning around. Coiler's steps were heavy, her complexion ghostly white. She had been chased away. After sending Cassandra off, Hillary immediately devoted himself to cultivation. In this city filled with experts, having powerful strength was the most reliable thing. Especially with the hint from his master. Tomorrow's Janyun gathering would have a fire spirit beneficial to Alicia. Coyle looked forward to it eagerly. Meanwhile, although Quentinby cared for him, the aide's intentions might not be genuine. Even as an alchemist, this remained true. Still, the same old saying stood. When interests intersect, anything is possible. Coyle wanted to control everything, handle everything with ease, and what he needed was formidable cultivation. Now, Hillary was already at half-step Dermic realm, close to reaching the Dermic realm. Coyle wanted to break through as quickly as possible. Thus, he continued cultivating until dusk. Afterward, Hillary and Quentinby left the aide's mansion, strolling on the streets for a while before riding their Gavin Jade horse to South Lake after dark. Looking around, the lake's surface stretched vast and magnificent, the moonlight casting shimmering ripples across the water, creating a stunning view. In the center of the lake, a Gavin Jade platform shrouded in moonlight stood misty and mysterious. No one was allowed within 100 paces of it. By the side of South Lake, many people had already gathered. This place was beloved by young couples who enjoyed playing in the water, boating on the lake, and where stylish scholars liked to flirt with girls. Hillary and Quentinby circled around without spotting Gracelyn. She hadn't arrived yet. Laughter echoed over the lake, with some reciting poetry, others accompanying songs. Quentinby gazed at the water longingly and said, Hillary, let's paddle the boat together. Do you paddle or do I? Ignore you. Hillary rented a small boat and paddled gently into the water, the cool breeze blowing against them. Quentinby sat at the bow, her small feet dangling in the water, occasionally glancing back at the man paddling behind her, giggling charmingly. Hillary, Quentinby's tone suddenly turned serious. Perhaps days like this will be few in the future. I might have to go to the Imperial Academy. Because of that Chin Sr.? Gregor, a great prodigy at the Imperial Academy, he's very strong. Isabella might not be his match. Quentinby stared intently at Hillary. If you want to go, I'll send you. If you don't want to go, then don't. What if someone forces me to go? I won't allow it. Hillary stated solemnly. Do you like me? Quentinby looked at Hillary expectantly. No. Hillary shook his head. Quentinby's eyes welled up with tears. But a voice in my heart tells me to protect little Nyla, Hillary said, half-jokingly. Quentinby laughed, turned her head, her feet swinging in the water, while silent tears slid down her cheeks. Taking a lap around the lake, Hillary tried to get closer to the Gavin Jade platform. It was huge, crowned with a colossal structure. That place was known as the Gavin Jade Pavilion. Only the top performers at the Janyun gathering had the privilege to enter, rumor had it, with great benefits. Hillary observed carefully. The Gavin Jade platform glowed brightly under the moonlight, enveloped in a misty radiance, but something felt eerily chilling about it. Even Hillary's heart grew cold. Something's wrong. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Under the glow, the platform exuded an eerie aura, and on its side facing them, there were marks of various weapons: swords, spears, sabers, and lances. Someone had slashed the Gavin Jade platform. That is, a single savage slash. Suddenly, Hillary noticed a distinct saber mark. His heart trembled, eyes wide open. It was a trace left by the single savage slash. And this cut belonged to his father. Connected by blood, this saber mark could not be mistaken. Coyle was certain. Absolutely certain. Father. Hillary stared, his blood churning. The saber mark seemed to emit a supreme saber chi, resonating with him. His father had been here, slashing the Gavin Jade platform. This was the single savage slash, his father's most fearsome move. The saber chi connected through space, and in Hillary's mind, an image surfaced, the tall, heroic figure holding a saber aloft, cutting through everything in dazzling brilliance. Hillary, what's wrong? The boat rocked unsteadily on the water. Staring at the Gavin Jade platform, Hillary seemed lost in thought, surprising Quentin. Ignoring her, Hillary focused on the saber mark. The image in his mind grew clearer. He was comprehending the saber technique, inherited from afar by his father. This moment, from the building on the Gavin Jade platform called the Gavin Jade Pavilion, a powerful aura emerged. There were experts present. Hillary snapped back to reality, instantly regaining his composure. The aura did not lock onto him, and other people were also nearby on the lake. Hillary, are you okay? Quentin was worried. Fine. Suppressing the shock within, Hillary paddled the boat back to shore. Coyle must visit the Gavin Jade platform, since his father had been here. There might be clues there about his father. Where was he? Coyle forced himself to calm down, returning to normal. Accompanying Quentin ashore, he scanned the surroundings, still finding no sign of Gracelyn. She's standing us up? She's not standing us up. Quentin pointed to a graceful silhouette under the moonlight, with several men in front of her. Really? That's a shame. Hillary shook his head. At that moment, Gracelyn looked toward them. Those men in front of her were bothering her. She was in trouble. She gave a pleading look. Hillary nodded at her, then pulled Quentin and decisively turned around, acting as if he saw nothing. Gracelyn. Please note that characters' names have been kept consistent with their pinyin transliterations, and the overall narrative style has been maintained for coherence and flow. Hashtag chapter 144, Assassin. From a distance, Hillary heard the sound of teeth grinding, followed by a splash. In the next moment, a graceful figure appeared before him. Lord Yi, you are heartless. I didn't draw my blade because I believed you could handle it on your own. If I had interfered, it would have been disrespectful. Hillary glanced at Nanhui Lake, wondering if those people were freezing. Constance did not elaborate but asked, Lord Yi must have observed the Gavin Jade Terrace. Did you notice anything peculiar? Hillary stared at her, waiting for her to continue. Constance smiled and said, the Gavin Jade Terrace has existed for over 300 years. Once, its ancient ruins emitted a blood-red light, causing thousands to fall into the lake, and none survived. So that's why it feels so sinister, Hillary remarked. Quentin added, similar incidents occurred 3 times, resulting in massive casualties. Corpses floated on the lake surface, but after dominant forces and first-tier powers stationed here, such occurrences never happened again. Constance shook her head. There was one instance, but it was promptly stopped by a demigod, who suppressed the Gavin Jade Terrace's blood light. How do you know? Quentin eyed her suspiciously. Hillary also glanced at the beauty, who stood bare-shouldered in the autumn breeze. Constance smiled, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she said, because I acted. You're saying you're a demigod? Quentin squinted, examining Constance closely, feeling some disdain for this courtesan. Hillary was also curious and looked over. Did she really act? Was she a demigod? What a joke. Yes, I once had the power of a demigod, Constance nodded. But it wasn't my own strength. It was from a fragment of a dragon pearl. Hillary's eyes flashed. Coyle suppressed his impulse, knowing this woman had powerful backing and formidable strength that day. His identity spread in Boicheng, revealing he was Han's son with dragon lock. Did she know? Deliberately talking nonsense here? I placed the dragon pearl fragment at the bottom of the lake, which brought peace. However, recently, I feel it's becoming unstable. Constance revealed many secrets. You? My grandfather doesn't even know these things, nor do the major powers. How can we believe you? Quentin didn't trust her. I mention this for the first time. Whether Miss Bowie believes me or not is not my concern. She glanced at Hillary. Hillary cursed inwardly. This woman was tempting him. She knew he wanted the dragon pearl. The dragon pearl is at the lake's bottom. Did she want him to go down? Go to hell. Had his father come here and used the horizontal slash solely for the dragon pearl fragment? Suddenly, a dangerous presence approached. Although fleeting, Hillary sensed it clearly and narrowed his eyes. At the same moment, Miss Constance, voices echoed from afar as several men in white approached, some still wet and looking unfriendly. My apologies, Eduardo. Although speaking to Wong, Constance glanced at Hillary and continued, I spent a delightful night boating with Lord Yi. Let's meet another time. With that, she flew away without waiting for Eduardo to approach. This woman could fly. Without hesitation, Hillary grabbed Quentin and turned to leave, but they were already blocked. You're the guest Miss Constance mentioned? My men came to invite you, but were thrown into the lake? Eduardo was clearly displeased. Although not local, he arrived for tomorrow's assembly. As a member of a first-tier force, his brother was a disciple of Gramjo College and well connected with the dominant powers, giving him face in Boicheng. Now, his face was utterly ruined. All because of this pretty boy. Were you the one forbidding her from accompanying me? Eduardo glared at Hillary, his expression growing colder, while his followers looked hostile. Hillary cursed Constance for putting him in this predicament, but decided against small talk. Coyle drew his blade, staring at Eduardo. Draw your weapon. You dare. The blade flashed brightly, and Quentinby's hammer unleashed terrifying energy. Eduardo quickly backed off, turning to leave. Hillary and Quentinby exchanged glances. Not right. Suddenly, Hillary's expression changed. The danger he sensed earlier wasn't from Eduardo. That dangerous presence returned. Run. Hurry. Coyle pulled Quentinby, racing away. She tried to follow but couldn't catch up. Hillary swiftly disappeared, twisting through alleys, but the dangerous presence remained. Not just one, but two. His eyes flashed. Blocked ahead, he turned back toward the lake. Before reaching it, a bloody sword lunged at him. A silver-clad man. Unfazed, Hillary's dragon-patterned saber whistled out, meeting the blood-soaked blade with full might. Silver robes. Boom. The forceful collision pushed Hillary back, yet he held his ground. The silver-clad man was visibly shocked. Then, the second blood blade struck for Hillary's forehead. Two silver-robed assassins. Lauha wasn't here. No one to block the blades. Though Hillary hadn't broken into the law realm, he could battle a fifth-rank law realm warrior, one-on-one, without flying. Now, there were two, both hovering mid-air. Reacting quickly, Hillary deflected the blade aimed at his forehead while unleashing the fifth slash of the reversing dragon's 7 killing blade. However, the second blood blade arrived. With gritted teeth, Hillary unleashed the sixth slash. Reversing dragon's 7 killing blade, 6 slash. 1 slash knocked the blood blade away, fighting a fifth-rank law realm warrior. But facing two attackers simultaneously, one from each direction, while in midair, Hillary suffered a significant disadvantage. The assassins aimed to kill mercilessly. Under immense pressure. Give it all. Roaring furiously, black light flickered from Hillary's brow as the reversing dragon scale emerged. His vitality burned, releasing tremendous energy. Boom. A blade struck his back. Without looking, Hillary gripped his saber with both hands, the reversing dragon scale flashing. Coyle slashed forward fiercely. Roar. Dragon roars resonated. Reversing dragon 7 killing blade. 6 slash. Boom. The saber's light sliced through the blood blade, sending it flying. The assassin's eyes widened in shock and fear. Simultaneously, Hillary launched a rapid strike, leaping forward as the second blood blade nearly pierced his back, but missed by an inch. Continuing forward, Hillary soared upwards with 1,000-foot leap. Hovering mid-air, he executed the leap from a rooftop, propelling himself skyward. The leading assassin, still reeling from the earlier blow, watched Hillary soar up, shock evident on his face. Kill! Hillary shouted, his saber flashing. Recalling his father's aerial strike, he mimicked it and slashed viciously. Horizontal slice. Note: please inform me if you'd like adjustments or any additional context preserved from the original text. Chapter 145, Confrontation. Blood sprayed into the air, falling from the sky. A single, ruthless slash. His blade cleaved through everything. The silver-cloaked assassin, dead. But this slash, fueled by the reverse dragon scale and every ounce of Hillary's strength, left him utterly drained, his body like a hollow shell. Powerless, he fell to the ground. However, Hillary gritted his teeth. Despite his exhausted body, he dashed forward at an incredible speed. The second silver-cloaked assassin's sword came down towards him. Without looking back, he propelled his damaged body towards the lake, while sword lights erupted continuously behind him, drawing attention. Someone had arrived. The assassins were wary and hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, while Hillary reached the lakeside. With a splash, he jumped directly into the southern lake. This commotion attracted more people, but no one saw the assassin. Instead, someone shouted, someone fell into the lake. Soon after, the crowd dispersed. Suicide attempts were commonplace here. Reasons ranged from betrayal to life pressures, or even loss of spirit crystals. Such incidents weren't surprising, and given that everyone here was a cultivator with varying levels of power, many people swam around the lake and returned. The hidden assassin vanished. Just then, Quentinby and several experts from the aide's mansion arrived. They had encountered each other nearby and hurried back. The murderous aura alerted Quentinby that Hillary was in danger. However, by the time the aide's mansion's experts arrived, the assassin had already left, and Hillary was nowhere to be seen. They searched around the lake, but found no trace of him. Quentinby was extremely worried, her face dark with concern. Go back and get more people. Find him. If you see the assassin, kill them immediately. The icy lake water stimulated Hillary's pores. Despite his drained body, he could still hold his breath underwater for a short time. Coyle swam deeper into the lake, waiting until the noise on the shore subsided, indicating no one was searching for him anymore. That dangerous feeling Hillary had couldn't be felt anymore, yet he dared not assume the assassin had truly left. So, he remained hidden in the lake bottom. After about 15 minutes, Hillary felt he couldn't hold on much longer and began moving toward the surface. Suddenly, Jihao, Hillary sensed an incredibly cold and terrifying aura spreading through the lake water. It wasn't the assassin's presence but something unique and horrific, as if it came from the netherworld. Let me out. A voice whispered near his ear, causing Hillary's face to change drastically. As he listened carefully, the voice vanished again. Daring not to hesitate, he quickly rose. Suddenly, the voice sounded again. Let me out. Let me out. The voice was eerie and terrifying, unpredictable, as if it were both close and distant. Not only did it enter his ears, but it also struck his soul intensely, like sharp needles piercing into his consciousness. In agony, Hillary screamed underwater, but the influx of water drowned the sound and nearly caused him to sink further. In unbearable pain, he bit his tongue to stay alert, then swam rapidly upward, breaking the surface with a splash. Taking a deep breath of the cool air above the lake, Hillary crawled out onto the shore, panting heavily. No one paid him any attention. They continued their leisurely activities. Nearby, a couple was taking advantage of the sparse trees cover for intimate moments. Hillary didn't have the heart to watch. His mind was still reeling from the mysterious voice. What was that thing? Neither male nor female, unknown biological entity, its origin indiscernible. It seemed both far away and close, terrifying like a haunting whisper penetrating his mind. Pain. Excruciating pain. For a moment, Hillary felt as if his head would explode. Breathing heavily and regaining some strength, he glanced towards the nearby woods and quickly fled the area. Inside the Gavin Jade Pavilion, 5 errands sat solemnly. These were the experts assigned by the 5 dominant powers for night duty. Their expressions were grave. Earlier, the Gavin Jade platform had trembled, emitting faint knife energy which instantly dissipated and vanished without a trace. Just now, the platform shook again, and red light flickered in the surrounding waters, disappearing swiftly. What's going on? Who came? Or is there something beneath the lake? The men were unsure but knew the situation wasn't simple and required constant vigilance. Very few knew exactly what needed to be guarded here. It's unpredictable, but tomorrow is the Wind Cloud meeting, and the ritual should stabilize the Gavin Jade platform. These matters should be reported. We cannot be careless. If anything goes wrong, we will be held responsible. With their eyes closed, they used their spiritual senses meticulously, not daring to relax. Hillary ran far from the scene. His blood churned, drained by the intense battle. Coyle took out the treasure brought by Bernard and consumed spirit crystals, rapidly restoring his stamina. From 0 to full power, an immense surge of energy made Hillary feel an opportunity was upon him. Breakthrough to the Dermic realm. Yet, the whereabouts of the assassin were uncertain, making Hillary cautious. Coyle hastened back to the aide's mansion. Outside, Quentin B was anxiously waiting, having dispatched many experts. Clifford and Virgil had sent search parties, and 3 clan errands were mobilized. Still, there was no news. However, a few unexpected guests arrived, welcomed by Bodhi. Brother Ning, the tall man greeted, smiling as he bowed, with a white-clothed man following behind. It was Ernst. Scanning the area, he spotted Quentin B and his expression soured. Bitch, he cursed. Quentin B glared angrily. Bodhi appeared beside the man and slapped him, sending Ernst flying. Anton narrowed his eyes as Bodhi introduced, Junior Brother Wong. This is my sister, Quentin B of the aide's mansion, granddaughter of Ignatius Wiley. Anton's face changed. The Bowie family was the main lineage of the aide's mansion, with Ignatius Wiley long stationed in the city. Crucially, senior brother Hyman was not to be trifled with. Slapping Ernst hard again, he scolded, "Damn it, blind idiot." Ernst felt bitter, thinking this was supposed to be about reclaiming lost pride. Why not find an excuse? Seeing a man running over, he pointed and lied, I made a mistake. I was looking for him," pointing to a bloodied, soaking wet man rushing towards them. Quentinby's face lit up. Hillary. Bodhi smiled and moved aside, saying, "This has nothing to do with me." Anton narrowed his eyes, while Ernst stepped forward to block Hillary. "Boy, let's settle our accounts." Slap. Without a word, Hillary slapped Ernst, sending him flying over 100 meters away, landing unconscious. Inside, Hillary's voice was unusually heavy. Hashtag chapter 146, a night of shaking. Hillary ran at full speed, absorbing a vast amount of essence into his body. The barrier of the law realm was being torn apart, and he felt excruciating pain all over. His state was very poor. While there was no barrier in the spirit realm, the law realm had one, and it was extremely difficult to break through. At this moment, those energies were surging, pushing forward intensely. Hillary felt that if he didn't burst through, he would explode. Unbearable. So unbearable. His entire body ached. This brother. Where did my younger brother offend you that you used such a cruel hand? Anton walked over with a cold face. Since Bodhi wasn't interfering, this person must pay the price. Hillary glanced at him. Law realm 5th level? Anton smiled smugly. Indeed. Let's go. Hillary didn't say much. Under Quentinby's protection, he directly entered the aide's mansion and then went into her courtyard. Quentinby decisively stepped out, standing guard outside the door. Hillary told her that he had reached a critical moment for breakthrough. She needed to stand guard. Shortly after, Bodhi and Anton arrived with several others. "Miss Bowie, please tell that person inside. He can escape today, but not forever. It would be better to face me." Anton stepped forward and sneered. Hillary didn't dare make a sound and simply left. Wasn't that fear? Moreover, as a Scholar Palace disciple who had reached the Law Realm 5th level, he didn't regard ordinary people. Plus, on their way here, Bodhi said some things that made him feel he had to do something. It involved senior brother Hyman's face. Humph! Quentinby gave a cold snort. At that moment, the door burst open, and Hillary came out again, his face grim. "Change the place." Quentinby nodded. Hillary needed more essence. Without essence, he couldn't break through. Coyle wouldn't be able to tear down the barrier. Coyle would explode if hindered. Very dangerous. "Boy, face me." Anton approached, sneering, looking down on Hillary like he was an ant. Hillary glanced at him with an unpleasant expression. Then Quentinby stepped forward and said solemnly, "No time to deal with you." She quickly took Hillary away, leaving Anton no chance to say more. Coyle growled, "A good-for-nothing pretty boy hiding behind a woman." Bodhi said, "That guy isn't simple in combat. One of my relatives from the Ning family, a Law Realm 4th level cultivator, couldn't withstand a single slash from him. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm now at the peak of the 5th level. Dealing with this is effortless, and I will handle this matter for senior brother Chin." Anton sneered. This was a great opportunity to get close to senior brother Chin. Coyle wouldn't miss it. "Fine, after all, I am from the aide's mansion, and Nyla is my sister. It's not appropriate for me to say or do much," Bodhi replied with a faint smile. Coyle didn't reveal Hillary's identity as an alchemist, knowing everything about it, even details about the sword god. But he kept quiet, letting Anton take action. "Follow them, and see what they're doing." "That boy seems a bit off," Anton suggested. Go. The two moved forward, following the scent to a purple building in front of them, the cultivation chamber of the aide's mansion. As the two arrived, the building seemed to shake slightly. Upon closer inspection, it was shaking severely. Bodhi asked, who went in? An errand by the door bowed and said, Miss Bowie and young master, you went in, and then the building started shaking. Bodhi squinted. Anton's face darkened. Crack, crack, crack. The building continued to shake rhythmically, one beat after another. By midnight, Clifford and Wade returned, learning that Hillary had come back. They approached the place. Who's inside? Clifford was surprised. Why was the cultivation room always shaking? The errand repeated his previous words and added, it has been shaking for more than 2 hours. Clifford. Wade narrowed his eyes. Your sister and Hillary went in, and the room started shaking. What are they doing? Clifford looked at him coldly. What do you think? Wade frowned and pondered. Hard to say. Scram. The cultivation room shook throughout the night without stopping, and the rhythm was quite consistent, once, twice, thrice. Everyone was worried it would collapse the place. Finally, at dawn, the cultivation room stopped shaking, and a young girl emerged, drenched in sweat. This night exhausted me to death. Quentinby wiped her sweat and saw everyone staring at her with wide eyes, a little surprised. What? What did you do? Clifford stepped forward and whispered. This building shook all night. You should be careful. Quentinby turned to look at the cultivation room, and then back at Clifford. Their eyes met. Boom. Clifford was sent flying by a hammer strike. What nonsense are you thinking? With an icy face, Quentinby planted the large hammer on the ground and twisted her waist. Truly exhausted. Everyone. Inside the cultivation room, Hillary sat cross-legged, covered in blood. Last night, his pores continuously spewed fresh blood. Tearing down the law realm barrier was difficult. His body trembled all night under the energy collisions, and his breath constantly leaked outward. If not for Quentinby suppressing him fiercely, he might have shaken the building down. Coyle could feel Quentinby being thrown back by his aftermath repeatedly, but still rushing up to suppress his trembling. Thanks to her. Experience gained. When breaking through major realms next time, I know how to handle it. My breakthrough isn't ordinary. Hillary felt lucky. In yesterday's situation, insufficient preparation nearly suffocated him. Thankfully, with the Dragon God inheritance, Hillary knew how to respond quickly, plus the cultivation room provided additional essence, leading to success. Law realm. Hillary was now fully in the law realm. Feeling his fists, his strength had increased significantly, and his spirit power had fundamentally changed into law power. Simultaneously, with the Black Dragon art, this cultivation method was extremely profound, making his law power incredibly pure and superior to general law realm cultivators by several levels. Law power varied in strength, related to cultivation methods and constitutions. Regardless of constitution, the deeper the cultivation method, the purer and stronger the refined law power, increasing its potency. The Black Dragon art, derived from the Dragon God, was absolutely dominant. Later, Hillary's dragon blood was further refined, his bloodline making slight progress, but this small improvement was significant, getting closer to the divine level. Coyle sat silently to adjust his breathing and opened his eyes after 15 minutes, stood up, and changed into a clean black robe before stepping out. Outside, Quentinby squatted on the ground resting, and those in front of her looked at her oddly, especially Bodhi and Anton, whose faces were grim. At that moment, the main character finally appeared. Hillary faced everyone as if nothing happened, waved casually, and said, "Good morning, everyone." Everyone. Chapter 147. Even flying won't coil up. It's not early anymore, is it? From last night until now, can it still be considered early? Everyone thought this in their hearts. Actually, many admired the guy secretly. He was truly impressive. Jameson from the entrance approached Hillary and nodded, saying, compared to the integration technique of Young Legate, it's no less remarkable. At that moment, a cold gaze landed on them. A man stepped forward, shouting, "Pretty boy, let's see how you dodge this time." Anton. Hillary recognized him. This was the one who had been relentlessly provoking him last night. Coyle didn't expect that after a whole night, this guy was still around. Looking for a beating? I'm not dodging. I utterly despise you. Hillary spoke his true feelings, genuinely irritated by this sick individual. Do we even know each other? Your brother ran off on his own. What does that have to do with me? Humph. Anton's eyes turned icy cold as he stepped forward, pointing at Hillary. Let's settle your brother's debt. How do you plan to settle it? With fists. Anton advanced, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The kid dared to touch someone untouchable, so death was certain. Hillary moved forward and raised his fist. At this point, Clifford intervened, lowering his voice. Disciple of Gramjo Academy. Ellison added, endure if you can. Quentinby also chimed in, let's retreat for now. Academy disciples held a significant status. Besides that, Anton was at the 5th level of the Dermic realm, nearly at its peak. Coyle practiced advanced methods and doctrines within the academy, making Hillary uncertain of victory against him. Moreover, having labored all night, did he even have the energy left? Hillary didn't say much. Anton sneered, what, planning to run again? I'm giving you a chance. I won't beat you up today. Hillary narrowed his eyes. Coyle wasn't afraid of the 5th level Dermic realm expert. With his current strength, even flying wouldn't help anyone. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, Anton charged forward, stirring up a violent wind with his breath. Quentinby, Quintontal Devon, and Big Bald couldn't help but step back. Indeed, this man was terrifying. His aura wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. But Hillary stood his ground. When Anton reached him, their eyes met. Anton was aggressively disrespectful, saying disdainfully, you're nothing but a useless piece of trash. Public humiliation. So? Hillary stared at him. Just try moving, and I'll slap you. Anton was arrogant, completely disregarding Hillary, treating him like clay to be molded or a scapegoat to be ridiculed. Hillary's response was simple. He took a step forward. I moved. Boom. Before the sound faded, a terrifying gale swirled as air exploded. Anton lifted his palm, and an image of a crane accompanied it. A crane shadow hand, 5th rank profound technique? Someone exclaimed in shock. Following the voice, the crane image shot towards Hillary's face, tearing apart his mouth. Just as everyone predicted, a loud, ear-piercing slap echoed through the air, followed by blood spattering and a body flying backward. However, upon closer inspection, everyone's faces changed dramatically, even wide-eyed in disbelief. At this moment, Hillary's body moved once more. In a single step, his palm rose again, accompanied by a whistling sound, delivering another slap. Smack. The sound was incredibly clear, with blood spurting out once more. Before the figure could stabilize, it flew back yet again, even emitting a pained howl. And this was not the end. On the third strike, Hillary's figure seemed to glide forward at lightning speed, delivering smack. A striking 5-finger mark appeared over the eyes, nose, and mouth, flying backward, blood spattering. Anton couldn't stabilize himself at all, maybe not even having time to react. After the third slap landed, his body soared into the sky with a powerful force field enveloping him. Coil was riding the wind. Only then did astonished voices erupt around him, incredulous eyes falling on Hillary. How domineering. This was the state after a night of exhaustion? Impressive. A 5th-level Dermic Realm practitioner, near peak, and an academy disciple, receiving 3 consecutive slaps without even retaliating. This was simply crushing domination. Absolute crushing. Quintonby, Clifford, Ellison, all stared wide-eyed, amazed by this guy's extraordinary power. Coil had surged ahead, leaving them far behind. Bodhi narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat impressed. However, raising his gaze to look at Anton, he remained calm. 5th-level Dermic Realm practitioners can ride the wind. Even flying wouldn't help anyone. Even though Anton's frontal combat strength might be inferior, being at a high altitude gave him a natural advantage. You. Up in the sky, Anton's voice was enraged, almost fuming. His face was pitiful. This was the last thing he ever expected. In his view, suppressing this kid should be as easy as squashing an ant. This was the main reason he had waited here overnight. Coil always believed Hillary feared him, but now, not only did Hillary show no fear, but he slapped him 3 times viciously. For him, this was an unbearable humiliation. After all, he was an academy disciple, and a 5th-level Dermic Realm practitioner. One last chance, Scram. Hillary barely glanced at him, scanning Quintonby and the others, signaling that it was time to leave. However, as his words fell, a blinding sword light descended swiftly, slashing directly towards Hillary. The sword beam shone brightly and was blindingly sharp. If struck, even being split in half on the spot would be reasonable. A killing move. The 3 errands from Prince Chi's mansion grew wary immediately, but at that moment, Hillary darted away and looked up, his tone icy. Don't know how to cherish? Looking for death. Anton, thoroughly humiliated, showed no fear. At that moment, all he wanted was to kill this kid and wash away the disgrace. But as his murderous intent flared, Hillary moved again below. Coil rushed forward with unparalleled speed. With a powerful stomp, the ground cracked, and his body shot upwards, drawing gasps and even bloodshot eyes from the crowd as he ascended while continuously stepping midair. Coil actually glided upward gracefully. In the Dermic realm, practitioners generated Dharma power, allowing for short periods of gliding at the 5th level. Joined to Hillary's refined Dharma power, his gliding distance was much longer than average. Moreover, with his exceptional insight, he performed the 1,000-foot leap while airborne. Coil ascended into the heavens. Reaching the same height, he floated midair. At that moment, his saber burst into a dazzling glow, slicing horizontally. A sweeping slash. What audacity! With 4 words left hanging in the air, his brief suspension ended, and his body plummeted from the sky. All eyes were fixed on the sky. When Hillary rose, Anton had already begun to retreat rapidly. By the time Hillary matched his height, Anton had retreated 100 feet. Just then, Hillary swung his saber. But the horizontal slash was swift. That instant, blood sprayed. Hashtag chapter 148. The bewildered senior brother Quentin. Go! Leaving the ground, Hillary didn't even bother to acknowledge the others. Coil simply waved his hand and led Quintonby and a few others away. But at this moment, someone approached from the front. It was a man in white attire with an amused smile on his face. Coil blocked Hillary's path. At the same time, he glanced forward to see a body plummeting down, blood spraying out as it fell. It was Anton. A stark knife wound ran across his chest, nearly severing him in 2. His injuries were grievous beyond measure. Don't move. The newcomer cast a glance at Hillary before stepping forward toward Anton, who lay half dead on the ground. Worthless. These 2 words were his verdict. His gaze turned icy cold. For a 5th-rank Dermic realm cultivator standing high in the sky to be slashed down like that, it was a disgrace to the academy. Anton was in excruciating pain. The fresh blood from the chest wound kept spurting out. Had it been just a bit deeper, his internal organs would have shattered. At this moment, he felt overwhelming fear. That guy was unimaginably powerful, and that strike was unstoppable, fueled by formidable Dermic power. Senior brother Quentin, Bodhi stepped forward, saluting with a fist salute. The man didn't say much. With a flick of his finger, he opened his storage ring, and a pill flew out, landing beside Anton. This isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. It's a 3rd-rank elixir, but its effects are extraordinary. Taking it will ensure your survival. Senior brother Quentin felt a twinge of pain parting with it, but after all, they were fellow students of the academy. If he let Anton die without helping, it would tarnish the academy's reputation even more. Thank you, senior brother. Anton hastily picked up the pill, swallowing it whole. As it dissolved, a radiant glow enveloped his body, instantly stopping the bleeding and healing the wounds. Its efficacy was indeed terrifying. The three patriarchs from the aide's manor were stunned and gnashed their teeth, feeling as if their hearts were bleeding. This pill was far more powerful than they imagined. You aren't weak, Senior Brother Quentin turned to look at Hillary, who had injured a 5th-rank Dermic Realm cultivator despite being only 1st rank. That was no small feat. But Hillary ignored him completely, his attention focused on the pill. Did you go to the elixir pavilion? Hillary asked him. Do you care about the pill? Senior Brother Quentin's lips curved into an amused smile. This pill isn't something an ordinary person can obtain. Yesterday, the elixir pavilion put out 7 pills, and I spent a whopping 90,000 divine crystals to secure just 2. This pill is called the creation pill, a 3rd-rank one, but its effects are frightening. According to the auctioneer, even Master Arwen praised it endlessly. You should know Master Arwen. Anything he praises isn't simple. Whoever can refine such a pill must be an outstanding alchemy master, role model for our generation. Senior Brother Quentin praised while his gaze shifted back to Hillary. I can give you an opportunity. Follow me, and I'll gift you one of these pills. Hillary's strength indeed impressed him. Bringing back such a servant would be a great honor. Thank you. Hillary nodded, but before Senior Brother Quentin could revel in his gratitude, Hillary waved his hand again, leading Quentinby and the others forward once more. Senior Brother Quentin frowned, then vanished from the spot, reappearing in front of Hillary. What does that mean? I thank you for your evaluation of the pill. Hillary nodded. Senior Brother Quentin furrowed his brow. At this moment, Bodhi seemed to realize something, changing his expression as he was about to step forward. But a few people were already approaching from afar. They walked hurriedly. Brother Bernard. Seeing the newcomers, Senior Brother Quentin greeted them with a fist salute and a smile. We had a delightful chat yesterday. In the future, we should spar again. No, more accurately, I hope Brother Bernard can guide me further. I'm not far from reaching 3rd rank. Coyle was also an alchemist, somewhat renowned, just a step away from 3rd rank. For someone his age, this was quite remarkable. But Bernard merely smiled and gave a casual salute without saying much. Meanwhile, Hillary had already walked past them, looking somewhat arrogant as he extended his hand and said, Money? His behavior contrasted sharply with Senior Brother Quentin's courteous demeanor. Annoyed, Senior Brother Quentin narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. Ridiculous. Then he looked at Bernard. Brother Bernard, don't mind him. Coyle's a servant I just took in. Coyle doesn't know respect or manners. I'll discipline him later. While speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at Hillary, implying that if not for him, Bernard would kill Hillary. However, Hillary gave him a disdainful glare. Bernard was surprised as he stared at Senior Brother Quentin. You, just now, took in a servant? His voice was filled with disbelief, shock, and unprecedented surprise. Is this possible? It's not finalized yet. I haven't easily taken in any servants. Based on his performance today, maybe I won't proceed with it. Senior Brother Quentin held his head high, acting as if accepting Hillary as a servant was a favor, and this favor depended on certain conditions. If Hillary wasn't wise enough to lower his head and admit his mistakes, he was unworthy of following him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hillary didn't want to waste time on his pretentious act anymore. Then he glanced at Bernard. Stop stalling. Give me the money. I have things to do. Bernard seemed to understand. Coyle then looked at Senior Brother Quentin, his gaze revealing undisguised contempt and mockery. Daydreaming. Don't know good from bad. Last night, you were so excited over those pills, almost bowing to them. And now you're here trying to take in a servant? You don't even qualify to be his servant. Bernard didn't say more. Facing Hillary respectfully, he said, 7 pills sold for a total of 2.6 million divine crystals. Normally, our elixir pavilion would take a 10% commission, but my master sternly instructed us to grant you special treatment. Coyle produced a delicate storage ring and respectfully presented it to Hillary. Hillary checked the contents. 2.6 million. Exactly as expected. Coyle smiled with satisfaction. Thank your master for me. Let's set a date to have tea together. With that, he turned and led Quentinby and the others away. Bernard stood behind, giving a respectful salute. My master says he will host a banquet for you at the elixir pavilion tomorrow. By the time Hillary had walked far away, Bernard straightened up. On the side, Senior Brother Quentin was utterly bewildered, his mind in turmoil. What's going on? Does this person know Master Arwen? And they're having tea together? That 2.6 million divine crystals. According to my memory, those 7 pills, the creation pills, seem to sell for this price too? Could it be? No, this is absolutely impossible. Anyone who can refine such an outstanding pill can't possibly be so young. That's simply unrealistic. Even someone as talented as me or Bernard can't compare. Coyle couldn't deny it, and he looked at Bernard again. Bernard smiled. Brother Quentin is amazing. I admire you immensely. Well, until we meet again. With that, he left. Senior Brother Quentin was even more confused. Chapter 149. Punch him. The morning breeze was chilly, but Quentin Xianxiang's heart felt even colder. This coldness was inexplicable. Could he have committed some fatal mistake? Was the other person's status so extraordinary that it warranted such treatment? Even so, Bernard should have threatened him rather than sneer at him. Did I do something really stupid? Baffled, Bodhi finally approached and whispered, Quentin Xianxiang, the pill I mentioned is the Tao creation pill. It was refined by him. Boom. It felt as if a thunderbolt struck inside Quentin Xianxiang's head, leaving his eyes utterly stunned. Coyle turned to look at Bodhi, thinking to himself, are you kidding me? The Tao creation pill was refined by Master Yi yesterday, handed over to Bernard to bring back to the pill pavilion for auction. We were present, the 3 errands explained, their gazes sweeping over Quentin Xianxiang with an amused expression, mocking his actions. In front of everyone, praising the pill in their possession and admitting one's inferiority, only to demand they submit to servitude afterward. Was this a sign of favor or insult? At this moment, Quentin Xianxia's face flushed red with embarrassment, feeling like he had been slapped countless times. Recalling the conversation with Bernard, he felt utterly humiliated. What a disgrace. Let's go. Grinding his teeth, he waved his hand, and those who came with him immediately followed him, swiftly departing. Laughter echoed around the area. Anton lay on the ground, half dead, eyes closed, feigning death. Coyle was even relieved that he hadn't stabbed Hillary, otherwise, he would have been crushed to death by now. Neither the Seven Princes Mansion nor the Pill Pavilion would spare him. These matters are best left to Gregor. Others truly can't handle it. Meanwhile, people unaware of the details admired Hillary for his incredible strength and third-rank alchemy skills. Impressive. Back at the courtyard, Hillary and his companions returned. The fatty and Ellison chuckled quietly beside them, each having received a Dao creation pill. Hillary had given 3 Dao creation pills to the trio. Then they learned about the details. That Quentin Xixiang was quite a bragger, boasting in front of the very person who made the pill and then demanding submission. How brainless could one be? Now, doesn't he feel as miserable as eating a dead fly? If you had told me earlier, I could have embarrassed him thoroughly. Clifford regretted missing out on such a good show. How do you plan to wrap this up? Quentin B asked without the slightest hint of amusement. With these people here, Gregor wouldn't be far behind. Sis, since you and Hillary have already gone that far, why don't we let Grandpa speak up and directly annul your engagement with Gregor? Clifford suggested. Quentin B shot him a glare, instantly shutting him up. If it were that simple, there would be no need to go through all this trouble. Gregor is a divine disciple, Quentin B stated. Gregor possessed extraordinary talent, accepted as a disciple by the divine realm, almost like an adopted son. His status was significant. The marriage agreement from years ago was also decided by the divine realm. Although she resisted vehemently, she failed. Quentin B going to the outer realm served 2 purposes. For the transformation of the Golden Moon Drum, and to buy time, hoping to find a scapegoat to tell Gregor that she already had someone. However, after thorough consideration, none of them qualified. Those people couldn't even measure up to Gregor's pinky toe, let alone serve as a scapegoat. Only Hillary fit the bill. Initially, she intended to use him to counterbalance Gregor, telling the divine disciple that she already had someone. But as she spent more time with Hillary, her feelings changed. Hillary, stop involving yourself in my affairs. Quentin B stared at Hillary, not waiting for a response before leaving. However, Hillary heard a voice in his mind. I'll talk to my grandfather to reject the engagement. If he doesn't agree, I'll run away. Go wherever you want, and I'll follow. What if I don't want to go? Hillary asked. I'll hit you. She quickly walked away. Hillary's mind was somewhat chaotic. Coyle stepped out of the courtyard and arrived outside the fire formation. With his current status, the Seven Princes Mansion wouldn't stop him. Entering, he sat silently at the edge of the formation where Alicia resided. Soon, Alicia opened her eyes, delightedly exclaiming, Brother? Quintantal girl, I have a question for you. Hillary's tone was unusually serious. Ask away. What do you think of Sister Nyla? Hillary stared at the young girl, whose eyes twinkled. She smiled. I want a sister-in-law like Sister Nyla. Of course, that's what I wish. Whether brother likes her or not is up to you. If you don't, Alicia will support you too. Do I like her? Hillary asked himself. Does brother treat me well? Hillary could forsake his own life, but not his sister. So, entrusting me to Sister Nyla under such dangerous circumstances means you trust her with your life. What do you think your feelings for her are? Just friends? Hillary suddenly realized, nodding firmly. His gaze became resolute. What if someone tries to take your sister-in-law? Hillary looked at his sister. Torai came forward, hugging her brother's neck, saying, No, brother, I don't want anyone else. I like Sister Nyla. If someone takes my sister-in-law, you punch him for me, okay? Although Ripley Bowie said Sister Nyla and brother should keep distance, I suspect whoever takes my sister-in-law isn't simple, but my brother is even less simple. Hillary smiled. All right, punch him. Foolish brother. Have you ever cared for any other girl besides me in all these years? What's in your heart? Do you even need to ask me? Stubborn head. Hillary instructed Alicia to stay in the fire formation, then strode out with a radiant smile on his face. Who dares take my wife, my sister's sister-in-law? I'll punch them. Regardless of engagements, I don't care. I like her. If someone tries to take what I like, I'll beat them to death. Exiting the courtyard, turning left, an Aaron stood there sighing. The Aaron had snow-white hair but immense vitality, akin to a blazing furnace burning brightly. Hillary bowed. Thank you, Achilles Bowie, for saving me that day. Without your help, I would have died under the arrow of the first-rank Hall's Law King. Wiley, Law King, do you plan to punch him? Wiley asked bluntly. Can you help me punch him? Wiley. Can't. Will you give me a few swords, or some swordchi? Nope. Hillary shook his head. I'll punch him myself. And if you can't? Who cares? Quintoff goes on. Hillary laughed as he walked away confidently, ready to act. Wiley watched Hillary's back, shaking his head. Just like your father, a fine seed, just too impulsive. But, am I old and confused? Why do I enjoy this impulsiveness? Translation of Chapter 149 ends here. Chapter 150. Come on, all of you. In the courtyard, Quentin B's eyes gazed listlessly. It was clear she had been refused and couldn't leave as someone from the aide's mansion seemed to be watching her. Clifford lay beside her, his face covered in red marks, clearly having become a punching bag. The bald-headed man turned and ran away. Seeing Hillary enter, he said, Those old men are conducting rituals at South Lake. We'll head over there after a bit. The grand gathering will start right after noon. After finishing, he sighed and left. Hillary strode forward, stopping before Quentin B, who had cried herself red-eyed. Coyle firmly pulled her up, their eyes meeting. To be honest, Quentin B was stunned. You're mine now. Let's go and beat him up. Hillary dragged Quentin B towards the exit. Wait, beat who? Quentin B stood dumbfounded. Stand behind me. Anyone who dares to take my wife, I'll beat them to death. Hillary pulled Quentinby out of the courtyard, heading straight for South Lake. Quentinby felt warmth in her heart, but was very worried. Beating him up was not feasible. He was a divine disciple and one of the greatest talents of the academy, incredibly strong. Clifford regrouped with the bald-headed man, while Isabella followed closely. The three of them walked behind, whispering among themselves. Brother, big brother is so bold. Coyle even hugged Sister Nyla's shoulder. Oh my goodness, shameless, Isabella exclaimed, covering her eyes and blushing fiercely. Clifford stepped forward, standing solemnly in front of the little girl. After sighing, he said, Baldy, you explain. Why don't you? Ellison asked him. H. Clifford sniffed coldly thrice. You promised not to beat me, then I'll tell what happened last night. Ellison glared hard at him before turning to Isabella. They've grown up and did what father and mother do. Understand? Ah. Isabella nodded in understanding. They want to fight at night? Ellison. Coyle's understanding was spot on. When the fight starts, help us block, but only if you can ensure your own safety. If you can't block, withdraw quickly, the bald-headed man instructed. They were going in this openly prepared for a big battle, which could not be avoided. Isabella said, Father and mother said when they fight, I shouldn't go. Same with big brother and sister Nyla. No trio fights. Ellison. Do you know Gregor? Coyle might come and disrupt things. Try to start a trio fight. You'll have to help block? Clifford asked. The bald-headed man nodded. Block him. If not, retreat. Isabella clenched her fists. I hate this. Why does he want to fight big brother and sister Nyla? I'll beat him too. They approached South Lake where people already swarmed the area, but those watching all stayed a distance away from a certain section where several magical dueling platforms had been set up. The so-called ritual took place within the Gavin Jade Pavilion. No outsiders were allowed to watch it, and how it was conducted remained unknown. Hillary wasn't concerned with that. He was here to fight, making it clear, my wife, don't covet her anymore. Master Yi, Bernard greeted from afar. Beside him stood the courtesan Constance, who gave Hillary a nod with a smile. If a fight breaks out, can you help me? Hillary was straightforward. Fight who? Bernard was taken aback. Gregor from the Gramjo Academy. Excuse me, goodbye. Bernard turned and walked away, dragging Constance along. Coyle didn't want trouble involving them. Soul cultivation technique. Bernard paused upon hearing Hillary's voice, turning back and bowing. Seriously, I can't win against him, nor can I fight him. Coyle's not just a divine disciple. He's almost a divine son. My master is the sword god, Hillary said openly. Has he come? If I lose, he will surely come. Hillary stared at Bernard. You want to get better? Beat him. We'll become famous, and we can go to the academy together. I can give you valuable elixir formulas. Bernard's eyes lit up, deeply tempted. Elixir formulas were like cultivation techniques for alchemists. They were necessary to refine potent elixirs. And Hillary's elixirs were incredibly mystical. The formulas would be priceless, perhaps even more valuable than he imagined. Bring your master too, Hillary added. With a fourth-rank alchemist involved, even a divine realm expert would show respect. Goodbye. Bernard turned and left again, dragging Constance with him. Damn it, Hillary cursed. I need to discuss with my master. Bernard's voice echoed in Hillary's mind from afar. Coyle needed to report. This matter was too big for him to decide alone. Hillary chuckled. At this moment, he sensed icy gazes falling on him from multiple directions, filled with murderous intent. Coyle turned his head and saw experts from first-class hall, but disappointingly failed to find Dominic. Dominic has unique bloodline and is highly regarded. I guess he went to the academy, Quentinby said, also searching for him, hoping to avenge Hillary. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Coyle wasn't at first-class hall, and might have left Alliance City soon after returning. Well, Hillary felt a bit disappointed. Then he shifted his gaze to another spot where several people stood, among whom was Cassandra. Coyle's expression was icily cold. Beside her, others watched Hillary coldly, obviously ready to stand up for Cassandra. Moreover, Dominic was also present, standing among Star Tower experts, glaring viciously at Hillary without hiding his hostility. In Star Tower, some errands targeted Hillary as well. His master was an exiled disciple of Star Tower, causing unmasked hostility. One errand with snow-white hair stepped forward, eyeing Hillary. You should kneel before me. I am Quentin Yuhui's half-master. Fine, Hillary sneered. After you die, I'll burn plenty of paper money for you. You. The Jace nearly exploded in rage. However, as an Aaron, he couldn't attack publicly. This was Star Tower's reputation and the AIDS rules forbade it. Moreover, the Grand Gathering was a competition for the younger generation, not a battlefield for old men. Hillary turned away, fearing that the Jace might indeed drop dead from rage. Finally, he focused on the person emitting the most intense hostility, Quentin's senior brother from Gramjo Academy, alongside Anton and Bodhi. Quentin's senior brother had boasted fiercely on behalf of Hillary at the AIDS mansion. Now, seeing him, Hillary felt his face burning with anger, turning into rage. A distinguished figure from Gramjo Academy dared to defy an alchemist. Come on, all of you. One fight to settle it all. Hillary clenched his fists, determined to settle it once and for all in a major showdown. Chapter 151. Opening. Even before the gathering of Coileros began, the atmosphere was thick with tension. This mood influenced many, stirring up their interest immediately. These were all top geniuses from various dominant factions, and even renowned figures from the academies, collectively targeting Hillary. How would he deal with such a situation? This Hillary was already somewhat famous in Alliance City, with many forces secretly investigating him. It was said that his background was anything but simple. Moreover, he was an alchemist. However, Hillary paid no further attention to those people. Coyle inquired Clifford and the others around him and learned that Gregor had yet to arrive. That person was a grand genius who could enter the Gavin Jade Pavilion directly without participating in the gathering of Coileros, a privilege accorded to the heaven's favored sons. Fine, I'll wait for him. Leaving these words behind, Hillary walked to one side, sat down cross-legged, and entered a meditative state, completely ignoring the outside chaos. His mana had only just fully formed this morning. Although it was very concentrated, it could hardly be called stable. At this moment, while regulating his breath, Hillary circulated his mana within his body, gradually taking control of it, making it move as he wished, responding to his will. Only when Clifford pulled at him did Hillary open his eyes, looking up to see the sun directly overhead. It was noon. Opening. Boom. As Hillary opened his eyes, a massive boom resounded from within the Gavin Jade Pavilion. Following the sound, a rainbow bridge shot out from the Gavin Jade Pavilion, connecting directly to the shore. A 7-colored rainbow bridge. Everyone was drawn to it. But at that moment, Hillary felt a sudden chill. A powerful spiritual soul shook violently within him. A howling sound emanated from inside his body, blocking an intangible and invisible force that had invaded. The sound had not truly echoed, but Hillary sensed that it had approached in that instant. What is it? Why is it targeting me? Hillary inconspicuously scanned his surroundings. The faces of the people around him remained normal, all staring at the rainbow bridge, showing no signs of unusual behavior. This sound was probably only perceptible to him. His father had been here before, and Constance Ming had mentioned implanting pieces of the dragon pearl into the lake bottom. Was this sound connected to the dragon pearl? Begin. While Hillary was thinking, several errands emerged from the Gavin Jade Pavilion, directly hovering in midair and then sitting cross-legged. Although they were far away, the powerful aura of these few people made everyone below feel overwhelmingly suppressed. They were Ignatius, even, a half-god realm expert, absolute masters. Big shots controlling Alliance City. After the ceremony ended, they stabilized the Gavin Jade platform, and the gathering of Coileros officially began. Hillary, I heard you are a grand genius of this generation, able to sweep away 5th stage dermas with a single strike. I, Ichabod, do not believe it. Let's fight. Someone stepped forward, directly challenging Hillary. Coil came from Star Tower but studied at the Green Prefecture Academy, also being quite a notable figure. You're not worthy. Too straightforward. Hillary didn't even glance at him, bluntly turning him down, then sat back beside Quintonby as if nothing happened. Boom. Ichabod grew furious. Coil was also a 5th stage Dharma expert, in no way inferior to senior brother Quinton, but in his heart, he believed he was stronger than anyone else. And he could not believe that a mere 1st stage Dharma expert could slash and injure a 5th stage Dharma expert in midair. Such examples were rare even in the academy. Unbelievable. There must be a trick. Taking a step forward, his aura became overwhelming, terrifying sword chi surged, and behind him appeared a divine sword. Bloodline, sword. At the same time, Hillary felt a familiar sword chi. That was the aura of a sword seal. Does this guy have a sword seal too? Impossible, right? Hillary, this is the gathering of Coileros. You cannot refuse combat. Refusal equals disqualification. Moreover, I heard you were quite arrogant. Why have you become a coward now? Ichabod moved forward with a cold smile, while Hillary looked questioningly at Quintonby and the others, who nodded at him. Refusal meant forfeit. No entry into the Gavin Jade Pavilion. Reluctantly standing up, Hillary replied, You want a beating? I'll satisfy you. Ichabod's lips twitched, and he turned sideways, directly appearing on a combat platform, standing proudly, his entire person radiating sharpness like an unsheathed sword. Many people looked over, seeing green light burst from above his head, glaringly green. It was solidified sword chi. So vivid green. This man is terrifying. And Aaron was secretly amazed, finding the sword chi extremely pure. Meanwhile, Hillary simply walked calmly toward the dual platform. Until he stepped onto it, his aura remained calm. Ichabod stood with folded arms, arrogantly demanding, Show your moves. For whom have you come? Hillary asked. Avon. Coil is a sinner, an outcast of our Star Tower. Coil once stole Star Tower's supreme treasure for a woman. According to Ichabod, Avon left Star Tower because he stole a 4th rank elixir, and specifically, a supreme grade 4th rank elixir, all for a beautiful woman. Just for an elixir. Is it worth severing blood ties, destroying my teacher's path? Cold light flashed in Hillary's eyes. Humph, stop talking nonsense, fight already. A man stepped out from Star Tower, dressed in white, with a stunning appearance rivaling the Quintonu Coleman beaten by Clifford. No, he was even more feminine and gorgeous than Quintonu Coleman. Who is this girl? Hillary stared at him, sensing intense hatred towards him. No, maybe towards his master. Could it be years ago, he lost a competition for a woman against the master, so he was seeking revenge? It doesn't make sense, though. Although he was neither male nor female in appearance, he looked much younger than the master. Logically, he shouldn't be trying to snatch the master's woman? Is this girl an old monster? Who did you call a girl? The Muhammad clenched his teeth, his face chilling. Hillary glanced at him, bowing slightly. Indeed, my rudeness. May I ask what venerable lady you are? Creak. The man nearly exploded. Puff. Someone couldn't help laughing, even causing some red faces in Star Tower. Ha ha ha. Clifford and the others laughed uncontrollably. The bald head remarked, Coil's named Vance, a contemporary of your master. Coil lost in the battle for a woman. The last 2 words made many people speculate wildly. Becoming a woman due to anger? Is my master old? Or is he monstrous? Hillary asked. Senior Long was drugged. Another person spoke up, smiling at Hillary, revealing that it was Paco, a large-framed figure who had also arrived. Hillary squinted. Master shouldn't have aged so much? Coil was middle-aged? Neither the master nor Quintonby ever mentioned it. Makes sense, they feared involving him. Kill him. Vance's face flushed with rage, his chest heaving as burning fury refused to subside. Courting death. Ichabod's expression turned icy. That was his second uncle, his blood relative uncle. Wait, Hillary gestured, saying, I'll give you the respect of fighting you, but I'll make it clear, I'm fighting you. If you lose, provide the antidote. Do you like dreaming? Ichabod dashed forward, his sword-shaped bloodline trembling, following him aggressively. Green sword chi surged into the sky. Might unmatched. Chapter 152, Fight to the Death. Green sword energy pierced the heavens as Ichabod charged forward. From a distance, a thick beam of sword light slashed toward Hillary. Along its path, the void violently shook. It had to be admitted that this guy truly had some skills and was now exerting his full strength. Coil seemed to take Hillary seriously, a stark contrast to how Quentin's senior brother treated him. But Hillary had no qualms. With a thunderous sound, he drew his saber and slashed forward, quickly closing in on the target. The saber light arrived first, colliding with the sword chi, and they exploded into turbulent waves of energy amidst fierce winds howling. In the midst of this turmoil, Hillary appeared right behind, delivering his second slash. Since the opponent didn't hold back, neither did he. Clang! The collision of saber and sword caused another explosion of aura, shaking the entire arena. The two men faced each other, their eyes locking. Your teacher is cursed, your father is cursed, and you are the offspring of curses. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven and eliminate this curse. Ichabod shouted, turning even greener. His eyes and mouth shot out dazzling sword chi, attacking Hillary at close range. However, Hillary retreated with his saber and swiftly evaded, allowing the sword chi to pass by harmlessly. By the time Ichabod reacted, Hillary was already behind him, slashing viciously at his back without hesitation. Beware! Vance yelled from below, realizing that this kid wasn't simple. To be able to suppress a 5th-stage Law Realm cultivator was no fluke. He had the real talent. A chill ran down Ichabod's spine, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Coil surged forward and turned to strike with a green-blooded sword. But he miscalculated. This time, Hillary's saber light cut through unrestricted, directly exploding his bloodline connection. Hillary approached with menacing intent. You call me cursed? Let me show you what a cursed one can do. As Hillary closed in, the saber light exploded, accompanied by a dragon's roar. The 7th slash of the reversing dragon saber. Pooh! Ichabod took to the air, but just before he fully ascended, a glaring blood trail was left on his arm by the saber light. Cold sweat drenched his body, and he trembled. That saber nearly severed his arm. Carelessness could not be afforded when facing this kid. While Ichabod was shocked, a loud warning came again. A saber light slashed down from the sky above him. Just before Ichabod rose, Hillary had already made his move, seemingly predicting the next step and leaping into the air beforehand. Now, the saber light chopped downward. Ichabod couldn't continue upwards. He flashed sideways, displaying his agility as he flew dozens of feet across the sky. Attack! As Ichabod charged forward, Hillary roared, unleashing soul power and sound waves that rippled through the air like water ripples. The roar echoed like thunder, causing pale faces and buzzing ears among spectators, their souls in agony. Soundwave technique combined with soul shaking, and Aaron exclaimed, surprised by Hillary's unexpected tactics which directly affected the soul. In reality, it was mountain howls when angry, a terrifying soundwave technique triggered by soul power. Although Hillary's cultivation wasn't enough to display its full might, barely reaching a fraction, it was highly effective against Law Realm cultivators. Ichabod's face turned deathly pale, his vision blurred, and his mind buzzed. At this moment, Hillary arrived in front of him. One slash. Oh no. The audience from Star Tower gasped, Vance's eyes bloodshot. Dominic gnashed his teeth. This kid was far stronger than in the secret realm. The saber landed. Blood spurted, but it didn't kill. In the last moment, Ichabod bit his tongue, the intense pain allowing him to break free and dodge again. His arm was half severed, the injury severe, but he still lived. Coil summoned his magic power to fly into the sky. Kill. However, Hillary seized the initiative and wouldn't give Ichabod any chance to retaliate. Coil couldn't fly away. The soul-shaking sound and the saber light converged once more, a 10-meter-long blade cutting Ichabod horizontally, splattering more blood. This time, Ichabod cast several runes to block the fatal blow. This is a gathering. Stop when you've made your point. Vance called from below, realizing it was futile. Although saying this lost face, it was better than having someone die. That was his nephew. You want to kill me and expect me to play by the rules? Fight to the death. Hillary had no reservations. If it came to a fight to the death, there would be no courtesy. His saber light slashed forward again, slicing through the air with unmatched sharpness, an absolute killing blow. How dare you? Many errands from Star Tower screamed, with Vance even launching himself toward the battlefield, but a figure from Seven Kingdoms Palace intervened, punching out towering power. Ignatius power. How dare you? Dream deity. Vance was forced back, landing on the ground and roaring, you'll pay for this. Ignatius sneered, no discussion on life or death. Rules were rules. Meanwhile, everyone turned their attention back to the battle where blood spewed from Ichabod's chest, the wound glaring and horrifying. The crowd was stunned. The young prodigies targeting Hillary all felt uneasy. They couldn't defeat this kid easily. Luckily, none of them acted rashly. Otherwise, they would have been cut in half. Others were awestruck by this visual feast. An extraordinary battle, a miraculous spectacle where a first-stage Law Realm cultivator overwhelmed a fifth-stage Law Realm and a prodigy of the Academy. Unheard of. Hillary. An extraordinary individual. Kill. Hillary showed no fear, fully engaging on the battlefield regardless of Star Tower's shouts, his killing intent unwavering. Fight to the death. Ichabod was nearly dead, filled with regret for not being patient and waiting. Knowing this kid's terror, he wouldn't have dared to step up. It was too late now, but he didn't want to die. When Hillary charged again, he flicked his sleeve, retrieving an object, placing it in front of him, from which dense sword chi radiated. Hillary sensed a familiar aura and paused, glaring coldly before turning and heading off the stage. Ichabod stood frozen. Did he fear? And those below, including Vance, saw this and thought of a terrifying possibility, screaming frantically, "Throw it away!" Their voices were heart-wrenching. Ichabod frowned. What was happening? This stone slab with a sword character carved on it was snatched from a servant outside Nicolette Tower, supposedly carved by a sword god. It contained immense sword chi and even revealed some profound sword principles. Why throw it away? Chapter 153, Gregor. Ichabod was bewildered, but his confusion didn't last long. His face abruptly changed. The sharp sword aura before him seemed to envelope him entirely. Forgot to tell you, those are words left by the sword god, and the sword god is my master. Hillary retained this identity because it still had a stunning effect. Coyle hadn't expected that the sword imprint chi he sensed from Ichabod was actually the same sword character he used to intimidate the Mo family before. That kid was courting death. The sound fell. Hillary stepped off the arena. While Ichabod's complexion drastically changed, it was already too late. The sword chi exploded. His body burst on the spot. Blood dyed the arena red. Death. Vance's eyes bulged wide, then turned bloodshot, and he glared at Hillary with murderous intent. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. His voice even became shrill. Sorry, he killed himself. I didn't deliver the killing blow. Hillary walked down the platform, innocently shrugging. Coyle indeed hadn't delivered the final blow. Vance gnashed his teeth, his energy roiling. Grandma, I don't want to make you mad. Hillary glanced over, sneering again. Vance spewed out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing. Inside the Star Tower, countless people gnashed their teeth. Hillary ignored them and scanned towards the E-Pin Hall. Anyone? A contemporary can come up. I'll practice my blade. Everyone in the hall gnashed their teeth, but no one stood up. Aging 5th level was the peak for contemporaries. None could step up. Hillary sneered and looked toward Cassandra. She was surrounded by many initially, but as his gaze arrived, they immediately retreated. Daring not to look anymore. Can't care. Before Hillary's gaze even landed on him, senior brother Quentin spoke up, but before he finished, he suddenly trembled violently. Who do you represent? The Academy, a dominator, or your Quentin family? It was Law King Wiley who asked, his eyes fixed on him. Coyle was beyond Aging 5th level, reaching Aging 6th level. Senior brother Quentin clenched his fists under his sleeves. First, the Academy wouldn't participate in the cloud gathering per an early agreement. If anyone went on stage occasionally, it would be for peer-to-peer exchanges. And he wasn't Hillary's contemporary. This meant he couldn't represent any dominator or his own Quentin family, for using a senior to bully a junior came with a heavy price. Could the Seven Kingdoms Palace get away with bullying juniors? Coyle dared not speak further. Hillary looked into the crowd. There were many attendees besides dominators, including first-tier powers and nearby scattered cultivators. They could step onto the stage. Some were eager to fight Hillary. After all, extraordinary experts exist among the common folk, and there were powerful ones outside the dominators. However, Ichabod's death instilled fear, not just due to Hillary's strength, but also because of the mysterious sword god behind him. Sword god? Would they be responsible for attacking his disciple? A single sword god could sweep across any force below the dominator level, unless you have a god at home. Hillary, sealing the king in a battle, enter the Gavin Jade Pavilion next. Several errands sitting cross-legged in the sky looked down. With no one challenging Hillary for so long, they declared it directly. The cloud gathering, apart from selecting specific geniuses, would choose 7 young kings based on battle prowess to compete on the Gavin Jade Terrace, offering immense benefits. So simple? Hillary boasted, scanning towards the Star Tower. If you're unhappy, we can fight another round. Go to hell. Gnashing sounds echoed in the Star Tower. Many errands were enraged, some youngsters wishing they could immediately charge out and stomp that guy dead. Dominic, are you coming? With one hand. Hillary looked at the man, who promptly turned away, not daring to meet his gaze. Vance's expression was hideous, clenching his fist until blood dripped down. His hatred ran deep. Someone will challenge you, just wait. Coyle spat out the words and closed his eyes, unable to bear Hillary anymore. Where's my antidote? Get lost. They all cursed collectively. A bunch of ungrateful fools. Hillary turned and walked away, ignoring the gnashing sounds in the Star Tower. Coyle knew they wouldn't give him the antidote. Maybe, they don't even have one. After one battle, the great dominators began their competition, with some scattered cultivators also stepping up to challenge, hoping to secure a place among the 7 young kings and enter the Gavin Jade Pavilion. Ever since the cloud gathering began, anyone entering the Gavin Jade Pavilion had achieved fame, especially if admitted into the Academy, which was incredibly hard. The Gavin Jade Pavilion was already acknowledged as a blessed land. Brother Yi, I admire you. The big-built Paco approached, saluting Hillary. Coyle was shocked by how incredibly powerful Hillary had become after just a few days. You sure ran fast in the secret realm. Hillary taunted him. Paco said, couldn't help it. Who doesn't want to live? But your brother coming out unscathed is quite surprising. I had a grand blessing, otherwise, I wouldn't be here today. Hillary smiled. Is your master here? My grandfather plans to visit him. Paco laughed. Your grandfather isn't qualified. If your master doesn't come, you'd be in danger today. Paco glanced at Quentinby and whispered, not only Gregor, but several over-generation geniuses from the Dominators also want to enter the Gavin Jade Pavilion. Even within the Star Tower, be careful. There will be many targeting you. Previously, only children of Dominators entered the Gavin Jade Terrace. You being an outsider, I doubt anyone will support you, including the Seven Kingdoms Palace. His eyes flicked to Bodhi, clearly indicating the current representative of the Seven Kingdoms Palace. Hillary glanced over. Bodhi maintained a faint smile, nodding at him. Hillary silently cursed. This little coin definitely has nothing good planned. Where's Crystal? As the best of our generation, why isn't she here? Hillary was curious. It was unfair. Crystal is a special case. Coiler Great Sun Sword Body can't go to the Gavin Jade Terrace. Paco shook his head, cutting off Hillary's thoughts. What about your Hong alliance? We could trade and form an alliance. When my master comes, he'll give your grandfather some face. Hong alliance isn't just the Hong family. I can't decide. Plus, my clan brother is very close to Gregor. Coil not attacking you. Consider yourself lucky. Is Bernard going? Ask him yourself. Paco walked away. Hillary grew wary. External battles were minor compared to the true showdown in the Gavin Jade Pavilion, where numerous enemies awaited him. But he couldn't back out. For his sister, father, and Dragon Pearl, and to snatch back his fiancée, this was necessary. The crux was, once inside, no one would assist him. The competition lasted 3 full hours, extending till dusk. As the sunset blazed through the sky, dyeing half the horizon red, the matches concluded. The 7 young kings were chosen. Specific geniuses from each dominator stood up. At the same moment, a deafening tiger roar echoed from afar, and a man riding a white tiger soared through the sky. Everyone instantly looked over. Quentinby subconsciously tightened her grip on Hillary's hand, beads of sweat forming. Gregor. Chapter 154. An unknown minion. A white tiger soared through the sky, with a figure standing majestically atop it. Clad in a moonlight robe, his long hair flowed in the wind. His facial features were refined and handsome, his gaze piercing even from afar, as brilliant as starlight. This person had an emblem on his forehead, resembling a flame, vividly red, adding an air of mystique to him. How formidable! Lucky suddenly spoke, her expression grave, feeling a powerful pressure from afar. Big brother, he's very strong. I can't defeat him. Big brother Hillary? Lucky looked at Daxton and then at Hillary, unable to match him. The opponent's aura was overwhelming, his cultivation surpassing hers, 8th level Dermic realm, a prodigy capable of fighting beyond his rank. Even more terrifying than Reese, the Aaron she had faced earlier. Don't worry, Big brother will handle him. Hillary squinted, acknowledging the formidable nature of the man, whose dragon blood began to boil. It wasn't just a feeling, it was a sign of danger. The white tiger beneath him was none other than his own lineage. Quintonage, Gavin Tiger. Quentinby beside him felt anxious, struggling to free herself from Hillary's grasp, but Hillary held her tighter, determined not to back down. No matter how strong, he would still give it a try. Coil would think about retreating only after giving it a shot. Moreover, the Gavin Tiger lineage was of no small level, certainly divine grade. Furthermore, having condensed his lineage into a mount showed that this person had reached a highly skilled level in controlling his lineage. Not simple at all. Truly befitting of a divine son. Indeed formidable, someone exclaimed, and it was actually Ignatius who admired the young man. Even this Ignatius couldn't help but show some wariness towards this youngster. Ignatius, wary, Senior Achilles. A magnetic voice sounded, as Hyman stood up from atop the white tiger, which immediately dispersed, its radiance merging into his body. Coil bowed humbly to the Ignatius, yet his demeanor carried little respect, even bowing with his head held high. Very proud, but no one said much. The Chinjo Academy is truly worthy of being a holy institution. Achilles Alpha deserves credit for raising such an outstanding disciple like you, making us admire. Most of the Ignatius praised him. Even those who harbored dissatisfaction kept silent, wary of the people behind Hyman. Seniors, please don't be too polite. Hyman smiled charmingly, then slightly turned his head and disappeared from his spot. Yes, disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing before Quentinby, few noticing how he moved. His movements were fearsome, unpredictable. Looking at her, his smile remained unchanged. Nyla, it's been a while. His voice was pleasant and warm, and when he glanced at Hillary, he nodded slightly. Even when his eyes fell upon the intertwined hands of Hillary and Quentinby, there was no visible change. Better not meet. Quentinby tightened her grip on Hillary's hand, coldly saying, don't trouble yourself. If you don't like it, don't go to the academy. Our marriage contract is up to you. I won't force you. Don't trouble yourself. Was it telling him not to find scapegoats to anger him, or was it implying the scapegoat he chose wasn't impressive? Hillary held Quentinby's hand tightly. Hyman remained calm, neither arrogant nor angry, saying calmly, I'm Hyman, disciple of Alpha, one of the 13 protectors of the outer court of the academy. Coil introduced himself, then looked at Hillary expectantly. This guy wanted to embarrass me. Hillary, an unknown minion. Hillary nonchalantly described himself as worthless, avoiding direct confrontation. Coiliard, your master is a sword god? Hyman blinked, expecting Hillary to counter with his master's title, but he didn't take the bait. You have good intel, but sword god is overrated. That Jace is mediocre, I don't count on him. Hillary laughed. Everyone around exchanged glances. This kid was clever, subtly slapping Hyman's face without a sound. You rely on your master, the academy, and status to press me down, while I rely on myself, not on background. Complete victory. Indeed, my mistake. Hyman's eyes flickered, regaining composure and nodding towards Xianxia. Approaching, Xianxia whispered to him, to which Hyman replied softly, you're overthinking it, he doesn't deserve that yet. Finishing, he acted as if nothing happened and looked ahead casually. Hillary, be careful, this guy's tricks are not simple. The less noise, the more dangerous. Hillary nodded in agreement, understanding fully. A dog that bites doesn't bark. Hillary agreed, I know. Cold, calculating gazes from Epine Hall, Xinglu, and Yongla Gate bore down on them. Offending Hyman wasn't a simple matter. This kid was in big trouble, especially V-Kit from Xinglu, sneering and looking at a black-clothed man, whispering to him. The black-clothed man smirked, eyeing Hillary with murderous intent. At this moment, the errands in the sky finally spoke. The 7 prodigies and specific elites stepped onto the 7-colored rainbow bridge and entered the Jade Pavilion. Senior Achilles, pardon my abruptness, could you give Nyla a chance to enter the Jade Pavilion? Hyman looked at the Ignatius. If anyone else had asked, they would have been rebuked. It was impossible to break the rules of the Jade Pavilion. But Hyman was different. My master said Nyla has excellent talent, a cultivable genius. You should know Nyla's lineage hasn't fully awakened. Otherwise, she'd be first in this city. Continuing, Hyman looked at the Ignatius, respectful yet assertive, almost on equal footing with them. The Ignatius pondered, exchanging glances. What he said was true. Quentinby's lineage was difficult to fully awaken, but once it did, it would be terrifying, not inferior to the solar sword body. To be precise, it would far surpass it. Plus, given Hyman's relationship with Quentinby and Alpha's endorsement, this was no ordinary matter. Exchanging looks again, these grand figures seemed to communicate secretly, their brows furrowed and relaxed until they finally focused on Hyman. This divine disciple, with exceptional talent, was one of the 13 protectors of the Qingzhou Academy, taught by Alpha, a position of great influence. In the end, they nodded, with one errand speaking, indeed, she should get a chance. Being a cultivable genius, we must foster her potential. Quentinby may enter the Jade Pavilion. Coyle sure cares for my wife? Hilary looked at Quentinby, laughing lightly. Despite the low volume, everyone here was a cultivator. Who couldn't hear? Didn't he want confidentiality? All eyes turned toward Hilary. This kid wouldn't stop until something drastic happened. Quentinby rolled her eyes at Hilary, saying, let me go. It's better. She would follow, protecting Hilary in crucial moments. In Hilary's heart, Hyman's evil intentions were clear. He wanted to humiliate Hilary right in front of his wife. To prove he was superior? Hashtag chapter 155, Stone Forest. On the rainbow bridge of 7 colors, figures moved swiftly, rushing toward the Jade Pavilion. Hilary and Quentinby walked together, feeling an increasing sense of unease as they neared the Jade Pavilion. The place exuded a sinister aura, absolutely evil. They had arrived. The group reached the entrance where several Ignatius descended to open it with their powers. Just before the entrance opened, Hilary's eyes flashed. He saw a large character on the portal. Suppress. Though he only glanced at it briefly, the word was majestic and overwhelming, leaving him with a palpable pressure in his heart. Then, the entrance opened, and those selected began entering one after another. Once inside, what lay before them was far from what Hilary had imagined. It was vast, with mountains and water. Was this a secret realm? From the outside, the Jade Pavilion looked spacious, but not this expansive. Inside, it was filled with undulating mountain ranges, lush forests, and spring-like flowers and grasses, like a miniature world. The Jade Pavilion is a supreme treasure that houses a cosmos within, connecting to the lake's bottom, containing ancient relics and transformations, Quentinby said. Though she hadn't been here before, she must have heard about it, so everything seemed familiar to her. Hilary nodded. This was beneficial for him. If things got rough, he would have room to retreat. Moreover, since this place connected to the lake's bottom, perhaps he could track the Dragon Pearl fragment's aura from here? Coyle silently circulated his dragon blood, searching meticulously, but detected nothing. Nyla, shall we walk together? Sheldon approached, moving closer to them. Let's go. Quentinby didn't waste words, pulling Hilary forward, putting distance between them and Sheldon. Senior brother Qin, shall we start? Don't move him. Let's head to the transformation ground first. The sword and spear marks there all contain great powers. You will benefit from contemplating them. Sheldon remained calm, sensing strong enmity towards Hilary from Yifeng Hall, Yongle Gate, and Star Tower. In addition, Bodhi from the Aids Manor behind him and the representative of Hong Alliance nodded approvingly from afar. Coyle too was a student of the academy, maintaining a decent relationship with Sheldon. Hilary stood alone, vulnerable. Yet, Sheldon did not act rashly. Brutally overpowering him would be too crude. He aimed to destroy him spiritually. Let's go. Sheldon led the way over mountains. Ahead, a huge bird of the 7th layer of Dermic realm appeared, but Sheldon ignored it. With a wave of his hand, a massive palm print struck down, exploding the bird instantly. A single sweeping blow. His expression remained composed, hands behind his back, leading everyone forward. Quentin Shixiao, Bodhi, and others showed no reaction, finding it normal. The terror of a divine sun surpassed imagination. Under Sheldon's leadership, they headed towards a chaotic stone forest. Coilera, numerous stone walls bore various marks, traces of swords, spears, plants, animals, and more. In the deepest part of the stone forest stood a broad stone wall with a deep palm print on it. Despite its modest size, it gave off a domineering presence that made some people involuntarily retreat, seemingly suppressed by it. Soon, almost everyone who entered arrived here. Led by Quentinby, Hilary also came but did not rush to get close. Senior brother Qin, let's play, asked a smiling man in black from Star Tower. Though not closely aligned with Sheldon, he wasn't adversarial either. If he plays, there won't be anything left for you. A tall, purple-clothed man stepped out from Hong Alliance, smirking faintly. The man from Star Tower's gaze turned cold, but he didn't argue. Coyle indeed was inferior to Quintonu Zun, who had already reached the 7th layer of Dermic realm. Junior brother Quintonu, shall we proceed together? Sheldon smiled and extended his hand. Among those present, only Quintonu Zun could match him. All right. They moved forward, and as they approached within 10 paces of the stone forest, both shuddered simultaneously. Clearly, there was resistance. It seemed stronger than before. Quintonu Zun frowned. Knowing from previous visits it wasn't this difficult. That's because your cultivation has grown stronger, Sheldon explained calmly. Coilera, the force of resistance is tied to cultivation. The stronger one is, the greater the repulsion. However, if you persist and observe closely, the benefits may be greater. These marks are imprints left by mighty beings, containing formidable laws and methods. Even grasping a fraction can be highly beneficial. Lao Fei senior brother, how many mysteries did you understand during your time practicing earth class techniques here? Quintonu Zun activated his chi and continued forward. Sheldon smiled faintly but didn't elaborate. Instead, he focused ahead, saying, I seek the coil-leaving cleaving palm. Quintonu Zun's eyes widened, following Sheldon's gaze. There, deep in the stone forest, stood a towering stone tablet with the prominent palm print. That was the coil-leaving cleaving palm, but Quintonu Zun dared not look longer. The palm imprint exuded immense power and deep intention. Looking too much would harm him. Sheldon sure has tremendous pride, he thought, as only one person in history had comprehended it, albeit going mad afterward. Occasionally, that person accidentally used the palm technique with terrifying power, estimated to reach Earth Class Tier 3 by errants. Earth Class techniques were exceedingly rare, even within the outer court of the academy. An Earth Class Tier 3 technique was a rarity. Sheldon was bold, ambitious, and immensely proud. Outside observers watched the two men closely. They moved slowly under pressure, but were gradually advancing. We should go too, someone else suggested. The imprints here were divine skills, holding profound meanings. Comprehending them would bring significant benefits. However, they had to break through the 10 paces boundary and enter the stone forest. This was a test and a threshold to gain blessings. However, the black-clothed man from Star Tower remained still, hesitating momentarily. Then he turned back, eyeing Hillary coldly. Brat, prepare to die. Killing intent clear, he drew a long, curved knife, its blade gleaming menacingly in black light. Emmett, touch him, and I guarantee you'll pay the price. Quentin stepped in front of Hillary, her gaze icy. Emmett, at the 6th layer of Dermic Realm and a prodigy of the Academy, was much stronger than Vance. Emmett sneered. Just as he moved forward, suddenly a powerful wind swept past. His face changed, turning abruptly. Without hesitation, he slashed fiercely with his curved knife. The knife's light exploded instantly, followed by spurts of blood as he was hurled back. A cold voice rang out. Nyla told you not to move. Heed her. Sheldon. Chapter 156. Have some fun? With her indifferent voice, Gregor's sharp gaze pierced through. The thrown-back Pat changed expression, bowing his fist without further ado. But he was furious in his heart, casting another glance at Hillary, gritting his teeth. For senior brother Chin's face, I give. Would you dare not to? Hillary scoffed. Pat clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves, eyes seeming to spew flames, but he did not dare speak more or make a move. Without Gregor giving the word, he absolutely dared not take action. As for others, they exchanged glances and repressed their murderous intentions. At least before Gregor decided, they could not cause trouble for Hillary. Have some fun? Gregor ignored the surroundings, looking at Hillary with an indifferent smile, as if everything were under his control. Do you want to humiliate me? Hillary stared directly at Gregor, bluntly saying that this person aimed to purge his Taoist heart, more sinister than anything. Overthinking, Gregor smiled calmly, implying clearly, do you think you're even qualified? All right. Hillary stepped forward, but Quentin quickly followed, looking worriedly at Hillary. Indeed, this Gregor wasn't easy. Coyle was the divine disciple, practicing Taoism at the college, ranked among the top 13 of the outer courtyard, one of the most outstanding. Terrifying indeed. Wait here, you don't need to risk it. Hillary had a plan. Coyle gave Quentin an assuring look before stepping boldly forward. Suppress you. His tone was aggressive. In terms of strength, he was indeed inferior to Gregor, but regarding talent and enlightenment, well, call your master over to be crushed along with you. However, everyone around snickered, especially Pat, who laughed coldly, deeming these claims absurd and audacious. Gregor's talents were famous in Gramzhou. Had it not been for his young age, he would already be in the inner courtyard or even a core member of the college, standing at the peak of all Gramzhou. Competing with him? Simply laughable. This boy is quite brash, just like my cousin mentioned. But if it's convenient for senior brother Chin, might you give it a pass? Coyle isn't worth stirring up trouble over. Quintonu Zun smiled, hinting obviously at Paco. Quintonu Zun got all information about Hillary from Paco, but to Gregor, those so-called horrors seemed comical. Comparing? You're really not worthy. Just some fun. Harmless, Gregor said casually, turning away without a second look at Quintonu Zun, proceeding forward. Quintonu Zun's eyes flashed, watching Hillary walk towards them, shaking his head lightly. This kid was doomed. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous noise echoed as Hillary entered the Tinjiang range. Power began surging around him. With the surge of power, he continued walking, step after step, never stopping, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Even Quintonu Zun, who planned to leave, suddenly changed expression. Uninterrupted movement, as if there were no barriers. This kid, the 8th step. Someone counted silently as Hillary took 8 steps within mere breaths, catching up with Quintonu Zun. After a few breaths, senior brother Quentin, Bodhi, and even Pat secretly drew cold breaths. Did he feel no obstruction here? Although angered by Hillary, they had to admit he had unique traits, not simple at all. Coilello. Hillary looked at Quintonu Zun, nodding, while Quintonu Zun, eyes flashing, nodded back without much talk but became cautious internally. This kid wasn't as simple as he appeared. More terrifying than described by Paco. Not bad. Gregor also glanced over, very composed, revealing nothing on his face. Just beginning. Hillary replied nonchalantly, taking the 9th step and standing beside Gregor. Both outside the stone forest, one more step would fully enter. Qingshuan watched him, smiled, then turned his gaze ahead where some imprints nearby began glowing, each imprint being a divine skill he comprehended and mastered instantly. Then, he again looked at Hillary, questioning, comparing. Child's play. But Hillary kept walking, entering deeper into the stone forest. No disturbance on the surrounding stone walls as he proceeded inward. At this point, everyone was startled. Quintonu Zun was surprised too. This kid wanted to sky-splitting palm? Gregor's expression slightly darkened, but then resumed smiling, following Hillary towards the deepest wall. Their speeds were equal, gradually closing in 30 zhong, 25 zhong, 20 zhong, 15 zhong, closer and closer, reaching 15 zhong, which was close to the wall. Coilera, there were several stone walls with grandiose imprints. There, a distinct blade mark identical to what Hillary saw on the white jade platform, clearer and more detailed. A slashing technique used by his father. A peerless skill. And earth rank. Hillary and Gregor observed it intently. Gregor wanted to compare. Whatever Hillary did, he must surpass. That blade mark is profound, Gregor noted, becoming solemn. Indeed, excellent. Abundant saber intent. Previously unnoticed, now feeling unique. You won't comprehend it, Hillary said coolly, his eyes fixed on the blade mark, noticing its vibrant energy only when he observed. You might not know me. Gregor smiled, eyes narrowing, but as he gazed, the blade mark intensely brightened, blinding like the sun. Gregor didn't scream, but his expression shifted. A blood-red flame imprint on his forehead pulsed vigorously, sensing immense aura. Meanwhile, Hillary communicated intensely with the /kill blade mark. His mind replayed his father wielding the blade, severing everything. The blade's intent connected and nourished him. As he focused, the blade chi grew thicker and more dazzling, confronting the aura from Gregor's forehead imprint. Next, with a loud boom, the stone wall shook violently. Hillary was startled, but Gregor staggered back 3 steps, showing a visible change in demeanor for the first time. Chapter 157, Communication. Hillary was stunned. The knife mark had transformed because he had attempted to communicate with it, causing the blade intent to surge powerfully. Gregor, however, could make the blade intent tremble. This guy was even more formidable than imagined. Truly a heavenly pride. However, at this moment, Gregor's face was ashen. Coil felt deeply shaken. His goal was the great Koi-leaving cleaving palm, yet he faced an obstacle on the stone wall nearest to it. Deeper into the stone forest, the wondrous powers grew increasingly terrifying and tyrannical. The knife mark, under the palm imprint, seemed less domineering. Could he obtain that palm imprint? Doubt began to creep into his mind. However, when he glanced at Hillary, the knife mark appeared tranquil and motionless. Hillary could not fathom its secrets. This indicated that Hillary was inferior to him, far inferior. This realization made Gregor feel slightly better. The others behind him were also shocked. That knife mark was terrifying, forcing even senior brother Qin to retreat. Yet, when Hillary approached, he couldn't understand it either, falling short of senior brother Qin. These are all heavenly prides, but it seems Gregor is still superior. To be so valued by divine Qin, he must be truly exceptional. Quintonu Zun observed from the back, almost deciding to give up since even Gregor couldn't comprehend it. Ignoring the knife mark, everything else seemed difficult too. The various imprints lined up together weren't simple either. But after some thought, he took a step forward. Abandoning here would be a blow to his Dao heart. Whether successful or not, he should at least try. He dared. Coil moved closer, not looking at the knife mark, but instead focusing on a sword mark nearby. His eyes narrowed as he immersed himself in deep contemplation. At that moment, the sword mark began to tremble, emitting potent sword chi, and in Quintonu Zun's mind, an image of a single slash splitting the heavens emerged terrifyingly. His body quivered, but with gritted teeth, he endured the vision fully. Was it not hard here? No, it was still challenging. Coil gained only a hint of benefit. Wasn't it supposed to be harder? Could it be? A more outstanding than Gregor? Admittedly, Quintonu Zun was indulging in wishful thinking. Gregor furrowed his brow, then turned to observe the sword mark, effortlessly communicating with it. His frown deepened further. Coil paused briefly and glanced back at the knife mark. It glowed once more, radiating blade intent without its piercing sharpness. Coil managed to communicate rapidly, reaching nearly 30%. This left him utterly surprised. If it was now simple, why was it so hard before, almost leading to his injury? Suddenly, a shockwave resonated through his mind. Looking ahead, Hillary had taken several steps forward, surpassing 15 yards and reaching 12, 13 yards. As he watched, Hillary was now 10 yards away, standing and gazing at the palm imprint ahead. Damn! Gregor gnashed his teeth. While unsure of the reason, he was certain that Hillary had tampered with the knife mark, obstructing him. Enraged, he flicked his sleeve and rushed forward, but as his foot barely landed, a thunderous tremor shook the entire stone forest. A vast pressure enveloped the area, shaking the stone forest violently. Even those outside sensed the overwhelming oppression, nearly collapsing. In shock, they sprinted away. Gregor retreated passively, while Quintonu Zun vanished instantly. Both sped up, leaving the stone forest, stopping several yards away. Hillary had communicated with the palm imprint. Beware! Quintonby was tense, shouting warnings. The palm imprint there was eerie and terrifying. The sole person who comprehended it had gone mad. Quintonu Zun's gaze was heavy, muttering inwardly, "This kid has guts." But Gregor's expression darkened like never before. That palm imprint only allowed one attempt per entry. Hillary had beaten him to it, denying him the opportunity. Not worth dying for. His first sinister glare emerged, harboring intense anger. This boy ruined his plans. He had prepared meticulously for this imprint, even laying hidden cards. And now, he couldn't execute them. Damn it. Boom. The stone forest shook violently, the earth rumbling like an earthquake. Standing 10 yards from the palm imprint, Hillary's body trembled fiercely, visibly exaggerated. Blood erupted from his body, indicating severe damage. Soon, he was covered in blood. Quintonby's heart tightened, and the others reacted differently. Shock, cold smiles, or schadenfreude. Unrepentant fool. Ah. As they thought, Hillary did more than tremble and bleed. Coil fell to the ground, screaming agonizingly. The cries were both ear-piercing and nightmarish, suggesting unbearable torture. Serves him right. The great coil-even cleaving palm is beyond ordinary comprehension. Only Gregor can manage it. Black-clothed man Pat stepped forward with a mocking laugh, simultaneously flattering Gregor. Slap. Before he finished, he flew backward, struck by a blinding 5-finger mark on his face. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he lost 4 or 5 teeth. Shut your damn mouth. Gregor's tone was unusually grave, filled with real rage. If Hillary died, he wouldn't care. Coil might even secretly rejoice. But losing the chance to communicate with the palm imprint and missing this grand enlightenment made his trip almost meaningless. Yes. Gregor's icy stare caused Pat to lower his head, meekly agreeing. Despite being the offspring of a dominant family and part of the main lineage, he felt inherently inferior before this divine son. Now, he could act arrogantly and use family influence to challenge Gregor. But at the academy, Gregor had countless ways to crush him. Would he dare? Quintonu Zun sneered silently, as did Quinton Shimming and Botaden. This idiot really didn't know better. The greatest enlightenment happened only once here, and Hillary took it. How could Gregor not be enraged? Flattery at such a time was akin to inviting a slap. Hillary's agonized screams continued. Coil rolled on the ground, clutching his head as if his soul suffered unimaginable impact. In his mind, eerie voices echoed. ##### Chapter 158, Perfect Enlightenment. Let me out, let me out. Hillary fell to the ground, his spirit suffering excruciating pain as if thousands of needles were piercing his mind. The voice resounded again, incessantly pounding in rhythm, a torment that defied description. Unbearable, excruciating agony. His head felt like it was about to explode. The great cleft coil-even palm was not difficult, at least not for Hillary. Coil could easily comprehend and integrate it. This was an Earth rank skill, even surpassing expectations to reach the 5th level of Earth rank. However, just as Hillary thoroughly integrated this skill into his consciousness, the terrifying figure's voice sounded within his mind, seemingly penetrating directly into his soul with the skill. Let me out, let me out. The voice continued, eerie and chilling, causing Hillary's spirit to suffer immensely, not only feeling like being stabbed but also burning intensely. Coil was an unimaginable torment, enduring something worse than death. Hillary, Quintonby rushed forward, her eyes filled with worry. Hillary looked dangerously on the verge. But as she moved, a pressure enveloped her. Quintonby, he is already doomed, beyond saving. It's not worth risking yourself. Hyman spoke. Though Hillary had lost the opportunity, it was certain he would die anyway. There was no way to save him unless he comprehended that law. But such a feat was nearly impossible. Throughout history, only one person had touched upon this, and only superficially. Hillary, you don't understand. You can never understand my connection with him, Quintonby insisted, charging forward with rolling energy, her teeth grinding as if preparing to activate her bloodline. Your bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet. Your impulsiveness will ruin everything, or even cripple you halfway. Hyman rebuked. Quintonby's bloodline was formidable, but it needed gradual development. So be it. If I am crippled, I have no more value to you. But Hillary won't despise me. Quintonby persisted, her bloodline energy growing stronger. Blasphemy! Hyman erupted in anger. With a roar, Quintonby's body trembled, her forcibly broken bloodline violently suppressed. I do not permit it. Do you understand? Hyman's face twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, glaring at Quintonby like a demon rather than a gentleman. You damn fool, shut up. At the same moment, Hillary roared angrily, smashing his fist into the ground with a thunderous boom. His fist shattered, blood splattering. The earth shook, forming a huge pit. Simultaneously, his dragon blood circulated, stabilizing his spirit and suppressing the voice. Let me out. The voice grew distant, seemingly truly suppressed by Hillary's loud shout. At this moment, Hillary's vital energy returned to normal, and his spirit stabilized. Huff, huff. Coil panted heavily, sweating profusely, his body covered in blood and sweat flowing down, staining the ground beneath him red. After dozens of breaths, Hillary slowly moved, shakily standing up. Behind him, everyone was stunned by his roar. Quintonby and Hyman immediately turned their gaze towards him. They were all surprised. Surprised that he survived? At this point, Hillary turned around. His face was deathly pale, with blood flowing from his 7 orifices, especially from his eyes, trickling down his cheeks, a ghastly sight. Even Hyman was taken aback. But quickly, Hillary stepped forward, rushing out of the stone forest, moving several dozen feet away from the site. Quintonby struggled free and hurriedly approached. Hillary, are you all right? Hillary, Hillary. She called for a while before Hillary finally looked at her, momentarily dazed. Then, wiping the fine sweat off his forehead, he said, I'm fine. Just some damage from comprehending that skill. Hillary didn't elaborate much, thinking about that mysterious voice. The pain was torturous, but he was sure that when the voice came, the dragon bead's energy surged. That voice must be connected to the dragon bead fragments. Well, that makes sense, Hyman's eyes flashed, seemingly somewhat believing that Hillary truly comprehended the skill. That would indeed be frightening, as he himself couldn't achieve it. Moreover, he glanced at the palm imprint wall, which remained intact. Not just him, Quintonu Zun, Pat, and others nodded silently. If Hillary really grasped it so quickly, this kid was exceptionally talented. Even among Gramjo Academy's outer court, his talent was top-notch. This should be impossible. Crack. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound echoed. Everyone's faces changed instantly. Crack. Stunned, they turned back to the stone forest. The cracking sound seemed to have widened. All eyes widened. Someone stuttered, the great cleft coil-even palm's stone wall. Crack, crack, crack. With the shaky voice, The cracking sound became sharper, continuously resonating. Deep within the wall, noticeable cracks appeared. No. Hyman stared, his eyes bloodshot in disbelief. Boom. As his voice trailed off, the stone wall exploded, and the palm imprint vanished instantly. It disappeared. No. Hyman was shocked, trembling, his eyes wide with disbelief. Not just him, Quintonu Zun was also trembling, suddenly turning his gaze towards Hillary, drawing in a sharp breath. Brother Quinton, Bodhi, and others stared in shock. This was simply inconceivable. As for the others, they collapsed onto the ground, like Pat. A long-standing legend claimed that if someone fully comprehended the great cleft Koileven palm, the stone monument would completely explode and cease to exist. Throughout history, since Bayou Pavilion emerged and since the storm gathering began, only one person had partially comprehended it. Now, the wall had cracked open. This proved Hillary had fully comprehended it. Coil perfectly understood it. What an incredible insight. Hashtag chapter 159. Suppress Pat. The stone wall exploded, and the palm print vanished completely. However, at that moment, Hillary's expression changed. Coil felt as if all the stone walls in the stone forest were trembling. Especially the stone wall engraved with his father's Koilengsing Idao, rampant slash, which gave him a clear sensation of a seal loosening. Could it be that these stone walls and the palm print were left here to suppress some existence? With the palm print being destroyed, has the seal loosened? Damn! As Hillary was contemplating this, a roar of anger suddenly erupted, and a terrifying aura enveloped the area. Hyman was the one who had erupted. Hand over the divine technique. Hyman's massive aura surged, and he glared at Hillary with icy eyes, clearly issuing a threat. If you can't beat me, do you think we should fight? Hillary said calmly. I said, hand it over. Hyman's voice was cold. Hyman, reality has proven that your talent is inferior to Hillary's. Quintonby stepped forward, blocking Hillary. We have an agreement. If I find someone better than you, then I am free. You can't. However, Hyman did not back down in the slightest. His aura expanded like a raging wind, transforming into an arm, sweeping aside Quintonby and sending her flying. Don't block me. You dare to hit my wife? Hillary's face darkened as his aura erupted. I warn you, the marriage contract between me and Nyla was arranged by my master Alpha and accepted by the Ade himself. Our wedding is imminent. Hyman no longer concealed his intentions. He harbored immense murderous intent towards Hillary. This young man's talent was tyrannical, surpassing imagination and shocking even him. Moreover, Hillary had taken what belonged to him. The divine technique was meant for him and must belong to him. So I'm telling you clearly, Nyla is mine. You have no chance. Hillary retorted fiercely, determined to take back his bride today. Kill him. Hyman's face was cold as he flashed toward Quintonby. His aura suppressed her, forming a seal that struck deep into her body, subduing her entirely. Quintonby could not struggle, nor move or speak. Simultaneously, under Hyman's command, the people from Yipentang, Yongla Gate, and Xinglo targeting Hillary also looked over with cold gazes. They harbored immense murderous intent towards Hillary, entering this place with the goal of exterminating him. Among them, Pat from Xinglo took the first step. Coil had been waiting for this opportunity to eliminate Hillary. Now, no one would stop him from acting. Kill. With a roar, his eyes turned ferocious, and he lunged forward. The slender, curved black blade slashed down immediately, releasing a blinding arc of light aimed straight at Hillary. Fight! Hillary muttered in his heart as the dragon-marked blade appeared in his palm. Holding the blade, he unleashed its piercing sharpness. Slash. Coil had mastered more of the knife intent from Koilengsing Idao, a skill passed on by his father from afar. With this, his true intent fully entered the second stage, allowing Koilengsing Idao to unleash even greater power. Meanwhile, the seventh slash of the 7 killing blades emerged, a cut named Songlong Ijan, Azure Dragon Strike. Hillary combined both blades, creating a powerful dragon-like blade light imbued with the tyranny of Koilengsing Idao. Songlong Koilengsha, Azure Dragon Rampant Kill. Boom. Boom. Consecutive explosions resounded as the two blade lights clashed, causing shockwaves and gasps. The impact was intense. Hillary's blade held an incomparable spirit, and the collision with Pat's blade was evenly matched. Both blade lights exploded simultaneously. Hillary retreated a step, and so did Pat. A draw at the 6th level of Dermic Realm. This was simply unimaginable. Kill. Pat's expression became even more ferocious. Being matched by a mere 1st-level Dermic Realm cultivator was an unbearable humiliation. Coil couldn't stand it. Just as he roared and raised his blade again, Hillary quickly sheathed his blade and stood firm. Everyone present narrowed their eyes. In the next moment, an even more terrifying aura burst forth from Hillary. His momentum soared, and the surrounding space churned violently. Then, he raised his right hand, channeling all his strength into it. A brilliant golden light shone on his palm. Hillary delivered a forceful palm strike. Boom. A colossal golden palm print, seemingly made of solid gold, streaked across the sky, growing larger as it moved forward until finally, the heavens and earth trembled in unison. Its pressure was horrifying. Under the golden palm print, Pat's expression changed drastically. His body shook. This was terrifying. Quintonu Zun was shaken to his core, his eyes wide open in astonishment. Coil truly witnessed what it meant to possess terrifying talent. This young man was exceptionally extraordinary, almost unnaturally so. Others watched with mouths agape, hurriedly backing away. Hillary used the Depitian palm, great Koileven splitting palm. Boom. The palm print descended, causing the void to explode. Waves surged like the sea, and amidst the chaos, blood spurted out as Pat screamed in agony. His black blade snapped in two, and countless wounds opened up on his body. His injuries were severe. No, they were critical. His aura vanished completely. His chest exploded, his dantian shattered, his cultivation, built up over years, turned to nothingness in that instant. Fortunately, just in time, another figure appeared, pulling Pat forcefully out from under the palm print. Otherwise, he would have been pulverized into pieces. Hand it over. A voice rang out as Hyman threw aside the now crippled Pat. His aura turned tyrannical again as he flashed forward, delivering a devastating punch straight at Hillary. His dermic power was exceedingly pure and formidable. That punch tore through the ground, creating explosive booms that shook the soul. Even from a distance, the others felt the terrifying pressure. Fighting this person was suicide. It's over. Quintonuzun shook his head. Hillary's talent surpassed imagination, possibly even outshining Hyman's, but in terms of cultivation, he was far behind. Even mastering the great coileven-splitting palm, Hillary could not match Hyman. Divine techniques were fearsome, but required sufficiently strong cultivation to unleash their full power. Clearly, Hillary wasn't enough. In fact, not only couldn't he fight back, the golden palm print Hillary created was obliterated by Hyman's punch, sending him flying backward. Blood sprayed. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. His face was deathly pale. This divine technique is indeed terrifying, but it can only block 3/10 of my strength. Hand it over. Hyman pursued Hillary with fiery eyes. By using just 3/10 of his strength, he could easily crush any existence below the 7th level of dermic realm. Yet Hillary had managed to withstand it. Though gravely injured, he still lived. That was terrifying. Coil wanted the great coileven-splitting palm at all costs. Chapter 160. Borrowing the power of the stone forest. Gregor's eyes were burning with intensity. This palm strike to split coileven was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Rumor had it that it was a 3rd-grade Earth rank technique, but now he felt this method might be 5th-grade Earth rank. If completely comprehended, it would be 5th-grade Earth rank. Truly, an awe-inspiring skill. Hillary, Quintonby, suppressed and unable to move or speak, was filled with anxiety, especially as Hillary retreated, spurting blood wildly. Her heart ached as if cut by a knife. Meanwhile, Quintonuzun and others silently shook their heads. They were done for. Possessing powerful skills but unable to unleash corresponding power, the young man couldn't withstand Gregor. No, Coil simply didn't have the qualifications to stand up against him. Hand it over. Gregor's roar resounded again. Coil flashed forward, while Hillary was already retreating. As he did so, the ground where he previously stood was fiercely pounded down by a terrifying fistlight. The void violently churned, and the earth there exploded fiercely. This guy was indeed formidable, with incredible footwork and abundant magic power. Going head-on, 3 Hillarys wouldn't be his match. After all, Gregor was older, at a higher cultivation level, and received innumerable coveted resources within the academy, along with the meticulous guidance of an immortal realm master. In all aspects, he had significantly better conditions than Hillary. Though Hillary possessed a powerful lineage, he only obtained it a few months ago. I'm telling you for the last time, hand it over. My patience is limited. Gregor's face darkened. He truly didn't want to waste any more time. You like dreaming? Hillary wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then a black light flashed from his brow. The reverse dragon scale. Using the reverse dragon scale required burning one's vitality. Last night, when encountering the assassin, Hillary had used it, resulting in significant vitality loss. Ultimately, his cultivation broke through due to this, yet his vitality was severely damaged. In such a condition, it was best for him not to use secret techniques within a month, or else the cumulative damage would become severe. But Hillary disregarded everything. Since you're trying to kill me, I'll fight to the death. And he had plans. Coilera, outside this stone forest, if given some time, he was unafraid of Gregor. Coil had a chance to kill him. Time was needed. Boom. The reverse dragon scale emerged, and a fearsome aura once again surged forth. This time, Hillary went all out, pushing the reverse dragon scale to its limits. Kill. Under the overpowering presence, Gregor shouted, flashing forward no longer with fists, but with a long sword suddenly appearing. The sword light was incredibly sharp, reaching Hillary's head almost instantly after appearing. Coilevenly sword flash. This is Earth rank. Quintonuzun's eyes widened. Gregor really went all out, directly unleashing an Earth rank skill. Coilevenly sword flash. This skill was passed down from the immortal realm. The sword light could lock onto a soul, arriving in an instant, taking life away in a flash. It slashed down. Roar. As the sword light fell, Hillary's entire life force surged out, magic power erupted, and the reverse dragon scale reached its limit, even burning black flames. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura exploded from his body, echoing the sound of a mad dragon roaring across heaven and earth. Boom. A massive sound explosion rang out on the scene, with devastating shockwaves causing rocks to shatter and the earth to crack fiercely. Amidst the chaos and wind, the blood-covered Hillary staggered, becoming even more terrifying. Despite this, Gregor continued advancing, his sword flashing ominously. The second strike did not come. Before the second strike could land, Hillary's shout echoed. Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the stone forest. Indeed, from the stone forest. The aura was domineering and overwhelming. All the stone walls of the forest trembled and glowed, the skill marks seeming to squirm alive. Such a scene left Gregor momentarily stunned. In that brief moment of hesitation, several nearest stone walls released knife, sword, palm, and fist marks, rushing straight towards Gregor. Connection. Gregor's eyes flashed as he immediately struck with his sword, but his expression was utterly shocked. Hillary had connected with the stone forest, using the skills within to counterattack him. Boom. Explosions sounded as Gregor soared into the sky, standing amidst the heavens, his sword cutting down, neutralizing fists, breaking palms, scattering sword lights, and shattering knife imprints. But as he defended, more marks from the stone forest rushed forth. A demonic lion roared, spewing flames toward the sky. A great rock spread its wings, its sharp cries shaking the soul, soaring high into the heavens with razor-sharp talons tearing through everything. Boom! Explosions persisted, the stone forest quaked, monstrous beast shadows appeared, and with each major skill exploding, ancient tree marks shone brightly, branches moving, countless branches shooting out like spears piercing the air, endless and dense. This was not the end. A golden lotus mark appeared, blossoming golden lotuses in the air, emitting a soul-entrancing aura. A long spear seemed ready to tear through the sky. Coil has comprehended everything. Gregor was stunned beyond belief. Hilary had connected with all the skills within the stone forest and immediately reached their peak, even combining these skill marks with himself, making them fight on his behalf. This kind of terrifying talent, this strong connection, this unparalleled insight, simply unimaginable. It wasn't just that his talent wasn't inferior, nor just surpassed him. It was a complete crushing superiority. Slash. His mind raced, and he swung his sword downward, but the number of skills was too many, sealing all directions. The entire stone forest fought for Hilary. Coil was locked in place, unable to escape, his movements restricted. The swordlight sweeping horizontally couldn't crush everything instantly. Behind him, Quintonu Zun and others were dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. Moments later, countless people dropped to their knees. Even so, their bodies still trembled uncontrollably. Exciting. Unimaginably exciting. What is an unrivaled prodigy? This was it, making your very soul tremble. Fight. Connecting with the stone forest took time, and Hilary's use of the reverse dragon scale bought him time. With that, he stomped hard on the ground. His body shot skyward, rapidly ascending until he stood above the battling Gregor, his blade glowing with blinding coldness. You want to snatch my wife? Slap my face in front of her? Suspended midair, his blade gleamed brilliantly under the heavens, like a small sun blinding everyone. I'll damn well kill you. With a roar, Hilary held the blade with both hands, slashing fiercely from top to bottom. The explosion sounded like thunder crashing from the heavens. Azure Dragon Slaying Technique. Chapter 161. Savage Strike. Azure Dragon Crosscut. The combination of two powerful sword techniques, unleashed with all his might at this moment, carried Hilary's boundless fury as he struck out mercilessly. Gavin Tiger. Hyman's face turned pale as the divine powers from within the stone forest continuously attacked him. The final few stone walls approached as well, followed by the slash from Azure Dragon Crosscut, Sky God Sword, Divine Thunder Vajra. Each one was terrifying. Coil sensed danger. Mortal danger. In such dire straits, he bellowed loudly, unleashing his bloodline power. A Gavin Tiger roared out, stomping across the sky. Azure Dragon. As he shouted, Hilary's cry echoed fiercely too. Coil disregarded everything and unleashed his bloodline. Behind him, a terrifying Azure Dragon emerged, roaring as it surged forward, capturing the Gavin Tiger. Though Hilary's current bloodline was only at the peak of the spirit grade, not as tyrannical as a divine grade bloodline, the stone kinetic power and Azure Dragon Crosscut provided support. The bloodline tore forward, clashing with the Gavin Tiger, exploding once and reappearing, exploding again and still emerging, colliding continuously, never giving even a hint of respite. Kill. Under relentless attacks, Hilary's true self charged forward, his saber slashing down once more. The blade's light carried a mad killing intent. Yes, mad. Crazed. Hilary was in a berserk state, fighting without regard for anything else, ready to go all out against them to the death. You lunatic. Hyman was alarmed and terrified, bracing himself to endure another palm strike. His sword clashed fiercely with Hilary's saber. Simultaneously, Hilary's true self had moved close enough, gripping his saber to match the sword. His left hand, freed up, lifted sharply. A blinding golden light. Divine Coileven palm. Smack. The massive golden palm print did not just slap down but violently whipped down. The terrifying force landed squarely on Hyman's face. Blood splattered. Hyman flew diagonally away. Below, everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with shock and bloodshot. Unable to believe that Hyman had actually been slapped, they were astounded. However, this was not the end. As Hyman flew sideways, Hilary's aura grew formidable as he yelled again, kill. With that command, the divine powers in the stone forest surged once more, the true dragon overwhelming the white tiger. Meanwhile, Hilary closed in on the suppressed Hyman, the second palm descending like thunder aimed at crushing the opponent's head. A deadly blow. That's the divine sun. Quintonu Zun screamed. Killing Hyman would be disastrous, infuriating his master, Alpha, beyond control. So be it. But Hilary paid no heed. Who cared who it was? Deal with it after striking. Even if the Coilevenly Emperor came today, it wouldn't matter. Phew. Blood sprayed, but the head did not explode. At the critical moment, Hyman shifted slightly, evading the full impact of the palm. Distracted, however, his Gavin Tiger bloodline fluctuated wildly as various divine powers pummeled him relentlessly, causing him severe injuries. Yet Hilary was already there, striking furiously with palms one after another. Repeated massive palm prints descended relentlessly, producing ear-piercing smacks. Hyman endured countless slaps. Those watching below were utterly speechless, admiring Hilary to the extreme for his relentless slapping of Hyman. This was cathartic. Hyman was too brilliant and too arrogant, suffocating many people under his dominance. Many secretly hoped he would fall. Just as Hilary stood out among others, many wished to see him topple off his pedestal or be brought low. To not incur envy is to be mediocre. Hyman was the same. Thick-skinned enough. Hilary kept striking, yet the villain's face only bled, not bursting. Truly thick. No, it's that flame mark. Suddenly, Hilary focused. Hyman had a bloody flame mark on his brow, emitting a unique aura protecting his head. Even resisting those divine powers was partly due to this flame mark. Otherwise, no matter how resilient he was, he would have fallen, maybe even exploded. Enough. With cheeks swollen from dozens of slaps, Hyman's rage could not be quelled by all the oceans combined. Coil never imagined, not in a million years, that he, Hyman, would be slapped ruthlessly. And by someone at the first level law realm. Coil was frustrated, furious, tortured, as if preferring death over this torment. With a roar, the mark on his brow flashed rapidly, blood-colored flames rising around him. Simultaneously, he withdrew the Gavin Tiger bloodline and put away his sword. Despite the divine powers from the stone forest pressing down ferociously, they couldn't break through, only making him tremble. You're forcing me. You're forcing me. Celestial flame, great rupture palm. Hyman went completely mad, hair disheveled, face covered in blood, looking like a demonic fiend. Amidst this monstrous transformation, the blood-colored flames immediately condensed, forming a terrifying palm print. As soon as it appeared, the sky rumbled and the earth shook, pressure reaching unparalleled levels. This is a divine seal left by Alpha on Hyman, allowing him to unleash divine power. Quintonu Zun shouted, retreating frantically. As he retreated, the shaking worsened, attacking divine powers exploding, stone walls shattering. Yes, shattering. But this wasn't entirely due to divine power. Hillary had fully comprehended and mobilized divine powers, weakening the stone walls. Under this terrible pressure, stone walls continued to explode. At that moment, Hillary realized a terrifying possibility. The seals had loosened completely. Hyman shattered the stone walls. Run! Coil yelled, charging forward crazily. Quintonu, Zun and others flashed away swiftly. They weren't afraid of the walls exploding but feared the aftermath of divine power, fearing to suffer the unintended consequences. Go! Quintonu Zun rushed away, dragging the restrained Quintonby along as he left. The current situation did not allow staying here. Yi, Hillary. Quintonby struggled, her unawakened bloodline stirring wildly, making her scream out in her last defiance. But that was it. As her voice trailed off, the bloody palm print descended, pushing back Hillary who had surged forward. Meanwhile, the stone forest below exploded completely, revealing mysterious patterns beneath the walls. These patterns flickered, continually exploding under the palm print until they vanished, while a terrifying Yin energy surged upwards. This time, the Yin energy was sharp, like a sword, a suppressed sword breaking free from its confinement, unsheathing itself directly. Chapter 162. Breaking the seal. The stone forest shattered and the runes vanished, as if a terrifying and icy divine sword had broken free from its seal. In that moment, the entire secret realm seemed to tremble. Gregor's eyes flickered, then he swiftly retreated, noticing a black sword tip emerging from the ground. Even though only a part of it was visible, it was already enormously thick, radiating a terrifying and dangerous sword aura. Just looking at it sent shivers down his spine. Without hesitation, he ran frantically away. Hillary was being suppressed, while the divine sword gradually emerged from underground, with its sword aura spreading out in all directions, seemingly forming a sword domain. Locked down. Damn it. Hillary's face darkened. He too was now weakened due to his frenzied attacks and using reverse dragon scale to its limits, which greatly burned his vitality, leading to a backlash. However, he didn't hesitate. Coil immediately activated the Azure Dragon incantation. As the giant black sword slowly emerged from the ground, the aura of the Dragon Pearl also appeared. This aura connected with Hillary, allowing him to absorb it selectively once he slightly operated the incantation. The essence entering his body instantly nourished and stabilized his injuries, enhancing his vitality. The Dragon Chi here was equivalent to a third of a Dragon Pearl. Dragon Pearl fragment. After fully absorbing it, he received tremendous benefits. His bloodline rapidly surged past the spirit level straight to the divine level. Divine level bloodline, drastically increasing talent. Strike. Hillary stood up, channeling immense power throughout his body as he threw a punch accompanied by the shadow of a dragon, striking the barriers of the sword domain forcefully. However, the sword domain only shook, unable to be shattered. At this point, the black sword had emerged one-third of its length, making the sword aura even sharper. Under its after effects, Hillary was in excruciating pain, feeling as if his bones were about to be torn apart by the sword chi. Simultaneously, Hillary sensed an extremely cold pair of eyes staring at him, almost grinning maniacally. Release me. That voice seemed to belong to this very sword. Coil has emerged. The suppressed existence has emerged. Suck. Without caring about the consequences under the threat of death, Hillary activated the sword imprint and absorbed the sword chi wildly. This sword chi was indeed formidable. One absorption made Hillary feel like he was taking in far more than he did in the Quinton family's back mountain. Yet he continued absorbing, knowing the stronger this sword domain, the more he absorbed, the greater his chances of escape. Meanwhile, he drew out his dragon-patterned blade and slashed repeatedly, each time striking the barriers of the sword domain. Perhaps because he absorbed boundless sword chi, the barriers started to loosen. One slash of the dragon-patterned blade created cracks like glass on the barriers of the sword domain. I have come out. The voice was sinister and horrific. The sword had now emerged halfway from the ground, appearing massive and glaring. The sword was pitch black. It bore countless blood-red marks resembling ghostly symbols. Upon closer inspection, these marks looked like a fierce serpent, mouth wide open, ready to devour a person. Slash. Dare not delay. Hillary continuously slashed, sending out energy frantically with each stroke. Without slashing furiously, there would be no way to open the door. Gregor ended up last, as everyone else rushed out of the Jade Tower. Upon exiting into the outside world, their disheveled state was seen by everyone. Immediately, everyone was shocked. Even the high-ranking Dharmaraja and the most terrifying demigod abruptly stood up, eyes wide open. It's bad, black sword chi fills the Jade Tower. Quintonu Zun shouted first, noting how the stone forest exploded and the patterns vanished, revealing the terrifying black sword chi. What? People screamed, faces filled with sudden panic. In the next moment, they madly rushed toward the Jade Tower. But, boom. As they moved, the word, seal, on the entrance of the Jade Tower suddenly appeared, exploding loudly. At the same time, inside the Jade Tower, a thick streak of sword chi shot straight up into the sky, creating a massive hole in the tower itself. Following this, a huge black sword flashed and shot out without stopping, vanishing in an instant. Darn it, it escaped. The demigod and Dharmaraja attacked with vast powers, but the black giant sword was nowhere to be found. What happened? The Dharmaraja shouted, looking down at trembling crowds who were quaking under the wrathful pressure of the Dharmarajas. Gregor, it was Senior Qin. He fought Hillary and activated the divine seal, shattering the stone forest, followed by the appearance of the sword chi. One person, trembling, dared not lie and recounted what happened truthfully. You. The Dharmaraja gnashed his teeth, furious beyond measure, wanting to slap Gregor dead but hesitated, considering his status as a godson. Coil deserves to die. Gregor said coldly. Slap. A sharp sound echoed as the demigod slapped Gregor hard, shouting, God Qin doesn't tolerate you here. Gregor flew backward, bleeding profusely, incredibly enraged, unaware of the horror of the black sword or the severity of the situation, turning ferociously menacing. Nyla, what happened? Where is Hillary? Wiley asked, knowing something about that black sword. Years ago, that sword devoured countless lives, absorbing endless essence and blood, causing untold massacres, finally requiring 72 experts to seal it down. Now, it had broken free. Massacres were sure to return soon. Gregor fought Hillary and was pummeled by him. Coil refused to accept it and summoned the divine seal. Quentin B explained, having just broken her own seal. What? Voices dropped as shock swept through everyone again. Hillary beating Gregor endlessly? Unbelievable. The divine seal's explosion caused the stone forest to shatter, releasing a black ancient sword from underground. When I left, Hillary was still there. Quentin B spoke, intending to rush back into the Jade Tower, but was firmly held back by Wiley. With the black sword, responsible for countless slaughters, out, there seemed to be no hope for Hillary. Blast it! The demigod scolded and slapped Gregor so hard his face nearly exploded. Not that he cared much for Hillary, but Gregor breaking the seal and unleashing the black sword fueled his uncontrollable rage. Not even a godson could exempt him. Coil even wanted to crush this bastard right there. However, as murderous intent emerged, a white crane spread its wings in the sky. Standing on it was Jace emitting boundless energy, halting the demigod's action remotely. The demigod stared, squinting his eyes, realizing who approached. God Qin. Chapter 163, Threat. Time rewound to the secret realm. Hillary went into a frenzied slash, endlessly absorbing sword chi. The coldness of the absorbed sword chi made his body shudder. This sword chi was terrifying, as if mixed with the evil aura of a world-class demon beast. But he couldn't care less at this moment. His blade continuously slashed down while the sword mark voraciously absorbed the chi. You father and I are the same kind of people. We 12 are all sins they targeted. And he actually helped those people to suppress me? Damn it, damn it. A voice echoed in the sword chi, eerie and horrifying. Hillary's eyes moved, and then he began slashing once more. Perhaps because the sword mark had absorbed too much sword chi, there was a crackling sound from the sword domain. With a sudden explosive sound, an exit opened up, and Hillary wasted no time, dashing out wildly. At the same moment he rushed out, the black giant sword shot completely out from underground. Its cold sword chi tore through the void. Hillary ran far, but could still feel the terrifying power of the sword chi. Coil even felt that the black sword could kill him with just a thought. But it didn't happen. The black sword rose from the ground, its sword chi soaring thousands of feet high, tearing through the void before howling away. It fled. The black sword fled. The tide of sword chi disappeared. Hillary, with countless bloody wounds on his body, dashed 3,000 feet before collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. You father and I are the same kind of people. We 12 are all sins. That echo lingered in Hillary's mind. 12 of them. His saber is a dragon. That sword is a snake. Numerous guesses filled Hillary's mind in an instant. I can't ponder too much. Some things are useless to guess. Find my father, and everything will be clear. Hillary stood up and rushed toward the outside world. Meanwhile, the sword chi inside the brow sword mark was frantically refining. So abundant it was much harder to refine compared to what he absorbed at the Quentin family's back mountain. Now, white cranes spread their wings as the Aaron rode on one, radiating terrifying pressure that shook everyone below. A true deity. Hyman's master from the Gramjo Academy, Monroe. Monroe, your disciple has committed a great mistake. Moreover, according to Bayou Pavilion's rules, not only deities but also half-deities cannot enter. Even Dharmaraja is forbidden. The half-deity paused for a moment but spoke out. The divine seal was given by Monroe, breaking the rules. The white crane flew forward, then hovered above. Monroe's gaze looked down, like two incredibly sharp divine lamps illuminating downwards. I will punish accordingly. After uttering these simple 4 words, Monroe paid no further attention to the half-deity, but instead looked at Hyman, saying, Pupil, injured? Hyman saluted, his face covered in blood, feeling intense pain and shame as he replied, I was beaten. Do not be discouraged. Go back and practice diligently. Reclaim your pride after a year. In fact, a half-deity is nothing special. You need only a year, said Monroe. This enraged both the half-deity and the Dharmaraja beside him. Was this punishment or favoritism? Was this blame or intimidation? Monroe, what a character. That Jace is unreasonable. Ripley, such grave offenses warrant execution. Clifford muttered softly. Will you do the killing? Dharmaraja Wiley cast a look at Clifford, who immediately shut up, lowering his head and daring not to say more. Wiley was extremely irked but helpless. Monroe was from the Academy, a deity-level figure incomparably powerful. They couldn't touch him. This also demonstrated Monroe's immense faith in Hyman. Alas for Hillary, that child, who surpassed Hyman in excellence. Sigh. Hyman's eyes flickered. With his master showing no displeasure, he had nothing to worry about. Coil saluted and said, yes, pupil shall not disgrace master's command. Coil lifted his head again, immensely pleased, giving a cold smirk as he gazed at the half-deity. 1 year later, I'll come back to challenge you. Let's go. Monroe beckoned, and the white crane immediately descended. But Hyman did not move. Instead, he turned to Quintonby and said, Master, you arranged my marriage. Now that the wedding date has arrived, what do you think? My disciple's approval is sufficient. Dream family's girl, you're blessed? Monroe smiled, landing fully on the ground. Coil was an Aaron in a white robe, appearing kind-hearted and smiling, standing before Hyman, looking at Quintonby. Shuhan's talent is evident to all. He will be a deity in the future. With you as a celestial maiden, it's a perfect match. Monroe smiled. I refuse. Quintonby didn't hesitate, adding, Coil has vile and utterly despicable conduct. You. Hyman gritted his teeth. Boom. Monroe was straightforward, radiating an awful aura around him. Within a kilometer, countless people fell to their knees. Many screamed in agony as their bodies exploded, blood spraying everywhere. Even Wiley trembled under this force. The difference between a Dharmaraja and a deity was vast. Long ago, when I made the betrothal agreement with the 7th Royal House, they never mentioned such conditions. Are you going back on it now? Monroe glanced at Wiley. Monroe, what are you saying? I merely stated that the matter would be discussed once the children grew older. Wiley looked directly at Monroe, speaking solemnly. Before he could finish, a terrible pressure enveloped him, causing him to tremble violently. His legs sank into the ground. The ground beneath his feet began to explode. Divine suppression? Dharmaraja Wiley, Monroe looked over. I decided on matters back then, and the 7th Royal House acknowledged it. Would you dare refute me? Monroe is superior. I have nothing to say, but I won't coerce Nyla. Coiler decision. I respect. Wiley reaffirmed. Yet an even greater pressure descended upon him, causing his straight body to immediately bend, fists clenching tightly within his sleeves. Shuhan, my disciple, is like a son to me. Coil will inherit my legacy. To join with the Bowie family, do you deem me unworthy or otherwise? Monroe narrowed his eyes. No one dared speak around him. This Monroe acted tyrannically, suppressing others with violence. Where resistance wasn't possible, it must be accepted. But that's how the world works. No principles, just power. Where might makes right. Wiley was left with no way out. Nyla, decide for yourself? Wiley clenched his fists, resisting the tremendous pressure, and reiterated. Nyla, decide for yourself? Coil wouldn't force her. Quintonby started, while Monroe intensified the pressure. Wiley's body visibly bent, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Nyla, don't anger my master, Hyman interjected. For your own good, your grandfather's, and the Bowie family. Blackmail. Quintonby gritted her teeth, wanting to refuse, only wanting to refuse, but she saw her grandfather bleeding, sinking deeper into the ground. Divine might was insurmountable. Even the 7th Royal House might not resist. Are you planning to forcibly take her? How shameless. Suddenly, a voice sounded atop the Bayou Pavilion, a black-cloaked figure standing there. Chapter 164. Did the sword god run away? The black-robed figure stood atop the Gavin Jade Pavilion, and around him, sword chi radiated. Even from a distance, it was blinding to look at. Sword god. Someone squinted their eyes, uttering those two words. Hillary's master was also a sword god, dressed similarly. Coil came. At this moment, the black-robed figure faced away from everyone, his sword chi radiating in all directions, leaving countless people below awestruck. The law kings and demigods floating in the sky all descended to the ground simultaneously. Meanwhile, Wiley's eyes flashed, clenching his fists beneath his sleeves slightly. Quintonby, Clifford, Big Leighton, and Regina were all visibly excited. Assad was overwhelmingly domineering. They had no right to speak. Quintonby had been forcibly taken away, and no one could stop it. Only a sword god could. No wonder he is so terrifying. His master truly is a sword god. The Star Tower members trembled. First Class Hall was on high alert, and Cassandra of the Yongle Gate and others merged into the crowd. In the Hong Alliance, Quintonu Zun narrowed his eyes and looked at the clan Aaron beside him. That kid is much more formidable than we thought. His talent surpasses Gregor. But it makes sense that his master is a sword god. Coil recounted everything inside the mystic realm, comprehending the coil-even cleaving palm, communicating with all stone walls, crushing Gregor. All these details became even more frightening in the mind of the Hong Alliance Aaron. It appeared that Han's son was indeed well prepared for this confrontation. Han, who had once been targeted by the Overlord, dared to appear here through his son. How could he possibly be without any trump cards? This matter we will not intervene in. Assad is also not simple. He has the backing of the Academy and high-level deities. Let's wait and see, said the Hong Alliance Aaron after glancing at Paco, who immediately lowered his head. Coil had previously praised Hillary greatly within the Hong Alliance, which led to the Alliance not targeting him. You did the right thing. Go back and receive your reward, the clan Aaron continued, expressing approval of Paco's actions. Without his reminder, the Hong Alliance might have opposed Hillary, but now with the Sword God's appearance, they would fare no better. May I know your honorable name? These murmurs were low, but Assad heard every word clearly. The fearsome talent of Hillary and the domineering power when he crushed Gregor. The title of Sword God seemed genuine. Moreover, he raised his head and narrowed his eyes. The person's sword chi was indeed sharp, indicating strong cultivation. Sword cultivators were inherently powerful, and sword god strength was something ordinary people couldn't resist. Even he had to be cautious. However, among the divine realm cultivators in Gramzhou, he had nearly interacted with all of them. Sword gods were rare, and he had met them all. This person's aura was definitely not one of theirs. You are too lowly in rank, unworthy of my attention, the black-robed figure replied in a hoarse voice, facing away from everyone as if gazing at the horizon, while his sword chi raged like roaring winds. That girl is my chosen daughter-in-law. You dare to touch her? The voice sounded again, even more imperiously. However, no one noticed that the shadow seemed to tremble slightly. Damn, he's using pressure to probe me. Divine might is indeed overbearing. A big black dog under the black robe gritted its teeth, licking swords for days. It had accumulated enough to unleash a coil-even-slicing sword chi, yet it was about to be consumed. Quintantelyi, can you handle it? I can't hold on. Jordy howled inwardly. There is room for negotiation. Assad probed with divine might, and the man's sword chi remained condensed and intense, incredibly formidable. Coil felt that the opponent was not weaker than him. But to say how strong, probably not, otherwise, he would have already attacked. In the world of the strong, who talks about reason? A single sword strike, and even if you don't comply, you must accept it. Since the other party didn't attack, this indicated room for negotiation, and perhaps, an opportunity. Master. Gregor's expression changed, unwilling to give up. Giving up like this would be very embarrassing. But Assad stopped him and transmitted sound. Let's see what happens. I come from the academy. May I know where you hail from, brother? Assad asked again, treating a sword god with great caution. Bullshit. The black-robed figure's voice flared angrily. What trash is in Gramzhou that deserves to know my name? Get lost. A rebuke rang out, and sword chi surged into the sky, forming a bloody divine sword, razor-sharp, blinding even the Law Kings. Simultaneously, the power of this sword gave them a feeling that it could slice through the heavens. Indeed, a sword god was terrifying. Everyone was shocked, but Assad took a step forward, rising off the ground, saying, Brother Dao, why don't you come down for a chat? I can give you face, but as someone representing the academy, fleeing and losing the academy's honor would be unacceptable. Coil floated forward, eyes sharp, attempting to pierce through the black robe to witness the true self inside. At this moment, everyone grew tense. Was a divine realm battle about to start? Clifford clenched his teeth. Why waste words? Just strike him with a sword. Assad continued forward, cautiously probing the divine might constantly. To him, it felt like the sword chi was wavering. Feeling this way, he became somewhat relieved, speeding up. Get lost. The black robe shouted, sword chi howling as if ready to explode. Everyone retreated rapidly, for a divine realm battle was absolutely terrifying. Even the aftereffects could be catastrophic, and Assad's eyes flashed coldly. This person might be a sword god, but his cultivation wasn't as fearsome as he imagined. Coil kept probing, but the other side only shouted without attacking. Not an opponent. His boldness increased significantly. It seems Brother Dao doesn't want to give this Qin some face. In that case, I'll have to offend. Increasing his volume, he accelerated forward, emitting a massive aura. At this moment, everyone was extremely tense. Was the sword god still not going to act? Was the battle about to start? Yet, under their tense gazes, in a flash, that black shadow suddenly moved, slipping into the Gavin Jade Pavilion through a large hole. The vast blood-red sword chi shattered, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was stunned. Ran away? The sword god ran away? Just as I thought. Assad sneered, flashing forward. That person fled, intimidated by him, clearly not an opponent. Behind him, Gregor rejoiced, his confidence soaring. His master was secure. Compared to him, Wiley, Quintonby, and others shivered violently, their faces instantly turning gloomy. Hillary's master was inadequate? Scattering sword chi and escaping? Their spirits sank. At this moment, Assad grew overly confident, flashing away, enveloping the Gavin Jade Pavilion with immense pressure. They wouldn't escape. Perhaps today, he would slay a deity. Yet, before the pressure could fall, his expression drastically changed, and his advancing body reversed in an impossible motion, retreating at incredible speed. A colossal sword chi burst forth from the large hole. Instantly, his pressure was reduced to nothing. Then, a figure reappeared, standing atop the Gavin Jade Pavilion, still robed in black, facing away from everyone, remaining mysterious and profound, with even vaster sword chi. No, even vaster sword chi, and not blood red, but green. Hashtag chapter 165, a sword to suppress the divine. The black-robed figure continued to face away from the crowd, gazing into the distance with an inscrutable demeanor. The sword chi had changed from blood red to emerald green, appearing even more dazzling and majestic. Alpha squinted, trying to sense the aura, but the sword chi blocked his perception. Something felt off, yet he was not afraid. The black-robed man only engaged in verbal posturing. He wouldn't dare make a move. Coil was nothing significant in front of Alpha. At most, they were evenly matched. In fact, not just Alpha but everyone else noticed that the black-robed figure hadn't attacked earlier and had swiftly retreated after confronting Alpha. It seemed he genuinely feared Alpha. This so-called sword god was all talk. Inside the first-class hall, Yongla Gate, and Star Tower, experts observed with cold stares. Someone from the Star Tower even stood up, pointing forward and shouting, "Come down and meet us. Your wish is granted." The black-robed figure, still facing away, spoke in a hoarse voice. Coil then truly unleashed a sword strike. It was a single strand of emerald sword chi that transformed into a sharp blade slicing down. The Jace who spoke turned pale as the sword chi locked onto him, sensing an overwhelming threat. His 9th rank legal realm aura flared up. However, The sword chi was invincible, shredding through all defenses. Blood spurted from his body as the sword light descended. Hold it! A shout rang out, and several experts from the Star Tower rushed forward, unleashing powerful punches with their full strength. 7 beams of punch energy soared forth. Alas, before they could touch the sword light, they exploded, sending the 7 attackers flying backward. Then, the sword cut down. A gush of blood splattered. The 9th-rank legal realm expert was obliterated on the spot. Silence fell over the scene. Furious but hesitant, the Star Tower's occupants dared not speak further. This person might not be as formidable as Alpha, but killing a legal realm expert was effortless for him. Is there anyone else who wants a taste of my sword? The voice echoed calmly. The black-robed figure, still facing away, radiated an enigmatic aura once more. The vast crowd fell silent. Standing amidst the wind, the black-robed figure's cloak billowed while the sword chi surged overhead, connecting him to the heavens. Below the sword were people, above the sword was the sky. Quintontal girl, the black-robed figure addressed Quintonby, who immediately became solemn and looked up. My disciple is handsome, elegant, unmatched in talent, and this world's thousands of outstanding youths are not worth a fraction of him. The sword god sounded serious, but his words felt rather casual. Quintonby's eyes flickered. Did he mean she wasn't worthy of his disciple? You have good fortune. Quintonby blinked, understanding why Hillary had acted so confidently. It seemed his master enjoyed showing off too. Does this mean I'm getting a bargain by being with your disciple? What can you do if I'm taking advantage? Coil likes me. Coil said it himself. Boom. The immense aura shook the air. Alpha interrupted the black-robed figure's speech, saying, Esteemed Taoist friend, your cultivation is profound, and I admire you. Why don't we enter the Jade Tower together for a long conversation over drinks? You misunderstand. The black-robed figure replied in his raspy voice. I never converse with deities. What do you mean? In Gramzhou, there are 3 million deities, all of whom must lower their heads before me. His mysterious voice continued as he gazed at the horizon, deep and unfathomable. Everyone watched in awe as his long hair and black robe fluttered in the wind, the distant sword chi piercing the heavens, indeed earning reverence. Unbeknownst to them, Hillary inside the black robe was sweating profusely, secretly gathering his strength and refining the sword chi. Killing a legal realm expert had consumed nearly a third of his refined sword chi, making a divine-level kill impossible. Even without killing a legal realm expert, suppressing one was already extremely difficult. Otherwise, why bother with idle chatter? Coil could just draw his sword and finish it. Blame the black-robed man for not providing enough opportunities. Don't be ungrateful. I almost exposed myself and got killed. The black-robed man mentally chided Hillary, who had been frightened stiff by the Aaron's power. Do you think I'm not qualified? Alpha picked up where Hillary left off, his gaze growing colder. Wrong. Hillary paused and shook his head. Have you seen me bow? We cultivators uphold dignity and righteousness. Bending and submitting. What does that even mean? Alpha retorted coldly. Coil was increasingly irritated by this man and wanted to challenge him, asking if he deserved it. So, I didn't say you weren't qualified. The black-robed figure shook his head. Alpha sneered. Was this an indirect easing of tension? But the moment the smile appeared, the black-robed figure added, your issue isn't qualification, but rather, complete unworthiness. I mean you don't even qualify to strive. You. Alpha gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. Flames within him intensified. Firstly, the words were stinging. Secondly, he was indeed stuck at the first rank of the divine realm, not fully completed, barely touching divinity after 30 years of effort. Those words pierced his heart. Enraged, he shouted, You don't dare show your true form? Let me see who you are. Don't move. The black-robed figure warned. Alpha slowed down, glaring ahead. All those who see me die. Do you want to? The voice remained mysterious. This humble one kills selectively, considering fate and qualifications. Few have died by my sword. Foolish charade, empty bravado. If you have the skill, unleash your sword. Alpha roared, unable to contain his anger. Are you implying I don't even deserve to die by your sword? Too much arrogance. Coil lunged forward, his divine power surging, though enraged, he did not take it lightly, channeling his full cultivation. Thunder rumbled through the void as waves rose in Nanhuhu Lake below, the momentum immense. Facing away, the black-robed figure emitted emerald sword chi, seemingly piercing the heavens. Next, Alpha closed the distance to 30, then 25 zhong, unleashing a grand technique towards the black-robed figure. At this moment, the sword chi solidified into an emerald divine sword, razor-sharp and slowly pressing down. As it descended, the sword light grew longer, thicker, larger, and more powerful, making a sizzling sound as it dissolved Alpha's great technique. His body dared not advance further. His eyes narrowed as he rapidly retreated, landing on the ground. But the sword chi continued its descent, locking onto Alpha. Coil spread his hands and slammed upward, releasing 2 enormous palm prints like golden mountains toward the sky. They exploded. Without hesitation, the explosion shattered everything. The emerald sword light persisted, relentlessly pressing down, exuding boundless pressure. Alpha's body trembled, his bones creaked, and his feet sank deeper into the ground. The entire crowd had already retreated, watching wide-eyed with shock at the black-robed figure, no longer daring to underestimate him. This person was terrifying. Facing away from everyone, a mere sliver of sword chi had suppressed the divine. Hyman's heart quivered. Coil knew well the might of his master, whose strength could shake mountains and sever rivers. Now, he was effortlessly crushed. Boom! The ground beneath Alpha exploded, the sword light continuing downward, enveloping him in its aura, shredding his robes. Yet, inside, a brilliant golden light shone, protecting his flesh with the luminous armor. Struggling immensely, he felt his body bending, about to kneel. Why go through all this fuss if you're so powerful? Why not just end it sooner? Hashtag chapter 166, establishing authority. The sword light was heavy, sharp, and suppressive, pinning the divine realm figure in place. Even though Alpha wore precious armor, he felt immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His feet sank deeper into the ground. This fellow isn't using lethal force? No. Coil's humiliating me. Coil's proving that I really don't have the qualifications, that I truly do not deserve to die at his hands. It's utterly demeaning and unbearable. Ah! A burst of a roar erupted as Alpha's face turned red, spitting out 3 consecutive mouthfuls of blood. A more terrifying power surged from within him. Those 3 mouthfuls of blood, fused with his divine energy, condensed into a single word before him, break, and flashed upward. The void shook once more. Break word spell. One of the 5 true sayings of Gramjo Academy, break word spell. Wiley narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming serious. This technique was no simple matter. The Gramjo Academy, being a sacred institution in Gramjo, had once been overseen by a palace master who studied in Zhongzhou and mastered its terrifying laws and techniques. This spell originated from Zhongzhou. 5 true sayings: suppress, seal, kill, divine, break. Each word represented an extremely profound and formidable technique. Alpha had actually grasped the essence of the break word spell. The situation grew grave. Under shock, the blood-stained break word flashed towards the sky with a booming sound, causing the green sword light to explode and shatter instantly. Immediately, everyone in the crowd sucked in their breath sharply. Divine breaking sword. Hyman, in his despair, saw renewed hope in his eyes, burning brightly. Coil seemed ready to shout, "Master, stand up for yourself." No, he couldn't hold back any longer and loudly cried out, "Master, destroy him." Boom. The break word exploded, dispersing the sword light. Alpha's feet left the ground, his killing intent overwhelming. Coil needed to regain his dignity and crush this arrogant man. However, just as he struggled to stand, another even larger sword light descended, heavier and sharper than before. Before Alpha could react, the break word exploded on the spot. Coil had only grasped the surface of it, and with the explosion, his body sank again. This time, half of his body was buried in the earth. The precious armor on his body trembled, its luster dimming, almost about to be shattered. Just a bit more, Hillary muttered regretfully. Condensing sword chi required time, and each supply was limited. This strike had gathered nearly 2/3 of the sword chi, yet it was just short of breaking through that armor. One step away, and he would have slaughtered the divine figure, eliminating future threats. But even so, Alpha spurted large amounts of blood, his face contorted in utmost humiliation. Not killing him wasn't mercy, it was an insult. Using less effort initially, and then easily crushing him after he erupted, was nothing but a cruel slap in the face. Coil gnashed his teeth and spewed blood, feeling mental torture worse than death. Around them, murmurs arose, all confirming what the black-robed man had said earlier. Alpha wasn't competent and didn't even deserve to be killed by such a person. People were chosen based on their level, too low, and they weren't worth looking at. It was like how a true dragon would not bother to kill an ant. "I don't kill you because you need to understand that bullying someone weaker is uncomfortable," Hillary said hoarsely. To the audience, he was teaching Alpha that disputes between disciples over a wife were matters among them. For a master to intervene was an abuse of power. "I will let you taste the pain of being bullied." What a sage. Truly a sage. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In reality, Hillary was urging him, "You damn well better get out of here now. Time is running out." Moreover, expending this sword chi would weaken future attacks, making them less powerful. Pity, pity, such a pity. Damn it, too damn it. Alpha fumed, wishing he could explode. But with the sword light hanging above him, relentlessly suppressing him, he genuinely felt the threat of death. With just a bit more pressure, he would be finished. Additionally, that person never faced him directly. If he did, one thought would tear him apart. Boom. The sword light dispersed on its own, allowing Alpha to struggle free. His eyes burned with fiery rage. Hillary faced away from him but wore an intensely serious expression. If he attacked again, he would expose himself. "Your predecessor is inscrutable, and I am thoroughly impressed. We shall meet another day for a proper duel." Alpha glared for a long time, but ultimately dared not attack again, fearing further humiliation. Leaving a message behind, he snatched up Hyman and boarded the white crane, fleeing rapidly. At this moment, the black-robed man atop the Gavin Jade Pavilion also vanished, swiftly leaving the crowd's sight across South Lake. "If anyone dares bully someone weaker, my sword will absolutely not tolerate it." His voice echoed from afar. Stars Tower, First Class Hall, Yongla Gate, and other major factions leaders all changed expressions, feeling sudden heaviness. This was a warning. Alpha's defeat was a lesson. Coil wouldn't intervene in disputes between disciples, but if someone dared bully someone weaker, his sword might act unpredictably. Overall, the power that suppressed the divine realm was enough to sweep all of Alliance City. Anyone considering bullying Hillary had to ponder if they could bear the cost. Does this mean Hillary is still safe? Quentinby's heart soared, admiring the sword deity's strength and her master's prowess. Those words brought hope to her eyes, implying Hillary was still alive and safe. Yes, Wiley sighed deeply. That errant predecessor was fearsome and possessed the demeanor of a sage. If it were him, he might have ended Alpha with one strike. Of course, it also showed the person had enough confidence to fearlessly handle any retaliation from Alpha, cutting down anyone who dared oppose. Gramjo has 3 million gods, and they would bow low upon meeting him. Perhaps, it wasn't mere boasting. The crowd lingered on sight, each harboring different thoughts. After waiting a while, the dark shadow disappeared completely from the lake surface, with some even seeing it fall into the water far away. Of course, everyone believed the sword deity had fled, not losing stamina and falling into the lake. Ridiculous. The semi-god waved a hand. Disperse. This assembly is over. With those words, several ruling Ignatius, led by the semi-god, hurriedly left the area. The black sword had broken its seal and disappeared. This was significant and needed immediate reporting. As the crowd dispersed, an errandly man stood beside a handsome youth. The youth asked, Master, what do you think of this? I'll go see him personally, the Jay said, turning to where the sword deity had departed before leaving. Bernard followed suit. On the other side, a veiled woman with deep eyes gazed there, then revealed a faint smile before turning and walking away. I wait for you, she whispered softly, a smile spreading across her face. As expected, the black sword had broken its seal. Chapter 167. Beyond the sky at Mountain River Tower. Beneath the lake, the icy water stimulated every pore on Hillary's body. His heart surged with emotion, and it took a long time for him to fully calm down. Putting on an air of mystique was no easy feat. If Alpha had just a bit more pride or temper, he would have been utterly ruined. Coil swam along the lake bottom, finally feeling the shore after a while. Coil then emerged from the water and struggled ashore. This was not South City, but the other side of the lake shore. Hillary had already shed his black robe in the lake and returned to his true self. Night had fallen. On the shore, he exercised his cultivation, drying off the moisture on his body. Coil sat cross-legged to steady his breathing. His gains from the Gavin Jade Pavilion were considerable, including the coil-leaving cleaving palm technique and 1/3 of the dragon pearl fragment. However, his mood grew heavy. The 12 people were all sinners. There was a dragon, a snake, and the snake seemed to hold a significant hostility toward the dragon. Would that black sword return? His thoughts raced, but he got no answers. However, he knew that someone in Alliance City should know something. Hillary rose and swiftly moved away into the night. Soon, he arrived at the well-lit Cameron Tower. Without saying much, the Zinnia led Hillary upstairs with servility, fawning over him. Sir, whatever you require, just command me. I will do my best to satisfy you perfectly. One word. Stay away from me. The Zinnia immediately retreated, thinking privately about what one word meant. Inside the room, pink decorations created an intimate atmosphere. Cameron sat calmly as Hillary entered, nodding at him with a smile. This time, she did not wear her veil, revealing her true appearance. She looked graceful and serene, strikingly beautiful with a flawless oval face and smooth skin like an uncooked egg. But what caught Hillary's attention most was the mark on her forehead. That's a rooster head? Hillary said aloud. Cameron looked up, her pupils clear and bright, but with a cold sparkle. Coiler forehead seemed to emit a dark light. Quickly, Hillary corrected himself. A divine rooster. Cameron placed her fingers on the ancient zither in front of her, but her shaky hands made the strings produce a harsh sound. She seemed to grit her teeth. Janwin. Hillary corrected again. Cameron's expression eased. Coiler voice, clear and melodious like pearls falling on a jade plate, said, It's the phoenix crown bird. After speaking, she waved her hand. Please sit, sir. Hillary glanced at her, walked to the table where food and wine were already laid out, picked up a cup, and drank. I don't want to hear music. Do you wish to engage in some unfinished business? Cameron asked playfully. Being a beast once more might be nice, Hillary replied, eyeing her with a teasing smile. I'll satisfy you, Cameron smiled back, standing up and taking out a green jade flute, which he brought to her lips. Coiler eyes were as soft as water, gazing at him with a gentle smile. The flute's melody enveloped Hillary's senses. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the harmonious sounds. In his mind, ripples appeared, peeling away layer by layer until an image formed. High mountains soared into the sky, lush with verdant foliage. Majestic buildings, gilded and splendid, dotted the peaks, shrouded in mist. It was as if this mountain were part of a fairyland. In this fairyland, someone rode a cloud straight to the summit, looking afar to see 3 giant characters inscribed in the sky. Mountain River Tower. The holy site of Xianxia, the Mountain River Tower. Hillary trembled. The karmic seal came from here, Xianxia, Mountain River Tower. The soul-penetrating flute melody calmed his agitated emotions. Coil saw the figure reach the summit, dressed in white like the moonlight, stepping on clouds, as if descending from heaven. Entering Mountain River Tower, ascending beyond the sky. Mountain River Tower was one of Xianxia's holy sites, enigmatic and towering into the heavens. From the tower's base, this place seemed like the heavens themselves. And from the tower's top, there was even more sky beyond. Beyond the sky at Mountain River Tower. With a jarring crash, Hillary felt the scene shatter as the door burst open with a loud bang, disrupting his concentration. Coil opened his eyes and glanced at Cameron, who put down the jade flute with a faint smile. You can investigate, sir. You may find great treasures there. I dare not trust you. You nearly betrayed me. Hillary narrowed his eyes, almost leading to his demise by the black sword. You also gained something, didn't you? Cameron said coolly. Aren't you going? We'll meet at the summit. Why not go together? You are slightly ahead of me. Moreover, 2/3 of the Dragon Pearl remain in Gramjo College. Sir, what is your plan? This humble lady will not participate. Hillary's gaze flickered. The remaining 2/3 of the Dragon Pearl were indeed in Gramjo College. Also, this woman clearly intended to leave and did not wish to say more. She only wanted him to visit Mountain River Tower. Hillary did not force her. Coil had plenty of reasons to go to Mountain River Tower, primarily due to the karmic seal. Coil must go there, even to kill. Turning, he planned to leave. Suddenly, someone stormed in, their eyes flashing with anger. Quite the big shot, huh? Did you book the whole place? Whatever, Hillary muttered, taking large strides toward the exit. Cameron was one of the 12, so it seemed there was a great secret indeed. His father's departure wasn't simply an escape. In fact, his father, along with 72 great masters, suppressed the pitch-black ancient sword. That saber aura seemed capable of resisting any expert below the divine realm. The understanding of his father was incomplete. His father's own cultivation must be at the divine realm, or even higher. Hold it. The intruder spoke again. It was a man in white robes embroidered with golden star patterns, shining brilliantly. Star Tower, Maxwell. Starting today, I will book Cameron for a month. Got it? The man declared arrogantly. Wu young master, you've just returned from the college and may not know this gentleman's identity, Cameron mediated. I don't care. His identity doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm here now, and he needs to scram. His tone was domineering. As the voice faded, Hillary glanced at him coolly. A faint light emitted from his brow, with a glint of sword energy, spreading a sense of danger. The residual sword energy could not suppress deities or slay Dermic kings, but could still overpower anyone below the 9th level of Dermic realm. In that instant, Maxwell's face changed, and his body became alert. His perception of danger was sharp. I'll visit Star Tower tomorrow. Call good people to wait for me. Leaving those words, Hillary turned and walked out. Maxwell squinted, feeling some hesitation. If that sword energy struck, he wasn't sure if he could defend himself. But Star Tower was supreme, and he was the college's elite. Why should he fear? Moreover, missing the wind and cloud assembly cost him a chance to showcase his abilities. This boy deserved a chance. I'm waiting for you. Throwing out that boastful remark, the man pulled back the corners of his mouth, displaying an arrogant grin. Isn't the best kid around just awesome? Hashtag chapter 168. The price in blood. Are you not afraid, Master Wu? Constance asked with a smile after Hillary left. Today's sword deity's message had greatly intimidated the several dominant figures. Especially when the sword lights suppressed alpha, it made them realize that Hillary's master was extremely powerful, so strong that no one in Alliance City could match him. Moreover, Hillary's own strength had significantly improved. Even a peak 6-stage law realm practitioner would only be a punching bag under his fists. Fear. Maxwell replied arrogantly, I've never feared anyone in my entire life. Miss Constance, I rushed back without even going home and came straight here. Do you want me to behave like an animal? Constance smiled and said, sure. Maxwell, like a famished wolf, felt a tremor of excitement running through his limbs. After so many attempts, this was the first time he received such a comfortable response. Coil stepped forward. Bam! A fist struck without warning. Maxwell felt excruciating pain as everything went dark before his eyes. Before he could react, another punch landed on his right eye, which quickly bruised and turned black and purple. Bam! The third punch came down. Despite Maxwell's law realm energy bursting forth, it was futile against her. His lips swelled into sausages. Panda eyes, sausage mouth. Maxwell gnashed his teeth in fury, struggling desperately. Any thoughts of behaving like an animal were long gone. He wanted to kill this woman. Unfortunately, despite his peak 6-stage law realm cultivation fully unleashed, it was still no match for Constance's palm strike. Coiler palm hovered above his head, forcing him to bow down, unable to stand straight. His bones trembled, and sweat dripped profusely from his body. A mongrel, unworthy of being an animal. Constance sneered coldly. Today, she had no qualms about leaving. There was no need to give these bastards any face. In the past, she had been tactful. Today, she relied on brute force. Maxwell was out of luck today. Of course, tomorrow wouldn't be any better. She even considered staying to watch Hillary's show at the Star Tower. I will go with you tomorrow. At the Star Tower, you can call me a good person. As she left, she added fuel to the fire, ensuring Maxwell would take it seriously. Leaving the room, Hillary found the zinnia outside lying unconscious with bruises all over her face, clearly having been beaten up. Coil shook his head and continued downstairs, keeping his head down. The lower level was bustling with music and laughter, filled with people indulging in private pleasures. Few would notice the comings and goings of a customer. Of course, if someone happened to look, they might have a surprising discovery. Their eyes met. Hillary froze. The other person also froze. Then, both averted their gazes, staring straight ahead, each proceeding silently as if they were strangers. Hillary walked briskly towards the door. The errandly man, accompanied by a graceful woman, continued upstairs to a private room. Dream Spirit smiled wryly. Such bad luck. Detected on the 1001st try. Seven Wang Fu was in the northern city, and so was Smoke Rain Tower. However, after leaving Smoke Rain Tower, Hillary did not head to Seven Wang Fu, but instead made his way to Yongla Gate. Note: for better readability and fluency, went to is changed to made his way to make the sentence flow more naturally in English. Beside him, the big black dog emerged and asked, "Going to see M.O. Remigno?" Hillary glanced at him and said, "You licked that sword pretty well, didn't you?" "Ordinary. Just a trace of all Koi-Leven cutting sword is stored in my mind. But it's not much use," the old black dog remarked dismissively. "Then how about giving it to me? Let's go. M.O. Remigno is waiting for you." The old black dog followed Hillary closely, and they soon arrived at Yongla Gate. Someone spotted Hillary from afar, and immediately went to report. Shortly after, several errands appeared at the gate, all high-ranking members of Yongla Gate. Standing beside them was a woman who looked weak and fearful, lowering her head hurriedly with clenched fists hidden under her sleeves, clearly very nervous. "Long time no see, Bustern," Hillary said, sweeping his gaze over Cassandra, who lacked any aura of power, evidently having been crippled. Then, he shifted his gaze to one of the black-robed errands. Adon's eyes flickered. Coil stepped forward, clasping his hands together respectfully. "Your venerable master is indeed the illustrious sword deity. I am truly in awe." Coil was cautious, continuing to keep Hillary's identity hidden. "You are my friend, and my master acknowledges you. I will not hold it against you." Hillary left it at that, then turned and left with the big black dog. No further confrontation occurred. Adon looked up, returning a respectful bow. A flash of relief passed through his eyes. Hillary had given him a tremendous face by not holding Yongla Gate accountable. Meanwhile, the errands of Yongla Gate breathed a sigh of relief. That terrifying sword deity was far beyond their ability to oppose. Even if headquarters sent someone, it would be difficult. primarily because the sword deity had released Alpha, indicating that he didn't fear Alpha returning with reinforcements. Any experts from Gramjo Academy could be called upon freely. To act this way, one must either possess overwhelming strength or have an unassailable backing, or perhaps even come from Central Prefecture. In any case, they couldn't provoke him. Western, thank you. Otherwise, our Yongle Gate would have had to pay a price today. The leader of the branch sighed with relief. I've only met him once, and my relationship with his master is casual. We don't share deep bonds, Adon said calmly, seemingly deflecting credit while secretly smirking. I stayed out of this affair, and certainly did not try to ingratiate myself. But now everyone knows I have connections to the sword deity. After today, Bustern will oversee the mining in the western mines, one of our 3 main mines. Meanwhile, the Mo family will be expelled from Yongle Gate, and all their business operations will be taken over by the Quinton family. The leader glanced at Adon before announcing it loudly. Hillary walked away, striding swiftly. No further words were exchanged regarding grievances. His identity as the sword deity wasn't secure yet. Given his current situation, having more friends was far better than accumulating enemies. And whether Cassandra lived or died was irrelevant now. Coiler cultivation was ruined, and her Dao coil art was suppressed. She lacked even the courage to lift her head in front of Hillary. Moreover, Hillary was certain she wasn't the court assassin. Court assassins were fierce and would fiercely resist even in the face of death. Cassandra, however, was uninjured, clearly having crippled herself willingly. Thus, the black-robed figure encountered at Billying Mountain could only be Dominic. Indeed, Hillary had initially suspected Cassandra to be the assassin, finding similarities between her and that Randy. But she never expected the assassin to be Dominic, the seemingly arrogant, brainless heir. It makes sense. Court assassins excel in concealment. Dominic's image indeed made it easier for him to hide, Hillary thought privately, and this gave him a better opportunity. The Star Tower must pay the price. The price in blood. Chapter 169. The 5 Divine Treasure Techniques. Outside the 7 Princes Manor stood a few people. Quintonby, Elisha, Quintontal Devon, Wade, Quintontal Ewer, and even Master was sitting in a wheelchair, gazing into the distance. Soon, their gazes converged on the approaching young man in white. The youth smiled calmly, with every part of him intact. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they welcomed Hillary back inside, not probing too much into where he had been. Perhaps he had been receiving guidance from the sword god? Suddenly, Quintonby sniffed the air, furrowing her brows. Something's not right. What is it, sister? Asked Elisha. This synth. Hillary, why did you leave me waiting here for so long? Where did you go? Quintonby exclaimed loudly. Every woman has a distinct fragrance, each using preferred perfumes. Clearly, Quintonby had memorized the unique aroma now lingering on Hillary. It was rain amidst mist. That courtesan. I ran into Bernard, Hillary lied. Bernard just left. I waited here for over an hour. Could he split himself in 2? Quintonby sneered coldly. Hillary. Quintonby's eyes were glaring daggers. Actually, there's something I can't easily explain. Once we're back in my room, I'll tell you quietly, Hillary whispered, clearly feeling guilty. If you don't make it clear, you still want to go inside? Quintonby, hands on her hips and eyes blazing, said, do you think I can't satisfy you? Or are you afraid your blade might hurt me? Hillary. Giroux, let's go back. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. It can't take the cold, Giroux remarked. Elisha turned around and pushed the wooden wheelchair towards the manor. Master, what did Sister Nyla mean? Elisha asked, puzzled. Did they fight? Quintontal Ewer inquired curiously. Cough. Quintonby is just too fierce. Let's get out of here quickly, Giroux thought worriedly for Hillary. Quintontal Devon moved away to a distant corner while Wade leaned against the wall, both looking up at the sky, wanting to escape but also wanting to hear more. Anyway, this involves your grandfather. It wouldn't be good if it were revealed. It would embarrass him, and I'm afraid he might hit you, Hillary added. I'm not afraid. My grandma is at home. My grandfather wouldn't dare. So you mean? Suddenly, Quintonby frowned. You're lying. I don't believe you. How could grandfather possibly? Hillary leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Then he continued, I stumbled upon this by accident and sought confirmation from rain amidst mist. It has nothing to do with me. What? Coiler eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Clifford and Wade were equally incredulous. I'll tell Grandma. That Jace is wicked. That night, thunder boomed incessantly in Bowie Fuang's courtyard, colorful lights flashing everywhere. What's your grandfather's cultivation level? Hillary asked seriously, observing the explosions. Coil's a law king, Quintonby replied, admiring the multicolored light show like fireworks bursting in the night sky, filled with immense power. And your grandmother? She's also a law king. However, she's the closest to being a demigod in Alliance City. She's very low-key and seldom shows her strength. Quintonby nodded earnestly and continued. Seems like when my grandfather first reached Law King, it was due to my grandmother's teachings. That sets my mind at ease. Hillary nodded, knowing that Bowie Fuang probably wouldn't have the energy to come find him tomorrow. Hillary, did you see the 5 divine lights? That's my grandmother's 5 divine treasure techniques. She plans to pass it down to me. This move is very powerful. Quintonby observed the colors, blue, white, red, yellow, and purple, flashing continuously over the distant courtyard. Yes, I noticed your grandfather was blasted by those divine lights. By the way, have you learned it? Hillary squinted, his gaze fixed on the spot. The technique was terrifying, and with his dragon deity lineage awakened, Hillary felt a connection between these 5 lights and a dreadful possibility. I'm learning, but it's extremely difficult. It's an Earth-grade technique, a secret my grandmother never reveals. Quintonby said seriously, your grandmother isn't simple at all. Indeed, in her younger days, she was famous in Gramjo for her beauty and extraordinary talent. Let me observe, You know my perceptiveness? Hillary wanted to confirm his suspicions, hoping for a significant breakthrough. My grandmother says men aren't supposed to learn this. It's her trump card. Quentinby said, she's relied on this move to keep my grandfather in check for life. In this context, Yajur is better translated as keep in check, to convey the meaning that Quentinby's grandmother has used this technique to maintain control or dominance over her grandfather throughout their life together. This makes the sentence more natural and fluent in English while preserving the original meaning. Finishing, she gave Hillary a serious look. I think observing the 5 divine lights should lead to significant insights. Go practice. I'll stay outside the door and won't enter, Hillary said. Why does this sound familiar? It's like what one of my girlfriends told me before. I'll only stay outside the door, absolutely not going in. And then she started crying. Quentinby recognized. Avoid them from now on. Hillary persuaded Quentinby inside, then looked at the distant 5-color divine lights, feeling they really resembled something. The 5 Emperors' great technique. This wasn't just an Earth-grade technique. Hillary recalled the records about the 5 Emperors in his mind. They were 5 terrifying emperors, each possessing awe-inspiring power that dominated their era. Green Emperor, Gavin Emperor, Flame Emperor, Yellow Emperor, and Demon Emperor. The 5 Emperors' great technique was a result of later generations imitating the divine forms and essence of the 5 Emperors. Though not explicitly detailed, it was incredibly formidable. After a long time of intense explosions, the direction finally quieted down, descending into complete silence. Hillary sensed that everyone who had been secretly watching, the spectators enjoying the Law King getting reprimanded, had silently left. Hillary withdrew his gaze and projected his soul force, quietly entering the house. Quentinby had taken off her outer robe and sat cross-legged on the bed. Coiler hands formed continuous changes in front of her, 5 seals combining into 25 variations. Each seal appeared simple but held profound mysteries. As the seals flashed, light emanated from Quentinby's body. Blue, white, red, yellow, purple. However, only the purple light was relatively bright. The other 4 were quite dim. Clearly, she had only learned the basics. With ill intentions, Hillary silently memorized the 5 groups and 25 hand seals. Although incomplete, they offered valuable insights. The 5 Emperors' great technique wasn't just Earth grade. It was the terrifying Koi-leaving grade. Even Koi-leaving grade might fall short in describing its power. Coil imprinted these techniques in his mind, then quietly entered the adjacent room, lying down on the bed and closing his eyes, the 5 seals continuously flashing in his mind. Meanwhile, Quentinby discreetly opened her eyes, smiled, withdrew her hand seals, and lay down on the bed. Grandma, I didn't teach him. He learned. Hillary is very naughty, she whispered. / edited version. Grandma, I didn't teach him. He sneaked a peek and learned it. Hillary is very naughty, she whispered. Chapter 170. Such boldness. Hillary did not sleep at all this night. Coil realized he had somewhat overestimated himself. The 25 seal transformations were truly terrifying. Within the span of a single night, he meticulously studied and barely managed to consolidate the purple seals into one among the 25. The remaining 4 sets of seals eluded him entirely. It was just too difficult. However, if his grandmother knew, she would be thoroughly astonished. To be able to combine a set of seals in just one night, truly a monstrous talent among monsters. With the 5 purple seals combined into one, he could now initially perform an emperor's technique. Of course, it was only superficial. Even the method obtained by Quentinby's grandmother was merely the surface of the true 5 emperors' great mystical powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the 5 divine treasures techniques. Take it slowly. Hillary stopped worrying. Talent, for him, was something that could grow. With stronger dragon blood came stronger talent, and future insights would come faster. Coil stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the room. Dawn was just breaking, and the outside world was eerily quiet. But Hillary, standing at the door, could feel the faint wind, the soft chirping of insects, and even the breathing of the sleeping little Nyla next door. It was all clear to him. Gradually, Hillary closed his eyes and let his soul force spread out. Everything around him, the floating dust in the air, the patterns on the spider web in the corner, could be felt clearly. This world, in his mind, appeared in vivid detail. These seals are terrifying. After a night of study, my spirit is extremely fatigued. But now, relaxed, I feel refreshed, and my soul force has silently grown stronger. The seals can forge the soul. Hillary inwardly marveled. Indeed, the 5 emperors' great mystical powers were full of countless mysteries. What he understood now might not even be the surface of the surface. There was so much more depth to explore. With his strengthened soul, he now had skills approaching a 4th-rank alchemy master. Coil could barely touch the 4th rank, yet aiding his master in alchemy remained quite challenging, if not impossible. Arwen, Coil should have noticed me. As dawn broke fully, Quentinby emerged from her room, soon joined by Clifford, Big Leighton, Quintontal Ewer, and even Geordie, who had wandered off last night. Gathering in the courtyard, they then followed Hillary to Master Avon's door. Master, I did not obtain the fire spirit, but I know that it exists within Star Tower. Hillary supported his master. Coil didn't have time to look for the fire spirit in Gavinjade Pavilion due to the black sword breaking the seal. But since Master knew about the fire spirit, it must exist in Star Tower. That sword god saw great potential in you and took you as a disciple. Learn from him. Avon looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Master, I share a deep connection with that senior. Coil taught me dual cultivation in saber and sword, enhancing my combat strength, said Hillary. Master, I plan to visit Star Tower today. For the fire spirit? To avenge. In Hillary's mind, the fire spirit was what Star Tower owed, and avenging the insult to his master was necessary. Coil squatted in front of Avon, who smiled and climbed onto his back. Carrying his master, Hillary left the room. Let's go. They marched out of the 7 Princes' mansion directly. Outside, They saw Jace hurriedly leaving with his head down, accompanied by an errandly woman whose white hair didn't reflect her youthful appearance. She gave them a graceful smile before following along. The Jace seemed oblivious, and the errandly woman acted as if nothing unusual had happened. Given the commotion last night, Hillary and his companions felt embarrassed to disturb Hewitt and his wife, only offering awkward laughter. Hewitt's pace seemed quicker than usual. The large group headed straight for Star Tower. Hillary's every move was closely watched in the Alliance City. Yongle Gate received the news immediately and swiftly followed. In the Hong Alliance, Quintonu Zun led Paco and others under the guidance of several errands, heading in that direction. The only ones who remained still were those from First Class Hall, maintaining their silence without showing any presence. Outside Star Tower, a crowd had already gathered, led by a white-robed man holding a sword with aggressive demeanor. Today, someone challenged us, demanding a fight to the death. Maxwell here has never met anyone as audacious as this guy, so today, I'll teach him a lesson. Maxwell was surrounded by people from Star Tower and bystanders drawn by the commotion. Maxwell was a major genius in Star Tower, more domineering than Ichabod. Having missed the Feng Yunhui Grand Assembly yesterday, he unexpectedly sought to make up for it today by engaging in a grand battle to show off before everyone. Note, Feng Yunhui is directly translated as Grand Assembly to maintain consistency and convey the meaning accurately. If Feng Yunhui has an official established translation, or if you prefer a different interpretation, please let me know. Maxwell scanned the crowd, pleased by the wary gazes. Then, he turned to his younger cousins. Remember, since Star Tower is the dominant power, we must maintain that stance. We don't start trouble, but when faced with fools, we strike back hard. Dominance cannot be violated. I'll also give you all a demonstration of the Gramzhou Academy's great mystical powers. Strive in your cultivation to join the Academy early and bring glory to Star Tower like me. Maxwell's speech elicited lukewarm responses from his younger relatives, who were immune to his constant boasting upon returning from the Academy. Though thoroughly annoyed, they couldn't say much because he was of the main branch and genuinely talented. Why doesn't he challenge Hillary? That guy disrespected us, and if he's brave, he should get revenge. Someone muttered internally, knowing he'd never dare. Coilera they come. Himph, such a grand entrance. Is this kid trying to steal my thunder? The more people, the better. Maxwell gazed into the distance, seeing a large group approach, led by the same white-robed youth from yesterday. But there was no sign of Constance, that cheap woman. It seemed she had fled. Leaving behind this white-robed lad was enough. Whatever happens, do not interfere. These matters are mine alone, Maxwell said, hands behind his back, slightly posturing. When his voice fell, the young members of Star Tower quickly moved away, looking at him with strange expressions. Spectators also backed off, shocked by his boldness. What audacity! Yesterday's event was spectacular, featuring an unrivaled sword god who dominated with a single sword stroke, unmatched grace. And Hillary, being the divine disciple, near godlike, earned the respect of many dominants. Yet, today, Star Tower dared to challenge openly. And it was a fight to the death. Clearly, Maxwell wasn't just boastful, he dared to be. Amazing, truly amazing indeed. Hashtag chapter 171. Blocking the entrance of Star Tower. The reactions of those around him did not escape Maxwell's notice, but he paid them no mind. Instead, he felt somewhat smug. No need for your help, he said with confidence. Just watch. Coil turned to face Hillary, who was now approaching along with the others. Coil gently placed his master aside, under the watchful eyes of Quinton B., Alisoner, and others. Master, wait for me, Hillary declared before Cold Yue could respond. Without further ado, he stepped forward, only to be met by Maxwell holding a sword, who sneered in return. You've got some guts coming here to my Star Tower. Maxwell smirked arrogantly. However, even before Maxwell finished his sentence, Hillary unleashed 1,000-yard leap and lunged at him, striking without hesitation. Cut the chatter, let's fight. With a roar, a beam of light from Hillary's punch descended upon Maxwell, whose expression changed. Coil had intended to thoroughly humiliate and ridicule his opponent, but this kid gave him no such chance. With a flick of his longsword, Maxwell responded, Then I'll teach you a lesson with my actions. The longsword flashed, darting outwards, radiating tens of thousands of beams. Silk Shadow Sword Technique. One sword freezing 10,000 beams. This was his proudest sword skill. However, as soon as it landed, the impact caused a series of explosions. The punch's power was overwhelming, shattering the sword's brilliance. You. Maxwell's face paled in shock. No more talk, let's fight. Hillary didn't give him a moment to react, drawing the dragon-patterned blade and sweeping it horizontally with a ferocious slash. Using a blade heightened Hillary's combat power even further. Last night, he had comprehended the 5 Emperor's great mystical arts, strengthening his divine soul and refining his magical power. Now, he could challenge any being below the 7th level of Law Realm. Not good. The blade swept down like a dragon shadow, sharp and dominating, even evoking a sense of danger in Maxwell. Without hesitation, Maxwell thrust his sword. Invincible sword? Before Maxwell finished speaking, the sword light shattered, and the blade light continued its advance, razor-sharp and unyieldingly domineering. Sweat trickled down Maxwell's forehead as he thrust again. Still shattered. Third thrust, still shattered. One slash broke 3 strikes, an absolute crushing victory. Before Maxwell could even lift his 4th strike, Hillary had already arrived, delivering a mighty palm strike that thundered through the air. Smack! The deafening sound echoed as the massive palm shattered all defenses and struck Maxwell's handsome face. His body flew sideways, blood spouting from his mouth along with 4 or 5 broken teeth. Stunned. Completely stunned. This kid wasn't that advanced in cultivation, yet his fighting prowess was terrifying. Golden Yuan armor. Maxwell bellowed, golden light surging around him, forming a defensive layer. However, Just as the golden light began to solidify, Hillary's palm transformed into something akin to pure gold, pressing down once more. Great koi leaving cleaving palm. Boom. The armor exploded, and blood sprayed anew as Maxwell was sent flying backward. Gone were the surprise and confusion. He now clearly understood. He was no match. Putting on airs in the wrong place. Those watching the scene weren't overly surprised, though they winced in pain at each blow. Quentinby and the others watched with faint smiles as Hillary thoroughly dominated Maxwell. Fight! Hillary surged forward, his punches raining down continuously, one causing a miserable howl, another resulting in a spray of blood. By the third punch, Maxwell's bones crackled ominously, his cries sounding like desperate pleas. Fight! Hillary did not stop, relentlessly hammering away. Today was for a full-out brawl. The young members of Star Tower witnessed Maxwell's arrogant performance, and one of them rushed inside to summon reinforcements, afraid that Maxwell would be killed if this went on. Together, attack? Under immense pressure, Maxwell couldn't endure anymore. Continuing this way, he feared he'd be literally torn apart by this kid. While today's arrogant display went terribly wrong, life was far more important. But upon his command, the young men and women around him collectively retreated, maintaining a neutral demeanor. They refused to acknowledge what was happening. No action, no involvement. I said together, attack? Maxwell shouted, realizing he couldn't rely on them, which only deepened his humiliation as he suffered blows right outside his home. Still, silence prevailed. They expected him to handle it himself, deeming themselves unable to intervene. Finally, someone reminded Maxwell, his name is Hillary? The name sounded familiar. Coil was the champion of yesterday's gathering of Coileros. The realization dawned. Hillary's master was the sword deity. This revelation hit home. Under Hillary's relentless fists, Maxwell felt intense physical and psychological torment. Coil suddenly felt incredibly foolish. What was this? Did he run into trouble deliberately? This kid was the disciple of the sword deity? Only now did Maxwell understand why people retreated and showed apprehension at the sight of Hillary. They were stunned by his audacity and terrified by his might. In short, Maxwell had been unwittingly emboldening Hillary's dominance. Yi Chung. A stern voice rang out as several errands and middle-aged individuals rushed out of Star Tower. Seeing Maxwell being brutally beaten, their faces turned black with rage. Though infuriated by Maxwell's foolishness, having their entrance besieged was a grave embarrassment. Smack! A foot kicked Maxwell, almost crippled, into the crowd of errands and adults. Hillary held his blade, stepping forward. Star Tower challenged me. I came here to accept the challenge. But he's too weak, worthless. Call more people to fight me. I'm not done yet. Hillary's words darkened their expressions further. Who among their generation could stand against Hillary? And the sword deity had warned about bullying the younger ones. He would retaliate. Hillary, enough. Leave some room for future reconciliation. A suave man interjected. It was Vance. Cut the crap. Hillary pointed the blade tip at Vance. Call more people to fight. More people? Who else? Everyone attack. Hillary pointed at the young members of Star Tower, issuing an open challenge to the entire organization. Attack him. Vance's voice became shrill, unable to contain his fury. Boom. As Vance spoke, Hillary unleashed great koi-leaving cleaving palm, enveloping the young members under immense pressure. At the same time, Quentinby, Big Leighton, Bowie Remiquan, and primarily, Alisoner also stepped forward. The young members instantly retreated, not daring to advance. Alisoner alone could crush them all. Adding Hillary to the mix meant certain death. Do you really want to press us to the limit? A little leniency can benefit everyone. Vance clenched his fists, while the errands trembled with indignation. Such arrogance and shame were unheard of in the proud Star Tower. My master was poisoned by Star Tower, aging rapidly, losing vitality, and now on the brink of death. Expelled and left destitute, he has no future. Has Star Tower shown any mercy? Have you ever left room for anyone? Hillary's words reverberated through Star Tower, leaving everyone speechless as they looked at Cold Yue. What do you want? Vance ground his teeth, making a grinding sound. I want to finish you off. Hillary drew his blade, charging toward Vance, a brilliant streak of light slashing forward. Chapter 172. Bring the antidote. The crowd here was growing larger and larger, and the humiliation of Star Tower would soon spread throughout the entire city, branching out from this place, permeating the outskirts and reaching deep inside. Infamy would soon follow. Small one won't do? Let's get a bigger one then. At that moment, Hillary rushed straight at Vance with his knife, the blade light sweeping toward the flamboyant man first. Vance was infuriated, wanting nothing more than to immediately rush forward and shatter Hillary with one punch. What kind of nerve does this guy have? Coil unleashed his power, his 9th-tier law realm cultivation directly exploding Hillary's blade light. Then he stepped forward and declared, Star Tower admits defeat. You're still standing, let's keep fighting. Hillary paid no heed to formalities, carrying on his arrogance with the second strike. Hold him off. And Aaron couldn't contain himself any longer, instructing Vance to subdue but not harm him. Vance's gaze turned cold as he rushed forward, a massive aura surging forth with a roar, shattering Hillary's blade light. Once again moving forward, he raised his hand. At this point, Hillary suddenly retreated, shouting, It looks like Star Tower has no one left, sending a transgender person who's an errand to fight me. Utter humiliation. Vance felt ready to explode, anger surging up into his head, shattering all rational thoughts as he screeched, I'll kill you. Coil launched a terrifying palm strike with all his might. Impossible. The errand behind him cried in fright. Killing Hillary would bring enormous trouble. Vance's expression also changed drastically, being thoroughly provoked. Everyone behind them tensed up, even Hewitt narrowed his eyes, preparing to aid Hillary. But at that moment, Hillary stood firm, glaring ahead. Even your errands can't handle it. With a roar, his forehead glowed intensely, A piercing sword aura howled out, momentarily blinding everyone. Simultaneously, Vance's palm imprint was torn apart by the sword light, which swiftly aimed for his heart. A killing move. Taking advantage of someone weaker only to be counterkilled, Star Tower's reputation would be utterly destroyed. Simultaneously, the threat from Sword God made Star Tower hesitate to act further. This kid is too sly. Vance's aura raged, his figure rapidly retreating. But the sword light wasn't slow either, possibly even faster. The sword light was exceedingly sharp, slashing through with a swish, followed by a spurt of blood and a stifled groan as Vance flew backward. Unfortunately for Hillary, that strike missed its target, hitting his shoulder instead of his heart. Be careful. The errands shouted in fright, sweat pouring from their foreheads as they hurriedly shielded Vance while warily watching Hillary. The kid possessed sword chi, incredibly sharp sword chi. Could it be a legacy from Sword God? How shameless, almost killing one of Star Tower's experts. Behind them, everyone watched Hillary with wary eyes. This guy had thought of everything. Never imagined Star Tower could be so weak. Even its errands can't withstand my single strike. Hilarious, just hilarious. Hillary pointed arrogantly ahead. Cracking sounds echoed as many were almost enraged into unconsciousness. How could anyone be so shameless? Is this your real cultivation? Another one, come on. Hillary yelled boldly, the sword chi in his forehead already depleted from yesterday's remnants. Yet he was undaunted, appearing fiercely courageous. This also made the errands wary, wondering if this kid had any other tricks up his sleeve. Coil was too despicable. Now it wasn't just about taking advantage of someone weaker. This big fellow really dared to make a fatal strike. Doesn't anyone have guts? Pointing accusingly, people around watched Star Tower with pity. The dominant force in a top-tier organization, though just a branch, was being publicly mocked by a young man with no one daring to step up. A truly embarrassing situation. What exactly do you want? The head of Star Tower stepped forward. My master Avon was cut off by Star Tower. Today, I will sever Star Tower's future. If you disagree, call my master, Sword God, and see if he can cleave this place in one stroke. Hillary was extremely arrogant. Sword God is indeed formidable, but not invincible. We are the overlord among top-tier forces. Do you think we lack deities? The head of Star Tower's eyes were practically blazing. Then let's fight. Hillary moved forward with his knife. Summon your god. I'll see if my master, Sword God, can slice through him with one stroke. Coil acted without restraint, while Star Tower genuinely hesitated. This showed confidence, especially considering Sword God's mysterious nature. Yue, I've taught you for years. Though unexpected things happened, don't you feel any affection? An Aaron stepped out from Star Tower, having once reprimanded Hillary by South Lake, claiming Avon should kneel before him as a disciple. Now, he looked towards Avon, trying to appeal emotionally. Avon's eyes flickered. He was emotional and cared about appearances. That man was half his master. He couldn't help feeling for him. However, Hillary didn't care, fully aware of these people's thoughts. Coil approached, pointing at the Jace's nose. Summon your closest relative, and I'll break his legs right here. If you can endure, then talk to my master. Trying to move someone when you can't even bear it yourself, you're selfish. At this point, why be so obstinate? Mutual destruction benefits no one. Step back, and you can get what you want. The Jace endured his anger, trying to tempt Hillary. Respect teachers like parents. Hillary replied with 4 words, adding, how much for your father? Name a price, I'll buy him. The Jace gritted his teeth, but had no retort. Name your terms. The head of Star Tower took a deep breath, realizing the significance of this matter. Even with a deity, Star Tower needed to worry about a shadowy sword god capable of secretly striking down anyone. If things got out of control, the losses would be huge. Bring the antidote. Hillary stared ahead, determined to resolve his master's poisoning. Getting it from Star Tower would save much trouble. All right. The main handler clenched his teeth. Go fetch Master Arwen. Any condition Star Tower agrees to. Ask him to refine a 4th-grade pill. A single 4th-grade pill was valuable, and Arwen loved wealth. He'd definitely demand a high price, requiring a significant sacrifice. But there was no other way. 3 Aaron stepped forward, the most authoritative under the main handler, flashing away towards the alchemy hall. Meanwhile, Hillary turned back to his master, where someone pushed a wooden wheelchair, helping him sit down. I'll get it. Tough on you. Avon stroked the child's face. Being a childless widower, losing both parents early and targeted by uncles, he felt familial warmth deeply. Warmth deep in his bones. Chapter 173. Giving you the chance. The senior members of Star Tower had sought help from the Pill Pavilion. In Alliance City, only that 4th-grade alchemist could possibly resolve Quentin Yuhui's issue, and it was still a possibility. Only a possibility. It was not assured. Indeed, after waiting for just half an hour, the 3 Aarons rushed back, empty-handed and with no one following behind them. The main handler of Star Tower was puzzled. Where's Master Gu? Not here, the 3 replied in unison. What? The main handler said. Let Pill Pavilion find. No, tell me where he is. I'll go find him personally. Not here. The trio repeated those 2 words. Their faces turned grim as the handler frowned. They explained further. They said he wasn't there. We never even entered Pill Pavilion. Not there. Perhaps he didn't want to be seen. Creak. A fist clenched tightly under his sleeve. The handler's expression became extremely unpleasant. Arwen feared the sword deity and wouldn't get involved. What about the antidote? Hillary stepped forward, staring at the handler. Coil could guess certain things. When Bernard had waited for him yesterday, it already hinted at something. Arwen had made his choice. Anyone could see that Hillary's coming today, storming in and fighting without hesitation, was not solely for the antidote. Coil wanted Star Tower to humble itself, to give him face. Coil couldn't keep this chest full of frustration inside any longer. Was Arwen, that old fox, oblivious? That antidote, Arwen would provide, perhaps even meticulously refined. Maybe it was already done. But who it was given to was a different matter. Delivered personally to Hillary. What would that mean? Delivered to Star Tower. What weight would it carry? It seems you're all spineless, not knowing how to seize an opportunity. Hillary mocked, confirming his suspicions. Star Tower remained silent, feeling cornered. I'll give you another chance. Vance, get out here. Kneel before my master and apologize. Hillary pointed ahead. Too much. Vance screamed sharply. Coil and Quentin Yuhui were mortal enemies. They grew up together, but Quentin Yuhui's talent always surpassed his. All benefits went to Quentin Yuhui. Quentin Yuhui received endless praise, while Vance was merely a sidekick, standing by him, making Quentin Yuhui appear even more outstanding. Later, when that woman appeared, Vance showed genuine devotion and reverence, yet she ignored him, still favoring Quentin Yuhui. Coil could only watch from the sidelines as they laughed and loved together. Every bit of this fueled his jealousy and hatred, which eventually exploded, turning him into a demon. His grudge deepened into a world-shattering hate. Even now, it was the same. Coil and Quentin Yuhui were sworn enemies. There was no way he would admit fault or apologize to Quentin Yuhui. You're dreaming. Quentin Yuhui got what he deserved. He should die. He deserves to die. Vance roared fiercely, his beautiful face twisted with malice, bloodshot veins visible. Quentin Yuhui's talent was indeed terrifying, earning him everything, but he acted rashly. One pill led to his downfall. The current Quentin Yuhui lived worse than death, satisfying everyone's heart. What use was great talent if he couldn't even stand steady? Find someone else. We have our own rules at Star Tower. Let's skip this. If you want spirit crystals or medicinal herbs, fine. 10 billion spirit crystals or the antidote. Hillary interjected. Excessive. Can't get it? Come out and kneel, or I'll cut down anyone who steps out of Star Tower. I, Hillary, am idle. Killing brings me joy, especially scum like you. Hillary would fight until he had his satisfaction. Without your concession, I will return tenfold, letting you know what living worse than death feels like. As he spoke, his blade flashed again, cutting into the group of young people from Star Tower. Fortunately, an Aaron intervened immediately, reducing casualties. Dominic. At this moment, Hillary spotted a man in white among the crowd, looking uneasy. At Falling Petal Mountain, he had blocked Hillary along with Cassandra. Well, we meet here too, Hillary sneered. Dominic gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Was this meeting inevitable? Didn't you already know I was from Star Tower? You bastard. It seems Star Tower and I are destined enemies. This bastard blocked my path in the secret realm, trying to seal me off. My master has been searching for him. This remark made the Star Tower members even more uncomfortable. They knew Dominic's actions, and now Hillary brought it up again. At this critical juncture, speaking aloud added to Star Tower's debts, deepening their grievances. I have more reasons now to confront you. Holding his knife forward, Hillary stared coldly at Dominic. However, I don't think you're worthy. Scum like you, I can handle alone. Come on, let's fight. Hillary, your actions today will cost you dearly someday, Dominic glared. My only pursuit is now. Drink today's wine today. Whether I live tomorrow is another matter. Hillary held his blade forward, pointing ahead. I'm giving you a chance. Let him come out and fight me. If he wins, Star Tower's debt to me will be wiped clean. Coil sounded righteous. I, Hillary, am not entirely heartless. Creak. More anger arose. Was this really a chance? A chance? Isn't this a trap for Star Tower? Is Dominic your match? The Star Tower people were speechless. Not only was Hillary physically powerful, but he also had sharp teeth and a cunning mind, like a monkey. They glanced at Dominic and sighed silently. At this point, would he dare step out? Wouldn't it be suicide? If they were in his shoes, they'd keep their heads down, curse themselves as grandsons, and not step out. Who doesn't want to live? However, Dominic took large steps forward, facing Hillary directly. You're pushing too far. Today, I, Dominic, will fight you to the death. To all the errands, I fight for Star Tower, unafraid of death. Righteous and bold, it stunned everyone. When did this boy become so brave? The Star Tower members looked at Dominic, transitioning from skepticism to shock, then nodding, eyes filled with gratitude. Saying such words at this time showed true valor. Dominic is my direct lineage, a promising youth, my beloved disciple, my first disciple. You haven't disgraced me. Well done. The handler declared proudly, emotionally charged. But in his heart, you go to your death. Star Tower will remember you. Don't blame me when you die. It was your choice. As for being a disciple, you weren't before, but you are now. I accept you as a disciple today, securing your legacy. After your death, I'll take care of your family. Go and get rid of this evil star. Hashtag chapter 174, Dominic's explosive outburst. Dominic was pushed forward to take the hit, but he didn't seem to mind at all. Coil displayed a determined look that seemed to say, if I don't go to hell, who will? Star Mansion is my home. I forsake the small self to achieve the greater good. It must be said that at this moment, there were indeed waves of admiration from the crowd. Standing up at such a time was akin to walking to one's death. Yet he dared and did so willingly and proudly. It was truly commendable. Star Mansion still has its backbone. Someone in the crowd shouted out loud, praising Dominic. At this point, Star Mansion wouldn't hold it against him, and the main overseer said, good show. Coil showed an attitude of utmost regard for Dominic, as if he had always been very important and valued. Attack. Without hesitation, Dominic stepped forward and immediately launched an attack. A punch directed straight at Hillary, with dazzling light exploding around his fist. Instantly, everyone noticed something different. Dominic was considered an elite, but definitely not at the top level. He was only at the 4th stage of Law Realm. Yet now, when he threw a punch, his mana exploded, giving the impression that he was even more formidable than those at the 6th stage of Law Realm. Even more terrifying than Maxwell, whom Hillary had nearly killed. What? The main overseer's eyes widened. The errands and middle-aged men beside him all revealed expressions of intense shock. How could such a fearsome elite have been right under their noses? Ha ha ha, well done. Jace has always considered you a trusted ally and successor. You've truly not disappointed me, the main overseer shouted. There was hope for victory. Meanwhile, Quentinby and others tightened their brows, never expecting Dominic to be this terrifying. They were stunned and began to worry about Hillary. Ripley, be careful. If it doesn't work out, you have to step in, Quentinby reminded him, while Hewitt looked away angrily. The events of yesterday almost made him burst a blood vessel. That boy wasn't human. Grandma's watching. The silver-haired, errandly woman with a striking appearance smiled indulgently at Quentinby. You're the best, Grandma. Quentinby's nervousness eased slightly, but she was still deeply concerned as she watched Hillary being suppressed. Under Dominic's fists, Hillary was retreating, blade light exploding and palm prints breaking apart. Coyle seemed genuinely unable to resist. Discussion buzzed among the crowd, looking at Dominic with new respect. Star Mansion erupted in laughter, and the main overseer declared, lose and get lost. This statement carried a tone of righteous triumph. Only Geordie, lounging nearby, lazily opened his eyes, shot a glance at the main overseer, and then sneered mockingly. This Jace is going to cry. No, he's about to cry. Boom. An explosion sounded from the front as Dominic displayed his divine might, his combat power terrifying beyond belief. The force of his punch seemed capable of shaking the mountains. But after the fearsome punch landed, Hillary, who had been continuously retreating, suddenly stopped and swung a powerful punch back. This punch emitted blinding purple light, the radiance making it resemble a miniature sun pressing down firmly. Rumble. The void trembled. Dominic, who had previously held the upper hand, suddenly felt immense pressure. His expression changed drastically, and he rapidly retreated. Hillary didn't wait, chasing after him swiftly. His palms formed intricate seals before him, unleashing another punch with even greater power. The Zerthir Da Chen Yin should be translated as the massive purple punch mark, or more fluently in context, the massive purple fist imprint. This better conveys the meaning and reads more naturally in English. This is 5 deity treasure art. The sudden change caused another shift in Star Mansion's expression. This boy had actually learned the secret art of the Juliet from Seven Princes Mansion. This was a closely guarded secret, and he performed it with such exquisite precision, rich in profundity, leaving people amazed. In fact, Hewitt was shocked, and Marigold stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a monumental miracle. Then, she gave Quentinby a stern look, and Quentinby appeared completely innocent. I really didn't know. Marigold's gaze sharpened. I took off my clothes last night, sat cross-legged on the bed, and practiced the 5 deity treasure art. Hillary was in the courtyard, and it's likely his divine soul power detected it. Quentinby spoke hesitantly. Why didn't you protect it? Didn't I teach you? Didn't I tell you it's a closely guarded secret? Marigold exploded in anger. I didn't think that if I took off my clothes and sat there, he'd be observing divine abilities. Quentinby blushed. Marigold. No. Suddenly, the old lady's face turned even more shocked. You mean, last night? You're sure you only saw it last night? Yes. Quentinby nodded seriously and resolutely. I'm not lying, it's true. One night. Oh my heavens. Marigold almost collapsed. Could someone master an art to this extent in just one night? To form a divine light technique within one night? When her grandmother had taught her, it took her 3 years and 8 months just to barely get started. To condense a set of seals in just one night? What kind of comprehension ability was this? She was a half-god, one of the most fearsome existences in this city, known for her talent. By comparison, Hillary's comprehension ability was unimaginable. In front, boom. Hillary's purple great punch imprint continued to hammer down. While this divine skill wasn't currently as profound as the sky-cleaving palm, the latter required high cultivation. When Hillary used it now, he couldn't unleash much power. On the other hand, the purple quintong technique was easier for him to execute, significantly boosting his combat power close to the 7th stage of Law Realm. In fact, he had already reached a quasi-7th stage level. Suppressing Dominic further, the continuous punches became increasingly profound, leaving Dominic utterly overpowered, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. I surrender, Dominic shouted desperately. However, Hillary's attacks didn't weaken but became even more domineering. At that moment, his entire body erupted in power. Harming Dominic and tarnishing Star Mansion's reputation was not Hillary's goal. Coyle wanted to push Dominic to the brink, forcing him into a dead end where escape seemed impossible, leaving him no choice but to explode or die. To truly feel the approach of death. Next moment, the sensation of imminent death. In fact, Dominic felt it now. At this moment, Hillary's killing intent was terrifying, and his attacks aimed directly at Dominic's life. I surrender, I surrender. Coyle quickly retreated, but Hillary advanced swiftly, drawing his blade, causing the great punch imprint to explode. It turned out Hillary had sealed off Dominic's retreat. Trapped with no way out, Dominic hadn't expected that he had hidden his secret arts, but Hillary had hidden even deeper, increasing his combat power to an even more terrifying level, far exceeding his expectations. Not just exceeding them, but surpassing them by leaps and bounds. Kill. A roar filled with rage echoed, Hillary's eyes bloodshot, his killing intent boundless. His punch seemed to tear through space, Dominic feeling his internal organs trembling, his entire body seemingly ready to explode. Blood spurted from every pore. Terribly tragic. Unable to withstand it any longer. Really couldn't withstand it. I can't hold it. A roar like thunder, Dominic roared like a demon as blood-colored light exploded outward. Quentinmitless murderous aura surged out. Chapter 175. Rejection. A crimson aura of murderous intent spread out, and it seemed as if a seal within Dominic had loosened. His eyes turned bloodshot, exuding an unspeakable sinister ferocity. Coil had become a killing demon. At this moment, his aura grew even stronger, and a blood-red divine sword shot out with a whistling sound, directly heading toward Hillary to assassinate him. This blood-red divine sword was like a ray of crimson light, incredibly fast and immensely powerful, causing Hillary's nerves to tense up sharply. Dominic wasn't just an assassin. He was not even an ordinary one but far more formidable than most silver cloaks. Hillary lifted the dragon-patterned saber to block the blood-red divine sword and retreated rapidly, enduring the tremendous impact. Coil chose not to fight, but to run. Assassin. He is the court's assassin, colluding with the court. Such a roar erupted from Hillary's mouth, resonating like thunder. The entire crowd was stunned. In fact, before Hillary shouted, when the crimson murderous intent exploded, some had already guessed that this disciple of the Star Tower's master was an assassin and was colluding with the court. Boom. At that moment, Law King took action. Bert grabbed through the air, and Hillary's body swiftly dodged the pursuit of the blood-red divine sword. Thank you, Law King. Humph. The Jace's nose was still crooked. Star Tower is indeed formidable, actually colluding with the court. Admirable, admirable. Someone in the Seven Princes manor shouted. This made the bar's face change dramatically. Colluding with the notorious court would make them everyone's target. Dominic is your disciple, your direct lineage. Surely you know something about this? Someone from Yongla Gate stepped forward, their voice icy cold. Yesterday, Hillary had given a dawn face, resolving conflicts with Yongla Gate, and they also wanted to reconcile with Hillary. Most importantly, the several dominant powers were fiercely competing openly and secretly, and they wouldn't miss the chance to kick a man when he's down. You dote on him so much. He's your only direct disciple. Isn't it all taught by you? Someone from the Hong Alliance arrived and shouted. Star Tower was being targeted. **M*. The bar's expression changed drastically, booming out, his face contorted with suffering. All the posturing earlier had now become his trap, digging a hole for himself. And Dominic, amid the chorus of shouts, quickly fetched a blood talisman and burned it, enveloping himself in a mysterious force. Coil intended to escape. Foul beast, stay here, the bar yelled. Absolutely, he could not let this person go or else he'd be unable to defend himself. As the blood talisman exploded, his fist struck down ruthlessly, opening his mouth to spurt 3 mouthsful of essence blood. These 3 spits consumed a large amount of his lifespan. With all his might, he hit. Boom boom, boom spit. 3 consecutive punches struck down. As Dominic was about to escape, his body suddenly suffered a tremendous force. The master ignored everything and shattered the crimson glow, delivering a fatal blow. This punch was enough. It exploded. Right there, Dominic shattered in the moment before he could leave. The bar landed, his face deathly pale. Having spat out 3 mouthsful of essence blood and burning vast amounts of his lifespan, the backlash was immense. At this point, Hillary stepped forward. I said not to kill him, to capture and interrogate him. Why did you do this? Are you afraid we'll find something out during the interrogation, so you killed to cover up? The master spat out another mouthful of blood, severely injured internally. His icy gaze fixed on Hillary, deeply suspecting that this young man knew everything from the start. Coil had set a trap for him, but without evidence, he could only say, Dominic colluded with the court. Our Star Tower is at enmity with the court to the death. Execution is deserved here. Just lips and tongues. You called him your direct disciple, your favorite, and your only disciple. How can such a close relationship mean you didn't know anything? Hillary countered, pressing relentlessly. The Seven Princes Manor, Yongla Gate, and the Hong Alliance sneered, eyeing the scene like vultures. After the initial shock, they realized this was probably Hillary's strategy. Colluding with the court? Impossible. Especially for this master, whose wife and children had all been killed by the court. Would he collude with those people? But at this moment, the truth wasn't important. What mattered was evidence. Did the Star Tower have any? Dead men tell no tales. Or were you the one who killed him? What do you want? Taking a deep breath, the master closed his eyes, utterly defeated, having been played by a mere youth. Thud. The sound of kneeling knees echoed. To save the greater good, Vance endured the humiliation and knelt before Avon to apologize and admit his mistakes. For the greater good. The 3 major powers, Seven Princes Manor, Yongla Gate, and the Hong Alliance, couldn't wait for their misfortune. Even though they knew it was unlikely, they wouldn't hold back. They looked at Hillary, clearly wanting him to take a stand. If the matter spreads, Star Tower would be seen as guilty in many hearts. The incident escalated and spread far and wide. It might as well have been true. I was wrong. Vance lowered his head, gritting his teeth to utter these 3 words amidst his humiliation. I didn't ask for your apology. Avon, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed to the front. Why did you kneel? Avon smiled calmly, while Vance trembled. Back then, you envied me. Out of envy came hate, leading to sibling rivalry. For Yuner, you competed for her affection, using elixirs to harm me. Without backing, I, Avon, was sentenced. Star Tower treated me unfairly, personally ruining my cultivation and drugging me, causing my vitality to wane, turning me into a white-haired Aaron. Even when I reached the outer regions, you didn't let me go, cutting off my path forward. You didn't want me dead but to live in torment. You may have forgotten that I saved you 3 times. How did you repay me? Avon shook his head and continued. However, you underestimated me. I, Avon, am not as narrow-minded as you, and I don't need your apology. Those matters are long past. That's enough. Avon glanced sideways, and someone wheeled him away. This act of worship was futile. Rejection. But Vance had already bowed, kneeling before Avon, enduring indescribable agony. Yet, this effort was worthless. No one had asked him to kneel. His act was voluntary. Kneeling by himself, Vance clenched his fists under his sleeves, his chest heaving violently. With a mouthful of blood and blackness blurring his vision, he collapsed on the spot. What should be done? The bar kept his eyes closed, unable to bear this sight. They were like lambs led to slaughter, unable to break free, at least not for now. However, Hillary remained silent, simply waving a hand. Under the watchful eyes of the Star Tower members, he turned around with Quentin B and others and left. The bar's expression was grim. Just leaving like this? No. Coil was torturing them. This matter wasn't over. Not mentioning the conditions meant the worst conditions. Hashtag chapter 176, the Horus. What's the plan? Giroux glanced sideways at his disciple as he wheeled the master back to his room in the aide's manner. Observe their attitude. Moderation. Pausing for a moment, Giroux sighed and then, with Hillary's support, returned to the room. Hillary left without saying much. His master was an emotional person who hated Star Tower but had grown up there. It had once been his home. Star Tower had its good and bad sides. Many good deeds were suppressed due to the pressure from leaders like Vance, making them hesitant to show kindness toward him. Just like Hillary, who despised the Yi family and even harbored thoughts of killing everyone there. In the end, he killed the Achilles, extinguished Star, yet spared the others, severing all ties. After all, it had once been a place that held warmth. Go practice. It would be best if we all go to the Gramjo Academic Palace together. That way, we can take care of each other, Hillary said to Quentin B and the others. Coil must go to the Gramjo Academic Palace. According to Constance, the remaining fragments of the Dragon Pearl were there. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he had to check. Additionally, Dominic was there, and this debt Hillary could not let go unresolved. An eye for an eye, a debt for a debt. Most importantly, to venture into the vast central region, the Academic Palace was the best choice. They maintained close ties with the central region, and every year, outstanding disciples were sent to that great world. I will refine some medicinal pills later to help you all grow stronger quickly. These people all possessed extraordinary talent. Quentin B and Clifford went to the outer area for a few years, and now, had reached the first stage of Law Realm cultivation, especially Quentin B, who was nearing the second stage of Law Realm, and there was an almost imperceptible aura around her. Once fully unleashed, her talent would be even more formidable. The bald monk had obtained a fragment of a sword fruit, greatly enhancing his sword talent and causing his constitution to mutate, reaching the fourth stage of Law Realm cultivation. As for Regina, even Hillary was no match for her. After those people left, Hillary approached the fire array. Coil hadn't obtained the fire spirit yet, so his sister could only stay here, but Star Tower knew how to choose. Coil didn't set conditions. They had to find their own terms and beg him to accept. Securing the fire spirit would temporarily suppress Horror's condition, and once at the Academic Palace, better treatment options could be found for her. Coil moved closer to the gateway outside the fire array. Suddenly, Hillary frowned. Through his 5 divine treasure arts, which granted him a purple fist imprint and a heightened divine soul, he possessed the soul power of a 4th-grade alchemist. His soul perception was very sharp, and at this moment, a faint sound reached his ears, a familiar voice. Quintontal girl, I'm not joking. If you follow me, your future holds boundless prospects. You'll join me in battles across myriad worlds. Ripley, are you my brother's sworn errand brother? But why have I never seen you? How old are you? And how could my brother swear brotherhood with you? Torai looked at the errand before her. This errand wore tattered robes, his eyes tightly shut, yet seemed to see everything despite being closed. Your brother owed me a favor. I saved his life, and in gratitude, he recognized me as his errand brother. So, I am also your errand brother. Coiling this, Hillary's face changed drastically. With a loud crash, he pushed open the fire array gate and, without a word, slashed directly towards the figure. Old Tortoise. Old Bald Monk. The old bald monk he encountered at Billying Mountain. What was he doing here? Look, little brother is here. The old bald monk chuckled, flashing away from the fire array range. The fire array acted like a large light dome, encasing Tori within it. Hillary's blade struck the dome, causing it to tremble. However, Hillary paid no attention, turning swiftly, his speed suddenly increasing as he leaped up, gripping his saber for another slash. This strike poured all his essence and spirit into the blow. Good job. Your progress has been swift these past few days. It seems what I bestowed upon you truly benefited you deeply. The old bald monk smiled but didn't wait. Flashing away, he quickly retreated, leaving through the other side of the fire array. The entire fire array had defensive formations, yet the old bald monk seemed to know the secrets, escaping unhindered. Old Tortoise. Hillary cursed. Brother. Isn't he your sworn errand brother? Tori's baby fat face looked puzzled. That's an old bastard. Hillary gritted his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have gotten involved in any causal entanglements or killings at the River Mountain Tower. Brother, that grandpa was quite nice. Coil gave me this bead. Holding this bead, I don't feel cold anymore and can even leave the fire array. Torai showed a red, transparent bead. However, it wasn't the Lyre Fire Pearl. The Lyre Fire Pearl, also known as the Southern Lyre Fire Pearl, although potent, was less effective given his sister's severe condition. This bead, child-sized and crystalline, absorbed the essence from the fire array, storing it within itself. Holding the bead, Tori felt as if she was still inside the fire array, absorbing enough fire energy to sustain her. What does that Jace want? Coil's trying to deceive my sister after deceiving me? Hillary grew wary. Though the bead was impressive, he dared not let Horror handle it casually. Coil snatched it, tossing it into his storage ring. Come, leave with your brother. In the future, stay far away from that old bald monk and don't acknowledge him, Hillary sternly ordered, leading his sister out of the fire array. From today onward, his sister couldn't stay here anymore. Torai nodded obediently. Leaving the fire array, several people arrived in the aide's manor, not from Star Tower, but all were significant figures. Hewitt personally received them. Hillary, this is the fire spirit your sister urgently needs. These 5 million spirit stones and 30 treasure herbs are from Star Tower. Hewitt smiled, adding, but how you decide isn't anyone else's concern. I'm just responsible for bringing them in. Leave the things here and go. Receiving the resources, Hillary calmly took them and then left immediately with his sister, ignoring those people. Those important figures tasked with persuading him left awkwardly, escorted by Hewitt's smiling face. Hillary brought Tori back to the room. As soon as they entered, Hillary froze. Inside his room, the old bald monk sat drinking tea. His eyes were closed, but looking up, Hillary felt his gaze piercing. This Jace was probably pretending to be blind. Boy, we should have a proper talk. Hillary pulled his sister behind him, drawing his dragon pattern saber, its glow dazzling. About your sister's safety. The old bald monk calmly sipped his tea, turning to face Hillary with a wider smile. Open your eyes and talk to me. Before Hillary finished speaking, a streak of blood flashed before his eyes. In that instant, he felt a bone-chilling coldness, as if falling into an endless abyss. I opened my eyes. No one in this place can live. Chapter 177. You old ghost. Eyes opening and closing. No, perhaps it was just a thought. At that moment, the place seemed to turn blood red. At that moment, Hillary felt an overwhelmingly huge danger, as if a terrifying demon had awakened with the intention to slaughter everyone under heaven, staining thousands of miles of territory with blood. But Tori behind him showed no reaction, and she even felt puzzled by her brother's sudden trembling. What's wrong with my brother? If I were to open my eyes, the heavens and earth would be covered in blood-colored flowers. The old bald monk kept his eyes tightly shut, and he had carved several seals over them. Even at that moment, Hillary clearly saw the word seal flickering on the old monk's eyelids. Gramjo Academy's 5-word mantra: calm, seal, kill, God, break. To be precise, this was a great power from Zhongzhou. Perhaps the old monk really enjoyed prosperity in Zhongzhou. As thoughts raced through his mind, Hillary stared at the errantly man who closed his eyes again and wore a smile. What kind of person are you? My Taoist name is Closed-Eyed Chan. Taoist name. Hillary's face darkened. Wrong, it's more like a nickname. The old monk waved his hand, saying, just a term, nothing serious, let's talk business. Hillary didn't have the mood for it. This old fellow was quite sinister and gave off a dangerous vibe. There was something seriously wrong with his eyes. Your sister has a complex and very dangerous constitution. Not only here in the outer region, but also at your so-called Gramjo Holy Academies. They can't solve this issue or even find someone who understands her constitution. The old monk said, let her come with me to Zhongzhou. I have methods to maximize the development of her talent, making her into a supreme master. Supreme master? Tori's eyes lit up. Really? Can I practice and become a supreme master? Tori wanted to be strong to protect her brother, just like how he protects her, allowing her brother to live happily behind her protection. Of course, and you'll even be able to beat your brother. The old monk nodded with utmost seriousness. I want. Tori yearned. Hold your tongue, Hillary shouted, forcing the little girl back. She pouted but didn't dare say more. Rico, don't mess around. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll call for help. Hillary wasn't about to trust this old trickster. Coyle himself was a testament to this fact. Getting tricked once was enough. There would never be a second time, especially concerning his sister. This Jace's intentions were hard to fathom. Since they couldn't be read, the best strategy was to avoid any dealings. It would be very simple to kill you, and I believe you know this too. Though blindfolded, the old monk's gaze felt razor-sharp. Hillary knew that Jace wasn't exaggerating. Indeed, he was terrifying. Killing eyesight. Just opening his eyes could kill. Even more, Hillary felt if he fully opened his eyes, anyone he stared at would die. Even deities could be slaughtered. That's still impossible. Hillary stepped back, ready to call for help. Perhaps the reason he wasn't killed was due to the causal sword imprint. This old monk might need him to fulfill some cause-effect destiny. Coyle was far too cunning. The little girl's condition is dangerous. Even if I leave behind the Coyle-even Earth Fire Pearl, it can only protect her for 3 months. The old monk added, I think you should understand by now. Indeed, his sister's constitution was dangerous. It was only temporarily suppressed within the fire formation. However, opening meridians? There are things I can't explain right now, but I can tell you definitively that only I can save her. You won't find another. The old monk's gaze flashed. Even if I have hidden intentions, do you think your sister's life or my hidden agenda is more important? These words struck home. If the outer region had no solutions, then even if there was a hidden agenda, Hillary had no choice but to go along with it. Let me think. Before Hillary finished, the old monk vanished with a flash, this time using a talisman instead of cultivation power. Thoughts raced through Hillary's mind as footsteps sounded. Dream Nyla had returned. She entered Hillary's room directly, looking at Hillary and Tori. Coiler gazed then locked onto Hillary. Let me ask you something. Ask away. Hillary wondered what nonsense she was up to this time. Did you really only see powers last night? Dream Nyla stared at him intently, dead serious, almost threatening. Within seconds, Hillary understood. Yes, though I vaguely saw something big, round, white. Coily, you devil. Dream Nyla covered her blushing face and ran away. Hillary. Tori coughed awkwardly. Brother, I think what that Jay said makes sense. I want to cultivate. Since father left, her brother had taken care of everything. Coiler illness cost a fortune, while he sacrificed food and sleep to buy cultivation resources for her. Coyle was exhausted. She felt like a burden. She didn't want that. She wanted to have value, to be able to stand by her brother when he faced trouble. No way. Coyle was very serious and forceful. If she went, he'd go with her. Brother, you always shield me in front, letting me stay behind. But I also want you to stand behind me, so that in critical moments, I can say, brother, don't be afraid, Lucinda is here. Tori whispered, so much, so much. Seeing her teary eyes, Hillary stepped forward and gently hugged her. You're the apple of my eye. And you're mine, wanting to protect you. Hillary looked at her seriously. How much do you want? Torai pondered. A lot. Hillary, how much? Torai, just a lot, a lot, a lot. Hillary nodded approvingly. Very good. Say it 100 times. Ignore you, meanie. Torai burst into laughter, her tears drying up. Every time she was sad, a few words from her brother made her laugh. How naughty he was. Hillary took out the fire spirit sent by Star Tower, a dark purple flame dancing in a jade bottle as if alive. This thing represented the essence of the fire path, only inferior to strange fires. Hillary absorbed some of its powerful fiery energy to strengthen his own strange fire. Also, because the fire spirit's energy was too intense, he feared hurting his little sister. Thus, he placed it on Alicia's brow, converting it into gentle fire energy with his magic power and entering Alicia's body. Coldness temporarily suppressed. No need to return to the fire formation. They could rest for a while. After doing all this, he cooked personally with peace of mind. By mealtime, Dream Nyla joined the commotion. Can handle the hall, can handle the kitchen, you're pretty good. I choose you. Dream Nyla wolfed down, enjoying the delicious food, finally understanding Hillary's culinary skills. Ignoring her, Hillary ate a few bites casually as Jameson arrived. Hillary feared Jameson, especially when Dream Nyla was present. But this time, Jameson disappointed him, bowing with a senile voice. Son-in-law, Master Arwen is here personally. Chapter 178. Arwen's visit. Good. Hillary's eyes gleamed. Coyle was already growing impatient. The reason he hadn't gone to find Arwen himself was to test the mettle of both sides. Whoever gave in first would be at a disadvantage. Of course, if it had been 2 days later, Hillary would have personally gone even if it meant falling into a disadvantage or paying several times more for it. His master's illness couldn't be delayed any longer. But Arwen was a bit too hasty. Don't leave Alicia alone for even a step. Coyle, help me watch over her, Hillary said with utmost seriousness to Quentinby before striding out. Quentinby cheerfully agreed and looked at Jameson. Uncle Zhang, go to the accountant and withdraw 3,000 spirit crystals. It's on no from your son-in-law. Jameson was elated. Coyle was merely a doorman and a former old servant of the Seven Princes Mansion, without any formidable cultivation, and so he replied hurriedly, it's quite evident that your son-in-law has sharp judgment by choosing Mississippi. Coyle, go get 5,000. Quentinby smiled. Your son-in-law is truly accomplished. For Master Arwen to personally visit, what an extraordinary young talent, something even our late Prince Wong did not achieve. Jameson grinned, showing his worn-out teeth. 1 million. Quentinby felt comfortable with this offer. Your son-in-law, a peerless celestial, a phoenix among humans, handsome, elegant. Uncle Zhang, why don't you just go wash up and sleep? Quentinby's mood turned. Jameson. Closing the door and dismissing the bewildered Jameson, Quentinby muttered, what flowers bloom? Only I can bloom. Torai, Coyle. In the reception hall of the Seven Princes Mansion, Ardell, Juliet, and several high-ranking officials all appeared. Arwen, the premier alchemist of Alliance City and a 4th-rank master, held a significant place even in Gramjo Academy and was a highly sought-after figure among major powers. Even his disciples were fiercely contested by these powers. The Seven Princes Mansion took Arwen seriously and mobilized its top brass, giving him ample face, which made Arwen feel respected. Master Gu's visit brightens our humble abode. I heard Master recently prepared for another auction? An errand from the Seven Princes Mansion started the conversation. It's a small matter, just casually refined a batch of pills, 10 bottles. Arwen sat calmly, glancing at the errand. 45 million each, planned for auction. However, the timing isn't decided yet. Business in the pill market isn't easy nowadays. A modest Master Gu, with your alchemical skills, any pills you produce will surely be fought over. In fact, if Master is concerned, why not let us buy them all? The errand continued. Indeed, Arwen's pills were worth purchasing. I'll send someone with the pills later. They are slightly flawed, just barely missing 4th rank, Arwen said nonchalantly. That's fine. Even as 3rd rank, we'll take them. The errand nodded. Actually, they're 2nd rank. Arwen remained unperturbed. Law King paused mid-motion while lifting his teacup. 45 million for a 2nd rank pill? 10 pills? Ha ha ha, we'll take them all. They're 10 bottles, 18 per bottle. Arwen sipped his tea. PFFF. Law King almost spat out his tea in shock. 180 pills? Let's give a discount, 20 million each. Please don't decline. This is my courtesy to the Seven Princes Mansion. Arwen put down his teacup, fixing Law King with a gaze. Law King. 36 billion. You damned old coot. Shameless. Are you really a master? What kind of person are you to act so shamelessly? Is this respect or a trap? Bernard standing nearby also looked black-faced. What a shameless teacher. Coilera comes. Law King inwardly grumbled but couldn't say much. Swallowing the loss silently, he watched his wily gaze toward the door. Far away, a handsome youth walked under the sunlight, looking radiant as if emitting light. Although he walked quickly and with a heavy expression, he exuded an exceptional aura, like carrying an ethereal charm. Wiley harbored resentment against the boy, still angry about what happened earlier, but he couldn't deny how extraordinarily outstanding the youth was. Even Grandmother Bowie resented that the 5 divine treasure techniques were secretly passed on and now mastered better by this youth than them. Most importantly, the seals she taught Quentinby were imperfect, and she didn't dare impart the essence entirely, fearing her granddaughter might mess up. Yet, Hillary had grasped the techniques profoundly despite these shortcomings. This was more than just impressive, but seeing the charismatic youth walking with confidence, her grudge seemed to diminish. Truly unmatched. As for Bernard, a 30-something talented and handsome man, he paled in comparison to this boy. Unaware of their thoughts, Hillary deliberately suppressed his aura to avoid appearing too ostentatious, wary of seeming too arrogant. After all, today was for negotiation, no, for trade. However, he didn't know that after his bloodline advanced and touched the divine level, his regal and dominant aura sometimes couldn't be hidden. What an extraordinary youth, an unparalleled genius. The Bowie family has great fortune indeed. Arwen sighed, knowing well that such a youth possessed immense potential. Having seen countless people, Arwen formed an evaluation in his heart. Cunning fox. Master Arwen, please. Law King was visibly pleased. Then Hilary walked into the reception hall, smiling humbly and greeting everyone present. Coyle then turned to the errandly gentleman with a goatee, recognizing him as Arwen, with Bernard standing behind him. Though he had white hair, he didn't look particularly old, appearing vibrant. With a neatly trimmed goatee he occasionally stroked. His eyes were narrow, piercing, and gave off a remarkably shrewd vibe. Looking at him, Hilary's internal assessment boiled down to 3 words. Old schemer. Nonetheless, on the surface, he was very humble, clasping his hands in a salute. Young disciple pays respects to Master Arwen. Arwen stood up. Though he valued Hilary's respect, he didn't think much of it. The youth was already a third-rank alchemist, a prodigy far surpassing himself. Moreover, sword god status deserved respect even from him. Furthermore, this was a day for business. If the other side called himself young disciple, deferring by 1 generation, how could Arwen as an Aaron go too far? Absolutely not. So he stood and said, Master Yi, you're too kind. I should be the one bowing. By treating him as a peer, he astonished everyone around. What a great show of respect. Yet, deep down, Hilary cursed the cunning Jace who left no room for advantage, unwilling to let Hilary gain even a little benefit. Despite being a revered master, was lowering his status for a mere profit worth it? An old silver coin indeed. The translated text maintains the original tone and structure, preserving character names and the narrative flow while ensuring natural English fluency and accuracy. Chapter 179, Guidance. Despite his inner excitement, Hilary kept a calm exterior and smiled. I'm 18 this year, master. You really honor me. I'm not much older than you, just 118, Arwen said calmly without the slightest change in expression. But around them, people choked on their tea repeatedly. The high-ranking officials of the Seven Princes Mansion were dumbfounded. 118 wasn't that much older? At the same time, they also realized that the Jace had an agenda today. Coyle wanted to transact on an equal footing with Hilary. Bernard blushed again. She felt embarrassed for overthinking things. Her master wasn't shameless, he was shamelessly brazen. It made her feel ashamed herself. Hilary underestimated this Jace. He genuinely didn't care about face or status, only pursuing personal gain. Master Yi is too kind, old Arwen added another sentence. Please sit. Hilary no longer insisted. Since you call me master, I'll play the part. Don't blame me for not giving you the chance. Arwen sat down and paused for a moment before saying, Master Yi needs a 4th rank elixir, which I am clear about. I will strive upon my return. Whether it succeeds depends on fate. If I give you 1 billion, would you believe that it can be done immediately? Hilary smiled. Master Gu, don't misunderstand me. I don't need any elixirs. Today, I came here to discuss Dao, specifically alchemy Dao. Since we're considered equals, discussing Dao should fit the rules, right? Let's cut to the chase and drop the pretense. Arwen laughed. It's a great honor. The surrounding people remained silent, but inwardly were alarmed as they looked at Hilary with shock and surprise. This young man was indeed bold. Discuss Dao with Arwen? Alchemy Dao? Does he think they truly regard him as a master? If not for wanting more from you, do you think it'd be possible? Too inexperienced. Ardle's face also darkened. Hilary was still young and couldn't outwit the cunning Arwen. To deal with such an old fox, only another old fox would suffice. Coyle stood up and said, Master Arwen is too humble. My granddaughter Jan cannot compare to Master when discussing Dao. If you could offer some guidance, I'd be most grateful. On my younger brother's wedding day, I will certainly prepare a congratulatory gift. Achilles Ardle can rest assured, Arwen said unabashedly. Your grandma. Ardle cursed in his heart. You old bastard. Who is older here? My master Avon has been harmed by villains and lost his vitality. What's your take on this? Is there any elixir that can help? Hilary relied on himself. Ardle was useless in this situation. One small vitality creation pill requires several main ingredients of considerable value. Arwen calmly smiled, hinting that alchemy was challenging, materials hard to find, and costly. You must be mentally prepared. Is recovery possible? Alleviation, yes. But lost vitality is difficult to recover. Akin to trying to turn back the sands of time. Arwen sighed. Very difficult. If you could return from age 118 to looking 18, Hilary chuckled. My master's vitality is merely buried within his body. Rejuvenation is not impossible. Arwen shook his head. Buried vitality is no longer true vitality. Even if restored, it could pose dangers. Avon's condition was dire, his vitality poisoned and assimilated. That wasn't life, it was poison. Arwen knew Avon's condition well. The poison came from the same lineage. Would a great vitality pill work? Hilary asked again. That's a mid-4th rank pill, beyond my capability. In Gramjo, fewer than 20 can achieve it, and even they can't make it. Such an elixir formula doesn't exist. It's completely lost. What about the Greater Quintonf Spirit Pill? Arwen glanced at Hilary. This kid really knew a lot, but the Greater Quintonf Spirit Pill was higher than the Great Vitality Pill, reaching peak 4th rank. Fewer than 10 in Gramjo could attempt it, but none could succeed. There was no formula. Quintonk ancient legends, everyone knows of them. But without cultivation methods, no matter how powerful one is, they can't utilize them. If he could refine a Greater Quintonf Spirit Pill, it wouldn't just restore vitality. It could mend fractured sinews and replenish cultivation deficiencies. That would be a true spirit elixir. I can do it. Hilary uttered 2 words. Arwen froze. This guy looks proper but acts otherwise. He's playing a grand joke. Everyone else was also stunned. Hilary ignored them, not looking at Arwen but at Bernard. How many steps does it take to make an elixir? extraction, fusion, condensation, opening the spirit. Bernard recited the basics known even to non-alchemists. Hilary shook his head. Just one step. Crowd. Instructing others in elixir refinement. Hilary reiterated. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Is this? I wish to learn more. Arwen's eyes gleamed. This kid implied he could guide him in alchemy? Laughable. Arwen had studied Tao of alchemy for over a century, holding a place in Gramzhou. Few dared claim to guide him. Realizing this, everyone was startled. Artel hastily rose. Hilary, Master Arwen is 4th rank? The skills of such an old fox were unparalleled in Gramzhou. I met Master like an old friend, discussing alchemy freely, each excelling in different aspects, Hilary smiled. Artel wanted to say more, but Arwen waved. Reasonable. Learning is endless, and everyone has specialties. I also wish to see ye school secrets. Bring the herbs. Hilary named a few common, yet valuable ingredients. Soon, the herbs arrived. Snaketail flower, 7-star poisonous herb, 9th rank intestines-breaking bamboo. Each highly toxic. Each could kill a law realm expert. Even law kings would suffer. Especially 9th rank intestines-breaking bamboo, extremely poisonous. Law kings trembled hearing of it. Arwen was stunned. From his extensive experience, these herbs were incompatible. Forced fusion would result in a potent poison. Even those unfamiliar with alchemy were shaken. Was this for a Quintomph spirit pill or a coil-evenly poison pill? Prepare the furnace. Hilary smiled, ignoring their skepticism. Pausing, Arwen stood, walked to the center, pulled out a golden furnace with carved flame patterns forming an array. Using this furnace amplified Dan fire's intensity and control. Fire temperature was crucial for extracting, fusing, and condensing. Different flames treated herbs differently, and slight variations mattered greatly. This furnace aided in controlling Dan fire, increasing Hilary's hopes. Coil feared Arwen's level might fall short. Chapter 180. 7 stars Quintotting the lamp. Arwen's extraction of his alchemy furnace already caused some people to change their expressions. Then he ignited the alchemy fire. Though it wasn't considered a yihua, it had fused with some terrifying beast fire, resembling a purple dragon that darted into the alchemy furnace with a booming sound. The flames inside the furnace raged intensely, the purple flames spilling out from within. At that moment, the temperature in the entire hall abruptly rose. Note: the term ban yihua was changed to yihua for consistency with typical terminology in cultivation novels where yihua refers to special, powerful flames. If ban yihua is specifically used in this context to mean something different, it should be translated as mutated fire or another appropriate term. The important figures from the 7 Princes' manor all showed signs of alarm. It was truly terrifying and not simple at all. A master is indeed a master. Dream Xingji even noticed sweat forming on Arwen's forehead. Clearly, he was exerting his full strength. Was this for the sake of humiliating Hilary? To be honest, Hilary had indeed been overly confident. This master's reputation was well known. Although somewhat infamous and with questionable character, his skills were top-notch, an undeniable fact. Hilary watched with concern. In truth, even Bernard felt the same way. At that moment, he thought his master was overreacting by using his full strength. Wasn't this meant to crush Hilary? Bernard's worry stemmed partly from selfishness. If things went awry, he might never obtain the secret soul cultivation technique, or worse, anger Hilary, thereby never having the chance to recover. You old good-for-nothing father, just behave like a human being. Not bad. As they were astonished, Hilary remained utterly composed, calmly uttering these 2 words with a casual smile on his face. Actually, his heart also trembled. Old Silver Coin truly lived up to his reputation, so wealthy and powerful. Although this fire wasn't an yihua, it was more potent than his current yihua, chi, indicating that this old fellow indeed had profound capabilities. Improved version. In fact, he was also inwardly shocked. Old Silver Coin lived up to his reputation, so wealthy and powerful. This fire, although not an odd flame, was more potent than his current odd flame energy, proving that this Jace indeed had deep reserves of skill. But as a result, the opportunity became greater. I wish to hear more about it. Arwen didn't elaborate much, controlling the beast fire while gazing at Hilary with a smug smile on his face. Quintontal kid, look carefully, can you even compare? Alchemy fire manipulation. 18 major techniques. Hilary suddenly spoke, Arwen's smile slightly fading as he questioned suspiciously. There are only 17 methods. Controlling alchemy fire had different techniques, but after searching throughout Gramzhou, Arwen had only found 17 methods, which were easier ways to control the alchemy fire. My method is called 7 stars Quintotting the lamp. His voice boomed, echoing like thunder, causing Arwen to shudder violently. The flames within the furnace trembled along with him. The 18th method, 7 stars Quintotting the lamp? Before he could think further, Hilary narrowed his eyes, a powerful spirit emanating from him. Instantly, an intention was transmitted into Arwen's mind. At that moment, Arwen's body shook again. Spirit transmission? One must know that he was a 4th rank alchemist, with an exceptionally powerful spirit. Transmitting spirit messages to him could easily lead to backlash. Normally, one would use magic power to wrap the sound waves before transmitting them. However, this young man showed no hesitation, and that spirit message was incredibly strong, making Arwen feel that this person wasn't just 3rd rank, but close to 4th rank. Even, already 4th rank. At that moment, Arwen's face changed. Glancing at Hilary, he paid more attention to this young man. However, this wasn't the end. As his shock subsided, carefully analyzing Hilary's spirit message, his expression turned extraordinarily complex. Astonished, shocked, unbelievable, his body trembling. Subsequently, he tried to calm down, following Hilary's method to control the flame. The roaring flame temporarily settled down, then divided into 7 parts within the furnace, arranged according to the pattern of the Big Dipper constellation. Each star represented concentrated alchemy fire. 7 combined together, as if forming a subtle array, filled with fire energy, making control much simpler. Controlling the fire felt like controlling an array. Even, controlling alchemy fire required substantial mental effort, but controlling 7 stars quintotting the lamp was relatively easier, requiring far less spirit. The difficulty of alchemy directly decreased by 30%. Compared to his 17 fire controlling methods, this was far superior. Not simple at all. Start. Another command sounded, Hillary's spirit message transmitting instructions. In Arwen's mind appeared an alchemy recipe, along with detailed notes on the alchemy process. These notes were comprehensive, detailing the sequence and degree of purification for the herbs, the intensity of heat during fusion, and specific points to note during the formation and activation of the pill. 7 stars quintotting the lamp. Its layout was just the beginning. The true essence lay in its variations. Absolutely thorough. Start. Without further ado, Arwen followed through, understanding quickly given Hillary's meticulous guidance. However, a booming sound erupted from the furnace, followed by a surge of black smoke. Everyone in the room was taken aback. Furnace explosion. Renowned Master Arwen, furnace explosion? It was inconceivable. Arwen looked serious, turning to Hillary. 7 stars quintotting the lamp seemed simple and easy to control, but in practice, it wasn't that straightforward. Coyle made a mistake. Hillary shook his head. You erred. There was a flaw in the first variation. Coyle stepped forward, personally guiding and transmitting spirit messages, making Arwen understand immediately, leading to immense joy as he attempted again. Failure. Third attempt. Failure. Fourth, fifth, sixth time. Arwen nearly went mad. Seemed simple, but once the difficulty of alchemy dropped by 30%, the comprehension process was arduously difficult. Finally, he looked at Hillary again. Hillary had been waiting for this moment. Smiling with folded hands, he displayed a masterful demeanor. Let me explain. Hillary succinctly revealed some intricacies of the changes, giving Arwen another jolt. His alchemy proceeded, following 4 steps: purification, fusion, condensation, and activation. Time wasn't short. 3 teacups of time passed, during which Hillary sat aside, casually chatting with Ardell, Bernard, and others. Have you been to Nicolette Tower? His eyes locked onto Bernard. Nicolette girl has left Alliance City. Bernard's face reddened slightly, while beside him, old Ardell nearly choked. You're rubbing salt in my wound. You wouldn't have a chance anyway. Hillary remarked again. Bernard, I'd rather be a beast. Being a beast makes you prone to getting beaten, quite miserable. Hillary replied casually, but beside him, old Ardell almost burst out. Just act like a human being. Turning his gaze, he anxiously watched Arwen. At this moment, a loud noise echoed from outside the door, and someone shouted from outside. Ardell and others changed expressions, then rushed out. Sounds of battle erupted outside, seeming like someone came calling. More high-ranking officials from the Seven Princes Manor also rushed out. The sounds outside grew louder. Hillary squinted his eyes and headed out. Bernard paused for a moment before following. Only Master Arwen remained in the room, deeply immersed in the alchemy process. Initially, he found the method complex, but after Hillary's simple guidance, he realized this method wasn't merely complicated. It was divine. Too profound. Each variation was filled with fundamental principles of the universe, ingenious craftsmanship, unheard of, unseen before. There was so much to discover. 7 stars quintotting the lamp, lighting the lamp, using alchemy fire to form the 7 stars, employing them to refine poisonous herbs. Those herbs with conflicting properties truly merged together. Almost perfectly. Using poisonous herbs to form the pill, 7 stars quintotting the lamp, igniting the alchemy lamp. Activation. Though Arwen was greedy and loved wealth, what he cherished most was the path of alchemy. Coyle was obsessed with it, a fanatic. Perhaps it was the very reason he prospered in this field. Chapter 181. You have nowhere to run. Outside, an errandly man arrived. This Jace was very aged but possessed profound magical powers, even having semi-divine strength. Moreover, he wielded 3 streams of flame. These flames were sweeping across, forcing King Bowie and Dolores to retreat continuously as they could hardly withstand the assault. Summon him out. The 4 words were incredibly weighty. At this moment, Bernard also arrived, stepping forward quickly and clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. Master Uncle. Humph. The Aaron gave a heavy harumph, saying, Summon your master out. I, and Jace, am seeking him and still need to hide? What, are you not recognizing me as a disciple? Coyle walked forward, while Bernard immediately stepped up to block him. Master Uncle, Master is currently refining elixirs. It's a crucial moment, please? Get out of the way. The Aaron was domineering, waving his hand. Bernard was immediately sent flying sideways, unable to stop the Aaron at all. Coyle was the junior brother of Arwen and also a master alchemist of the academy, reaching the 4th rank and being even more formidable than his senior brother. In front of his senior brother, he showed no humility whatsoever. Usually, he acted arrogantly, shouting orders at his senior brother. In truth, every time he came here to see Arwen, it was just to showcase his superior alchemy skills, plain and simple. He was here to embarrass them. The Aaron took large strides forward and then paused, glancing sideways at Hillary. Was it your master who injured Archer? Hyman, Archer's teacher, was known as the Divine Sheen. My muddle-headed senior brother doesn't know what he's thinking. A mere sword deity who didn't even sign up for the contest. Does he really deserve such fear? Making mountains out of molehills. Arwen's junior brother, named Javier, had exceptional talent in alchemy. His status as a 4th-rank alchemist was renowned throughout Gramjo. In the academy, he had extensive connections. Even deities fought for him. In terms of prestige, he was indeed far greater than Arwen. Coyle is refining elixirs and will come to see you later, Hillary replied calmly. This person's cultivation was strong, and he wasn't yet a match for him. It looked like even 7 Wangfu wouldn't be able to hold its ground. At this moment, if he tried to act tough, he feared that Quintonby would be left defenseless. Boom. Yet, after his calm and courteous voice faded, the Aaron's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he grabbed with his palm from a distance. A loud boom rang out. Hillary felt an enormous pressure-covered palm descending from above, nearly making him kneel. But he did not kneel. His bent body made creaking sounds as bones rubbed together. Coyle clenched his teeth in silence, slowly straightening his body, his expression calm. Are you teaching this, Jace? Javier was somewhat surprised. Coyle had used a massive pressure wave from afar, but this kid at merely first-level law realm managed to withstand it. Not bad. I dare not, Hillary replied without changing expression, though internally, the pressure and pain were immense. Coyle wouldn't show it. That old stubborn master of yours has managed to survive until now, which is quite impressive. Back then, when I concocted the Quintonf severing pill, I added plenty of potency, Javier sneered. No wonder the Star Tower had no antidote, and no wonder Arwen hesitated to intervene. Hillary suddenly understood, raising his head to look at the Aaron, cold light flashing in his eyes. It's him. Coyle's the one who poisoned Master. I severed Giroux's life force, and the Star Tower comes under my protection. Any issues, direct them to me, Javier. Coyle arrogantly said a few sentences before striding forward. Junior brother, you have lost yourself? An old voice rang out from inside the room. Arwen, pale-faced and sweating, walked out. The 7 stars quintotting formation consumed little energy, but since it was his first use, with many changes, he was still exhausted after refining the pill, extremely weak. Senior brother, you're being foolish. Javier stopped and said, don't meddle in this matter. I'll handle it. When did it become your turn to teach me? Arwen stared intently. Because of our master. Javier's lips curled. Tell him that I've long left the sect, expelled by his own hands. Furthermore, some matters aren't even within his power to decide. Arwen remained composed. You've grown brave, senior brother. Weren't you only interested in wealth and avoiding disputes? His father is Han. Do you understand? I only know that fate has brought us together. Go back and tell master that my actions are for his benefit. Arwen lifted his finger and produced a talisman inscribed with the divine word in bright red ink. A vast aura abruptly spread out. God-slaying talisman. Javier's expression changed. He stopped advancing. Senior brother, you will regret today's actions. This matter, I will handle. Seeking death. Arwen gave him a 2-word assessment. Javier said no more, turning to leave. Before departing, he glanced at Hillary. I won't kill you because you're still useful. Tomorrow at this time, I will return. You have nowhere to run. With that, he swiftly departed. The faces of those from 7 Wangfu were grim. The Star Tower had made its move, and a major figure from the Academy was involved. Targeting Hillary was also a challenge to the sword deity backing him. Note: for consistency in terminology and style, 7 Wangfu should be 7 Wangfu, or translated as 7 Princes Manor. I would recommend going with either full translation, or keeping it fully in Chinese based on the rest of the document. Coilera, I've left it as is but noted the inconsistency. For a more natural read, I have made slight adjustments to the sentence structure while maintaining the meaning. This was serious business. At this moment, much to the astonishment of 7 Wangfu and Bernard, Arwen approached Hillary, clasped his fists respectfully, and bowed deeply. Master Ye's insights have enlightened me more than 100 years of study. Truly admirable. Note: I've made minor adjustments for fluency and natural English expression while ensuring the meaning remains accurate. The term, 7 Wangfu, seems incomplete or improperly translated. If Wangfu refers to princely manor or similar, it should be fully translated as 7 Princes Manor or equivalent. However, without further context, I kept it as provided in your input. Hillary's 7 stars quintotting was indeed profound, seemingly opening a new door in alchemy for him. Such profound truths were unknown even to his master, the Garfield. Hillary was more formidable than expected, and the people backing him weren't from Gramzhou but possibly Central Prefecture, perhaps not even a minor power. Did the pill succeed? Hillary asked Arwen blandly. It's done. A 4th-rank pill refined from potent poisons, comparable to the great Quintonf elixir. Poison and medicine share the same principle, living up to its name. Arwen was thoroughly impressed. The pill formula was low-level 4th rank, but the resulting pill rivaled mid-tier 4th rank, which was no small feat. Coyle put away any scheming thoughts. This deal was profitable beyond measure. The greatest wealth of his life so far. The alchemical method and formula Hillary provided were invaluable. If he released them, the entire Gramzhou alchemy community would go wild, willing to spend anything to acquire them. What he obtained now was only a fraction. Hillary's alchemical methods had even more subtle profundities. I hope for Master's guidance. Coyle extended his palm, offering a golden pill. The pill shimmered brilliantly, blindingly bright, and a rich aroma permeated the air. Those around were even more astonished. Could this be refined from those potent poisons? Hard to imagine. And it seemed Arwen was thoroughly convinced by Hillary. Compared to the pill, they were even more shocked by the event. A 4th-rank alchemist, greedy and deceitful, acknowledged someone. Your foundation is shallow. Let's talk another day. Hillary wanted to teach, but he didn't know much either. The knowledge was passed down only to those with great cultivation and abundant bloodline. Coyle turned to Bernard and imparted some soul cultivation methods. Under the grateful gaze of the latter, Hillary left the place in large strides. I'll come tomorrow, 7 Wangfu. Prepare yourselves. As he watched Hillary walk away, Arwen turned to Hewitt and the others. Since Javier dared to act so arrogantly, it was certain that influential figures would arrive the next day, and 7 Wangfu might face a fierce battle. And he, Arwen, would stand firmly on Hillary's side, knowing well the formidable strength of those backing Hillary, and he would unwaveringly stand beside Hillary. The people backing him were not simple at all. Chapter 182. Divine Might covers the Allied City. Holding the golden grand spirit pill, Hilary went directly to his master. However, this pill could not immediately revive him. In fact, this pill was not exactly a grand spirit pill, but only somewhat related, though it would greatly alleviate his injuries. Even a single thread of dawn mist once saved his life. Now with this grade 4 pill, it would certainly restore his vitality. Note, danxia seems to be a mix of danxia, which literally means dawn mist in the context of medicinal terms, often referring to some kind of alchemical substance or energy. For fluency and natural reading in English, I've translated it as dawn mist. Indeed, after the vital energy replenishment, Avon's complexion improved significantly. Even his white hair diminished, and he felt his meridians reviving. You've made things difficult for yourself, sighed Avon. Once a formidable martial artist, he now had to rely on his disciples' efforts without being able to offer even half a bit of help in return. Master, rest well. In a few days, I'll bring a few more pills. After taking them, you'll be completely recovered. The lost cultivation will also gradually return. Avon laughed but didn't say more. Could the lost cultivation really return? How much time would that take? Decades of diligent cultivation. How many more decades did he have left to live? Do you want me to wait for my aunt, or get a junior brother? Hilary said again. Get lost. Avon smiled and scolded him. Giving his master a sense of reassurance, Hilary left the room, reuniting with Quintonby, Baldy, Allisoner, Clifford, and Jaden. Currently, the aide's manor was under heightened alert, the atmosphere becoming serious. They also learned of Javier's visit. A great battle was expected tomorrow, perhaps even a divine battle. Many within the manor supported Hilary, while those who didn't were suppressed. Bodhi had already returned to the academy. The small silver coin could clearly see the situation. It was better for him to avoid Hilary's humiliation by keeping a distance. Moreover, he knew Hyman wouldn't let matters rest easily, and Alpha wouldn't be idle. Coyle decided it was best to watch from afar as the deities fought among themselves. What should we do? Quintonby asked Hilary first, knowing the situation was far from simple, with multiple gods set to arrive at the academy. This was aimed directly at Hilary's sword god protector. Having experienced the terrible power of that sword god, they must have prepared meticulously. Would the sword god suffice? Play it out. Hilary showed no fear. Since they came, running away now would be pointless. Better to face it head-on and go with the flow, dealing with one step at a time. Coyle took a group of people out, visiting the entire allied city. Work-life balance was important. These people needed some relaxation amidst their hard training. Hilary returned to the Dan Pavilion, buying a large quantity of pills and distributing them among everyone. While he could have gotten everything here for free, he didn't wish to owe more favors. Coyle still needed to refine more pills for his master. The 7-star formula, soul cultivation secrets, they counted as payment for the 4th grade pills. Human relationships weren't easy to repay. Besides, the 5 million divine crystals sent by Star Tower were enough to buy the pills for everyone. His sights were now beyond Allied City, extending to the academy. That place awaited him eagerly. Everyone's talent was remarkable, and with proper cultivation, they would become significant aids. When the whole group stormed into the Gramjo Academy, the spectacle would be unparalleled. However, Quintonby and others were anxious. Would everything be resolved tomorrow? Could they withstand the arrival of the sword god? Hilary. Walking out of the Dan Pavilion, they encountered several people, led by Maxwell. Humiliated by Hilary and disciplined by Star Tower, Maxwell felt immense shame. Eager to regain his dignity, he sought an immediate showdown with Hilary. Now, Star Tower had prepared, leaving Hilary unable to escape for long. In fact, not only Maxwell but also the others behind him gained confidence, given Star Tower's arrival, along with the Academy's deities and Javier, a 4th grade alchemist surpassing Arwen. Star Tower's strength was sufficient to crush the sword god. Your good days are over. Tomorrow I'll make you. Maxwell approached, pointing at Hilary and coldly rebuking. Before he could finish, Hilary charged forward. Beat them. With a roar, his fist struck Maxwell's face, shattering his nose. Blood splattered everywhere. Boom. Maxwell's demeanor changed drastically. His magic surged but exploded upon impact with Hilary's follow-up blow. Hilary, how dare you? Maxwell's followers shouted. Jaden, stay at the Dan Pavilion. Everyone else, fight with me. Hilary didn't stop. With tremendous force, he continued attacking. Maxwell screamed in agony, while Quintonby and others clenched their teeth, deciding to act first regardless of the outcome. Immediately, on the streets of Allied City, many witnessed Hilary and his group mercilessly beating Star Tower's members until they reached outside the tower. Too fierce. Star Tower members fled like rabbits, their blood spilling on the streets. Large crowds gathered, watching the chaos. Once high and mighty, Star Tower now faced unprecedented disgrace and humiliation under Hilary's relentless attack. Hilary, how dare you? Several errands emerged from Star Tower, infuriated by the repeated insults. Koila, I said anyone who comes out will be dealt with until none remain. Very arrogant, very domineering, giving no quarter. After saying this, Hilary waved, swiftly retreating with Quintonby and others. As they left, a semi-deity named Javier appeared from Star Tower, his gaze icy. Hilary and his companions fled, with Isabella arriving earlier at the Dan Pavilion. There, Jaden waited anxiously with Bernard. On the other side, an old monk stood silently, wearing tattered robes. Jaden occasionally glanced at him, seemingly negotiating something. Upon Isabella's arrival, the old monk smiled, apparently satisfied with their agreement, and left. Inside Star Tower, Maxwell and others looked beaten and bruised, especially Maxwell, whose face dripped with blood and nearly shattered Dantian. Star Tower's leader fumed, furious at Hilary's audacity. Beside him, Javier remained unperturbed, smiling slightly. Let him be arrogant. Tomorrow he'll kneel and beg for mercy. Suddenly they're here. Javier stood up. As a 4th grade alchemist and semi-deity, he felt the approaching ominous aura. Coyle stood up and, accompanied by Star Tower's leaders, walked out. Sure enough, several figures approached, riding clouds that carried an overwhelming presence. One wore black, carrying a huge black sword. Another wielded a single-armed knife. One had a vertical eye in his forehead, followed by a young man with prideful demeanor. Lastly, a woman dressed in blue rode atop a bald-headed man, both radiating divine auras. At that moment, Allied City seemed to feel the terrifying aura. Experts from the Aids Manor, Yongle Gate, Hong Alliance, and First Class Hall watched intently. They had arrived, great beings, 4 deities. No, accurately, 5 divine presences blanketed Allied City, aimed at Hillary, challenging the Sword God. Everyone knew Allied City was about to descend into chaos. Chapter 183, Spirit Sound Pavilion. A terrifying aura swept across the sky, casting a gloomy shadow over Alliance City. The arrival of 5 Divine Realm Masters, including high-ranking officials from Star Tower headquarters and errands from the Academy, sent waves of tension throughout the entire city. Inside the Aids Mansion, Raoul and Natalie looked increasingly troubled. Natalie glanced at Raoul and asked, "Have you sent word to headquarters?" "I did yesterday," Raoul replied. "They haven't sent anyone yet. What do they mean by that?" "Most likely, they're adopting an observing stance, choosing not to act for now," Raoul said helplessly. Given the pressure from the Academy and Hillary's unique identity, the inaction from headquarters seemed reasonable. "You old dream family truly don't know how to pull your weight," Clarissa remarked sharply. Raoul felt humiliated. His clan lacked any deities, which made their status within headquarters somewhat awkward. They could handle minor matters, but had limited influence on major decisions. Meanwhile, Hillary returned to the Aids Mansion and arranged for those who had accompanied him to start practicing. Coyle handed Christian over to Quintantal Ewer before leaving again. As he was about to depart, he encountered Arturo, who had just been scolded by his wife. Coyle looked extremely frustrated and embarrassed. "In the past, I would go to the Cameron Tower for indulgence," he muttered. But after being admonished once, Arturo had learned his lesson. He really feared losing a leg. "Quintoff's greatest regret is when a man can't beat his wife," Hillary sneered. "I thought you were decent, but now I know you're much worse than your father." Arturo retorted angrily. "My wife doesn't scold me." Hillary calmly said a few words. "I saved your life. My wife is also your granddaughter." Hillary added, "Do you believe I'll slap you? Want to visit a brothel?" Hillary left immediately, leaving Arturo fuming. Then, Hillary found Dream Nyla, who was preparing to enter a cultivation state. Coyle solemnly said, "Break up." "Dream Nyla? You want to sever our grandfather-granddaughter relationship, just because I exposed your visits to the brothels?" Arturo took a deep breath. "Break up with Hillary? Grandfather, let me tell you seriously, just go wash up and sleep." Coyle went to a brothel? Dream Nyla paused for a moment, then laughed. "Our family's method is good." Arturo. Hillary left the Aids Mansion and headed straight to West City. Coyle was looking for a sword. Swordchi. In truth, Hillary had roamed through South City with others primarily to find a sword. Among all places, Star Tower had the most sword practitioners. They possessed divine swords crafted by sword god-level blacksmiths, imbued with potent sword chi. Star Tower even had a sword pavilion engraved with a mystic sword formation. However, Hillary couldn't visit there. The second best place would be First Class Hall, but that wasn't accessible to Hillary either. Currently, First Class Hall was likely smirking. 4 deities had descended, signaling Hillary's doom. Third would be Hong Alliance, though its sword chi was inferior to Spirit Sound Pavilion. Additionally, except for his connection with Paco, Hillary had no other significant ties with Hong Alliance. At this critical juncture, it was unlikely they would acknowledge him. West City. Night had fallen. Geordie stood beside Hillary. Before them stood a 7-story treasure pavilion, one of West City's landmarks. It sold more than just swords. Various treasures lined its shelves. Spirit Sound Pavilion was especially famous for the Spirit Sword on its 7th floor. A sword excavated from underground with ancient origins. This sword emitted mystical sounds, and it was said that its resonant hum once allowed a practitioner to gain profound insight into the way of the sword, even mastering a terrifying sword Dao great power. Since then, this place had become well known among nearby sword practitioners. However, the Spirit Sword only appeared 3 days a month. Today was the first day. Hillary walked boldly inside without hesitation. The 4 deities had come to confront his master, not him. His master wouldn't appear unless provoked. Hillary was confident that those 4 wouldn't act rashly. They wanted a complete extermination. Leaving Hillary behind served as bait to lure out the sword god. Of course, some targeted actions were necessary. Today's grand display of divine might pressing down on Alliance City was a clear signal. They were telling Hillary, "Bring out your master, we'll crush him." Walking confidently into Spirit Sound Pavilion with the big black dog following, Hillary craved sword techniques. He needed to avenge himself. This isn't necessary. But when Geordie entered, his dog nose twitched, and he suddenly felt like leaving. The sword chi here wasn't impressive. Let's see. Hillary squinted. Sword imprint sensed the weak sword chi too, which barely matched that of a single sword practitioner back at the Aids Mansion. Yet, his dragon blood surged with excitement. Trust his dragon blood more than sword imprint or Geordie. Yirimizi, you really aren't proficient in sword Dao. Geordie snorted proudly after tasting the blood sword. That's true. The supreme skill of Koileven and Earth is indeed the Lincoln's. Raising his head and tail, Lincoln telepathically said, "This statement deeply resonates with me. Finally, you have some awareness. Why don't you show me some of those secret divine spells and immortal techniques you've kept hidden?" Geordie surely had some valuable skills. While his words weren't entirely true, coming from the 9 Koilevens confirmed much. "This place offers me nothing. I'm off to gather information on those 4 deities." "Afraid you might falter tomorrow," Geordie said as he waddled away. Hillary didn't mind. Coyle climbed the stairs alone, knowing from earlier scouting that the 7th floor would open today, revealing the Spirit Sword. To see the Spirit Sword, however, required a substantial payment, 30,000 divine crystals. Truthfully, the price stung. This money could buy several prostitutes at Cameron Tower and provide a good night. As Hillary reached the 6th floor, he saw a group of people in white robes watching him intently, their eyes cold and hostile. Undeterred, Hillary strode forward. The group tensed, emitting faint magical fluctuations, stepping back nervously, even breaking into a sweat as Hillary approached. Hillary's reputation instilled fear in them. News of Star Tower's younger generation's downfall had spread across Alliance City. Yet, as they watched in shock, Hillary walked past them without a glance, his eyes fixed on something ahead. The ignored group's faces turned uglier, even gritting their teeth in frustration. They had braced themselves fully, yet received no attention? Furious. Infuriatingly so. Angering Star Tower and now provoking us. First class hall? Translator's note. The narrative continues with the original structure and tone intact. Chapter 184. Borrowing a chicken to hatch an egg. Now, with the 7th level yet to be opened, the 6th level was already at its peak. This level housed no shortage of treasures and featured unique services. At this moment, before Hillary lay several pieces of stone material. These stones were encased in dark, rough exteriors that concealed inner wonders. However, these exteriors emitted a unique aura, making it impossible even for deities to discern their secrets. Stone gambling relied on experience. Consequently, seasoned stone gambling masters held extremely high status and could rival specialized professions like alchemists. Legend had it that once, a stone gambling master had wagered on an ancient divine sword within a pit, which contained a coileventir sword technique. Stone gambling could result in any miracle. Sealed treasures, formidable weapons, powerful skills, techniques, and so on. There were frequent stories of people becoming overnight millionaires because of this. Therefore, the stone gambling industry attracted wave after wave of hopefuls, who wouldn't want to become rich overnight. In reality, those who truly achieved instant wealth were 1 in 10,000. More often, people ended up bankrupt. Sir, would you like to try? Just as Hillary was inspecting the area, a tall-legged beauty walked over, her eyes smiling, radiating charm akin to the Nicolette Tower. How much? Hillary glanced over her from head to toe and asked. That depends on how you play and what quality of goods you're interested in. Different goods and different methods mean different prices, she smiled, knowing that this level was one of the most profitable areas in Quintingine Pavilion next to the 7th level. Coiler sales directly translated into how many spirit crystals she earned. So the service here was always warm and welcoming, predominantly by beautiful women. Play however comfortable you are. Hillary moved forward and then pointed ahead. I like big ones. They look more satisfying. Among the stones ahead, there was an enormous boulder, standing as tall as 2 men. At the beauty's gesture, staff members brought it over. The outer surface of the stone was dark with some pits, and the price made Hillary somewhat startled. It cost 130,000 spirit crystals. No wonder stone gambling is such a lucrative business. However, Hillary trusted the Ganying of the dragon blood and said, I'll take the big one. It's good. Cut it open straight away. Note, Ganying seems to be a placeholder or leftover from the original text that wasn't translated. Based on context, it should likely be replaced with Ganying, translated to intuition or sense. Coilera is the improved version. However, Hillary trusted the sense of the dragon blood and said, I'll take the big one. It's good. Cut it open straight away. The tall-legged beauty paused for a moment, then looked at Hillary with a flash of disdain in her eyes. After all, judging a stone by its size wasn't the way to do it. But on the surface, she maintained a bright, inviting smile and said, Sir, the rules here. I'm Hillary. Do you think I'll owe you money? He casually remarked. Indeed, payment was required up front before cutting the stone. But Hillary didn't have enough left. Coyle had spent 5 million on buying elixirs for Quintonby and others. What he had kept for himself had been nearly eaten as snacks. Coyle also gave some to his wife. The remaining 300,000 odd spirit crystals were reserved for entering the 7th level. Honestly, though he trusted the dragon blood, he hadn't tested it in stone gambling. If he failed, his plans to enter the 7th level would be ruined. Fortunately, the guy was handsome and famous. When he said, Hillary, the tall-legged beauty was clearly taken aback. Not just her, but everyone around instantly looked over. Recently, Hillary's name had become household in Boyan City, blocking Star Tower's door and crushing their young generation to the point where even the Erins almost met their demise under his sword was nothing short of a heroic feat. Moreover, today, the 4 deities descended to envelop Boyan City in divine might, intending to intercept him. Yet he dared to come here. Hillary's nerve was impressive. Do you fear? Or does your backer scare them to ignore the 4 deities? The first hall members frowned behind him. Javier visited. The 4 deities descended, aiming to kill this kid and even his sword deity mentor. If it were them, they'd have lost sleep. Okay. Ignoring the surrounding astonishment, he turned to the tall-legged beauty with a faint smile. She hesitated, then said, Of course. Hillary wasn't only brave, but also had the backing of the AIDS mansion. Could they not cough up a few 100,000 spirit crystals? That was absurd. But I hope you can examine carefully, as gambling stones isn't about size. Sometimes, smaller can hold greater value, the tall-legged beauty reminded him. This was already breaking the rules, but given it was Hillary, the boss wouldn't comment. I like exaggerated things. Feel free to prefer condensed ones. Different strokes for different folks. Hillary stared at her, making her blush. Without another word, the tall-legged beauty waved her hand, and someone immediately approached with a special knife to cut open the large stone block. Everyone around focused their attention on it. Long-term gamblers silently shook their heads. This boy really didn't understand. This stone, while valuable, had disappointed a few masters who found its contents lacking. Stone gambling relies on skill, not luck or feeling. Depends on me? Before the speaker finished, Hillary turned back. It was a little punk from the first hall. Coyle had been glaring at him since they entered. If not for ignoring you, would you even stand a chance here? The punk was choked up and irritated, eyes turning cold despite his fear. You look down on me? Hillary seemed displeased by the expression. The man smirked arrogantly, as if agreeing. Indeed, I've never properly looked at you. You, the leader of the first hall, nearly exploded, glaring at Hillary. You don't have much time left to gloat. Exactly why I'm fearless. One more insult, and I break your face. Direct threats. No time for niceties. But as he turned away, something occurred to him, and he grinned back. You're pretty good at gambling, right? The man's expression was arrogant, but he remained silent. When I challenge you, you step up. Otherwise, I break your mouth. Hillary threatened again. You son of a bitch. The white-clad man of the first hall almost spat blood, but, as Hillary said, now he had nothing to lose, going all out. The white-clad man introduced himself, Giselbert, grandson of Quintonu Chinsui, the stone gambling master. What can your grandson do? Better than you. Giselbert glared. Your chosen stone will definitely lose. Himph, I don't believe you. If you're so good, which stone do you think will make money? The third one on the left, guaranteed win. Buy that one? Hillary acted quickly, suspecting the kid might know something. Let's see what happens first. Coyle turned to the still stunned tall-legged beauty. I said, that one. I'll take it. Silence enveloped the sixth level for 10 seconds. People's faces showed astonishment. The tall-legged beauty blinked, confused. Shouldn't he be furious and wanting to humiliate the other person? Why buy the stone, he emphasized. Oh, I get it. You're setting him up. Borrowing a chicken to hatch an egg. Chapter 185. Gambling on stones. Giselbert finally realized what had happened, and his entire body erupted in anger. His heart trembled with frustration. This was the stone he had scoped out for so long, and even his grandfather said it was 80% likely to contain a treasure. Coyle came today not just for the spirit sword. He was, after all, a sword cultivator, but more importantly, to buy this piece of stone. This little punk really messed me up. You still think there's a treasure in that one? I've always been skeptical. After all, everything from first grade hall is trash. Hillary taunted again. Giselbert and the people behind him turned pale green with rage, feeling blood rush to their heads as if they might explode at any moment. Are you completely out of your mind? Admitted it? Truly trash. Hillary mocked further. You. A few of them felt like grinding their teeth. It seems you're really no good. Hillary's words dripped with sarcasm. Giselbert was burning inside, but could only bottle up his fury. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance caught everyone's attention. They immediately turned to look and gasped in shock. A moment later, a mouthful of blood spewed out from someone. It wasn't just him. The cultivators from first grade hall clenched their fists tightly, gritting their teeth. The stone that Giselbert chose, no bigger than a human head, had now been fully revealed. Inside, purple divine light radiated, releasing a thick, fragrant aroma. It was a spirit fragrance jade, an incredibly rare item of terrifying value. It could be used for alchemy, forging magical artifacts, and even for enhancing cultivation. The essence within was abundant. Furthermore, spirit fragrance jade came in 3 grades: first grade red, second grade blue, third grade purple. Third grade was currently the highest grade in the entire Alliance City. An absolute treasure material. That palm-sized, 5-inch thick piece of spirit fragrance jade was worth 50,000 crystals at the minimum. In the hands of someone who needed it, it could go up to 60,000 or even higher. And the stone cost only 5,800. Quintontal boy, you're truly impressive, Hillary remarked with a glint in his eye. Today's expenses were covered, and he had made quite a profit, indeed not bad. Giselbert nearly spat out a second mouthful of blood, his mind foggy. That belonged to me. People around him also looked at him with pity. A difference of 100-fold, over 50,000 spirit crystals lost in a moment of impulsiveness. What a shame. If this happened to me, I'd bleed to death, but my stone still falls short compared to yours. Ignoring the pitiful looks people gave Giselbert, Hillary turned his gaze to the larger stone. The stone he chose was easily 2 meters tall and 3 meters wide, with only a third of its outer layer removed. Unveiling a stone must be done cautiously, peeling away each layer carefully to avoid ruining potential treasures with a single touch. Stone skin and powder fell continuously, while everyone watched intently. By the time 2/3 of the stone was uncovered, sighs filled the air. How can this compare? This thing is far inferior to Giselbert's. 80% chance of nothing. Giselbert agreed. In Hillary's cocky tone, a thought struck him, and he coldly stated, you're no good. Humph. Hillary snorted disdainfully. Do you look down on me? Are you overthinking things? How could I look down on you? Am I that kind of person? I simply don't consider you a person, Hillary grinned. Giselbert, who had intended to follow Hillary's game to trap him, flushed again. This bastard was cunning. Coyle almost exploded. Trying to calm himself, he whispered internally, not angry, not angry, not angry, not angry at your ancestors. Can't hold back anymore. Still have to. If you're not convinced, let's gamble. Your stone doesn't even need to surpass mine, just match mine, and I'll cover today's expenses. Staring at Hillary, he asked, dare you? Afraid to admit defeat? My stone costs over 13,000. Yours costs 5,008. Hillary murmured, doing a quick calculation. Scared? Too little. Hillary replied, how much do you have? If I lose, I'll cover all your expenses on the 7th floor. Giselbert was confident. He was a genius in choosing stones. Especially since the stone he chose for Hillary was worth over 50,000. This already proved his discernment was flawless. Fine, Hillary nodded reluctantly, though he felt it was still too little, but he guessed the guy couldn't offer more. If you lose, return my stone to me, Giselbert added, noting the significant benefit that piece of spirit fragrance jade would bring to his cultivation. Kid, you're sharp. My 50,000 plus, you spent 40,000. Deal. Hillary didn't elaborate. Giselbert, expecting refusal, secretly sighed in relief and turned back to the large stone. Onlookers shook their heads. So smart, yet so foolish at this moment. Just one sentence ruined everything. The hard-earned 50,000 spirit crystals would be returned. Crack. Just then, the unveiling of the stone neared completion. Stone skin and powder fell to the ground without revealing a single speck of luster. Only half the size of a human head remained. Continue? The master stonemason looked at Hilary. At this point, it was pointless to continue. Once fully unveiled, Hilary would be humiliated. How do you see it? Giselbert sneered, crossing his arms and looking triumphantly at Hilary, eyes gleaming with confidence. Hilary met his gaze. If you're scared, you can concede. Giselbert. Did you eat too much? It should be you conceding. I won't even give you a chance. I need to get my treasure back, then rub it in your face, pushing you into the dirt, making you feel utterly humiliated, broken-hearted, wishing you were dead. You only get one chance, Hilary warned sternly. Reckless fool. Giselbert cursed, and those around him closed their eyes, wondering where this man got his confidence. I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Don't blame me, Hilary said with feigned kindness, but Giselbert refused to look at him. Continue, Hilary ordered, having gained 90% confidence after Giselbert's stone was unveiled. Coil was certain his chosen stone contained a treasure. After all, the warm fragrance jade caused the dragon blood to tremble slightly, while the large stone made it tremble thrice. 3 times stronger, even more intense. This indicated the treasure within the large stone might be much more advanced than the spirit fragrance jade. Of course, even if he lost, it wouldn't matter. Since you picked it, I'm not losing anything. Pushed too far, he could just beat him up and take the stone. Chapter 186, A Great Harvest. The large stone had been reduced to the size of 2 fists. The master stonecutter suggested they give up here, reasoning that it would be best to retain a final shred of dignity. After all, in his years of experience, he had never encountered such a large stone that didn't show any signs of containing treasures, not even the slightest hint. Coil was almost certain that this stone was 99% worthless. However, Hilary insisted. As the guest, he held the final say, so the master could only continue working under everyone's watchful eyes. Another shower of stone dust fell away, leaving just a fist-sized piece. Coil looked at Hilary, who remained calm and smiling. The master sighed deeply and kept cutting. The remaining stone now resembled the size of an infant's fist. At this point, the crowd had completely lost interest, fully convinced that there would be no treasure. Not just a loss, it was a complete waste. Worthless. Giselbert smirked smugly. Why are you laughing? Hilary glared at him, feeling intuitively that the next layer might contain the treasure, and the sensation was growing stronger. Giselbert chuckled coldly. Are you conceding? Not a chance, Hilary shook his head. I don't want to play games. Giselbert's lips twitched. He didn't feel like engaging with Hilary, who was sharp-tongued and shameless in his remarks. Turning his attention back to the stone, Giselbert's grin widened. Almost 500,000 credits lost and found, plus the satisfaction of rubbing Hilary's face in it. What was this sudden blinding light? Dark thoughts flooded his mind as Giselbert's smile became even more pronounced. But at its peak, he suddenly paused, squinting his eyes. In front of him, a dazzling golden light almost blinded him. Treasure. It actually revealed treasure. At that moment, the master stonecutter let out a loud exclamation, his voice echoing through the 6th floor, filled with astonishment. Indeed, after slicing to this point, even moments before the treasure emerged, he hadn't detected any signs of valuable contents. Based on his years of experience, stones typically became progressively harder just before revealing their treasures. This one, however, maintained a consistent hardness until the knife cut through, revealing a sudden, blinding golden light. Caught off guard, as the crowd reacted to the shout and glaring light, their faces changed dramatically, all eyes turning towards the spot. Blinding, intensely blinding golden light. After adjusting to the brightness, they saw the baby fist-sized piece of stone reveal a corner of gold under the master's hand. With another slice, the outer layer peeled off, exposing a roughly dragon-eye-sized, irregularly shaped substance inside. An aroma denser than Xianxia jade immediately filled the entire 6th floor, intoxicating everyone present. That was flowing fragrant gold. The master stonecutter shouted, identifying the small, irregular object as the rare flowing fragrant gold. This material was 3 grades higher than Xianxia jade and worth about 2 million credits. They had struck rich. Indeed, it is that substance, a rare and precious material, a man's kidney treasure, exclaimed Jace from the crowd, his eyes burning with excitement, as if encountering a beautiful woman, uncontrollably heated. This, how could it be? How could it be? Giselbert's heart sank, his expression ghostly pale. This shouldn't have happened. That thing should have been worthless. His grandfather had said so. How? How? Coil shook his head, dazed. That's a huge profit, young brother Yi. Can you transfer this item to me? I'm willing to offer 2 million spirit stones. The errandly man eagerly interrupted. Hilary glanced at him, sniffing the fragrance, inwardly scolding the Jace for being even less proper than Boefa. It wasn't just him whose gaze burned with desire. The scent of the material had nourishing effects, and judging by the men's reactions, it must be incredibly effective. Ander, you once owned a piece and spent unforgettable times at Constance Liu. Why not let this go to me? I'll offer 2.3 million, interjected another Jace, sighing over his age and lack of vigor. Lao Quinton, don't argue with me. I'll offer 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. Those watching the intense bidding war were envious, wondering how anyone could bid over 2 million. These old men, can't you leave some happiness for the young? Stop. Noticing the escalating tension, Hilary watched as the 2 old men nearly came to blows and decisively called out. Their gazes turned to him simultaneously. In fact, there's no need to fight over it. I understand your pain, but joy should be shared. Sharing joy is better than enjoying alone. Agreed. They exchanged looks, reluctantly splitting the prize equally. Hillary divided the dragon eye-sized piece into 2 smaller parts, placing them in his hands and offering them to Ander and Lao Quinton. Ander protested. Uneven. One was clearly larger than the other. Hillary nodded, further dividing the larger piece. This time, Lao Quinton spoke up. Coil got more. Again, Hillary nodded, continuously dividing, transforming 1 into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into 5, and so forth, until there were nearly 30 pieces. Forget it, I'm tired, and you guys can't agree. 10,000 spirit stones per piece. Help yourselves, Hillary sighed, genuinely exhausted by the meticulous division. Upon hearing this, the crowd went wild. I want it. Give me 3 pieces. I'll take 5. While none could offer 2 million, 10,000 was achievable, and everyone knew the miraculous effects of flowing fragrant gold. The 2 Aarons stopped arguing and joined the frenzy. 33 pieces sold for 3.3 million. Hillary collected the spirit stones, watching the joyful cultivators with a satisfied smile, feeling as if he'd done a great deed. Brother, you're quite generous, a Muhammad with dark circles under his eyes praised, patting Hillary on the shoulder. Minor things, really. After all, I've earned over 3 million, Hillary chuckled, knowing selling wholesale wouldn't yield as much. Brother, your selflessness is commendable. You didn't even keep a piece for yourself. Thanks, but I have no need, Hillary patted his waist, drawing admiration. The man expressed his sincere respect. You wait, what are you doing? Finished buying and planning to run? Hillary glanced at Giselbert, noting he had someone buy 2 pieces for him. Chapter 187. Innate sword pupil. Giselbert, who had intended to take the chance to slip away, was called back by Hillary. Coil quickly put away the flowing fragrance gold in his hand and said, Hillary, I admit defeat. From today on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Slap. The sharp sound instantly silenced the bustling scene. Everyone turned to see the glaring, bright red handprint on Giselbert's face. Slap. Without a word, Hillary strode forward and slapped him again with immense force, making Giselbert spurt blood from his mouth. Hillary, you're in grave danger now. I advise you not to offend my first-class hall. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, Hillary's third slap landed. His gaze was icy as he stared at Giselbert, lifting his palm for a 4th time. I get it. Giselbert gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't escape. Hillary, infamous for his ferocity, already had grievances with the first-class hall, and he was certainly capable of killing him. If your so-called first-class hall dares to act shamelessly, I will smash your face. Hillary glared at him before turning to the long-legged beauty and said, all expenses, charged to him. Got it. The long-legged beauty hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with Giselbert. Being from the first-class hall, she dared not confront Hillary directly. However, she confirmed that he was genuinely backing down and willing to pay the bill. Sell this too. Hillary pointed to the spirit fragrant jade. To him, these items were less valuable than a few precious herbs. Sold for 580,000 gold coins. Hillary didn't spend a single coin and ended up with over 3.8 million gold coins in benefits. Overjoyed, he headed towards the 7th floor, where the entrance had already been opened. Some sword cultivators also approached there. Jameson followed behind and said, Quintontal brother Yi, I see your purpose here is the spirit sword, right? Let me warn you, that thing is not simple. It has claimed lives, don't get within 5 meters of it. Old Quintonu on the other side added, many have died, all saying the spirit sword contains great enlightenment, but how many have actually obtained it? However, if you can comprehend some sword chi by going up, it's still a tremendous opportunity. Enlightenment or not, doesn't matter much to me. Anyway, I'm not spending money, Hillary casually replied. Below, Giselbert was fuming as he signed an IOU with the long-legged beauty. Coil didn't have enough spirit stones on him, clutching tightly to the 2 flowing fragrance gold pieces. He had no choice but to write an IOU. At worst, he would give 1 piece to Ripley to get some money in return. Brother, this? One of Giselbert's subordinates ground his teeth, unable to believe their humiliation. When had the first-class hall ever suffered such insults? They were used to bullying others. Coil be finished tomorrow. Giselbert ground his teeth, seething inwardly but powerless against Hillary for now. Coil waved his hand, leading the rest dejectedly downstairs. They had spent all their money, leaving them in debt. How could they go up? Exiting the Quintingine pavilion, Giselbert took a deep breath of the chilly autumn air, but it did little to suppress his rage. Too infuriating. Coil wanted to smash that brat's head right now. Coil viciously stomped the ground. Big brother, look. Just as he fumed inwardly, one of his followers whispered, pointing ahead. Giselbert looked and was instantly startled, then greatly relieved. The Star Tower made a move, assisted by the Academy, bringing 4 Deity Realm experts. A black-clothed sword deity, a one-armed saber deity. These were renowned experts from the Star Tower headquarters. And the bow, plus the Isabel. Even the Isabel mount was a Deity Realm being. They came from the Academy. Several Deity Realms personally arrived, along with a young man. What did that mean? The young man's role was specifically to deal with Hillary. A peer of Hillary's generation, these Deity Realms aimed to eliminate the sword deity behind Hillary. Coil sneered, then swiftly greeted them. The several Deity Realms had been visited by the first-class hall at the Star Tower. They were courteous but heard that this young man was exceedingly arrogant. If not for their restraint, he would have rushed to kill Hillary immediately upon arriving. It was said he was a 7th-rank law realm cultivator, only second to the 13 protectors in the Academy. The 7th floor was more spacious. As Hillary and the others entered, the quiet 7th floor suddenly became noisy. Ahead, a black sword box rested silently on a white jade stand. Though the box was closed, everyone felt a piercing sword chi. Hillary sensed it too, but unlike what Geordie experienced, it didn't seem particularly terrifying to him, even weak. Compared to Vance, there was a huge difference. Much weaker. However, at this moment, the dragon blood inside him began to boil intensely, even intensifying as he moved closer. In fact, the dragon blood conveyed to Hillary an urge to immediately open the sword box. It contained something extraordinary. This spirit sword inside definitely held secrets. Hillary carefully sensed and continued forward, but when he was within 5 meters of the box, an errand appeared. Gentlemen, this time the opening of the spirit sword is unusual. Recently, the sword's demonic nature has increased significantly. Those below 5th rank law realm should retreat 10 meters away. The errand solemnly announced. Those present were taken aback, then cursed profusely. Why didn't you say earlier? We've already paid, and now you tell us we can't get close? At 10 meters, you can still feel the sword chi, communicate with its resonance, remain safe, and still have a chance for enlightenment, the errand added. We aren't swindling anyone. The further away you are, the less likely you are to gain enlightenment. What does the Quinting in Pavilion mean by this? Someone complained, wanting a refund. Primarily, they aimed to gain enlightenment. Being able to bathe in the sword chi even at 5 meters would significantly enhance their sword Dao cultivation. Even those who didn't gain enlightenment could break through difficult barriers after comprehending the sword chi here for 3 days. This was why the cost was so high, and these sword cultivators were willing to come here. But now, needing to stay 10 meters away where the sword chi was barely perceptible. Calm down, the gray-robed Aaron calmly stated. With the spirit sword's demonic nature increasing, the sword chi has become more terrifying. However, staying 10 meters away is equivalent to 3 or even 2 meters in the past and safer than before. As long as you don't cross the 10-meter mark, 5th rank law realm cultivators have at least a 10% higher chance of gaining enlightenment. Our Quinting in Pavilion treats everyone fairly and hasn't increased fees given our regulars. If that's true, it's indeed worth it. While some remained skeptical, their expressions eased. Previously, they could only sense within 5 meters. Now, 10 meters provided the same effect as 3 meters before. Of course, this needed verification. They couldn't fully trust these cunning merchants. Refunds must be processed today if expectations aren't met. 30,000 isn't a small amount. Open it. Just as everyone eagerly anticipated, a deep voice echoed. A white-robed man strode in confidently. As he approached, his eyes fixed on the front. His pupils transformed into a pair of sharp swords, releasing tangible sword chi. That sword chi startled even the 8th rank law realm gray-robed Aaron. Innate sword pupil. Chapter 188. Crisis. The man in white was not particularly tall, but neither was he small, exuding a robust and agile presence. His aura was anything but ordinary. His eyes emitted substantial sword chi, not just a feeling, but sharp like real swords piercing through the air. On the 7th floor, many people squinted their eyes, secretly shocked. When they saw the emblem of the academy on his chest, everyone was stunned. This was a disciple of the academy, one of the great geniuses who had arrived with the 4 deities. Coil has the innate sword eye. The Jason Gray's face turned grave. This was an innate sword eye, a naturally gifted prodigy in the way of the sword, a rarity indeed. Brother Yi, be careful, Jameson whispered to Hillary telepathically. The great genius who came with the 4 deities is targeting you. Old Quintonu glanced at Hillary and warned him as well. Coil, help me out. Hillary looked at the 2 men, but before he could finish, they had already distanced themselves from him without turning back. Old foxes. Hillary cursed silently. These 2 errantly blind drifters were eager when it came to treasure hunting but lacked courage now. At this moment, the man in white was walking forward, his gaze fixed ahead on the sword case, clearly sensing something profound. However, as he approached within 5 meters, he turned his head, his sword eye radiating even sharper light, and with a swish, sword chi shot straight towards Hillary. Humph! Hillary let out a cold humph, as mana surged around him, mingling with his blood chi to form a sturdy defense. Still, when the sword chi struck, his feet trembled involuntarily, and he took a step back. The man in white's pupils were like twin blades, emitting powerful killing intent. His cultivation was at least 7th rank of the law realm, very formidable. The man in white did not continue his assault. Instead, a faint smile flickered across his lips, and he redirected his gaze back to the sword case, clearly intent on the sword within. Open, he commanded, and the Jason Gray, who dared not protest, hurriedly opened the sword case. With the 4 deity support, the great geniuses from the Gramjo Academy warranted respect even from dominant forces, and the Spirit Sound Pavilion would certainly give them face. As the sword case opened, he swiftly retreated to a distance of 5 meters. At that moment, a gust of sword chi surged out of the sword case. Instantly, the entire 7th floor seemed enveloped in sword chi. Everyone within 5 meters felt intense pain, while those 10 meters away experienced an even denser concentration of sword chi than usual. The Spirit Sound Pavilion still kept its promises. The man in white's eyes lit up immediately. The sword inside emitted resonant sounds, and he detected a formidable amount of sword chi. With excitement visible on his face, he strode forward, becoming the first to surpass the 5-meter mark and reach 4 meters. All eyes were instantly on him. Coil did not pause. Though his pace slowed, he continued advancing, reaching the 3-meter mark, where he appeared to be entirely enveloped by sword chi, resembling a sharpened blade drawn from its sheath. Even sword chi emanated from him, merging with his own. Coil's communicating with the sword chi. Truly deserving of the title Innate Sword Eye, a great genius in the way of the sword. Everyone was stunned, and the Jason Gray inwardly admired that such a feat was beyond his capabilities. Quintontal brother Yi Run, Jameson and Old Quintonu, though avoiding trouble, still sent Hillary a warning telepathically. They realized Hillary was no match for this person and understood that even the previous encounter was not at full strength. In fact, Hillary had also reached this conclusion. Although he displayed bravado, his mind was clear. He had no confidence in defeating this opponent. Quintontal Yi. Just then, Hart's voice entered Hillary's mind. Surprisingly, he had made his way up. As the pet of the sword god, no one would stop Hart from accompanying Hillary. Neither human nor canine needed to pay entry fees. Moreover, who could have imagined that a big black dog practicing swordsmanship was anything but ordinary? Appearing beside Hillary, Hart whispered directly, "We should leave Boicheng immediately. We can't win this." Coil had secretly investigated the 4 deities, and his heightened senses indicated danger. These were not just 4 deities but rather 5, including a massive snake at the peak half-deity stage with terrifying combat power rivaling that of human gods. Among the 4 deities, there was definitely someone exceeding the second rank of the deity realm. Additionally, Hart sensed an indistinct but ominous presence lurking. This further confirmed the severity of the danger. "Do you think we can escape? By appearing so openly, they are warning me. It's likely all 4 city gates of Boicheng are sealed off." Hillary's eyes flickered, but he remained calm, knowing escape was unlikely. They had come here and informed him of their arrival, surely not intending to let him leave safely. "Even if we dig an underground tunnel, we must escape. This matter is extremely serious. I visited Prince Seven's mansion, and they are also searching for you," Hart rapidly explained. Just then, Quentin B arrived, hastily pulling Hillary's hand. Without any explanation, she said only one word, "Go. Go." Hillary didn't move. Quentin B immediately turned back, her face filled with urgency as she whispered, "Leave now. Go as far as possible. My grandfather, my grandmother, and the experts from Prince Seven's mansion will help you find a way out." Coiler's eyes were red, deeply worried. This situation was indeed dire. Staying here meant certain death for Hillary. Hillary's heart sank. If it could bring Quentin B to such a state, the gravity of the situation was evident. "Go." Suddenly, footsteps echoed again. It was Bernard, who looked more serious than ever before. Coil whispered, "My master told me to tell you to find a way to leave immediately, no matter what it takes. Or, contact the people behind you and ask them to intervene." His seriousness underscored that the situation had escalated beyond control. Furthermore, he referred not to a single sword god but to them. Arwen believed there were others backing Hillary. Simultaneously, this implied that even the sword god could no longer handle the current situation. "Go." Hart, Quentin B, and Bernard urged Hillary urgently. Hillary knew the situation might be even more terrifying than he imagined. But how could he escape? Boom. As Hillary contemplated, a thunderous roar erupted from the front. The sound was deafening, followed by gasps of astonishment. In that instant, Hillary's dragon blood boiled even more intensely, almost desperately craving action. Turning around, Hillary saw the man in white standing just over a meter from the sword case. His body trembling but resolutely enduring, and he was moving forward, reaching out his hand, ready to grasp the sword. Chapter 189 Retribution. "Hillary, let's go. It's not what you think. The situation has completely spiraled out of our control," Quentin B pleaded almost desperately. Hillary looked at her and said, "Do you really think we can leave? Will they let me go? Besides, with such a huge matter, how can I leave? How will you cope if the 7 Princes mansion steps in? How can your grandparents handle it?" Coiler's continuous questions left Quentin B speechless. Indeed, the headquarters of the 7 Princes mansion had remained silent, choosing to ignore and watch passively. If things truly escalated, making her grandparents take responsibility wasn't entirely impossible. "Relax, I have a plan. My master is almost here, and he's far more powerful than you imagine." Hillary could only offer this reassurance, though he himself felt utterly uncertain. Quentin B and Bernard fell silent. Hilton sneered, muttering under his breath, "This kid's just blowing hot air. Even if you do have a master, are you really expecting a sword god like Avon to exist?" Boom. At that moment, another thunderous sound echoed, causing the entire 7th floor to tremble violently. The sword aura reached its peak. The cultivators standing 10 meters away immediately retreated further, and Quentin B and Bernard couldn't help but back away as well. Hilton, beside Hillary, said, "That's it, the limit. It's not very impressive. Seems like you've made some progress, and your physical strength has improved rapidly," Hillary observed, glancing at Hilton. "Quintantilyi, I'm warning you, if it comes to fighting gods, I won't be able to protect you. I might die," Hilton warned, retreating cautiously, aware of his limitations. Hillary turned his gaze forward again. The sword aura had reached its zenith, and the white-robed man was now reaching into the sword box. "Sir," the gray-robed Aaron quickly interjected, "this sword must not leave the box. It is a demonic blade, prone to chaotic outbursts and retribution. I, Giovanni, am born with a coilevenly sword eye and can subdue any divine sword." The white-robed man named Giovanni, full of arrogance, thrust his hand deep into the box. "Retreat," someone shouted, and everyone quickly backed away, even moving towards the stairwell exit. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would immediately flee. The sword emitted demonic sounds, having been unearthed from beneath the ground, shrouded in mystery and potent evil. In the past, anyone who touched it caused countless deaths. Hum hum hum. The sword quivered within the box, the sword aura growing stronger, blood appearing on the white-robed man's palm. But he showed no signs of backing down, his eyes revealing a ruthless determination. Mystical sword patterns flashed in his pupils. "Rise." With his coilevenly sword eye displaying profound patterns, he suppressed the sword. Then, with a shout, he pulled the sword free from the box. A black sword, pitch black like ink, buzzed but was held tightly by the white-robed man, its power diminishing. "Humph, just as I expected," Giovanni sneered, clutching the sword, looking even more arrogant as it lay subdued before him. This is indeed terrifying." The gray-robed Aaron was shocked, realizing the power of a coilevenly sword eye exceeded his expectations. Such talent possessed godlike potential. Swoosh. Just as the Aaron was marveling, Giovanni thrust the sword toward Hillary, releasing a jet-black sword chi from the blade. Boom. Hillary pushed off the ground, leaving cracks in the 7th floor pavement as he swiftly dodged. Yet, as he moved, The white-robed man vanished. Coil reappeared right in front of Hillary. His movements resembled Gregor's style closely. Gramjo Academy's Earth-rank flash step. Busteru and Achilles Zhang were already near the exit, staring in shock. This technique, derived from the greater flash step, an unattainable skill for most, was formidable. But even its derivative, the flash step, was still an Earth-rank movement technique, far more precious than average spells. Can't dodge. Giovanni appeared once more, the black sword trembling but under his control. Coil thrust again. Giovanni was relentless. Using the demonic sword against Hillary served two purposes, showcasing his power by subduing the blade for personal use and pressuring Hillary for defying the academy. Sharp and fast, Hillary faced difficulties, feeling both strength and speed overwhelmed. Splash. Blood splattered as Hillary narrowly avoided a direct hit, but his arm was slashed, the wound extending over 3 inches deep, flesh peeling apart. Hillary. Quintonby was extremely anxious. Bernard looked grim. Hillary was clearly no match, being thoroughly dominated. Hilton narrowed his eyes. The sword seemed simple, yet something about it felt different now. Perhaps when the sword cut Hillary, imbued with his dragon blood, a subtle resonance occurred between them. There's definitely a secret here. Quintontelli saw something. That's why he wouldn't leave, Hilton deduced. Hillary was too cunning and smart to stay for nothing. There had to be something significant and captivating for him to risk everything. Swoosh. The black sword came again. Giovanni's face showed amusement, holding back his full power yet easily overpowering Hillary. Is this what passes for a genius? Pathetic. Giovanni's smirk grew wider, likening his actions to a cat toying with a mouse. To him, Hillary wasn't worth his full effort. Yet Hillary's eyes suddenly lit up. As the sword was drenched in his blood, his dragon blood, he sensed a faint resonance. Even, iniquity, kneel and surrender. Call your so-called sword god master out. Let me see how fearsome this sword god really is, Giovanni taunted arrogantly, daring to mock deities. Do you deserve it? Hillary landed and stared ahead, silently whispering to himself, break. Whoosh. As the black sword struck, it began to vibrate uncontrollably. Giovanni's expression changed dramatically. The sword became heavier and kept getting heavier. The sword chi emerging from it was terrifyingly potent, breaking through his suppression. Sword chi retribution. Retreat. The demonic sword is retaliating. The gray-robed Aaron's face paled as he quickly fled, sensing the danger. In reality, the moment he moved, the sword chi intensified far beyond before, driving more people into panic. All retreat. Quickly, Hillary shouted, Quintonby and Bernard unable to withstand the sword chi. They watched Hillary nervously and rushed downstairs hastily. But Hilton suddenly charged forward. Beat him. Chapter 190. The Demon Spirit. Hilton didn't leave. His physical body was incredibly tough, and now he rushed forward, standing alongside Hillary. At crucial moments, it's still up to me. Hillary scoffed. You old thing. Seeing the benefits now? When there's danger, you run faster than anyone else. At this moment, Giovanni's expression completely changed. Sword patterns flickered in his eyes. Even mysterious runes shot from his pupils straight at the black sword, attempting to suppress it. But the black sword's sword aura radiated outward. The runes hadn't even gotten close when, with a whoosh, they were blasted apart. The sword aura was even more terrifying. Immediately after, Giovanni's body was covered in blood as the sword aura sliced through, threatening to tear into his internal organs. In fact, some of it had already penetrated, injuring him internally, making his face pale and lips bloody. Clang. The black sword broke free from Giovanni's grip, floated in midair, and its sword aura exploded again, making Giovanni feel an even greater sense of danger. Fear flashed across his face. This sword is extremely demonic. Kill him. Just then, Hillary's voice echoed. Coil stomped his foot and charged forward with a thunderous roar, Hilton following closely behind. The sword mark on Hillary's forehead glowed, absorbing all the incoming sword aura and storing it within the mark. The sword aura was harmless to him. Boom. Giovanni was utterly shocked, finding it unimaginable that Hillary could absorb the sword aura he couldn't control. What kind of constitution did he have? A sword imprint? Coil couldn't understand it. After all, this kind of causality imprint was something only very few people or gods could comprehend. Hilton's origins were mysterious, and once incredibly powerful, which gave him insight. Few people in Gramjo could do such a thing. Amidst his shock, Hillary arrived, his fist containing all kinds of magical power and brute force, pounding down forcefully. Giovanni's expression changed, and he immediately dodged, his movements flashing. Bang! But amidst the flashes, a black shadow collided with him, knocking him back despite the great force. Yet Giovanni's escape was interrupted. At this moment, Hillary was upon him, his fist slamming down fiercely. One punch atop the head. PFFF. Blood sprayed out, his headache splitting, and Giovanni's rage reached its peak. His eyes darted with fury, and the sword aura seemed to rip through space. His strength was unquestionable. Even though he was injured, it didn't hinder his performance. His sword aura was horrifying. Clang. However, Hillary advanced without hesitation, and Hilton reappeared, deflecting the sword aura like it was hitting the hardest divine metal. Still using the same tactic, but extremely effective. Hilton defended everything, while Hillary continuously attacked. Great coil-even splitting palm. With a loud shout, Hillary's palm turned pure gold and slammed down ferociously. Under the pressure of the large palm print, Giovanni felt immense pressure. Hilton blocked his attacks, and the palm print posed a threat, putting Giovanni on the defensive with a growing look of despair. PFFF. A second mouthful of blood. The palm print didn't land on his head but struck his chest instead. Demon Emperor imprint. Form fist. Hillary roared for the third time, swiftly forming 5 hand imprints in front of him. They coalesced into a massive purple fist that rushed forward explosively. drenched in blood, covered in blood again. You're no good either. Hillary coldly rebuked as Giovanni was forced backward by the fist imprint. Hilton and Hillary advanced together, unstoppable and invincible. Giovanni's face twisted with utmost malice. In one-on-one combat, he could easily kill Hillary, but this dead dog blocked all his attacks. Unafraid of smashing or slicing, he was tougher than imagined. I'll kill you sooner or later. Giovanni shouted and, with a flash, retrieved a Dao talisman, igniting it and throwing it away. Wrapped in fierce winds, his figure disappeared instantly. Moving at incredible speed, Hillary did not chase. Not that he didn't want to, but the sword aura here was more important, so he absorbed it madly. Then, both he and Hilton looked at the floating black sword, now like a black sun, thoroughly unsealed under dragon blood, revealing its terrifying nature. The sword emitted a shadow. The shadow resembled a demon tiger but was blurry and seemed mindless, filled only with savage killing intent. Sword spirit. No, it's a demon spirit. This sword has a spirit, a fearsome divine sword, but it was damaged, the sword's spirit harmed. A powerful divine sword carved with terrible god patterns, nurtured by masters, whose sword aura thickened over time, deepening its sword intent, might give birth to a sword spirit, becoming a living entity. This sword was exactly like that, but problems arose. Hilton looked and immediately shouted, "We should go too. The sword spirit has transformed into a demon spirit. It will only bring destruction. This sword cannot be tamed." However, as he spoke, Hillary's eyes suddenly gleamed with unparalleled excitement, and he flashed forward. "Don't get yourself killed," Hilton shouted, his dog eyes widening to an enormous size, but he froze mid-sentence. Damn, what a monster. It was like witnessing a grand miracle. Coyle stared wide-eyed, unsure what to do as this guy attempted to absorb the sword spirit. Hillary arrived there, puncturing his finger, and blood spurted out onto the sword spirit, quickly merging and assimilating. Dragon blood made the sword tremble. Clearly, this could elevate his grade significantly. Get out. The surrounding sword aura became even more formidable. Hillary's sword mark absorbed it all, but it couldn't entirely exhaust it, leaving Hilton in danger. Try harder, swallow it. I want that sword. I want to lick the sword, Hilton muttered before leaving. The black sword, having lost its sword spirit, could be subdued. A sword that once contained a sword spirit was absolutely terrifying, harboring powerful sword Dao skills. Seeing Hilton vanish, Hillary had no more reservations. With a thunderous boom, he unleashed his bloodline, a crimson dragon shadow appearing behind him. The dragon shadow devoured the blood-drenched sword spirit, and the sword aura in the area diminished dramatically. However, as the dragon shadow devoured, Hillary trembled violently, and PFFF, spurts of blood shot out from his body. The dragon blood pressure can't be controlled. My body can't withstand it. My cultivation is still too weak. Hillary's face showed unbearable pain. The sword spirit was too terrifying. No, it wasn't a sword spirit anymore but a demon spirit resulting from an accident, resistant and only driven by slaughter. The dragon blood swallowing created immense pressure. More blood spurted out frantically from his body. Hillary furiously circulated the Azure Dragon technique, almost using all his dragon blood to suppress it. But it was futile. PFFF. The sword spirit broke free, piercing through the blood-colored dragon shadow. The demon tiger-like spirit reappeared on the 7th floor, and the sword aura became even more overwhelming. Even the sword aura solidified, bursting through Quintangian Pavilion's roof, shooting into the sky outside, where wind and clouds churned violently. Chapter 191. The Divine Realm steps in. Coyle couldn't hold it back. Not even the current dragon blood could suppress it. A large hole had been ripped open. This immediately backfired on Hillary. His body shook violently, and blood erupted from him in a gushing spray, an intense outpouring. His injuries were severe. His complexion deathly pale, far worse than he could have imagined. The sword chi dissipated, and the demon tiger emitted a roar. Before, it was sealed within the black sword, able only to emit a low, resonant sound similar to that of a ringing sword. This was the origin of the Quintangian Pavilion spirit sounds. Now, thoroughly breaking through its confinement, the tiger's roar was like thunder exploding, making the 7th floor tremble violently. The sword chi grew more terrifying. The sword seal was frantically absorbing it, but still couldn't drain it completely. Piercing through the 7th floor, the sword chi shot into the outside world. In the sky above, the clouds churned as if struck by a colossal black sword thrusting upwards toward the heavens, threatening to tear a massive hole in the night sky. Such turmoil caused those who rushed out of the Quintangian Pavilion to grow pale with fright, trembling in terror. If they had remained inside, they would likely have been shattered into smithereens. What lingering fear? The errantly man in gray cursed inwardly. Damn Giovanni for putting on airs and causing him such harm. Yes, you are born with a celestial sword eye. You're indeed remarkable, but there is a limit to how far you should push yourself. Can't you act according to your capabilities? Now look what happened. You're dead, and you've messed up my situation too. The primary income of the Quintangian Pavilion depended on that spirit sword. With the spirit sword now in chaos, having broken its seal and become extremely dangerous, who would dare to come here in the future? Even begging wouldn't bring anyone here. Moreover, he might not be able to keep the sword at all. The immense commotion quickly attracted countless people, a frenzied crowd converging towards this area. People from the 7 Princes' mansion arrived. Adden and his wife made it to the scene, scanning upwards with exceedingly grim expressions. Ripley, Hillary is still inside. Dream Nyla shouted, panic-stricken, the situation far worse than she had imagined. Huge black sword chi pierced through the Quintangian Pavilion, and even from a distance, they could feel its dreadfulness. How was Hillary faring inside? She didn't dare to imagine. Adden and Juliet's faces changed dramatically, then their formidable power transformed into 2 towering pillars of light pressing down on the thick sword chi. But upon contact, the sword chi blasted out, completely disintegrating both of their magic powers without even being able to break through. The sword chi was too profound and sharp, absolutely possessing the strength of a demigod. Perhaps even surpassing a demigod. Their faces were weighed down as never before. The tumult didn't end, growing ever more grandiose. The sword chi condensed into a massive black divine sword, becoming larger and larger, shaking the heavens as if tearing them apart. The dominant figures from various factions arrived, gazing at the spectacle in shock, unable to believe that the sword in the Quinting in Pavilion could be so fearsome. Then, 5 tremendous auras approached from 4 directions. The 4 gods appeared, standing in the sky, eyes narrowed as they scrutinized the scene. Gold God, Lord Shan is inside, someone shouted below. It was Giselbert from the first rank hall, who had introduced Giovanni to enter the place. Coil feared repercussions. If anything went wrong, he'd be in serious trouble. Among the 4 gods, the Aaron with a vertical eye on his brow changed expression and took a step forward. Under his single step, pressure in the area surged several times over. It was as though his one step pressed a slice of the heavens downwards, increasing the pressure exponentially. The ground shuddered and cracked. The cobblestone pavement of Alliance City, normally resilient, exploded with cracks radiating outward, accompanied by continuous booms. The pressure from this single step was incomparably terrifying. Countless people fell prostrate, some weaklings whose bones and flesh split under the formidable pressure, spraying blood as they screamed desperately. Open! A mighty shout echoed across the heavens from the 3-eyed Aaron. His sword chi surged, being a practitioner of the sword. He channeled all his strength into a divine sword aimed at suppressing the black sword chi. Rumble! The heavens seemed to explode, waves spreading outward. That black sword chi, which had appeared invincible, started to waver, the formed sword quivering. Everyone was astounded once again. Worthy of the title God, worthy of being a god of the Gramjo Academy, truly exceptional in action. Adon and Juliet's combined efforts couldn't budge it a bit, yet his condensed sword chi directly suppressed the black sword chi. Meanwhile, Hilary, inside the 7th floor, sensed the tiger shadow trembling, its roar weakening, seemed to be suppressed by the formidable force. This was an opportunity. Ingest. Though he was already gravely injured, continuing to ingest the demonic spirit might exacerbate his injuries, but not ingesting meant certain death. To ingest provided a chance for survival, even potentially great enlightenment. Not to ingest guaranteed death. Anyone would choose wisely. Ingest. Desperately ingest. But this time, Hilary was smarter. Instead of consuming the entire demonic spirit, he began breaking it down. Initially, it was impossible. The demonic spirit was indivisible and incredibly powerful. How could he break it down? However, the unknown pressure from outside caused the demonic spirit to tremble and develop cracks, presenting him with an opportunity. Break down and refine. Safer. Above, the 4 gods stood high in the sky, their bodies glowing, their auras overwhelmingly vast. Especially the 3-eyed gold god, whose sharp sword chi was strongly suppressing the black sword chi. This is interesting. The corner of gold god's mouth twitched, and he took another step. With this step, the black sword chi trembled even more vigorously. Cracks expanded rapidly, and it started to fragment. Hilary sensed an even greater opportunity inside. Ingest, frantically ingest. Opportunities are fleeting. The demonic spirit kept fracturing, even automatically breaking down. Its resistance significantly weakened. Hilary didn't care who was suppressing from outside. This moment offered him a chance. Ingesting the demonic spirit to strengthen his bloodline would result in rapid advancement. The sword chi constantly fed the sword seal, offering immense benefits. Refine. The Azure Dragon technique operated at an unprecedented level. The demonic spirit was swiftly absorbed, 1/10, 2/10, 3/5. After absorbing the demonic spirit, the severely damaged dragon blood rapidly recovered, growing increasingly potent, showing clear progress. Initially, his bloodline neared the divine realm, tentatively entering that stage. Now, it solidified. Thus, a positive cycle formed. The dragon blood strengthened continually, while the demonic spirit weakened further, simplifying the refinement process. Pressure abruptly lessened. Hilary then felt more clearly. Absorbing the demonic spirit fortified his dragon blood, and ancient inheritances surfaced in his mind. His cultivation soared rapidly, advancing in the first level of the dermic realm at an unprecedented rate. Good. Very good. Truly outstanding. Chapter 192. The Great Dao Drumming. The black sword chi, despite fracturing, remained incomparably sharp, blinding to the point where even divine souls struggled to perceive clearly. Even the golden deity refrained from recklessly deploying his divine soul to investigate, knowing that soul injuries were fundamental and difficult to treat. Unlike alchemists and artifact forgers, his divine soul was more fragile, making recovery challenging and affecting both talent and realm. Recognizing this drawback, he decided to avoid it. Instead, he suppressed the sword chi, addressing the core issue by suppressing the origin of the sword chi's birth through its manifestation. However, an unexpected event occurred during his suppression. From the exit of the first level of the Spirit Sound Pavilion, a man rushed out frantically, followed swiftly by a black shadow, a large black dog. That man, drenched in blood, was unmistakably Giovanni, his disciple. What? Whom am I suppressing? Although he hadn't checked thoroughly, he sensed a human presence trapped at the top level. Master, he's inside. That sinner. Giovanni shouted as soon as he escaped and glanced upward. Though he had left the top level earlier, the sword chi pervading the pavilion's multiple floors slowed his escape until now. Upon hearing his words, the golden deity's expression turned grim. Had he been inadvertently benefiting the sinner? Not only him but also the crowd below momentarily froze, then looked up at the golden deity with barely concealed smiles. Weren't they supposed to kill Hilary? Agitated yet maintaining his composure, the golden deity did not withdraw his suppression but declared, Behind the sinner is a deity whom I wish to confront and slay on the spot. In other words, he implied that he knew from the start that it wasn't his disciple who was suffering, and that his suppression aimed to save the sinner, awaiting the appearance of his master for a direct confrontation. Some believed him wholeheartedly, given the revered status of deities in many people's minds, infallible and supreme. The golden deity continued suppressing with more sword chi, but as he exerted further pressure, a sudden surge made the black sword chi burst outward, tearing everything in its path and piercing straight into the heavens. His own sword chi dispersed, and his expression shifted slightly. Coil swayed and rapidly retreated. As he withdrew, the area grew even more terrifying, with a black divine sword rushing towards the sky. On the darkened sky, the sword chi blasted open a massive vortex. The vortex swirled, generating fierce winds that made the area unbearably oppressive. Within the swirling vortex, ethereal light initially flickered faintly but grew increasingly intense over time, culminating in blinding radiance. Suddenly, the faces of the four deities changed drastically. They immediately descended to the ground as the vortex erupted with dazzling light. Boom! The sudden eruption illuminated the night sky brilliantly. Countless astonishing phenomena appeared, including celestial maidens scattering flowers. An omen, a sign of the great Tao. The four deities gazed upward in awe, unable to fathom the nature of the terrifying sword chi. Not just them. Countless people below trembled in shock. Such omens were usually brought forth by extraordinary geniuses, those who broke limits or possessed powerful bloodlines, resonating with the great Tao and receiving recognition from heaven. A sword. An extraordinary sword. Boom. In the bright night sky, enchanting scenes unfolded, illusions of celestial maidens, petals drifting everywhere, splendid and mesmerizing. But it didn't end there. With the display of the omen, another resounding boom erupted, akin to thunder but less piercing, deep and majestic, shaking the world. It sounded like drumming. Coil evenly maidens scattering flowers, the great Tao drumming. What is this? What could it be? The four deities were no longer composed, utterly astonished. The great Tao drumming was an exceedingly rare omen, indicating heavenly acknowledgement. Drums were struck, and flowers were passed, celebrating a genius. Because of a sword? Could this sword have become sentient, a predestined entity unified with the Tao? Indeed, under the mighty divine sound, numerous people collapsed, not due to shock but from stimulation. This unexpected, formidable sound recalled ancient secrets recorded in old texts. The great Tao drumming, something only described in ancient records. I never thought it would appear here because of a single sword. Frightening. According to records, only 10 people or fewer in Gramzhou, including the Academy, have ever achieved the great Tao drumming. In all of Gramzhou, billions of people, with fewer than 10 achieving this, across all history, truly frightening. Discussions spread widely, shocking even the Law Kings, while the large black dog grew extremely excited. Is it really a sword? You're overthinking. The sword was indeed formidable, containing a demonic spirit, but it couldn't achieve such a feat. Looks like Quintantelli really succeeded. No, not just succeeded. He seems to have broken a limit. Damn genius. Bang. Amidst the astonishment, another grand sound resonated. The great Tao drumming was striking for the second time. The sound, vast and echoing, did not cause discomfort but instead felt enlightening, as if imparting wisdom from the Tao. The second strike of the Tao drum is truly terrifying. The first was already horrifying enough, but with the second strike, only 5 people in all of Gramzhou have achieved this. Do not speak further. Focus your mind and spirit. The Tao sound brings great fortune to us all, someone yelled, explaining how the Tao sound cleansed body, mind, and soul, bestowing significant blessings upon those who heard it. Not necessarily. It's just a legend. The effects may not be real. But as they held these thoughts, an overwhelming aura swept through. Not from the sky, but from an errandly woman below who broke through her limitations instantly, achieving the semi-deity realm. Ming Nyla gasped, Grandma. Coiler Grandma's aura surged, breaking the final barrier, awakening to the semi-deity realm in an instant. Bert was stunned, cold sweat trickling down his back. This was a decisive blow. My life. I can't defeat my wife anymore. Sigh. Holy crap, so terrifying. The Tao sound helped achieve the semi-deity realm. It has a tremendous effect. I missed it. Missed the great blessing. Those who ignored the Tao sound bled from the heart, regretting missing such a tremendous blessing. Truly unfortunate, truly tragic. Bang. Chapter 193. The Clash of Treasured Bodies. An untold number of people lamented. Even the 4 gods felt somewhat regretful. They had reached a certain realm where very few opportunities for advancement remained. This Tao sound was one such opportunity. While these people sighed and felt disheartened, a resounding thud once again shook the heavens and earth as the Tao drum resonated for the 3rd time, transmitting profound Tao sound waves that reverberated endlessly between heaven and earth. Damn, it's happening again. 3 drum beats. This is too terrifying. How do the few from Gramzhou compare? Shouts echoed endlessly, eyes wide with disbelief. Ignore everything else. Now's the time to listen and gain enlightenment. I need to break through. Some immediately crossed their legs into a meditative posture, shutting out all distractions and immersing themselves in Tao enlightenment. The 4 gods were even more shocked. Throughout history, only 3 individuals on Gramzhou had managed to make the Tao drum resonate 3 times. 2 of them had already entered Central Zhou, while the one who remained had ventured there before returning, becoming the true first in Gramzhou. Yes, the master of the Academy, that great being. Though astonished and incredulous, the 4 gods reacted quickly, sitting down in meditation to immerse themselves in the enlightenment brought by the drum sounds. Outside, everything became eerily quiet as everyone immersed themselves, not wanting to miss this grand opportunity for cultivation. Inside the Spirit Sound Pavilion, Hillary's aura surged. His dragon blood boiled frighteningly as he felt an unprecedented leap in his progression, not just stabilizing at the divine bloodline but advancing to the second stage of the divine bloodline. More inheritance floated into his mind. Simultaneously, his cultivation advanced, breaking through the limits of the first stage of dermic realm, bringing him very close to the second stage. So close that he felt he could break through any time. Moreover, this breakthrough would be extraordinary. His will had reached the third stage, and his body was nearly at the third stage of a mortal body. With his bloodline strengthening and his dermic power becoming purer, once he broke through, his combat power would surge dramatically. Humph! Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes. The demonic spirit had been completely absorbed, his bloodline nearly reaching its limit, yet he felt content. As cultivation and bloodline strength increased, so did the difficulty of advancement, especially for someone like him compared to ordinary cultivators. But achieving both bloodline and cultivation breakthroughs simultaneously, he couldn't ask for more. I wonder who suppressed the demonic spirit, giving me this incredible opportunity. If possible, I must express my gratitude. Hilary thought inwardly and quickly absorbed the sword chi in the area, tossing the black sword into his storage ring before rushing downstairs. Coil needed to return and break through to the second stage of dermic realm. This place wasn't safe. Outside, though crowded, it was extremely quiet as many sat in meditation, seemingly experiencing enlightenment. This surprised Hilary, prompting him to quietly turn and leave, fearing being targeted amidst the crowd. And there was a trace of divine aura lingering. Stop! Before he could move, a cold voice sounded. It was Giovanni, the white-clothed man who had been thoroughly outclassed inside the pavilion by Hilary and the giant black dog. The grudge simmered within him, overshadowing any inclination to benefit from the Dao Drum's enlightenment or baptism. For him, this humiliation demanded bloodshed. His roar awakened others from their enlightening state. The Dao sound had faded, leaving no traces of its former effect. They stood up, gazing at Hilary, the guy who had survived against all odds. Hilary, Quintonby, Bernard, Quintontal Devon, Wade, and Alicia under Crystal's lead also appeared. Relieved to see him unharmed, they approached. I want to battle you. Giovanni stepped forward, his eyes burning with fierce intent. In single combat, he believed crushing Hilary would be effortless. Coil possessed innate sword eyes and 7th stage dermic realm cultivation, equivalent to 8th stage in combat power, possibly suppressing peak realms. Hilary acknowledged that in single combat, he wasn't Giovanni's match. Perhaps after breaking through, he might have a fighting chance, but definitely not before the second stage of dermic realm. However, he remained unafraid. Coil glanced at the 4 gods who had risen, showing no anger towards him, maintaining their lofty demeanor typical of divinities, dealing with a young man who hadn't earned their attention yet. I restrained the sword chi, releasing you to fight my disciple. Meanwhile, you can send a message to your master. I intend to meet the sword god. The tricephalous Aaron stepped forward, smiling at Hilary. Hilary's heart stirred. The intention to thank vanished. This helper had assisted him in absorbing the demonic spirit, yet they were mortal enemies. Boy, I told you, you are cornered. Javier stepped forward, sneering at Hilary. Xing Lu stood nearby, mocking laughter laced with disdain, reminding him that retribution had finally come. Die, boy. Someone from first class hall chimed in, Giselbert wishing Hilary's immediate demise. All right. Hilary took a step forward, but Crystal arrived first. Big brother, his constitution is formidable. I want to challenge him. Crystal was the foremost figure of her generation in Alliance City, actually younger than most present, but possessing a fearsome constitution and extraordinary talent that far surpassed her peers. In the venue, only she could match Giovanni in terms of physical prowess. Hilary looked at her. The little girl's face was composed. Fine, let's see which of us is superior. Giovanni, a battle fanatic, was well aware of Crystal's constitution. Coil had volunteered for this trip, mainly to claim Hilary's head and challenge the 7 Princes Manor's Sun Sword constitution. The Sun Sword constitution surpassed innate sword eyes. Both were treasured sword bodies. Be careful, Gerardo Piet Ian warned his sister beside him, glowing faintly as he whispered, retreat if you can't handle it. Crystal nodded, stepping forward and said, please give your best. Boom. Coiler words barely finished when Giovanni lifted his head, his eyes shooting out 2 piercing beams of sword chi, surging towards her. Crystal's expression changed as a massive aura enveloped her. In a flash, she soared into the sky, pursued closely by Giovanni. Coiler agility was suppressed. The great sun aura only partially revealed before another burst of sword chi forced her back again. How shameful. You cheated. Wade nearly exploded with rage. His sister wasn't ready. But soon, his shouts were drowned out by the deafening clashes overhead. The two fought fiercely, their dermic power raging. Hilary narrowed his eyes, watching Giovanni's movements. His agility reaching Earth rank was indeed impressive. Observing and contemplating, he began analyzing the nuances of agility techniques. Reaching Divine Bloodline's second stage greatly enhanced his talents and intuition. The changes of Earth rank agility rapidly unfolded in his mind. Chapter 194. 9 Yang Divine Body. Hilary's eyes seemed to glow as he intently watched Giovanni's movements. Every flicker of his steps revealed unique changes. In truth, Hilary saw only the surface, the most superficial aspects. Yet, from these step changes, his mind could deduce related cultivation methods. They might not be accurate but could simulate and evolve from techniques into principles, achieving corresponding effects. What he sought was a body technique comparable to flickering, not correctness. While comprehending the technique, he rapidly pulled out medicinal herbs one by one from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. These precious medicines had been sent by Bernard and remained untouched until now. Time was running out. As he comprehended the body technique, he also strengthened his cultivation, using the precious medicines to stimulate himself into breaking through to the second level of the law realm. Almost there. Be careful. Wade stared nervously above. If she were battling someone else, he wouldn't be this worried. His sister's talent and combat power were unmatched. But the opponent was the great Scholar Palace's top genius, a terrifying sword Dao treasure body on par with his sister's physique. Regina had broken through to the 7th level of the law realm, while her opponent was also at the same level, even slightly surpassing her sister. Thus, he was very concerned. And the situation did indeed look grim. Giovanni's attacks were overwhelmingly fierce, forcing Regina to retreat. A large sun appeared behind her, emitting the coily art-slaying sword technique, yet it barely matched the sword chi from the opponent's sword pupil. And in terms of body techniques, Regina was being suppressed. The great sun sword body is indeed formidable, the beau said, admiring the girl but noting that she was being suppressed by his disciple. Giovanni is truly an exceptional sword genius. His pair of sword pupils can eventually evolve into sword eyes, remarked the Sherman, indirectly complimenting him. Sword pupils have engraved sword patterns shooting out sword chi, while sword eyes take it further, merging completely with the sword, able to see with swords even when their eyes are closed. Even more fearsome. Humph. The beau secretly smiled. Indeed, his chosen disciple had outstanding talent. Boom. In midair, a loud boom echoed. Regina was truly being suppressed. Her great sun sword body was momentarily at a disadvantage, forced to continuously retreat. Even faint traces of blood were seen falling down. But Hilary noticed something. Regina seemed to be holding back, as if fearing something. She had some taboo yet to unleash. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Hilary. With the enhanced insights from the additional inheritance, his discernment improved dramatically. Regina's aura. She isn't a great sun sword body. She is a 9-yang divine body. Hilary was astonished. That little girl turned out to be a 9-yang divine body. The great sun sword body has only one large sun, while the 9-yang divine body has 9 times that. The great sun sword body excels in sword Dao alone, whereas the 9-yang divine body, nearly all-encompassing. Incredible. In the memory of Dragon God, there was a 9-yang true lord, one of the few supreme experts just below Dragon God. This girl's future, Hilary couldn't help but imagine. You, relentless, I won't hold back anymore, came an angry, childish voice from above. Regina seemed infuriated by the blows. She had been wary of hurting the other side, but the opponent's sword chi targeted her vital points relentlessly. Enraged, her aura surged. That girl is about to activate her taboo. Hilary thought, certain that with the 9-yang divine body unleashed, overwhelming Giovanni would be easy. Despite only being at the 7th level of the law realm, once the 9-yang divine body was activated, even killing her would be extremely difficult for an average demigod. However, Hilary didn't get to see this moment. Just as Regina prepared to burst forth, a frightening boom sounded from below. An errand suddenly flashed up, grabbing Regina and deflecting Giovanni's sword chi with a single hand before landing on the ground. This errand from the Seven Princes Mansion, surnamed Gerardo, protected Regina behind him, then bowed to the beau. Inborn sword pupils are indeed terrifying. Isabella can't currently match. Giovanni was about to shout, having nearly slain the little girl, but the beau stopped him with a glance, then looked at the errand, stepped down. The errand nodded, taking Regina back while giving a warning look. Regina lowered her head, saying nothing more. Hilary understood. The errand feared exposing her body type. Rightly so. This wasn't just a treasure body but a genuine supreme divine body. If exposed, countless troubles would ensue. Enemies would go to any lengths to kill her. Allies would do anything to recruit her. The outcomes would be hard to predict. Until Regina fully matured, this secret must be kept. Many major clans and powerful forces concealed their supreme geniuses within their families, nurturing them in secret until they became strong enough to face challenges. You, come over. Having suppressed Regina, Giovanni's arrogance swelled, and his battle intent intensified. Pointing at Hilary with a single hand, his eyes brimmed with lethal intent. Killing this guy would be effortless. Actually, he wasn't the only one. The four gods believed this matter was settled. Bringing Giovanni here was to pressure Hilary. Being deities, they couldn't suppress Hilary directly. To put it bluntly, bullying a junior wouldn't sound good and would affect their reputation in the Gramjo area later. You are cornered. Javier chimed in mockingly, then turned to look at Giovanni hovering in the air, saying, don't kill him. Leave him alive. I want to see what color his blood is, and just how talented he is in alchemy. Arwen detected something amiss, angrily shouting, you scoundrel. You really practiced that secret method. The old fool is confused. That method violates the laws of heaven. Javier sneered, brother, you're already disowned. This affair is none of your business. Don't force me to cleanse the sect on behalf of our master. Arwen's face darkened. Sharing the same lineage, he knew that method well, having once been selected but rejected it. Coil even fell out with his master over it, getting expelled from the sect. Opportunity to join Gramjo Academy or stay in the Alliance City. Bloodline, alchemical talent, achieved through grafting and stealing others' knowledge. Pure evil. Filth. Absolute filth. Scoundrel, utterly contemptible. His furious curses went unheeded. No one listened to him. Turning to Hilary, old Arwen's eyes were heavy with concern, warning him, be extremely careful. Be cautious. His tone was gravely serious, immediately making everyone somber. Hewitt, Bowie Foreign, Quintonby, Chubby Boy, Wade. All wore grave expressions. Christian held tightly onto his brother. Regina said, Coil isn't weak. Everyone collectively gazed at Hilary, their worry unabashed. This battle truly concerned life and death. To them, Hilary still lacked. Indeed, he did. Chapter 195. Fighting with increasing courage. Although Alison's 9-yang divine body had yet to be activated, she once relied on her 6th stage of Dermic Realm along with the Great Sun Sword body to contend with an Achilles at the peak of the 8th stage of Dermic Realm. Although she sustained some minor injuries, it was enough to demonstrate her formidable prowess. Now, despite her cultivation having advanced, she found herself being suppressed under Giovanni's hand. This Giovanni possessed a power that could overwhelm those at the 8th stage of Dermic Realm and approach the 9th stage, even matching up to an average 9th stage Dermic Realm practitioner. Coil was very strong. I know. Taking a deep breath, he cast a reassuring glance towards Tori, Quintonby, and the others before stepping forward and looking at Allison, saying, "Big brother will do it for you." No one smiled. Allison wore a serious expression. She believed that Big Brother wasn't yet strong enough for this. Hillary strode out, and everyone around shook their heads. The Star Tower members and all from the first-class hall sneered. His fate was sealed. Jordy followed out as well, thinking even though Hillary had broken through and caused the Dow drum to vibrate, he still couldn't withstand the innate sword pupil, a powerful ability. But with him joining in, beating that bastard would be easy. One-on-one. Giovanni also noticed this scene. He almost died at the hands of this big black dog in the 7th layer. The Bow, who understood his disciple's personality, looked at the wound on his disciple's body and instantly understood. Coil said, "Let's have a single combat duel between our young generations to see who is better." "They're afraid of you," Hillary laughed, turning to look at Jordy. Jordy nodded. However, the Bow and his disciple Giovanni both wore ugly expressions. They didn't want to be compared to a dog. But now, neither dared to say much more since Giovanni was genuinely afraid. "I'll handle this myself." Spitting out these 4 words, Hillary quickened his pace. His cultivation had already surpassed the 2nd stage of Dermic Realm. "You want to fight? Come on." Boom. A massive sound explosion erupted as Giovanni swooped down from the sky, crashing directly towards Hillary with tremendous force. Once again, he employed his lightning-fast flicker technique. At the same time, Hillary sped up too. Just as Giovanni took a step, the Bow's expression changed dramatically. As Giovanni's foot landed and his figure charged forward, the Bow, along with the surrounding deities, all wore solemn expressions. Flicker. This kid can also use flicker. Boom. The thunderous boom rang out again as 2 figures collided, each retreating with blood gushing from their bodies. Physically, they were evenly matched, shocking Giovanni. His sword body was forged with sword chi, every cell and bone hardened by relentless training. Unexpectedly, although Hillary's cultivation lagged behind him and seemed inferior, his physical body could match Giovanni's. That was not all. What amazed Giovanni even more was the opponent's speed. It had the potential to rival his own. Also, flicker, or something akin to flicker. Where did this guy learn such a technique? Humph, kill. Such fleeting thoughts only lasted briefly. Regardless of what Hillary knew or could do, death was inevitable today. Tomorrow wouldn't come. Coil would destroy him today. His speed increased again, and with icy coldness in his eyes, 2 sharp swords shot forward. Purple Emperor Seal. With a stifled cry in his heart, Hillary stood firm while rapidly moving his hands in front of him, combining 5 seals before striking forward. With a loud boom, a vast void trembled as a huge purple fist seal surged forth, carrying boundless demonic aura straight toward Giovanni's sword chi. The purple seal belonged to the demon emperor. But containing demonic aura, this was a sign of small success, specifically targeting the small success of the 5 deities' treasure techniques purple god chi. Compared to the true great spirit skills of the 5 emperors, it was still far away. Yet this was terrifying enough. Even Bowie Nine-Eye's body couldn't stop trembling. What a world-shaking prodigy, his insight was truly terrifying. Not mentioning cultivation, just the profound intricacies of this seal, Hillary's performance now was not far off from hers. Impressive, impressive. Boom. The thunderous boom persisted as the purple fist clashed with the sword chi, a burst of dual-colored light exploding, shattering one of the sword chi streams, while the remaining one raced towards Hillary like a heavenly sword. Sharp, overbearing, filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Hillary drew his blade and lunged forward, taking the initiative. Kill. With a roar, the saber light swept across as the coiling dragon slash unleashed its power. A heaven-grade saber technique. A coiling dragon's silhouette appeared, sweeping everything in its path with tyrannical might. One slash, and the sword chi exploded. The blade shadow continued to sweep forward, unstoppable like bamboo shoots after rain. Giovanni's face turned pale, but he did not retreat, charging forward once more, his sword chi attacking from afar, clashing with the saber light. Kill. At the moment of impact, Hillary also used a movement similar to flicker, dashing forward with both hands gripping the blade, slashing downward vertically. This strike was more powerful, with dragon-shaped saber light bursting forward, causing the earth to explode, creating deep fissures like ravines. Giovanni's expression darkened. Coil wanted to rise into the air, using his cultivation advantage to press down on Hillary from above, which would be simpler, quickly destroying his enemy. Coil could fly. Hillary couldn't, but a flicker in his eyes stopped him. His pride refused this move. If he did so, it would easily give room for talk. Even if he overwhelmed Hillary, no one would regard him highly. On the ground, facing him head-on, "I'm a genius. Who am I afraid of? Sword, come." Roaring loudly, he opened his palm, a long sword appearing, a crimson divine sword seemingly ablaze with flames. With its appearance, divine patterns imprinted on his eyes as sword and sword pupil became one, followed by a fierce slash. A wave of blazing fire surged out, burning fiercely, turning the area red as it clashed with Hillary's saber light, blasting it apart. The suppression of cultivation level gave Giovanni a significant advantage. But just as it exploded, Hillary reappeared. The remaining sword chi impacting his body posed no threat. His physique was sufficient protection. Holding the blade with both hands, he roared again, "Kill!" For the 3rd time. Another shout and another slash, each becoming more powerful and overbearing. Giovanni frowned. This kid had some skills. Coil blocked, facing him head-on. Another explosion as Hillary disregarded all else, shouting and slashing for a 4th time. His saber light becoming increasingly fierce without holding back. Even amidst this chaos, there was already saber intent, not 1st or 2nd rank, but Third rank. The saber intent had reached the third rank. Kill. 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 Continuing to shout and continuously slashing forward. It was a brutal head-on confrontation. His fearlessness stunned Giovanni. Is he a fearless lunatic when it comes to fighting? Hillary's saber light was reckless. Coil didn't care about getting hit by a sword, paying no attention to bloodshed as he charged straight ahead, unleashing violent slashes. And this guy seemed inexhaustible, his attacks coming one after another, each reaching new peaks. In short, he was fighting with increasing courage. Chapter 196. One more battle. I will slash you with my sword. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. The knife light left no gaps at all. Dragon-shaped blade lights swept horizontally, slashed vertically, or leaped upwards, continuously pressing down from above. Uninterruptedly, the ground kept splitting open, becoming riddled with holes. At this moment, Hillary's impression was that regardless of whether he could win or not, he would first charge forward recklessly, fighting to the death. It was a matter of fighting for one's life. One of us has to die. This made the surrounding people extremely shocked. This is what a madman is. Once he started fighting, he fought as if he were going to his death. The most critical point was, he was not afraid of dying himself. Bo also narrowed his eyes, his expression turning serious. This boy was terrifying, with an incredibly strong Dao heart, radiating an aura of, I am invincible. Hillary charged forward recklessly, completely unafraid of being drenched in blood. To him, it wasn't courting death. It was a manifestation of extreme confidence. This guy was very smart. By relying on such a reckless charge, he crushed the enemy's momentum. As the pressure shifted from one side to the other, his chances of winning increased. Meanwhile, Giovanni was now continuously retreating. Even the sword light he slashed out showed signs of weakness. One factor was physical strength. His sword pupil also required magical power support, and with the prolonged battle, his magical power had weakened. Even each time he used a move, there was a half-breath pause. And during that half-breath, Hillary's next slash would be upon him once more. Coil controlled the rhythm perfectly. Secondly, Giovanni's momentum had weakened. With Hillary unafraid of death and fiercely aggressive, Giovanni harbored a sense of fear. A brave man prevails when paths cross. Kill. His loud shout was like thunder, carrying a sound wave assault, a skill Hillary had mastered through insight into sound waves. Subduing the divine soul, while stimulating the opponent simultaneously, his saber slashed ferociously, taking advantage of the dragon blood, constantly providing stamina, overpowering Giovanni. Pooh! The knife light swept across, shattering the flaming sword light, leaving a glaring wound on Giovanni's arm, who was now bleeding, and his body retreated clumsily, being suppressed. This caused gasps of astonishment among the spectators. Coil was of the 7th realm of the Dermic realm, possessing a natural sword pupil, a formidable prodigy from Gramjo College's outer court, second only to the 13 protectors. Coil was suppressed by a 2nd realm of the Dermic realm. It was simply inconceivable. Big brother, how fierce. Quintantal Yuer was also shocked. Such a fighting style. If she went against him without activating her 9 young divine body, it would be hard to resist. Coil was a true warrior. Take him down. Daxton Ellison, Little Fatty Clifford, and alchemy genius Bernard silently cheered, sensing that Hillary stood a great chance. In contrast, the collective scalp of Epine Hall and Star Tower tingled. Was this guy really this terrifying? Boom. The knife light pressed down, the dragon shadow descending from above. This was a killing move, aimed to end Giovanni. Damn. Giovanni was horribly suppressed, infuriated, and ashamed. Coil considered himself a prodigy, a great prodigy. Crushing Hillary seemed like a piece of cake in his mind. Yet reality gave him a hard slap in the face. If he didn't fly up, let alone suppressing others, he would be killed outright. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The knife light became increasingly fearsome. Actually, it could also be said that he was becoming more cowardly, feeling that Hillary's knife light grew more domineering each time. Arise. Unable to endure this rhythm any longer, Giovanni abandoned his arrogance, exerting his magical power, and soared into the air. But as he rose, Hillary's lightning-fast movements followed suit. Coil 2 ascended, delivering another round of strikes. 1, 2, 3. 3 consecutive slashes came in rapid succession, leaving no gap for respite, the 3 beams of knife light continuously pressing downward. Pooh! His rising momentum was disrupted, fresh blood dripping from halfway. Giovanni's expression drastically changed as if someone had stepped heavily on the top of his head, causing his body to fall towards the ground involuntarily. His sword blocked 2 of the knife lights, but the third one pinned him down, robbing him of the chance to fly up. His rhythm was thoroughly disrupted. Hillary took the initiative, controlling the battle's tempo. Terrible. Amidst his dread, Hillary took a step into the air, standing directly above him, slashing viciously downwards without hesitation. The knife light shot out from the tip, following Hillary's movement, blasting downwards. It pressed heavily on Giovanni's head. Vertical slash. Stop. Bo's expression drastically changed, roaring angrily. It was like rolling thunder shaking the sky and earth alike. At that moment, countless people below fell limp to the ground, as if struck by terrifying thunderclaps right beside their ears. Dazed and bewildered. And Hillary was affected similarly, even more so. Despite seeing blurry, he clenched his teeth and delivered a violent slash based on instinct. Based purely on feeling. Pooh. There was a sound of blood spurting, but it merely passed by, following which, the knife light lost its target and slashed forcefully into the ground. At this moment, Hillary's vision cleared. Glancing coldly ahead, sure enough, the ground exploded, and Giovanni had already been taken to safety by the old 3-eyed deity. On his brow, there was a shallow knife mark. If not for the deity's intervention, that slash would have split Giovanni vertically. Silence prevailed. No birds chirping, no crickets humming. What is a master? This is a master among masters. lower in cultivation, yet able to suppress you in battle. You're not capable. Landing on the ground, Hilary did not continue his attack. With the old three-eyed deity present, he wouldn't get that opportunity. Giovanni trembled all over, genuinely terrified. Coil had felt the threat of death earlier, and Hilary's words pierced deep into his heart, harming his Dao heart. No worries. His fighting style lacks any discipline, and you've never encountered it before. Actually, in a genuine battle of strength, you can still overpower him. Golden Deity spoke, his voice resonant with divine power, stabilizing Giovanni's turbulent Dao heart. This was Dao Coilar Quintensning, a secret technique known by deities, a form of mental power that can soothe a suppressed or damaged Dao heart. The Dao heart was crucial, affecting one's future. If it were shattered, it would instantly cut off all prospects. Master, I know my sword is inferior to his blade. Otherwise, my method could have suppressed him. Giovanni's expression returned to normal. Hilary's relentless, uninterrupted slashes, lacking any sign of weakening, were attributed by Giovanni to Hilary's dragon-patterned blade. This served as an excuse for himself. I lost to the blade, not you, Hilary. Golden Deity nodded. Coil had indeed noticed that blade. Hilary's blade held a significant advantage. It belonged to Han. Unfortunately, only the Yi family members could harness its divine might. In others' hands, it was just rusty scrap. A mysterious treasure blade. Bang! However, the moment those words were uttered, Hilary flicked his dragon-patterned blade. It plunged into the distant ground with a thud. Coil stood barehanded, arrogantly pointing ahead and declared, "One more battle, I won't use my blade. I will slash you with a sword." Chapter 197. The Great Curse of Death. Hilary discarded his saber and stood with bare hands, pointing forward arrogantly. Coil boasted that he could crush the opponent without a saber, even with just a sword. His arrogance knew no bounds. This enraged Giovanni, causing his fists under his sleeves to clench so tightly they made a creaking sound. When had he ever faced such humiliation? Those around were also stunned. This guy sure had guts. In truth, Hilary was fierce, but in their minds, his victories were greatly attributed to that saber. Without the saber, his chances were slim. Even the people from the Seven Princes Mansion, Master Arwen, and others held the same view. Without the saber, Hilary was no match for Giovanni. Only Hilton stared at Giovanni, thinking this kid would be finished in an instant if he dared to stand up. Will you? Hilary genuinely wanted to kill Giovanni. Giovanni was indeed terrifying. With such talent and some further fortune, he could achieve great things in the future. But he very much wanted to eliminate himself. Even if Giovanni escaped today, leaving this menace behind, Hilary would face trouble everywhere once he went to the Imperial Academy. Better to cut off the weed at its root. Giovanni couldn't tolerate it any longer, stepping forward and declaring, "In the way of the sword, I pressed down on you as if slaughtering a dog." A crowd had gathered, and although he still harbored some fear, under Hilary's provocation, he could not hold back any longer. It was about face. Being publicly berated like this. If he didn't step out, where would his dignity be? Besides, he believed that if necessary, his master would intervene again. Coil shouldn't have to worry about his life. Moreover, he really wanted to see how much this kid was worth without his saber. Hilary! Quentin B and others shouted, not wanting the fight to continue. Hilary had already won. There was no need for him to risk it without his saber. What were his chances now? Come, let's fight. Giovanni was arrogant, believing that losing the saber, he could reclaim his lost dignity in another battle. Don't ask for death. The big black dog glanced at him and shook his head. As his voice rang out, Hilary had already stepped forward, staring straight ahead at Giovanni and uttering just one word, die. Just one word. Saying it, he turned and walked away without a backward glance. This left everyone around wide-eyed and stunned. Had he gone mad? Giovanni was equally baffled. What are you doing? Not good. Then a cold cry echoed out. The expression of the bow changed dramatically as he rushed forward immediately. At that moment, Giovanni's entire body began to tremble. A sharp blade of light had already arrived. Extremely sharp. Don't, PFFF. The Golden Deity's reaction was undoubtedly fast, but still slower than the blade of light. Upon arriving, the blade had already slashed down. Blood spurted. A bloodline appeared on Giovanni's neck, and then his head flew off diagonally, blood spurting out. The Golden Deity's aura exploded, and the sword chi that had severed the neck detonated under his suppression. Clang! At this moment, the surrounding area fell into an eerie silence. Many people collapsed to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. Was this the Great Curse of Death? In ancient texts, there were indeed accounts of a mysterious and bizarre method known as the Great Curse of Death. A single word could cause death. It was said that this terrible method had been derived from a saint's holy words, but no one had ever witnessed it. Yet, Hilary uttered only the word die, and Giovanni's head was sliced off by sword chi. Not even the deity could react in time. Was it similar to that spell? Could it really be? The Star Tower and first-rank hall members felt icy cold. Even the Ignatius instantly became wary, their magical power surging, watching Hilary closely, afraid he might turn his gaze toward them. This man possessed demonic sorcery. Javier had already hidden among the crowd. As an alchemy master and half-deity cultivator, he feared being directly cursed to death by Hilary. At this moment, Hilary evoked immense caution in their hearts. You. The sword chi had slain Giovanni, and his head flew away, eyes wide open in terror, unable to react any further. Giovanni, a prodigy of his generation, born with a sword eye, had died. The bow looked absolutely miserable. Coil had been careless. Otherwise, he would have reacted in time. Although the sword chi was fast, it could have been shattered with a palm strike. But his carelessness directly led to Giovanni's death. Combat between peers, regardless of life or death. Walking to a distance, Hilary drew the dragon-embossed saber, his expression unchanged. The great curse of death was too mysterious and domineering. It was impossible for him to know it, and even if he did, given his current realm, even deities could not cast it. That method was a derivative of holy words, closely tied to Confucianism. The divine sound could change rules and even transform stones into gold, beasts into humans, with unimaginable wonders. Coil relied on the sword mark between his brows. Those sword chi were enough to resist a deity, and a tiny bit was enough to slay someone at the dermic realm. Besides, that guy deserved death. Without the interference of the three-eyed Aaron disregarding his status, Hillary's previous strike would have killed him. You. The golden deity's chest heaved, his face turning pale and grim. However, he had previously stated that combat between peers should not involve outside interference, not even a dog. Did he want to intervene? Insolence. A heavy voice resounded, and it was the Jace with the large iron sword who stepped forward. Coil belonged to the Star Tower and was a deity of the first level. Coil now stepped forward, saying, "Your master killed a high-ranking member of the Star Tower, and you block our entrance," acting arrogantly. Today, this Jace will seek an explanation. When deities acted, they needed reasons. This Jace, being a deity, belonged to the Star Tower, and his actions were reasonable. "Where is your master?" "I wish to spar with the Sword God," he added, aiming to defeat the Sword God and easily kill Hillary afterward. "My master does not Xingyi appear and never speaks of reason." Improved. "My master seldom shows himself and never concerns himself with reason." Hillary gazed at him, facing a deity without fear, calm and casual. "So I'll teach you what Tao and reason are." The sword cultivator's temper flared. With one step, divine authority pressed down on Hillary, not bullying a junior but teaching a lesson as an Aaron. At least, that's what he told himself. One's life should be upright and guilt-free. But this Jace taught Hillary another lesson. Guilt is irrelevant as long as you find a reason to justify it to yourself, allowing you to live without remorse. The Jace advanced, divine authority suppressing Hillary. Just a touch would make Hillary kneel and kowtow like an insignificant ant. However, he seemed to overestimate himself. His divine pressure had no effect on Hillary, who remained calm and indifferent. Even when Hillary gazed at him, the Jace suddenly felt tense. His expression changed drastically, and in the next moment, he rapidly retreated. A deity retreating. Even as he retreated, his expression changed again. Coil abruptly drew the large iron sword behind him and slashed fiercely forward. Divine power erupted. Immediately, the air roared, and a massive explosion reverberated through the void as if it were about to burst. This time, everyone clearly saw a sword chi shooting from Hillary's direction toward the deity. With a single sword strike, overwhelming a deity. Chapter 198, Siege. The broad street outside the Spirit Tone Pavilion was teeming with people, but at this moment, it was eerily silent. Everyone felt a deafening roar in their heads. Even the few gods felt this. The Aaron with the giant black sword widened his eyes, staring at Hillary, trembling internally. That sword chi was too sharp, too domineering. And this could absolutely not be Hillary's cultivation. It was the aura or imprint left by that sword god. If an imprint could be so formidable, how terrifying would it be if the actual deity were present? Coil felt a chill deep within. Truly underestimated. My master once said, Gramjo has 3 million gods, and even they must bow before him. Hillary stared at the Aaron with the giant black sword, his demeanor arrogant, without any reservations, as if daring anyone to challenge him. Indeed, this was intimidating, even for the three-eyed golden god, the one-armed blade god, and the purple-robed Isabel leading a peak demigod beast. Their pupils constricted. An imprint was so fearsome. Its true owner must indeed be extraordinarily terrifying. They weren't sure if even combined, they could subdue him. However, the few did not retreat. They exchanged glances, and the three-eyed golden god said, "Directly summon that sword." After everyone nodded, the three-eyed golden god stepped forward again, saying, "Call your master out." Angering the 3 million gods of Gramjo means he won't meet a good end. As his voice fell, he took a step down, unleashing divine pressure through the air, pressing against Hillary without any restraint. Hillary's forehead was still glowing, but before the sword chi could unleash, the other 3 gods advanced together, sending waves of powerful pressure. For gods erupted. Humph! A choked sound rang out as Hillary's body bent sharply, almost kneeling outright. Of course, he didn't fall. At that moment, the sword chi stored between his brows surged forth, rapidly intensifying until finally bursting forth with a sharp light, slicing through the immense divine power. Although it was just divine might, the concerted force of 4 gods would crush most first-stage gods. Hillary's sword chi achieved it. This caused the faces of the 4 gods to change drastically. They didn't care about Hillary but were wary of that sword god. Perhaps he truly surpassed all expectations. The Isabel's face changed. Immediately, a thunderous step echoed, causing the earth to tremble. A bald, towering man walked out, radiating a powerful aura. His expression was cold, with triangular eyes and blood-red flowers carved into his bald head, spreading petal by petal, giving an extremely eerie feel. Peak demigod beast. Combining his strength with the 4 gods, a chilling and domineering pressure spread, the aura of a beast. Almost 5 gods. Hillary's body bent again, the remaining sword chi suppressed, and the sword imprint on his brow lost its luster. At this moment, Quentin B lunged forward, standing before Hillary, but plopped down with her knees bending, unable to straighten. Then, Daxton and Clifford rushed over. The latter slammed a large iron sword into the ground, but like Quentin B, collapsed instantly. Clifford fared worse, letting out a cry and going limp, utterly useless. "I'll do it." Isabella didn't think twice, unleashing the great sun sword body, enveloped in a golden sun, stepping in front of his brother Ellison to withstand the divine pressure. However, the 5 gods were too formidable for these young ones to handle. Even together, it was futile. "The 4 of you are gods, why bully a youth?" Bowie Fuwang spoke up, stepping out with Dolores. Simultaneously, Arwen didn't wait. Coil stepped forward, offering, "This matter can be resolved. I will provide 4 fourth-grade pills." Before his words ended, Javier sneered, confirming Hillary wasn't under a great curse but rather bearing the imprint of a sword god. Coil calmed down. Taking a large step, his aura pressed down on Hillary like a massive club, striking hard. Coil is a son of sin, provoking the Imperial Academy, forcing the Star Tower, recklessly defying death. His father deserved death, and so does he. A few pills mean nothing to the Imperial Academy. Your pills are far inferior to mine. With his words, the 4 gods and the beast unleashed their full strength, suppressing divinity and power. The Dharmaraja couldn't stop it. Javier's pressure became even more terrifying, targeting Hillary like a heavy cudgel, crashing down. Under the 4 gods plus a peak demigod beast, Hillary's sword chi and cultivation were suppressed. Javier's pressure inflicted immense damage. Blood trickled from his body, his eyes bloodshot, his body bent, knee touching the ground, shaking violently. If not for Hilton supporting him with his claws, he would have crumpled face down on the ground. "Brother!" Torai screamed, intending to rush forward but stopped by Hillary's shout. She mustn't come. She couldn't hold them back. Jaden was beside himself with worry, his gaze darting around. The 7 princes Manor Gerardo family hesitated, but prepared to stand out. At this moment, overhead of the 4 gods, a mighty explosion occurred. They summoned a sword, more accurately, a sword shadow, but its pressure was unimaginable. Instantly, the errands of the Gerardo family's faces changed, while experts from Star Tower, First Class Hall, Yongle Gate, and Hong Alliance looked stunned. Though they knew this existed, seeing it was astonishing. This was the Godslayer sword, a sword Dao symbol specifically targeting gods, rumored to be capable of killing a 4th stage god, shattering them on the spot. "If your master comes, he'll kneel too." Javier sneered. No one coming today would change anything. They were prepared. Some sighed, others showed pity. A few Dharmarajas emerged from Star Tower and First Class Hall with icy smiles, emitting pressure targeting Hillary. Javier stepped forward, glaring at Hillary. "I'll take your blood and alchemy talent first." His tone turned sinister, emitting bloody light forming tentacles aimed at Hillary. Arwen shouted, "Unconscionable. This is demonic arts. You will reap what you sow. At least, I'm stronger than you now." Javier dismissed the warning, blood tentacles rushing towards Hillary. Absorbing his blood, stealing his alchemy talent, using secret methods to graft it onto himself, he'd advance further, aiming to become a 5th-grade alchemist. "Are you still not coming?" Torai couldn't bear it, seeing her brother's blood, screaming to the heavens. But the night sky remained silent. No one sensed any change. "Slander." Javier tensed, then looked at the girl, slapping her. Had it not been for a Gerardo family errand intercepting at the critical moment, she, with merely 3rd-stage ordinary realm, would have exploded instantly under that slap. Javier had killed. Coil targeted Hillary's sister. Chapter 199. When will the person behind him arrive? "I will definitely kill you." Hillary's face was horrific, his eyes bloodshot like a demon. His sister was his Achilles heel. Whoever touched her was as good as dead. However, he was now thoroughly suppressed. Sword chi could suppress deities, and even in solo combat, it could slay one. But with 4 deities working together, plus a semi-deity monster, along with the First Class Hall and Star Tower's Dharmaraja, he was completely helpless at the moment. Nonetheless, he felt little fear. In his heart, that person would surely arrive. "Hemph, bring your master out, one sword will cut him down." Javier showed no fear. With 4 deities, a monster comparable to deity status, plus experts from the Star Tower and First Class Hall, along with that god-slaying sword, he believed even a 5th-layer deity realm individual would be dead for sure. Even a 6th layer would fare no better. "Master Bill, don't kill him. Our Star Tower intends to take him and Avon back, to confess before our ancestors," said a Dharmaraja of the Star Tower. Hillary blocked the entrance to the Star Tower, issuing threats, plotting schemes, and killing several descendants of the Star Tower. This debt must be settled. Yes, it's such a pity if this person dies. Directly killing him is almost like granting him a favor, someone from the First Class Hall sneered. Javier smiled and said, "I only need his blood and his alchemy talent. As for his head, Master isn't concerned." His bloody tentacle extended forward, emitting an evil force that made the surroundings seem to chill drastically. 5 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The blood-colored tentacle approached, and a savage and evil smile spread across Javier's face. Those around sighed. With the presence of 4 deities, combined with 2 dominant forces and the terrifying god-slaying sword imprint, this was a death trap. Even a sword deity couldn't save him. Perhaps the sword deity predicted the danger and abandoned Hillary. "Call out your master. Maybe then you might have a chance to live." The 4 deities spoke. They were uneasy about the hidden sword deity and hoped to cut off all loose ends. "Coil's coming soon." Hillary knelt on one knee, the blood tentacle closing in, making his gaze cold. Indeed, this was dangerous. "So much the better. I will take your blood and talent first," Javier laughed, the blood tentacle accelerating. Suddenly, splat, the blood tentacle pierced through like a sharp spear, but only struck the void. The restrained Hillary had swiftly retreated, being dragged away by someone else. Arwen. A surge of power emanated from Arwen, releasing Dao symbol force. Under the suppression of the 4 deities, he quickly pulled Hillary away. Dimensional evading talisman. Javier's expression changed. But after 30 meters, Arwen, who had been pulling Hillary, stopped helplessly as a blinding light barrier appeared around them. They were sealed in. "Since you've come, you won't leave. Since you acted, we won't let you live," said the 3-eyed gold deity among the 4. The other 3 deities remained calm, while Javier grinned malevolently, moving closer again. "Brother, since you are so stubborn, you can join him. Absorbing you will be quite profitable." Arwen had no choice, dissipating his Dao symbol. Coil whispered to Hillary, The dimensional evading talisman can't break this array. I can't do anything more. When will the person behind you arrive? Coyle always believed someone was backing Hillary. The fearsome alchemy method and mysterious formula weren't ordinary. Do you have any solutions? Hillary stared at him. Arwen replied, I can hold on for 30 breaths. After that, I'll need to preserve myself. How straightforward. Hillary didn't argue. Arwen's willingness to stand up was for the benefits, but those benefits paled compared to life. Naturally, he knew what choice Arwen would make. After all, they weren't kin. Though he admired Hillary's alchemy, it wasn't enough to risk his life protecting him. Brother, stay as well? Javier returned, but before he finished speaking, a talisman in Arwen's hand burned. It transformed into a three-eyed toad that leapt forward spitting blackish-green liquid. Poison talisman. Javier's face changed drastically as a golden shield appeared in front of him. The green liquid splattered against the shield, producing sizzling sounds as dark smoke rose from the collision. At that moment, Hillary lunged forward, aiming to gain some advantage since escape was impossible. Brother, you can't manage? Javier sneered, being both a disciple acknowledged by the Dan King and having surpassed his abandoned brother in cultivation, alchemy, and resources. Just as he spoke, the dark smoke started dispersing. Suddenly, his face turned grim. Tear. A glaring sword chi emerged from the dark smoke, rushing towards him. Bad. Sweat dripped from Javier's forehead, his heart racing. Without hesitation, he cast 3 Dao symbols forming shields. Yet, within moments, they exploded under the razor-sharp sword chi. Though weakened, it still made Javier's back turn icy. This strike could slay a deity. Even consumed by the Dao symbol, it could kill a semi-deity. Channeling his full strength, Javier punched forward. The fist collided with the sword glow, nearly shattering his hand. Blood sprayed. Coyle looked miserable. Then Hillary arrived, jumping and holding a knife, slashing fiercely. A dragon roar echoed. Splat. More blood gushed. Javier truly felt the threat of death, sensing its nearness. In the critical moment, a shadow flashed, wrapping around his body and retreating sharply. A massive snake tail from a monster beside Empress Monster saved Javier. But that slash tore open his clothes, almost creating a huge tear on his chest. There was already bloodstain. By a hairbreadth. His face was pale, heart pounding. Looking at the knife-wielding youth, Javier's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Coyle almost died. You son of A.B*****H. Surviving narrowly, he was enraged. Stepping forward, Hillary's eyes flickered. Not eliminating this Jace was regrettable. But watching Javier approach in fury, he chuckled. Old man, your pants fell. Translation done. Paragraph structure preserved. Chapter 200, Blood Moon over the sky. Javier, mid-charge, suddenly halted and lowered his head. In the next moment, his weathered face turned beet red. Clutching at his waistband with both hands, he was almost bursting with rage. This bastard! Even in this tense situation, laughter erupted around him. The fourth-rank alchemist Javier had truly made a fool of himself. His name was known now for all the wrong reasons. Nonsense! Geraldine's expression changed. Her patience was wearing thin. She unleashed an overwhelming surge of divine power toward Hillary. Even if she faced accusations today, she would seize this boy and force those behind him to show themselves. However, as her power enveloped the area, the cold-blooded bald man beside her suddenly stiffened, pulling Geraldine back. His icy gaze shifted skyward. Simultaneously, the powerful soul of the fourth-rank alchemist Arwen also looked up, followed by everyone else. Alas! A heavy sigh resonated through the heavens. Arwen saw a black-robed figure appear in the sky. Coyle secretly sighed in relief, a faint smile on his face. His bet had paid off. The person behind Hillary hadn't abandoned him. They were here. At that moment, the 4 deities noticed too. Seeing the black-robed figure standing sideways against the night sky, their expressions turned grave. The sword of divine slaying immediately quivered. They're here. Is it the sword god? Everyone craned their necks to look up. The black-robed figure stood under the moonlight, enshrouded in an inexplicable mystery. Coyle gazed into the distance, his sigh still echoing, filled with apparent helplessness, as if his appearance would bring life and death partings. His presence would stain the world with blood. In response, countless people below retreated, knowing that the divine battle was about to commence. This place would not be safe. Even the aftereffects of such a battle could crush them. You've arrived late, Taoist friend. The 4 deities were wary. Geraldine and the cold-blooded bald man stood together, the latter's body radiating an overwhelming demonic aura, as though ready to transform. Indeed, he had already transformed, his head morphing into a massive snake head, his arms and torso covered in dark scales, clothes torn apart. Demonic aura surged to the heavens. Combat stance. Dangerous? Geraldine glanced at the transformed bald man, narrowing her eyes. This was a spiritual snake she had raised and cultivated to near divinity, far more sensitive to divine energy than any ordinary deity. Dangerous, came a low voice. The demigod demon had entered combat mode, blood-red killing intent billowing. But we can fight. The black-robed figure stood under the moonlight, arms crossed, gazing at the horizon with an air of unmatched loneliness, as if standing above the frigid heights of isolation. Student, do you need your master's help? A voice echoed down from the sky, reaching Hillary's ears. Hillary silently cursed. Old coin, asking me if I need your help? You might as well ask if I'll let my sister go with you. You damn, rotten monk. Sure enough, the old monk was here, disguised as the sword god. So, he's been following me for days. This old devil has had his eye on my sister for a while now. My dear disciple, the universe's profound truths and the 3,000 eternal laws all have one unchanging rule. Do you know what it is? Hillary ignored him. Was this old coot obsessed with showing off? Who was his disciple? Equivalent exchange. These 4 words sounded profound to others, but nearly made Hillary curse. Taoist friend, you've arrived late. Geraldine interjected, breaking the frivolous conversation. They were here to fight today. She stared at the sky. Why don't you come down for a meeting? You wouldn't understand. Seeing me would cause instant death. The voice was mysterious, establishing the image of a supreme sage perfectly. Geraldine was enraged. How arrogant. Boom. The Star Tower Aaron carrying the black sword, even less patient, unsheathed his massive sword and shouted, a coward who won't face us directly, yet speaks so boldly. Let's see what you really are. Hush. My disciple hasn't spoken yet. Why rush to your doom? The black-robed figure seemed tired of standing and sat down. One leg extended, the other bent, then uncorked a wine flask and took a large swig. Under the crescent moon, he sat quietly drinking. If this were a white-clothed scholar or a stunning beauty with flowing black hair, it would be a scene of unearthly beauty. Unfortunately, it was a black-robed, shameless old monk. Coyle waited for Hillary's response, but Hillary ignored him, instead looking at the stern-faced Jace with the giant black sword. You aren't worthy of speaking with him. The Jace's eyes instantly turned cold, and Hillary added, to him, you're just garbage. The Jace's killing intent flared, and Hillary continued, don't misunderstand. I'm not just talking about you, but all four of you are garbage. The four deities' faces fell. They had impressive backgrounds in Gramzhou, each with legendary lives. The Jace snorted heavily and stepped forward again, slicing the sky with his enormous black sword. A massive black blade of light rose like a great river, surging upward toward the black-robed figure. I want to see what you're made of. A sigh. The old monk took another swig of wine, slightly turning his head. With a glance from the corner of his eye, the incoming sword beam exploded on the spot. Instantly annihilated. At that moment, a streak of blood-colored light flashed across the sky. The Jace's face changed, and the four deities became alert. The old monk calmly drank another sip of wine, retracting his gaze. But everyone below paled, retreating continuously as they watched the sky. At that moment, the distant crescent moon seemed shrouded in clouds, not black, but blood-red. Upon closer inspection, the crescent moon had completely turned blood-red. Do you want to leave on your own, or should I send you away? The black-robed figure still sat lazily, drinking calmly, but the mysterious aura reached its peak. Countless people below were shocked. This person was absolutely terrifying. Just a glance had shattered divine might, with a blood moon covering the sky. The four deities were equally cautious. Glancing at each other, they combined their powers, and the Du Sun Jianyin, God-slaying seal, that had been trembling in the sky was immediately channeled by the four of them together. A beam of sword light emerged as if to split the heavens, heading straight upward. Note: I kept Du Sun Jianyin in pinyin, since it seems to be a specific term in this context. If you prefer it translated, let me know. For better fluency and natural reading in English. The four deities exchanged glances, then united their powers. The God-slaying seal, which had been hovering and trembling in the sky, was now fully harnessed by their combined strength. A blinding sword beam erupted, as if aiming to cleave the heavens, rushing straight upward. At this moment, the entire world trembled, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Even the breath of the Ignatius became unsteady, unable to suppress his inner shock. The sword seal, rumored to be capable of slaying a fourth-stage divine being, was indeed terrifying. Nicholas also squinted his eyes, now understanding why Quentin B., Arwen, and Geordie were so anxious. This sword seal was truly not something an ordinary person could withstand. Coyle narrowed his eyes and glanced at the old monk, wondering just how powerful this bastard really was. Note: Lao Hui is translated as Geordie here, which might be a nickname or term used in context. If there's a specific name or better translation for Lao Hui, it should be used instead. ####Chapter 201. Where in the world is my home? The sword seal of God-slaying was terrifying, capable of severing even a fourth-stage divine being. Combined with the concerted efforts of the four gods, defeating a fifth-stage divine being was not an issue. Moreover, in a real battle, half-gods would join in. The elite Ignatius from Hall of First Rank and Star Tower could possibly challenge a sixth-stage divine being. In fact, everyone was focusing on the sky. The sword seal had already slashed upward, causing both the heavens and the earth to tremble under its vast pressure. Yet, that black-robed figure remained seated calmly, continuously sipping wine as if paying no heed whatsoever. It was as though he hadn't noticed anything at all. Even as others watched him, they sensed a profound loneliness emanating from him, as if he was reminiscing about his past, burdened by deep emotional ties. Alas! Another sigh echoed as the sword seal approached. But then, with a wave of his hand, the audience saw what appeared to be rays of light descending from the blood moon. The black-robed figure plucked the moonlight, sprinkled it downward, and then resumed drinking from his gourd as calmly as before, his melancholy seemingly deeper. Coyle lay back under the crescent moon, gazing into the depths of the sky, whispering softly, in this world, I remain alone, clad in my robe, love and hate left with nowhere to vent. With my eyes covered by the Buddha's halo, closing them in meditation, my voice hoarse, heart without a home. Buddha, why did you save me but not her? Wishing to open my eyes once more, shedding my robes for a mere attachment, just to catch one last glimpse of her long hair, even if this world blooms with crimson flowers of death. His murmuring went unheard, the old bald monk lost in his thoughts, remembering the sorrow and pain. Losing her meant losing everything. Where in the world is my home? Dressed in his robe, surrounded by scriptures, the wooden fish struck, his voice hoarse. A single jug of wine was enough to make him remember her. A deafening explosion rang out below. Dark skies above, the moonlight had transformed into blood-red blossoms. They were lurid, piercing, chilling, like cracks from the underworld spreading across the world, showering it with these blood blossoms. Boom! The blossoms filled the sky, their roots piercing the incoming god-slaying sword seal. One blossom made the seal tremble, two splitted apart, and the third, the seal shattered. It crumbled into fragments. The god-slaying sword seal exploded. Hiss. Below, everyone held their breath in awe. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure continued to recline, aimlessly gazing up at the sky. Silence persisted, shock reverberating among the four gods. Their scalps tingled, hearts heavy. They had grossly underestimated him. The god-slaying sword seal, their most formidable trump card, had been utterly useless against him. With a mere wave of his hand, the seal had crumbled into dust. Terrifying, too terrifying. An unfathomable master. In Gramzhou, 3 million deities bowed before him. Everyone, leave. A faint voice emerged from the black-robed figure, still gazing skyward, continuing to drink his liquor. It seemed he sought where to place his emotions of love and hate. That voice boomed, like thunder cracking through the heavens, making the world shudder, rivers of blood flowing within his gaze. At that moment, who below dared not tremble? Following the voice, the ground erupted with blood flowers blooming mysteriously. The great array confining the area instantly turned to ashes. Deities, half-deities, Ignatius, all high-ranking experts were shaken to the core. Fight? That would be sheer madness. Run. The four gods shook, their Tao hearts nearly rupturing, divine power waning as if being consumed by the underworld, leading to utter destruction. This man was a true master. As blood rivers flowed through their pupils, each found a path and fled rapidly. Ida rode the demon snake, dashing away so swiftly she wished she could tear open space itself. The old black-robed swordsman and the one-armed saber god ignored Star Tower's safety, fleeing as quickly as possible. At this moment, their lives came first. Bo was the first to depart, moving faster than lightning, burning blood energy to unleash his potential. This person was beyond their resistance, an existence surpassing a sixth-stage divine being. Any hesitation meant certain death for all. Blood flowers continued to fall, covering the sky and earth. That eerie feeling permeated everyone's minds. Too terrifying, too overwhelming. The black-robed figure seemed to have opened the underworld, ready to unleash hell's demons. Hillary had a massive backing. Everyone suddenly understood why he acted so fearlessly, so calmly. Because he had immense confidence. Leave. With the departure of the four gods, the place became infinitely bleak. More people fleeing quickly, unwilling to linger. Hall of First Rank and Star Tower's people, with trembling heads and heavy hearts, regret replacing their previous arrogance. Who knew this man was so terrifying? Without even drawing his sword, a few words had sent the four gods reeling, suppressing everything, leaving them powerless to resist. Flee. They also left. Hillary was shocked too. Though Douglas had put him in danger, he truly possessed formidable skills, unfathomably profound and immeasurable. This guy had an even more mysterious background. Geordie gazed at the old monk in a trance, muttering, "Coyle looks even sadder than me." "Seal off Hall of First Rank and Star Tower," Hillary shouted, quickly shaking off his astonishment. His body darted forward at incredible speed. His words now carried significant weight. Not only the people from 7 Wangfu, but also members of Hong Alliance and Yongle Gate reacted immediately after a brief hesitation. Arwen and Bernard exchanged a glance before immediately charging forward as well. The person behind Hillary was truly capable of suppressing everything. Even before this, Hillary had already taken action. The area between his brows began to glow, and all the protective sword energies he had retained for self-preservation were unleashed at this moment. In front of these sword energies stood Javier, whose expression drastically changed. Coyle gathered his senses and rapidly retreated, but the sword energies were even more ferocious. Coyle cast a Dao charm, but it exploded instantly, and the sword energy sliced through it like cutting straw, shattering it in an instant. A spurt of blood followed, as the sword energy pierced through his chest, nearly exploding him apart. Though he managed to cling to life, he sustained severe injuries and turned to flee without a second thought. Hillary's eyes turned icy cold. He immediately gripped his dragon-patterned saber, employing the Sansua, Xianxia, technique he had learned from Giovanni to its fullest extent. With his saber in hand, he pursued the heavily injured Javier, who moved swiftly, taking to the air, but only managed to stay aloft for a breath before crashing down again. His injuries were too grave, with his divine power nearly dissipated. Unable to fly, he ran frantically on the ground, driven by sheer terror. "I said I would definitely kill you, no matter where you run." Hillary held his saber, filled with murderous intent, determined to kill this man for himself and his sister. The person behind Hillary deserved such respect. No one wanted to oppose someone like him. Arwen and Bernard exchanged glances and immediately rushed forward. The person behind Hillary truly suppressed everything. Meanwhile, Hillary had already moved. His forehead started glowing, and he unleashed all the sword chi he had kept for self-preservation. Facing the sword chi was Javier, whose expression changed drastically. Trying to regain composure, he retreated hastily, but the sword chi was ferocious. Coyle used a Dao talisman, but it exploded instantly, the sword chi slicing through it like straw, shattering it immediately. Following that, a spurt of blood splattered as the sword chi pierced his chest, nearly disintegrating him. Despite barely surviving, he suffered severe injuries and fled without looking back. Hillary's eyes turned cold, gripping the dragon pattern knife, using the teleportation technique he had learned from Giovanni to the utmost extent. Holding the knife, he chased after the critically injured Javier, who hurriedly flew up but fell again after only a breath. His injuries were too severe, divine power almost dissipated. He couldn't fly. Filled with dread, he gritted his teeth and dashed across the ground. "I told you, I will definitely kill you. Chase you to the ends of the earth if necessary." Hillary brandished the knife, his killing intent soaring. For him, for his sister, this man must die. Chapter 202, charging into Spirit City. 100-mile pursuit. Nicholas, wielding his blade, chased out of Alliance City and sprinted through the mountain forest under the night sky, his eyes glowing as he locked onto the target ahead. The relentless chase left almost no room for breathing. In truth, even after 200, 300 miles, Nicholas's speed did not slow down in the slightest, nor did his killing intent wane. No mercy, God-blocking kill. Javier was truly terrified. His Dao talismans were all used up, and he was heavily injured, nearly half dead. Coil had lost all ability to resist against a dermic realm opponent. Coil relied on pills to maintain his strength, but with severe injuries requiring many pills, he was rapidly depleting his supply. The pursuit from behind continued. Nicholas, wielding his blade, sent a chilling, resolute aura that left no chance of escape. Coil shouted, "I am a disciple of the Pill King of the Academy, a fourth-rank great alchemist. Killing me will bring countless troubles upon you. Your master may be formidable, but the Academy has numerous experts whom he might not be able to handle. Why don't we both step back? Let's live in peace." However, in response came a thunderous roar. From afar, Nicholas launched his blade, the blade light cutting through space, almost slicing Javier's back. It was clear and decisive, no negotiation, just death. Clenching his teeth fiercely, Javier stuffed several more pills into his mouth, increasing his speed as he ran forward. Indeed, reflecting on it, he had sought to kill his pursuer, take his blood, and refine his talent. Would his opponent retreat in such a situation? Coil wouldn't have either. Kill. Behind him, Nicholas continuously launched his blade. The blade light exploded, shattering boulders and ancient trees, sending wood splinters and dust rolling up. Bloodlight erupted from Javier's body, forming a large hand seal that clashed fiercely with Nicholas's blade light. But this could not stop Nicholas's resolve. Without hesitation, he pressed forward, his eyes locked on the target. The blade light remained piercing, striking whenever the opportunity arose. This pursuit lasted 2 days and 1 night, leaving Javier unable to leave the forest as Nicholas pursued relentlessly, giving him no reprieve. By the twilight of the 3rd day, as darkness approached, he rushed into a canyon shrouded in black mist. By then, his strength was completely drained. Several times he fell to the ground, rising only under the pressure of imminent death, pushing his potential to its limits. Meanwhile, Nicholas's speed remained at its peak. It seemed that during the chase, his cultivation was gradually growing stronger. Indeed, the relentless chase, combined with continuous attacks, fully released his internal energy, stimulating the dragon blood to once again dissolve. Moreover, Nicholas absorbed divine crystals and medicinal treasures, using all resources available to him. Coil activated the Azure Dragon technique, absorbing the essence from all directions. Under this cycle of depletion and recovery, Nicholas's cultivation advanced significantly, not reaching the 3rd level of the dermic realm but nearing the late 2nd level. Kill. Coil charged forward into the mist-filled canyon, his blade slashing out, creating a dragon-like shadow that swept through the air. With a splash, blood spurted, accompanied by a horrific scream. An arm flew out diagonally. Javier's arm was severed. "I will never let this go." Coil roared wildly, spitting out gobs of essence blood. In an instant, he aged drastically, his body becoming gaunt. Coil didn't know how much life force he burned. Yet, under the effect of the essence blood, his speed reached its peak one last time, diving deep into the black mist as Nicholas immediately pursued. But there was no one ahead. His expression changed, emerging from the black mist to see a streak of bloodlight carrying a figure dart away, vanishing instantly. "To the ends of the earth, I will kill you." Nicholas did not hesitate, holding his blade as he followed, though this time, the distance between them widened. With the burning of life force, Javier ignored life and death, reaching unimaginable speeds, comparable to secret techniques. Nicholas chased all night, losing sight of Javier by dawn of the 2nd day. Coil had entered a city. This vast city, inscribed with the words Spirit City on its gates, was none other than Spirit City. Spirit City, Spirit Mountain beyond is the Green Prefecture Academy? Nicholas had discussed with Quentin B. Beyond Spirit City lay Spirit Mountain, home to the first renowned Holy Academy in Green Prefecture, the Green Prefecture Academy. To think I chased this far? Nicholas hadn't imagined he would cover over 3,000 miles. Considering his current cultivation, faster than a horse, coupled with both parties chasing and fleeing at full speed without reserve, covering 3,000 miles in 2 days and nights wasn't too quick, including combat time. Great. With a flash of insight, Nicholas hurriedly followed the crowd, entering Spirit City silently. This city was undoubtedly the largest Nicholas had ever seen. Its streets were wide, its architecture luxurious, surpassing Alliance City by several levels. Spirit City, the largest city in Green Prefecture, the only city under the academy. Javier was forced into a desperate situation, lost an arm, burned countless years of life force, nearly dying a living death. What will he do first when he returns to the academy? Coilial? No. He will bring people to chase and kill me. Rather than flee, I should stay in this city. Nicholas's eyes flashed. Javier would bring experts to take his life. At this point, close to the academy's territory, Javier wouldn't care about Nicholas's master. Coil wanted Nicholas dead. Even disregarding his own injuries and life, he wanted Nicholas dead. Those who could fly wouldn't be slower than him, and Law Kings could now easily crush him. The more he fled, the more dangerous it became. With a flash of thought, Nicholas closed his breath, quickly leaving the busy streets to hide in less populated areas. Simultaneously, in Spirit City, dozens of people arrived. Youths, middle-aged men, errands, each emitting terrifying auras. Citizens of Spirit City were stunned. Leave 10 men here to seal off this city, allowing entry but no exit. Conduct a thorough search. The rest come with me to chase him back. Dead or alive, I want his head. A roar echoed through the streets, shocking everyone. The man was covered in blood, missing an arm. Seeing his face, their hearts skipped a beat. His appearance triggered immense shock and disbelief. Coil was an Aaron of the academy, a renowned 4th-rank alchemist. Javier. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Pill King. Among the 3 Pill Kings of the academy, his master ranked among the top 3, a 5th-rank alchemist, and one of the most fearsome alchemists in Green Prefecture. Who dared to harm him so severely? As they were shocked, the people already moved. The maimed Javier, leading 20 others, exited the city. Based on his guess, the chances of Nicholas entering Spirit City were slim. He would likely flee farther away and return. Thus, he took the main force, dividing them into groups to chase along different routes in the mountains, hunting Nicholas back the way he came. ###Chapter 203, the Xianxia Academy. Hillary left the street, put on a black robe, and did a simple disguise, but a careful observer could still recognize him. After all, disguise techniques aren't foolproof at any time. If he had reached the Koilevenly realm, also known as the semi-divine realm, he could change his bones, height, and even aura using the mental transformation techniques in his mind, turning into a completely different person. Currently, that was impossible for him. The Spirit City was under lockdown. The remaining 6 people had sealed off 3 of the main gates, allowing entry but not exit, while gathering skilled experts within the city to search extensively. Many factions and families in the Spirit City were associated with the academy or relied on it for survival. Mobilizing these forces was not a big deal for the academy. Even Hillary's portrait was plastered everywhere, and a citywide manhunt was underway. But the Spirit City had 4 gates. 3 were sealed, leaving 1 open. However, that gate led directly to the academy. Hillary, in his black robe, used his powerful divine soul force to avoid detection from the search parties and headed towards the east gate, the only way out. Hillary's mind was quick and clear. With the entire city sealed off, his portrait everywhere, and experts hunting for him with orders to kill on sight, going to the academy seemed like the best choice. The 7 Princes Manor, Yongla Gate, First Class Hall, Star Tower, Hong Alliance. All these top-tier powerhouses sent their elites to the academy. These major powers competed openly and secretly, making alliances almost impossible. Billion clearly belonged to the Star Tower camp, while within the academy, there were certainly opposing factions favoring the 7 Princes Manor and Yongla Gate. Similar to a vast empire where everyone follows the ruler but privately competes for resources and power, the same dynamics existed within the academy. Still, there were concerns. Entering the academy wasn't as easy as wishing for it. This was not the recruitment period. The academy's admission standards were extremely strict, but Hillary felt confident he could meet them. However, this wasn't the right time for admissions. How could he enter? With no admissions, entrance was impossible. Alas, another failure. I wonder just how difficult the Divine Gate test is. Even 7th-rank Law Realm cultivators can't pass. Hillary wore a black robe and a simple disguise, heading toward the East Gate. Conversations in the distance caught his attention. Under normal circumstances, anyone under 20 years old at 3rd-rank Law Realm, even 2nd rank, would qualify. Those under 25 at 5th or 6th-rank Law Realm would also be accepted, as well as some special identity candidates below the Law Realm. But entering through the Divine Gate isn't regular recruitment. It's a special selection process, aimed at choosing absolute elites, the creme de la creme. Naturally, the standards are much higher. In the last 10 years, fewer than 30 people have entered the academy through the Divine Gate. The Xianxia Academy was the only sacred institution in Xianxia. Any cultivator with the chance would most likely choose to join here. Tens of thousands of people tested every year, with many attempting the Divine Gate. Only 30 made it through. What an astounding ratio. But this gave Hillary an opportunity. Quintining more closely, he heard the crowd continue. Coleman Yu and Quentin Tianyang failed. They're all terrifying prodigies known far and wide. But they're still not as strong as Anakin, who's already 9th-rank Law Realm at 17. I've heard rumors that when Anakin was born, celestial phenomena appeared. A purple glow spanning 3,000 miles, lotus flowers filling the sky. Coil bathed in Tao light, born with a predestined Tao body. Coil possesses 7th-rank divine bloodline, the predestined Ashlion Lotus. In half an hour, he'll attempt the Divine Gate. This has drawn a lot of attention. If it weren't for Master Billying bringing experts and causing a citywide stir, everyone would gather at the Academy's Divine Gate. I wonder who dared to provoke Master Billying. Regardless, let's see if Anakin can break the Divine Gate record. No one has succeeded this year. The crowd discussed this as they moved toward the East Gate. Hillary followed casually, blending in with them. Coil suppressed his aura, standing unnoticed among some servants. Along the East Gate path, a mountain road extended to the Academy's main entrance. By then, many people had gathered, with a black-clothed man standing in front of them, facing away. Even with his back turned, everyone sensed his uniqueness, a distinguished, unparalleled presence. True to form, he was a 7th-rank divine bloodline holder with the predestined Ashlion Lotus, indeed extraordinary. However, Hillary didn't focus on him but instead gazed at the towering mountain ahead. This high mountain, piercing the clouds, was called Quintongfeng Peak. A massive green light dome enveloped the peak, a formidable protective formation shielding the academy. This array, after rigorous testing, could withstand attacks from multiple peak divine realm cultivators without budging. The mountain guard array was personally set up by the academy's head, the most fearsome existence in Xianxia today. Coilera. Hillary felt a subtle aura. The Dragon Pearl's energy. Graceland mentioned the remaining 2/3 of the second Dragon Pearl were in the academy, likely atop Quintongfeng Peak. But Quintongfeng Peak was the academy's holy mountain, off limits to ordinary people. Below the peak lay the sprawling grounds of the academy, majestic buildings dotting the landscape. Without outer walls, the academy's perimeter was marked by a hollow central peak serving as its gateway. Above the gateway, Xianxia Academy, in grand characters, exuded an air of authority and solemnity. Just glancing at them evoked reverence. Many people quickly looked away, unable to endure the deep Tao intent contained within those words. Even Hillary couldn't gaze at them for long. At his current level, he couldn't communicate with the Tao intent and would be suppressed. Anakin. I hope you can open the divine gate and become the pride of our academy. An errantly voice echoed from the academy. At this, the black-clothed man finally turned, looking straight at the gateway. The 4 characters, Xianxia Academy, began to emit blinding light. Hillary was startled. Could the divine gate test involve communicating with the Tao intent of those characters? If so, it was indeed immensely challenging. Hillary knew he couldn't do it. Chapter 204. The first level, Move the Mountain. A mountain peak had been hollowed out into an arch-shaped gateway. On the gateway, 4 large characters were engraved: Gramjo Kalmagong, Gramjo Academy. At this moment, these 4 characters emitted a blinding radiance. An incomparably thick Tao intent spread out from the characters, and countless people in front were shocked. Under this Tao intent, they felt the world around them grow heavy. The Academy's test is open to anyone below 25 years of age regardless of their cultivation level, but I must warn you beforehand, said an errantly man with white hair as he stepped forward. Coil stood under the gateway, sweeping a dignified gaze over the crowd before continuing. These 4 characters were personally inscribed by our Academy's founding ancestor and are empowered by Maxine's divine power. They contain formidable Tao intent. The test has 3 levels, posing significant risks. Many geniuses have died here. In fact, quite a lot. Those below 7th Law Realm can barely protect themselves, those below 8th Law Realm stand a slight chance, and 9th Law Realm individuals have a high likelihood, but it's only a possibility. The Jace paused and then said, "Everyone, begin now." His stance was clear. The test could lead to death. Below the 7th Law Realm, the chances of death were high, while at the 8th Law Realm, there was a slim opportunity, and at the 9th Law Realm, there was potential, but only potential. As his voice faded, a black-clothed man who had been facing away from everyone made the first move. Coil declared, "I, Anakin, will surely pass through the divine gateway." With a resounding boom, he stepped forward vigorously, heading straight for the gateway. At that moment, the 4 characters on the gateway glowed intensely. The character Qing, Gram, shimmered as if lifting off the gateway, transforming into a blurry golden mountain peak that was immense and overwhelmingly heavy. The edited translation aims to maintain the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Coilera, shone brightly, is changed to glowed intensely, for a more vivid description, and hazy, is adjusted to blurry, to better convey the visual effect described. The structure has been slightly altered to ensure smooth reading. The first level, Move the Mountain, the Aaron's voice announced. Anakin strode forward, his entire body brimming with law power. His arms spread wide, the sleeves of his robe exploding outward as veins bulged. Rise. With a roar, he clutched one corner of the mountain peak. Amidst a rumbling sound, the golden mountain lifted off the ground, moved by him toward the side. The first level, Move the Mountain, required moving the locked mountain, crossing over to the next stage. Very impressive. The white-haired Aaron observed the scene approvingly, nodding. In the past decade, fewer than 30 people had managed to enter through the divine gateway, and the first level alone had blocked countless cultivators. Anakin had moved the mountain within 10 breaths, placing him in the upper middle rank. Very impressive. Amazing, murmured some of those in the back, following which 2 young cultivators also stepped forward, one being at the 8th Law Realm, the other at the 9th. They wanted to give it a try. Stepping through the divine gateway would make them special disciples of the Academy, elites among elites, with significant benefits and intensive training opportunities once admitted. Entering the Academy was already a leap like a carp jumping through the dragon gate. Becoming one of its elite meant soaring to the heights of the 9th sky. Now I understand. Originally thinking his chances were slim, Hillary's eyes flickered, and he too stepped forward, determined to break through the divine gateway and become an Academy disciple. If all 4 characters exerted influence simultaneously, it would far exceed his current limits due to their profound Tao intent. But with just one character acting, the pressure and Tao intent diminished significantly, giving Hillary a better chance. Boom. As he stepped forward, another 9th Law Realm cultivator approached, attempting to move the mountain. But in an instant, he was flung backward. The mountain shook slightly, emitting powerful tremors that the man couldn't withstand, sending him flying backward with blood pouring from his mouth, his face deathly pale and filled with fear. Such terrifying shock force. It nearly tore me apart, he exclaimed in panic. Meanwhile, the 8th Law Realm disciple behind him hugged the mountain peak, causing it to tremble slightly, but failed to move it or open a path forward. The first level tests physical strength along with innate bodily talents, and the pressure varies based on cultivation level, explained the Aaron. For 9th Law Realm cultivators, the challenge tested their limit at that level, while for 8th Law Realm cultivators, it tested their 8th Law Realm limits. Simultaneously, it assessed their physical talent. Clearly, these 2 did not meet the talent requirements. At this point, the Aaron's gaze shifted, noticing a black-robed man walking toward the testing site. However, this man's cultivation was 2nd Law Realm? Not only the Aaron, but many noticed as Hillary advanced, their expressions turning to shock. This guy. The Aaron had been clear. Below the 7th Law Realm was very dangerous with a high chance of death. Below the 8th Law Realm offered a slight chance, and only at the 9th Law Realm did one stand a genuine possibility. Equal talent-wise, 9th Law Realm individuals had much higher odds compared to 8th and 7th Law Realm ones, even with differing pressures due to cultivation differences. This pattern had emerged through numerous tests. But regardless, a 2nd Law Realm cultivator, in everyone's mind, was going to certain death. You won't succeed. The Aaron squinted. At this level, even in regular assessments, entry into the Academy was extremely difficult. Even if someone managed to get in, they would likely be ranked last. I can attempt the test as per Achilles' instructions, and I accept whatever outcome may come, replied Hillary firmly, continuing forward. The Aaron frowned, pausing briefly. Having given his warning, whether or not Hillary lived was no longer his concern. In truth, the Aaron believed this was a sure death sentence. 2nd Law Realm, certainly dead. However, both the crowd and the previously testing 9th Law Realm cultivator, as well as the 8th Law Realm who had managed to slightly move the mountain but failed to open the entrance, sneered. Their laughter was unhidden. In their view, this man was merely seeking attention and disgracing himself. 8th and 9th Law Realms couldn't do it. What made him think he could? Despite the mocking laughter, Hillary did not slow down. Instead, he sped up and reached the base of the mountain peak formed by the Graham character. Given the context, it might be better to specify that Graham is part of the archway's inscription. Despite the mocking laughter, Hillary did not slow down. Instead, under everyone's watchful eyes, his aura radiated as he lifted his arms to clutch the corner of the mountain peak. Dragon blood circulated rapidly through his veins, lending great strength to his arms. Rise. His first roar produced no movement from the mountain. Rise. The second roar caused the mountain to tremble, but still couldn't budge it. Rise. On the third roar, the mountain lifted off the ground but quickly fell back. Hillary could not move the mountain. Ha ha ha. Behind him, mocking laughter erupted, filled with derision. To them, this was nothing more than a joke. Totally immobile. Yet, a few people furrowed their brows. One middle-aged individual remarked curiously, "Did you notice? The mountain didn't move, nor did it fling him away." This simple statement immediately silenced the mockery, transforming the noisy scene into eerie silence. Everyone's expressions changed. Right. Earlier, the 9th Law Realm disciple failed to move the mountain and was directly thrown backward, spitting out blood. Coil hadn't? The 2nd Law Realm cultivator remained standing. ##### translation note. Character names like Anakin, Hillary, Gramjo Academy, Gramjo Kalmagong, etc. are romanized as close to their original Chinese pronunciation as possible while adhering to standard pinyin rules. Chapter 205. Shattering. Unexpected. Absolutely unexpected. Even the white-haired Aaron squinted his eyes, finding it hard to believe that the youth wasn't pushed back. In fact, in his view, a cultivator at the 2nd level of Dermic Realm should have been blown away. But now, he stood motionless. Calculation error. My physical body isn't that of a 2nd level Dermic Realm. Hillary felt the mountain's massive tremor force but had blocked it all. Coil miscalculated slightly. The pressure here varied based on different cultivation levels, but this different cultivation level referred to the differences in physical body strength. Hillary's physical body was at the 3rd level of the indestructible body within the supreme true dragon body. Precisely speaking, his physical body was even more formidable than that of a 9th level Dermic Realm cultivator. The robustness of his body, the blood chi, and the sheer physical power, all were exceptional. Therefore, in his hands, the mountain weighed even more than for Anakin, who was at the 9th level of Dermic Realm. This also proves that my physical body hasn't reached the limit of this realm yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so challenging. Hillary silently noted this, deciding to look for an opportunity to refine his physical body properly. The Azure Dragon Sutra emphasizes both body and dermic method cultivation. Thus, the physical body mustn't lag behind. Since I can't move it, I'll have to take an unconventional approach. Hillary's eyes turned cold. He had to enter the academy. This was his goal. The academy contained things he needed. Moreover, with Javier leading people to chase him down, he had nowhere to go. However, entering the academy as a special disciple would grant him protection under its laws, making Javier wary. This was his path to survival. Open! Coil yelled again, retracting his arm and clenching both hands into fists before delivering relentless punches. Every punch caused a thunderous boom. What is he doing? Behind him, countless spectators stared wide-eyed, transitioning from shock to astonishment. Was this guy attempting to shatter the mountain? From ancient times until today, no one seemed to have attempted this. The Aaron was taken aback for a moment, but didn't stop him since the first test requirement was to pass through the mountain blockade. If he could shatter it, he'd still meet the standard. But this scenario was far more difficult. The mountain was a manifestation of the Tao intent within the character Graham, virtually indestructible. Yet, Hillary's punches came one after another relentlessly. The mountain trembled, and some golden fragments fell off, dissolving into the air as gas. The Aaron narrowed his eyes. Open! Hillary continued shouting, his dragon blood circulating wildly, endowing his punches with boundless force. His fists rained down like stormy winds without a break. Crack! A piercing sound echoed as visible cracks appeared on the mountain and gradually spread. The Aaron's eyes widened. Crack, crack, boom. Under his punches, the mountain's cracks expanded from a single point to encompass the entire mountain. Finally, with a loud explosion, the mountain shattered, transforming into gas and dissipating. The Aaron's body couldn't help but tremble. Those behind him gaped in disbelief, stunned into silence. Hillary turned his head toward the Aaron. Before he could speak, the Aaron said, "You may proceed. You've passed." Hillary smiled faintly, took a deep breath, shook his slightly numb fist, and walked toward the second test. "Achilles, I request another attempt." The failed 9th level Dermic Realm cultivator shouted immediately, his eyes burning with renewed hope. The Aaron shook his head. More difficult. Shattering the mountain required continuous powerful strikes and withstanding the mountain's immense pressure, which most cultivators couldn't achieve. But the 9th level disciple remained unconvinced. If a 2nd level Dermic Realm could do it, why not him? In truth, even some 8th level Dermic Realm and 7th level disciples entertained similar thoughts. We might be able to do it too? Open! The 9th level man rushed forward, standing before the mountain as it reappeared. Coil clenched his fists, muscles bulging, then struck the mountain forcefully just like Hillary. However, upon striking, or rather before fully landing, the mountain trembled violently, sending him flying backward. As he flew back, his fist exploded, bone and flesh scattering, blood splattering horrifically. A broken fist? SS. Instantly, the hopeful expressions of those around him froze, their enthusiasm doused by the chilling sight. Such an attempt was even more perilous. Coil's different. The Aaron's gaze lingered deeper, noting the black-robed youth. Though only at the second level of dermic realm, his physical body was extraordinarily unique and durable, each punch maintaining peak force and growing stronger. That person had an astonishing physical body. However, the second test wasn't about physical prowess but genuine insight. By now, no one dared attempt the first test again. The Aaron flicked his finger, causing the mountain to explode and the character Graham to return to its place. Then, on the gate, the four characters Graham Zhou Academy lit up, with the second character, Zhou, glowing brightly. A silhouette materialized before Hillary, clearly that of an Aaron, sitting cross-legged and exuding immense authority. This test evaluated one's insight into the Tao intent embodied by the Aaron. Anakin was already passed, heading straight to the third test. That person was indeed formidable. Hillary sensed the Aaron's vigorous Tao intent, beyond the grasp of ordinary dermic realm cultivators. Come. The Aaron looked at Hillary, now filled with anticipation. This youth, being only at the second level of dermic realm, would create a miracle if he became a special disciple. But only after passing the first test. The Aaron was unsure about Hillary's abilities in other areas besides his physical body. Nodding, Hillary sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, entered a meditative state, and was enveloped by the golden light extending from the Aaron's figure. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, dozens of breaths passed. The light remained unchanged. The Aaron frowned, unable to succeed. Then he relaxed, thinking, it makes sense. He's only at the second level of dermic realm. His physical body is likely due to some special talent. Failure doesn't matter. In a month, during the official academy examination, this person can join the academy, focusing on physical body cultivation. Before he finished his thought, a peculiar radiance suddenly emanated from ahead. The Aaron's expression changed abruptly as he lifted his head sharply. First glance, he was stunned. Second glance, he was shocked. Third glance, his face turned to awe, followed by trembling. This. Translation notes. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks consistent with the original text. Used appropriate English phrasing to convey the tone and style of the original Chinese narrative. Ensured the translation was natural, fluent, and grammatically correct. Character names such as Hillary, Anakin, and Javier were kept in pinyin to honor the original naming conventions. Chapter 206, Profound Yang True Qi. The Aaron's expression was one of shock and disbelief, his body trembling violently. In fact, at this moment, everyone in the back was also shaking, staring dumbfoundedly at the radiant light emanating from ahead. It was as if they had been struck by an overwhelming force. The sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed one after another. Those who had mocked Hillary earlier now felt like they had been slapped in the face. The people who had thought Hillary's success on the physical realm was mere luck were now almost collapsing from fear. The scene unfolding before them had not been achieved by more than 10 people in the last decade. Today, these few individuals were already renowned throughout Gramzhou and stood at the pinnacle of the academy, being rare geniuses that only appeared once every 100 or 1,000 years. At present, the Aaronly figure composed of light was still seated cross-legged, with golden radiance glaringly bright, containing a terrifying Tao essence. Above the seated golden phantom's head, 3 flowers appeared, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 purple. 3 flowers gathered at the top of the head. This was the peak. In reality, comprehending even 1 flower would meet the standard. 2 flowers were considered outstanding, and 3 blooming flowers signified the pinnacle. Hillary had reached the pinnacle. Coil had pushed to the limits. Second-level dermic realm, an extraordinary physical body, and exceptional insight. With a booming sound, as this thought arose, the mountain ahead resonated. Not where the black-robed youth stood, but Anakin had entered the inner gate. Anakin has met the standards. Coil has successfully passed through the divine gate and is rated Class A, the Aaron loudly announced. Immediately, those who were shocked by Hillary retracted their attention, only to be shocked again. Anakin had successfully passed through the divine gate and was rated Class A, giving him an 80% chance of achieving divinity. Why was it called stepping through the divine gate? Actually, this examination tested various aspects of talent, strength, and comprehension, targeting the requirements of the divine realm. Passing the 3 challenges offered hope for future divinity. Anakin was rated Class A based on comprehensive factors. Excelling in each test earned him an 80% chance of breaking through to the divine realm. Entering the academy brought immense benefits. Geniuses in the academy received countless privileges. In the academy, the more outstanding one was, the more they could excel. It's your turn. The Aaron's excitement flashed momentarily as he looked towards Hillary, intrigued by him. Perhaps today would bring a great harvest, with 2 prodigies entering the academy as special disciples, infusing fresh blood into it. And this one would be a miracle, a special disciple of the second-level dermic realm. Hillary nodded and stood up again, walking forward. The third character lit up momentarily. The third character, Learn. As it appeared in the void, it expanded, eventually becoming glaringly bright. Suddenly, the void trembled, and the word, Learn, transformed into a golden fiery horse charging towards Hillary. Profound Young Fiery Horse. The third challenge, Profound Young Fiery Horse. Smashing 10 horses means passing. Those in the back were also getting excited. Although they hadn't seen Anakin's third test, they were more curious about Hillary. After all, this black-robed youth was of the second-level dermic realm. If he could break through the divine gate at this level, it would create a miracle unseen for 1,000 years. Could he do it? You must be careful. This challenge tests physical body, magical power, comprehension, and Tao heart. Be extremely cautious, the Aaron shouted, wishing for Hillary to succeed. To create that miracle, lower realms meant greater potential for growth. Once in the academy, this person would rapidly grow powerful, quickly gaining fame across Gramzhou. Even if he didn't pass, the Aaron had made up his mind to accept him, even if not as a special disciple. Physical strength and comprehension were both remarkable. This person deserved intensive cultivation. At worst, he could achieve demigod status. Boom. While these thoughts raced through his mind, the profound young fiery horse charged at Hillary. Hillary's fist punched out with all his might. The impact caused the void to explode. But at that instant, Hillary's expression changed. Upon contact, he sensed a profound energy. Profound young fiery horse. Profound young fiery horse. I understand. This is profound young true chi. Hillary's eyes flashed. The horse was formed by Tao essence, filled with profound young true chi, a pure form of fire essence. Absorb. His heart moved silently. Hillary surged forward, striking the horse again. His fist emitted a formidable suction force as the black dragon technique sped up, and his dragon-shaped dantian roared. Boom! The profound young fiery horse exploded, and immediately, a strand of profound young true chi entered his body. Instantly, Hillary's cultivation increased slightly. Indeed, it's profound young true chi, and it's incredibly pure. One strand is equivalent to a precious medicinal plant. More importantly, profound young true chi is much easier to refine compared to medicinal plants. Hillary felt a thrill. Coil hadn't expected the third challenge to offer such unexpected benefits. Be careful, the second and third profound young fiery horses are coming. The Aaron watched closely. When Hillary shattered the first horse, he became even more excited and reminded Hillary loudly. Sure enough, under the Aaron's voice, the galloping sounds resumed as two profound young fiery horses charged over. Knowing he could absorb it, Hillary felt an intense eagerness. Without waiting for the horses to approach, he surged forward. Explode! Chi surged as magical power and physical strength erupted simultaneously. The black dragon technique rotated rapidly, doubling the roaring sound from the dragon-shaped dantian, and the suction force grew even more formidable. Under this force, Hillary's fist hit the profound young fiery horse, easily shattering it. Absorbing the profound young true chi reduced the horse's hardness and impact force, making it much easier for him. Great, very great, absolutely excellent. The Aaron's eyes glowed as two horses were consecutively shattered, his face turning red. Achieving this feat at the second-level dermic realm was already astounding. However, this was far from over. Hillary strode forward as the fourth, fifth, and sixth profound young fiery horses arrived. The sky above resounded with explosions while below, Hillary fiercely pounded upwards. Each descending horse exploded consecutively. From now on, one punch per horse. As he shattered the horses, his cultivation rapidly increased. Breaking through to the third-level dermic realm seemed imminent. But as Hillary prepared to continue, the character, Zhou, dispersed, and the Aaron stepped forward loudly saying, "All right, you've passed. Isn't it supposed to be 10 horses?" Hillary felt his heart sink. Coil wanted to continue absorbing and hoped to break through. "You're too weak. Smashing 6 horses in a row meets the requirement. You have performed excellently in all 3 challenges, rating Class A." This statement left no room for argument. To achieve this at the second-level dermic realm was truly unprecedented. "Please, Achilles, don't let me off easy. It would harm the Academy's rules. I want to follow the rules, even at the cost of my life," Hillary pleaded, feeling invigorated. Coil wanted to fully enjoy this opportunity and was ready to break through. "Don't give me any favors. I don't want special treatment. #### Chapter 207. Special talent. No." The Aaron shook his head. The next time they appeared, 4 horses came at once. Hillary's cultivation was too low, and he felt it was very dangerous. Coil didn't dare to continue. Such a precious gem must not suffer any mishap. Otherwise, the Academy would deeply regret it. Second-layer dermic realm killing 6 Coleman young fiery horses was actually far more terrifying than 9th-layer dermic realm killing 10 of them. In the first 2 rounds, Hillary's performance had been astonishing, and his overall rating might even surpass Anakin's. His rating should be upper Class A, but this rating wouldn't be easily disclosed for protection. Already being Class A was outstanding. "Don't worry, Achilles, really, I'm not afraid. Give me a chance. How can I take shortcuts? What if I don't meet the requirements? What if I'm not a genius?" Whack! Before Hillary could finish speaking, the Aaron slapped him on the buttocks, sending him flying into the mountain gate. 3 stages were the limit. The 4th stage wouldn't glow here. Instead, it would be in the training ground within the Academy. This place did not require a 4th stage. Indeed, good talent and excellent character. What a promising seedling. The Aaron laughed heartily, immensely excited. Below, countless disciples envied him. That black-robed man had skyrocketed, receiving such high praise from the Academy Aaron. Coil would surely rise quickly, eventually becoming famous throughout Gramzhou and beyond. The Academy was Grimsu's holy educational institution and also the only path to Central Plains. Pity, what's that person called again? We should remember his name. Yes, we don't even know who he is, where he comes from, which family, or if he has younger brothers or sisters. If only he had a little sister. A 30-year Jace's eyes gleamed, but if Hillary knew his thoughts, he would probably have slapped him dead. "What are you thinking? Look at how old you are." Academy. After being slapped into the Academy, Hillary calmed down. There was no way around it. He had performed too excellently. Otherwise, he might have directly broken through to 3rd-layer dermic realm. Sighing, he started to observe his surroundings. Coil stood on an open ground surrounded by several mirrors. These mirror surfaces shimmered like water, emitting a mysterious aura. "Congratulations." A cold voice sounded as a black-clothed man, Anakin, stood there. His talent was frightening, and he received a Class A rating. "Same to you." Hillary smiled faintly, knowing that one should not hit a smiling face. "You're slightly inferior to me, but still respectable," Anakin said. Expression cold and unsmiling, yet very serious. Hillary shot him a glance. "Maybe I'm just 1 level higher?" "Impossible." Anakin was confident. "I only showed 80% of my power and got Class A. So even if you're Class A, you're still below me. I, Anakin, am not inferior to anyone. I will sweep this place and stand at the pinnacle, ranking first." Still with that cold demeanor, he was like a block of ice. "Humph, I only used 3/10 of my strength." Hillary swept him a glance. This ice block had some peculiar confidence. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Anakin, the academy would be plunged into eternal night. Anakin turned away, spoke 2 sentences, and then walked forward. Hillary glanced at him. This guy wasn't just confident, he was narcissistic. Anakin approached the mirrors ahead. His body began to glow, exuding a dominant aura that instantly reflected in the mirrors, his silhouette appearing across several of them. Splash! Suddenly, one of the mirrors emitted a dazzling light. On its surface, an alchemy furnace appeared, with 4 tiny suns below it. 4th rank alchemy talent, barely acceptable, but my bloodline isn't fully awakened yet, so I have potential, Anakin's voice sounded. Then the second mirror glowed, revealing a beast with 3 crescent moons below it. Excellent, 3rd rank beast taming talent. I can become a beast trainer, Anakin said, his eyes flickering with excitement. Hillary realized these mirrors detected special talents, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman creation, beast taming, and so on. These required specific cultivation methods to maximize potential. Anakin, 4th rank alchemy talent, 3rd rank beast taming. It wasn't over. The 3rd mirror lit up, revealing a graceful figure. Hillary's eyes widened. Anakin immediately blushed and quickly withdrew his aura, causing the mirror's glow to fade. Do you have a demon charm body? Aren't you a big man? Hillary was truly surprised. A demon charm body usually appears on women, and this guy didn't look enchanting at all. Adam's apple, no breasts, definitely masculine. My mental power is strong, and I possess spiritual techniques close to a demon charm body. Is that not allowed? Anakin blushed for the first time. Coil added, but my alchemy talent is remarkable. 4th rank isn't my limit, but it's still outstanding in the academy. My 3rd rank beast taming is also top-notch, and my potential is limitless. Sorry, I'm versatile. Hillary stared at him. Except for demon charm. Anakin shot him a cold glance, disdain clear in his eyes. Versatile? Not knowing one's place. No one can be versatile. Taking a step, he walked out from the alchemy mirror and disappeared from the open ground, guided by an Aaron outside. With terrifying cultivation talent, exceptional alchemy talent, and top-tier beast taming talent, Anakin would be greatly watched in the academy. Hillary smiled. His aura covered only one mirror, the alchemy path. Earlier, Anakin had shown a furnace symbol on that mirror. Coil didn't want to expose too much, just enough was sufficient. Displaying too much would attract attention, but also jealousy and hostility. After all, he had many enemies in the academy. Dominic, Hyman, Javier, and the Dan King behind them. Everything needed caution. Focusing all his aura, he enveloped one mirror. Instantly, a furnace appeared on it, with 5 small suns below. Hillary smiled and moved forward. As he stepped forward, his face suddenly changed. Next to the furnace, a brush-like symbol appeared, followed by 5 symbols beneath it. Then a beast appeared near the edge of the brush, with 5 moons below it. Talisman creation talent. Beast taming talent. It wasn't over. The mirror continued glowing, but Hillary dared not wait and quickly withdrew his aura, rushing out. Just as he rushed out, a 4th symbol appeared on the mirror, a large iron pot with 9 cloud patterns below it. Chapter 208. Terrifying talent. Walking out from the mirror, outside the door, the white-haired Aaron responsible for the testing stood with Anakin. Hillary walked over there with an unpleasant expression. Coil had never imagined that one mirror could discern several talents at once, exposing him far too much. How was the test? Any special talents? The white-haired Aaron asked with a smile. Anakin glanced at Hillary and replied with a hint of amusement. Coil's versatile. Hillary also glanced at him. Anakin stared back and continued, judging by your face, it seems you didn't do well in versatility. After saying this, he almost laughed, but his cold expression couldn't manage to hold the smile for long. It faded before it appeared fully on his face. In Anakin's view, Hillary's dismal look meant he likely had no special talent and was thus disappointed. Anakin himself excelled as a 4th rank alchemist, 3rd rank beast tamer, and possessed a demonic charm constitution. His talents were outstanding. This boy must be feeling ashamed. The white-haired Aaron seemed to notice this as well. Seeing Hillary emerge with a worried look, it seemed he had gained little benefit from the test. It's okay. Your cultivation talent is excellent. Special talents are not necessary. Let's go. I'll take you to the reception hall, the Aaron said. The Aaron was surnamed Gao, named Hai. Coil led Hillary and Anakin deeper into the complex to collect their identity tokens at the reception hall. Advisor Gao, can those special talents be observed outside? Hillary asked. Advisor Gao smiled and explained, those special talents connect directly to the Alchemy Hall, Artifacts Hall, Dao Talisman Hall, where there are observers. Hillary nodded and added, is it possible they might make a mistake? Coil really didn't want to expose too much. This chance is minuscule, especially since I specifically reminded them that 2 prodigies would come today. They'll be even more meticulous. Advisor Gao added, actually, you needn't worry too much. Special talents are just auxiliary. Ultimately, this world values power. Hillary didn't say much. Under Advisor Gao's guidance, he and Anakin arrived outside a black hall, the reception hall. Outside the hall, many disciples came and went, some noticing Hillary and Anakin. Being escorted by Advisor Gao, it was clear these 2 had successfully passed through the divine gate, a rare feat. Seeing 2 such prodigies in quick succession left everyone in awe. Anakin strutted confidently, enjoying the envious looks from others, glancing mockingly at Hillary who kept his head lowered. Boy, lift your head up. But Hillary only lowered his head further. However, someone still recognized his features. Squinting carefully, this person took out a portrait, comparing it with Hillary, and trembled upon realizing who he saw. Next moment, he dashed away swiftly. The portrait was of Hillary. This disciple had been ordered to hunt Hillary in Spirit City, returning temporarily for private matters, but unexpectedly encountering the fugitive here. What audacity, what incredible audacity. Coil dared to come here after harming Master Javier? The disciple was astonished, unable to believe the culprit was actually in the academy. Go ahead, collect your tokens, attire, and receive instructions about the academy's rules inside the reception hall. Be humble and open to advice. Arrogance is unwelcome. Arriving at the reception hall entrance, Advisor Gao reminded them. The two walked inside. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the academy, within a hall resembling a pill furnace, and Jace turned red-faced with excitement, jumping around. Good, very good. Once they leave the reception hall, I will snatch both of them, especially the black-robed boy, who's a 5th-rank alchemical talent, very rare. There's a chance he could become a pill king. No, we cannot wait until then. We must act immediately. This Jace was an Aaron from the Alchemy Hall, one of the most formidable alchemists below the rank of Pill King. A 5th-rank talent in black robes meant exceptional potential. If guided well, another Pill King could be born. Just as the Alchemy Aaron rushed out excitedly, an Aaronly figure in a bronze-colored hall gazed intently at a water mirror. On its surface, the scene of Hillary's test appeared. The 5 words under the brush image made the Jace's eyes bulge, nearly popping out. Incredible, this is a Dao Talisman genius. 5th rank, 5th rank. We found a gem. The Jace shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Such a prodigy must be snatched away. I must have him learn Dao Talismans from me. I will finally have successors. Atop a mountain peak filled with white apes, spiritual cranes, black tigers, and purple giant wolf demons, a lazy-looking black-robed Aaron reclined, drinking from a wine gourd. Master, didn't you say 2 prodigies are arriving today? Let's see if any could become my new junior brother to play with. A purple-clad girl riding a divine white ape, whose voice carried across the space. Coiler Mount was a powerful spirit realm creature, moving with loud footsteps toward them. The Aaron took another swig of wine and replied, Look, you think finding a beast-taming prodigy is easy? Geniuses worthy of joining Beast Mountain are exceedingly rare. Anything below 3rd rank won't even catch my eye. The purple-clad girl sighed, Indeed. I've followed you since I was 8, for 7 years now, and none. I have no one to play with. Don't waste time playing, focus on practicing. Although beast taming is our main occupation, don't forget cultivation. Greater strength allows better taming. Do you understand, young lady? The purple-clad girl frowned. Old geezer, call me Mitzi or girl. Why little? Where am I small? The Aaron chuckled, drinking while feeling mildly vexed without his apprentice's banter daily. It just felt incomplete, alas. Coil reached into his robe, pulling out a stone mirror. Running his hand over its surface, the mirror lit up showing an image. The Jace's eyes brightened. Interesting, very interesting, 3rd rank indeed. Wait, there's another, 5th rank? Oh my god, let's play. The purple-clad girl pondered whom to find for play when suddenly the Aaron shouted loudly and flew off the peak, disappearing instantly. The purple-clad girl stared speechlessly. Quintontal Gavin, is this Jace insane? What got into him? Coil's always been a bit off, the white ape replied coolly, her voice revealing she was female. Great minds think alike, but perhaps he found something significant. Let's follow and see. In this chapter, Hillary undergoes a mysterious talent assessment and draws attention for his extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, key figures in the academy react fervently, hinting at Hillary's profound impact on various factions within the academy. Chapter 209, The Struggle. In the reception hall, Hillary and Anakin received their tokens and were allocated caves. In the academy, it was common practice to assign cave residences to students. These caves contained spirit springs that could accelerate cultivation. We're neighbors. Hillary glanced at his cave number, which was marked as Cave 3 under Coleman Fong Mountain. Anakin's cave was designated as Cave 4 under Coleman Fong Mountain. Humph. Anakin cast a disdainful glance at Hillary and maintained his cold demeanor, even appearing somewhat aloof, as if it were embarrassing for Hillary to be near him. Turning away, Hillary didn't bother with him. This guy was overly narcissistic, truly thinking himself incredible. At this moment, an Aaronly man dressed in elegant robes with a serious and somewhat rigid expression approached them, imparting instructions on the importance of various rules in the academy. Violators would surely be punished. Both Hillary and Anakin nodded repeatedly. Where? A black-robed Aaron rushed in. His black robe adorned with a golden thread-patterned alchemy furnace on the chest. The old stern-faced man furrowed his brows but quickly relaxed. This was one of the heads of the Alchemy Hall, a 4th-rank great alchemist, holding a very high position. I'm looking for you, Anakin said with a smile, displaying an air of self-satisfaction as he stood up and looked at the hurried Aaron. The Aaron was a head of the Alchemy Hall, while Anakin possessed a 4th-rank alchemy talent, a rare and outstanding trait. The Aaron's excitement made perfect sense. Are you an alchemist? Asked the stern-faced Aaron. 4th-rank alchemy talent, Anakin proudly stated. This was indeed worthy of pride, given its rarity. The stern-faced Aaron scrutinized Anakin more closely, feeling awed. A peerless genius who had crossed the divine gate and also a formidable alchemist, his future was destined to be boundlessly glorious. Suddenly, the black-robed Aaron arrived, and Anakin was already facing him with a smile, even bowing. But in the next moment, the Aaron walked right past him. Anakin froze on the spot. The Aaron didn't even look at him. Startled, Anakin quickly turned around and saw the Aaron rush to Hillary's side, circling him and examining him closely. Anakin was even more taken aback. Tisk, TSK. Excellent, excellent. The Aaron laughed, his laughter filled with excitement and admiration. His eyes sparkled like he had just encountered a priceless treasure. 5th rank, 5th rank. Boy, come with me. I'll cultivate you and help you ascend to the rank of Pill King. The Jace extended his invitation. Cultivating a future Pill King was a supreme achievement for him, and Hillary's rise to that level would bring him countless benefits. This statement made Anakin's eyes widen, the arrogance in his eyes vanishing instantly. Coil couldn't speak as he stared at Hillary. 5th rank? This guy is 5th rank, with the potential to become a Pill King? Above me? The stern-faced Aaron's body involuntarily shook. What kind of monster is this? How can someone be so outstanding? Crossing the divine gate was frightening enough, and now this exceptional talent in alchemy. I thought you were impressive enough, but it turns out he's even more formidable. A Pill King, the stern-faced Aaron said to Anakin. A Pill King was extremely rare. In the entire academy and even all of Gramjo, there were only 3, all residing in the inner academy, holding incredibly high status. This kid was going to be the 4th. Go! Suddenly, the black-robed Aaron's face changed, not asking if Hillary agreed or refused. Divine power erupted, and they flew off without using the main entrance but a side door. The Aaron didn't even acknowledge Anakin, who tried to volunteer himself. This intensified Anakin's sense of failure. Outside the reception hall, another loud noise echoed as an Aaron with messy hair arrived. Scanning the area, his heart sank. Coil was taken by Yates, the alchemy hall master, explained the stern-faced Aaron, equally shocked. Does that boy have Dao symbol talent too? The messy-haired Aaron gritted his teeth in frustration. Too late, just a step too late. Damn. Muttering curses, he sped off after them through the side door. Just then, a third Aaron arrived, more domineering with immense aura. After a quick glance, his eyes widened too. The stern-faced Aaron was stunned, immediately greeting him respectfully. Taken by the alchemy hall, Coil was polite to alchemists and Dao symbol masters, but this Aaron commanded reverence. Coil was a beast trainer and a terrifying expert, one of the top figures in the outer academy. Beast trainers were powerful themselves and could command numerous beasts, making battles against them incredibly difficult, thus ensuring their revered status. The Aaron was unhappy, cursing, damn, did those alchemists want to die? Trying to snatch my disciple? Let me teach them a lesson. The stern-faced Aaron shuddered. If the previous Aaron said this, he would consider it a vent of frustration, but this Jace might really mean it. Young man, come with me, be my third disciple. Although you're far behind that kid, you still meet my basic requirements. Anakin was brought along incidentally, but at this point, his sense of defeat reached its peak. So, that guy isn't just terrifyingly good at alchemy but also in beast training, surpassing him greatly, and that messy-haired Aaron must represent another talent. Omnipotent? Coil claims to be omnipotent. Could it be? Thinking back to his earlier smugness, arrogance, Anakin felt a burning shame, as if slapped multiple times across the face. If Coil even had not given birth to Anakin, the academy would have been in eternal darkness. Anakin felt he had no face left to show that boy. Meanwhile, tranquility hadn't returned to the reception hall. After those people left, a frail Jace slowly walked in. The stern-faced Aaron's heart pounded. Coil approached even more respectfully than he did the Beast Master, kneeling down. Greetings, Master. The frail Jace looked younger than the stern-faced Aaron but was of higher seniority, being his teacher. Who took that black-robed young man? The Jace was calm and composed. The Alchemy Hall, replied the stern-faced Aaron, startled. Even his teacher noticed that kid. How fearsome must he be? Go to the Alchemy Hall and have them send him here. The frail Jace sat down and calmly instructed. Then he raised his hand and threw a purple gold token. I've decided on this person. The stern-faced Aaron accepted the token, his shock growing. His teacher's determination was unwavering, showing utmost regard for that kid. Over the years, his teacher had favored only 3 people, of whom he was one, albeit the most ordinary among them. The second had terrifying talent and was already in Zhongzhou. The third died in battle, angering the teacher to the point of annihilating 3 first-rate powers. The black-robed youth was the 4th, and the teacher had even used his personal purple gold token, emphasizing even more significance compared to the previous 3. This black-robed youth was indeed remarkable. Chapter 210. The Ignatius Suppresses. The Aaron from the Alchemy Hall sped off with Hillary, racing towards the Alchemy Hall as quickly as possible. After all, this was the future Xyler, and he couldn't afford to neglect such a significant talent. My name is Yates. From now on, you will follow me to learn alchemy. I will teach you everything I know as if you were my own child, Master Alchemist Yates said, visibly excited. Coil was the first to arrive, and had secured this prodigy for himself. Moreover, looking at the urgency of those few individuals, this boy must have terrifying abilities in other aspects too. Truly, this was a precious find. Hillary, however, remarked, Master, did I agree to anything? Coil had been brought here by force. Whether you agree or not doesn't matter. I have decided that you will stay with me. Yates's tone was imperious, and even if it meant forcing the boy, he would keep him. This prize could not be taken away by anyone. Soon, they approached the Alchemy Hall, and a smile appeared on the Jace's face. However, just then, several figures rushed out from outside the Alchemy Hall. Leading them was Javier, his body covered in blood, an arm severed, and his expression icy cold as he stared at them. Javier. Yates was surprised. Coil didn't yet know about Javier's misfortune and was alarmed by the sight of him. While Yates and Javier weren't particularly close, their relationship wasn't bad either. After all, Javier's master was in Xyler, someone most people couldn't afford to offend. Thank you, Yates. Javier stepped forward and smiled, though his smile was as cold as ice. Yates frowned. Something was clearly wrong. No need for thanks. I'm also a member of the Alchemy Hall and naturally work for its benefit. Not exactly. From now on, this person belongs to me. I intend to eliminate him. Javier's eyes locked onto Hillary, revealing undisguised malice. Yates's frown deepened. This young man has an extraordinary 5th-grade alchemy aptitude, a rare talent, potentially a future Xyler. And Xyler? Javier's eyes flickered in disbelief but quickly concealed it, showing even more chilling hostility. This kid's potential was boundless, but precisely because of that, he had to get rid of him to prevent future troubles. Regardless of his talent, he must die. Javier clenched his teeth. These injuries, this severed arm, they are all his doing. Coil tried to harm an Aaron and deserves death according to the law. Yates was shocked and turned to look at Hillary, whose expression had turned cold, indicating the truthfulness of the claims. Yates, with what he has done to me, My master wouldn't allow him a chance, Javier reiterated coldly. Yates's frown deepened further. With the Xyler's authority behind Javier, there was no room for resistance. The Xyler could decide his fate. Looking at Hillary again, regret showed in his eyes. Coyle waited a moment as Javier advanced with his sword, then asked, "Is there no possibility?" Javier's resolve was firm. Not until death. Yates took a deep breath, displaying his resignation, then glanced back at Hillary subtly. Hillary looked at him and nodded. Behind them, others appreciated Hillary's talent, and Yates had delayed and hinted, achieving the best he could under the circumstances. As for treating Hillary like his own son, that could be taken with a grain of salt. They weren't related, and there was no particular bond. Would anyone risk their life for a stranger? A loud boom echoed as Yates retreated. At that moment, Hillary darted backward swiftly, but Javier's sword cut towards him just as fast. Simultaneously, the few Ignatius blocked Hillary's retreat path. The sword strike arrived. With no way to escape, Hillary quickly drew his dragon-patterned saber, clashing fiercely with the sword. The sound of impact reverberated. At the same time, he hurled his identification token, shouting, "I pass through the divine gate and am a formal disciple of the Academy. Academy laws protect me. You have no right to kill me." Another wave of sword light came, and Javier raged. "You are malicious and dishonorable. Disciples like you are a blight on the Academy. Killing you would be a service, not a crime. I am a disciple of the Xyler." The last statement was critical. Being an Xyler's disciple, he had considerable sway under the Academy's laws. Even if punished, it would be lenient. Besides, with one arm severed and his lifespan drastically reduced, what did he care for any loss? His sole focus was killing Hillary. With several Ignatius imposing aura suppressing him, Hillary, restricted and weakened, could only watch as Javier's blade left a glaring wound on his arm. His saber flew away. Hillary lifted his head, his face frozen with cold fury. Coyle realized another fact. Rules in the Academy only applied to the weak. For the strong, they were mere trivialities. One Xyler could change everything. Another sword strike approached, heading straight for his chest, accompanied by the Ignatius' overwhelming pressure. Once again, Hillary was restrained. The pressure slowed his movements and weakened his defenses, allowing the sword to pierce his chest, spraying blood. Deep enough to see bone. "You've got real guts, boy. I chased you for hundreds of miles, sealed off Spirit City, but never thought you'd dare come to the Academy. But you think being here makes you safe? You believe becoming an Academy disciple means I can't touch you? Let me tell you, this is my territory. Here, you're like a fish in a jar. So what if you have great talent and immense potential? If I want you dead, you will die." Consumed by hatred, Javier advanced, his sword gleaming menacingly, ready to deliver a fatal blow aimed at Hillary's shoulder. Coyle wanted to sever Hillary's arm in return for his own lost limb. At that moment, Hillary's expression changed dramatically. As he tried to muster all his strength, the Ignatius pressure descended upon him, pressing down heavily like mountains. The sword drew closer. Hillary's eyes turned bloodshot, and his magical power exploded with a booming sound but couldn't break free. Given his current strength, he couldn't contend with the Ignatius. Especially not multiple Ignatius. The sword was almost upon him, its frigid edge reflecting the cruel laughter of Javier. And it struck. A spray of bright red blood gushed out. Hillary let out a stifled groan, but his arm was not severed. In reality, the sword had stopped an inch before him, gripped by a bloodied hand. Hillary's left hand. Chapter 211. Azure Reversing Dragon Scale. Hillary grabbed the sharp sword with his left hand, the blade slicing deep into his palm, nearly severing it. Blood spurted out uncontrollably. "Brat, are you now regretting pursuing and attempting to kill me?" Watching the blood spray and Hillary's pained expression, Javier sneered cruelly. Coyle was not in a hurry, nor did he want Hillary to die too soon. Killing someone was easy. Destroying one's soul and spirit was far more difficult. Coyle wanted to torture Hillary, slash him 100 times, crush his Tao heart, torment his divine soul, and let him bleed and suffer as he awaited death. "I regret." Hillary's body trembled, soaked in blood. Coyle lifted his head, staring at Javier standing before him, and said, "I regret not killing you." With a thunderous sound, as his voice fell silent, a scale appeared on Hillary's brow. Reversing Dragon Scale. A secret technique that burns one's bloodline. However, this time the scale was azure. Black for the first level, azure for the second, releasing even greater power but burning the bloodline more terrifyingly, with greater backlash. But at this moment, Hillary couldn't care less. As the azure scale appeared, his aura suddenly became terrifying. In this terrifying state, ignoring the pain and disregarding the sword in his palm, he charged forward forcefully. Using the secret technique, he broke through the Law King's pressure, moving forward. A booming sound echoed, the wind roaring fiercely. Javier was still sneering cruelly when the sudden burst of energy and Hillary's forceful charge caught him off guard, sending him recoiling sharply. At the same time, ignoring his wounds, the azure scale emitted blinding light, and Hillary lunged forward again, delivering a powerful palm strike. The coil-even cleaving palm. Not good. Several Law Kings' faces changed drastically. They never imagined Hillary could break free from their suppression and charge forward. At this moment, Javier also sensed the horror as the massive palm pressed down, seemingly aiming to crush him into pieces. With a thunderous crash, the palm descended, the golden palm print shaking the void violently, creating terrible cracks in the ground. Blood sprayed, and a wretched cry pierced the air. But at the critical moment, another Law King seized Javier firmly, pulling him away just in time. Still, Javier was covered in blood, sustaining grave injuries. His heart raced, drenched in sweat, terrified to the core, breathing heavily. After a long while, he lifted his head again. His eyes were bloodshot, like those of a demon. "Kill him!" Coyle roared, emitting a shrill, high-pitched scream, clearly torn apart by rage. Boom. In response to his command, a Law King rushed forward, unleashing formidable mana, and punched fiercely towards Hillary. Open. Roaring like thunder, burning with secret techniques, Hillary was utterly possessed by madness, his strength surging. A blood-colored dragon shadow appeared behind him. The blood-colored dragon followed him forward, colliding with the Law King's punch. Roar. The ancient dragon's roar reverberated, Hillary's punch releasing all his essence, cultivation, and mana. But under the Law King's formidable force, he was still forced back, the already wounded body bleeding even more profusely. However, he only retreated 3 steps before steadying himself, his aura remaining formidable. This stunned the Law King greatly. Being at the peak of the Dermic realm, facing an opponent only at the second stage of Dermic realm who could withstand his punch? It was simply unimaginable and unbelievable. Do not wait, attack together, finish him. Javier also sensed the danger. This boy was truly monstrous. Delay would cause changes, and he did not wish to wait. Those few Law Kings hardened their resolve and immediately rushed forward, their 4 fearsome mana powers converging on Hillary. Hillary used his utmost effort, burning secret techniques to barely hold off one Law King. Facing 4 together, he had absolutely no chance now. But the 4 massive powers locked onto him tightly, like being imprisoned, making it impossible for him to dodge or struggle or counterattack. Waiting for death. Boom. The 4 huge powers converged in a combined blow, but at the critical moment, an errantly man with messy hair arrived with a boom. His aura vast, he fiercely unleashed a palm strike, the wind sweeping away the fearsome powers of the 4 Law Kings. Even under this palm wind, the 4 Law Kings trembled continuously, unable to resist retreating a step. All 4 retreated, 1 against 4, and just a single palm at that, even hastily delivered by the Jace upon arrival. The Jace was terrifying. This was a deity. Dao Seal Master Ahmed. The 4 Law Kings' faces changed drastically. Looking at the newcomer, they instantly retreated again, and Javier's face also changed. Meanwhile, Yates secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Coil could not protect Hillary, nor bring him into the alchemy hall. But such an exceptional genius, an unparalleled raw talent, he really did not want to see fall. Even if not in his hands, he hoped for his growth. At the same time, the Aaron with messy hair scowled, coldly rebuking. What is your intention? Did your alchemy hall take this genius to harm him? That's truly wonderful. Ahmed, this is our alchemy hall's matter, unrelated to your Dao Seal hall. Best not meddle in my affairs. Javier snarled. Sorry, starting now, Hillary belongs to our Dao Seal hall, a 5th-ranked Dao Seal talent. I am determined to have him. The Aaron with messy hair, named Ahmed, responsible for the Outer Court's Dao Seal hall, now stood resolutely before Hillary. These words made Javier and the 4 Law Kings widen their eyes and tremble violently. 5th-ranked Dao Seal talent? Elixir Master talent? And even Symbol Master talent? They looked at Hillary, utterly shocked and fearful. What kind of monster was this? Indeed, even Yates felt waves of astonishment, secretly gasping. This boy was beyond imagination. Coil had thought Hillary's other talents were formidable, but never expected them to be this terrifying. Equal to Elixir Dao talent, an unparalleled prodigy. Junel Peak of Gramzhou. So what if he is my master's designated target to kill? You, a 4th-ranked Dao Seal Master, may not be able to protect him. Javier's voice grew even sharper. The more extraordinary Hillary became, the more urgent it was to eliminate him due to fear and because he was Han's son, with significant implications. His master would absolutely not allow Hillary to live. Elixir Master has come. We must protect this person. Amidst the standoff, another aged voice echoed, and an Jace with gray hair and a wineskin at his waist landed nearby. Looking forward, his voice heavy. Simultaneously, this caused Javier and the 4 Law Kings to tremble again. Beast Tamer, Hampton. This was one of the most terrifying figures in the Outer Court. Coil, too, stepped up for Hillary? Chapter 212, Intimidation by Authority. Dao Talisman Master Ahmed and Beast Tamer Hampton, both were renowned figures in the outer courtyard of this academy, commanding respect and authority. Indeed, the commotion here had attracted many people. Numerous disciples were gathered nearby, shocked due to Hillary's incident. Who could cause such a significant stir? A 4th-rank alchemy master from the Elixir Hall and disciple of Pilking, along with 4 Ignatius wanted to kill him, while Dao Talisman Masters and Beast Tamers sought to protect him. Boom, boom. As more people arrived, drawn to the scene, a purple-robed girl caught everyone's attention. She was riding on the neck of a massive white ape. The white ape stood as tall as 3 men, exuding a terrifying aura. With each heavy footfall, the ground shook. Immediately, those disciples retreated further, for this girl was a famous prodigy of the academy. Coiler tamed beast, the white ape, was a powerful deity realm fiend beast, feared by even Aarons. Crucially, she was notorious for being a troublemaker, known as Quintontal Demonis in the hearts of many disciples. Quintontal 3, do you know why old man only has 1 disciple like me, yet you're ranked 3rd? The purple-robed girl looked down from above. Below stood a man in black, who currently looked extremely uncomfortable, held between the fingers of the white ape. It was clearly Anakin. Please don't call me Quintontal 3. Anakin detested this nickname. Coil had resisted it multiple times, but always been overpowered. Not just by the fearsome deity realm white ape, even the seemingly delicate girl could land a punch that left him speechless. Later, he learned from surrounding conversations that this frail-looking girl was one of the 13 greats of the outer courtyard, ranked 7th if not including the fiend beasts. But counting the fiend beasts, she dared to beat up even Aarons. Gramzhou Academy indeed harbored dragons and tigers. Anakin's pride was once again suppressed. This place was different from what he had imagined. Despite his incredible talent, there were far more formidable individuals here. All right, Quintontal 3 son, added the purple-robed girl. Anakin wanted to shout in frustration, but under the white ape's glare, he helplessly swallowed back his anger. I'm the senior sister, your quintontal 3 son. An old man has left the second position for that guy because of his remarkable talent in beast taming, Ashley said coolly. People around listened intently as Ashley continued. Coil must have similar talent for beast taming as me. Otherwise, old man wouldn't have done this. 5th rank. Beside her, an Aaron approached, High Achilles, who welcomed them at the gate. Upon hearing Ashley's words, he sucked in a deep breath. Ashley indeed possessed 5th rank beast taming talent. Hillary's display of talent outside the gate and his ruthless entrance through the divine gate had already stunned High Achilles. Now alchemy, Tao talismans, and beast taming were all equally extraordinary. This was truly a once-in-a-millennium talent. 5th rank. Anakin's mind buzzed in disbelief. Alchemy, Tao talismans, beast taming. That guy surpassed him in everything. No, my cultivation talent isn't too bad either. Anakin finally found something to console himself. Actually, he is only at the 2nd level of Dermic Realm, yet he managed to pass the divine gate with an A rating. Not only that, he achieved a perfect 3-flower gather top in the 2nd stage. High Achilles remarked. Anakin, let me live, okay? People around were dumbfounded as these voices reached Javier and the few Ignatius. Instantly, they were stunned, terrified. Pilking's talent, Kevin's talent, and now 5th rank beast taming talent. How did this kid come into existence? Moreover, at the 2nd level of Dermic Realm, he passed the divine gate with an A rating and achieved a perfect 3-flower gather top. This was exceedingly rare. Too terrifying. Truly the first all-round prodigy of the outer courtyard. Not just them. Yates trembled, almost collapsing. Coil had underestimated Hillary, even giving him high ratings initially still fell short. And that Jace from the Tao Talisman Hall, Ahmed, eyes sparkling with excitement, fixated on Hillary. This kid was a gem worth seizing at any cost. I will definitely protect him. The Jace hanging a wineskin was the top beast tamer of the outer courtyard, also one of the elite masters. Coil declared, even if Pilking comes, I won't allow it. Over so many years, only Ashley had achieved 5th rank, nurtured by him for 8 years, acquiring formidable beast taming skills. Hillary was the second such talent he had encountered. Javier clenched his teeth, filled with shock and dread. Allowing Hillary to live would indeed be an unparalleled disaster. But leaving him alive seemed like a no-win situation. Tao Talisman Master Ahmed and Beast Tamer Hampton were both illustrious figures in the outer courtyard. Alone, Javier couldn't move Hillary. I want him. In his despair, a thunderous voice echoed, shaking the very heavens. Then, a craggy-faced Jace, dressed in white and exuding an air of a sage, descended slowly from the sky. Upon landing, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Ahmed and Hampton exchanged looks and swiftly retreated, one pulling Hillary aside. Simultaneously, 4 light symbols surged in the sky, locking the space. Master! Initially helpless, despondent, and wary, Javier's expression turned grim upon seeing the Aaron. This Aaron was one of the 3 great pill masters of Gramjo. His master, Cornelius. This boy I take. Cornelius landed, looking ahead. As an inner courtyard Aaron and one of the 3 great pill masters of Gramjo, he possessed power surpassing Ahmed and Hampton. Despite Hampton's bravado, he truly needed to be cautious in front of Pilking. Pilking, this boy shows extraordinary talent in beast taming, ranks top in Tao talismans, and excels in alchemy. Can you give him a chance? Hampton softened his tone, putting aside his pride. Do you know he is Han's son? Do you know my relationship with Han? Do you know why my disciple wants to kill him? Cornelius stood calmly after fully descending. His voice, though calm, resonated powerfully in everyone's minds, radiating immense authority. Even Ahmed and Hampton's expressions changed drastically, feeling pressured. As for the less powerful Aarons, disciples, and even the Ignatius, they trembled uncontrollably, almost collapsing. This was the force. Intimidation by authority. Authority represented the expansion and mutation of intention, making it far more potent than the true intent realm. While intent 凝聚自身精气神, 爆发出可怕之力, should be revised to. While intent is about focusing one's essence, energy, and spirit to unleash terrifying power. This revision ensures the sentence reads naturally in English and accurately conveys the meaning of the original text. Momentum can 凝聚自己的力量, and also borrow the mighty force of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Momentum can harness one's own power and also borrow the immense force of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Momentum can consolidate one's own strength and also harness the great power of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Momentum can not only concentrate one's own power, but also borrow the immense force of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. Momentum can both concentrate one's own power and borrow the immense force of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. The most natural and fluent version would be, momentum can both concentrate one's own power and borrow the immense force of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. This sentence accurately conveys the meaning of the original text, reads naturally in English, and maintains consistency in terminology and style. Note, shown to direct translation, the final 2 sentences may seem out of place. Koilera is a revised version for better clarity. While intent focuses on gathering one's own essence, spirit, and chi to unleash tremendous power, momentum can not only concentrate one's strength, but also harness the immense forces of heaven and earth, capable of moving mountains and reversing seas. Chapter 213. The Kalmang Huang Jade Pendant. Indeed, the Xyler was terrifying, both in alchemy and cultivation. Having comprehended the greater principles, his might could yajur all. But Tao Talisman Master Ahmed lifted his head and said, Han's name is renowned. He once felled 3 deities with a single strike, but it was also an act out of desperation. To judge his sin based on that, I think, is excessive. You don't understand. The Xyler left behind these 3 words, which struck like 3 bolts of thunder beside Ahmed's ears, causing his face to turn pale, his body to tremble, and his blood chi to churn violently. The Xyler glanced at him as a warning. My word is final and cannot be refused. If I say he is guilty, then he is guilty. Where is the Academy law? Hampton spoke up. His realm was deeper, making him the one closest to the Xyler here. In my heart, Hicks responded again. His father killed 3 deities of the Academy, committing a grave error. His son maimed my disciple's arm, cutting off his future. According to the Academy law, how should this be dealt with? In the past, he was not an Academy student, and now he is a special genius of the Academy. You can't equate the two, Hampton said once more. In that case, expel him from the Academy, and let me kill him. The tone was domineering, without any politeness. A heavy pressure descended, shaking the entire area. Hampton's body trembled, the ground beneath his feet sinking as the Xyler's overwhelming power suppressed him. You Jace, that's unreasonable. A clear voice rang out. Cheryl said, if they fought, just let your disciple fight outside. What are you doing coming out? Isn't this bullying? Hold your tongue. Hampton reprimanded. The Xyler cast a glance at them, and it seemed as if the void was torn apart, causing a tremendous crisis to suddenly fall upon Cheryl, changing her expression. Roar. The white ape roared, throwing Anakin aside and then striking forward with its powerful fists. Rumble. The void violently shook, and the divine beast retreated several steps, its fists bleeding. However, the Xyler's pressure remained, crushing down mercilessly. The white ape's bones trembled, its body shrinking and transforming into a girl dressed in white with white hair, her face cold and blood trickling from her mouth. Cheryl had already fallen to the ground, unable to stand under the immense pressure, feeling as if she were being crushed by a mountain. Xyler! Hampton called out sternly. With a loud boom, his body flickered as he stood before the white ape, his aura surging. Even 3 large beast projections appeared behind him, a lion, a tiger, and a wolf. This wasn't lineage but a secret art to borrow the power of great beasts. A beast tamer doesn't just tame beasts, they can also control them, signing unique contracts to harness their power for themselves. The child speaks innocently. A child isn't worth such a response, Hampton said coldly. Hierarchy must be respected. This is the rule. The Xyler stood with his hands behind his back. From start to finish, he hadn't moved but had already suppressed everything. The Academy law cannot be violated. If you violate it, then we will fight to the death. Hampton declared defiantly. Though he knew he couldn't win, he no longer feared it. If you harm my disciple, I will fight you. Kill me first, then harm my disciple. You are the Xyler, high above all, but this Academy isn't under your absolute control. There are still those who can challenge you. Even in the outer courtyard, there are those brave enough to confront you. The Xyler glanced at him and didn't say more. Dealing with Hampton would indeed be troublesome. Coyle retracted his pressure and turned to stare at Hillary. At this moment, Hillary's eyes glinted coldly. Coyle stared at the Xyler and asked in a deep voice, is the yellow jade pendant on you? Coyle sensed the aura of the jade, which belonged to his father. Blood runs thicker than water. He wouldn't mistake it. It was a precious treasure and a communication jade. His father had once said that finding his mother depended on this jade. Yes, the Xyler replied calmly. With a wave of his hand, 2 colors of aura flowed, revealing a pendant with dual fish motifs. One fish was green, containing terrifying wind power, and the other yellow, exuding a faint fragrance that could transmit sound over vast distances. 1 dot of wind power breaks through, while the yellow fish sends a message across thousands of miles. The yellow jade pendant, also known as the Jonal fish pendant, was a token of affection between his parents. Father once said, this item is as precious as life. Unless absolutely necessary or under duress, he would never part with this jade, nor give it to anyone. When your father acted recklessly in the past, I personally subdued him and took this jade pendant, Hicks added. Hillary clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves. The Xyler glanced at him and continued. I nearly shattered his dantian with 3 punches. Fortunately, he had a large fortune, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of vital blood before escaping down a cliff. Hillary's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with waves of murderous intent. I once said that all members of the E family are sinful, and anyone who appears, I will kill, Hicks laughed, as if recounting a trivial matter. You old bastard. Hillary rushed forward in a fit of rage. No, he's provoking you. Hampton and Ahmed shouted together. Hillary's talent was too terrifying, and the Xyler's hesitation was partly due to fear. After all, the Academy wasn't completely under his control, and he couldn't dictate everything. But if Hillary attacked the Xyler, the latter subduing, killing, or annihilating him would be reasonable. At least, it gave him an excuse. In fact, as Hillary moved, the calm Jace raised his hand, a cold smile flashing across his lips. Javier, standing beside him, looked extremely cold and evil. Coiler Master's goal was achieved. Killing this person would take only a hand's movement. This kid finally met his end. Boom. A loud noise erupted as Hillary was slammed to the ground mid-rush, the earth exploding around him. His body emitted the sound of bones breaking, sinking into the ground with blood gushing out. Facing Hicks, he lacked even the qualifications to lift his head. The gap between them was immense. I originally planned to educate you verbally and give you a chance to live, but you harbored murderous intent towards me. Such disrespect leaves me no choice but to expel you from the Academy and punish you as a traitor to heaven. Hicks's voice rang out, intensifying the pressure further. Hillary, already severely injured, bled profusely. Those watching around helplessly shook their heads, knowing no one could stop or save him. Great Xyler. At this moment, a voice boomed as an ancient Aaron arrived. Despite still being 100 meters away, he thrust a purple light forward. With a bang, a purple token appeared above Hillary, radiating brilliant light, instantly blocking most of the Xyler's pressure. Hillary's pressure was significantly reduced. The Xyler's face changed, revealing a hint of wariness. Now close, the Aaronly man glanced at Hillary, then cupped his hands toward the Xyler. Great Xyler, please show mercy. My master wishes to take this person. You don't understand. The Xyler retorted with 3 words, which echoed like thunderclaps in Ahmed's ears, causing his face to turn pale, body to tremble, and chi and blood to surge violently. The Xyler cast a warning glance at him. My word cannot be refused. If I say he bears sin, then it is so. Where does the law of the academy stand? Hampton spoke up. Being slightly higher in cultivation and closest to the Xyler here, he had more authority. It lies within my heart. Hicks responded again. His father killed 3 deities in the academy, committing grave sins, and his son crippled my disciple, severing his path of life. How should the academy's laws handle this? Coyle wasn't an academy student back then, and now he is a special prodigy, not to be treated the same. Hampton replied. Then expel him from the academy. Let me kill him. The tone was tyrannical and without courtesy. The oppressive aura caused the area to shake dramatically. Hampton's body trembled. The ground beneath his feet sank, as the Xyler, with formidable power, suppressed him. You Jace, how unreasonable can you be? A clear voice rang out. Cheryl remarked, if they fought against your disciple, just let them fight outside. Why do you interfere? Isn't that bullying? Hold your tongue. Hampton reprimanded. As for the Xyler, his gaze, tearing through space, instantly dropped a wave of immense peril on Cheryl, who changed expressions abruptly. Roar. A white ape roared, hurling Anakin away while 2 massive fists pounded forward. Rumble. Space convulsed violently. A divine beast continuously retreated, its fists bleeding, yet the Xyler's oppressive power remained, relentlessly crushing down. The white ape's bones quaked, shrinking, transforming from a huge ape into a white-clad maiden with white hair. Coiler's expression was cold, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. Cheryl lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise under the pressure, as if crushed by a mountain. Xyler! Hampton bellowed loudly, a thunderous explosion accompanying his sudden appearance before the white ape. His aura surged in extraordinary strength. Even behind him, the shadows of 3 great beasts appeared, a lion, a tiger, and a wolf. This wasn't lineage but a secret technique to borrow the power of great beasts. Animal Taming Master did not merely tame beasts. They could command them and sign unique contracts, borrowing their powers. A child speaks freely, not worth such measures, Hampton said coldly. Hierarchy must be respected. This is the rule. The Xyler stood with hands clasped behind his back, having subdued everything without even moving. The Academy's laws must not be violated. If you infringe, we will fight to the death. Hampton asserted boldly, although knowing he couldn't win, no longer fearing any action taken against his disciple. You are the Xyler, high above, but this academy is not entirely under your control. There are those who dare to challenge you, even within the outer court. The Xyler glanced at him but didn't continue speaking. Dealing with Hampton would indeed bring trouble. Coyle withdrew the pressure and turned to stare at Hillary. At this moment, Hillary's eyes were cold with icy intensity. Coyle stared at the Xyler and asked gravely, "The calming Huang jade is with you?" Coyle sensed the presence of that jade, which belonged to his father. Blood ties could not lie. It was a secret treasure, also a message-transmitting jade. His father once said this jade held the key to finding his mother. Yes. The Xyler remained calm. With a gesture, calming Huang Qi flowed, revealing a pendant, a twin fish jade pendant. One fish was green, containing formidable xuan, dark, wind power. With a touch, it could unleash 10,000-foot winds. One fish was yellow, golden, and lustrous, emitting a faint fragrance. This fish could transmit messages over thousands of miles, holding hope to find his mother. A touch breaks the dark wind. Fragrant yellow travels 1,000 miles. The calming Huang jade pendant, also known as the twin fish jade pendant, symbolized the love between his parents. Father once said, "This item is as heavy as life. Unless under duress, this jade would never leave him nor would he gift it to anyone. Your father was lawless in his time. This humble one personally restrained him, taking this jade pendant." Hicks continued. Hillary clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves. The Xyler glanced at him and continued. "I nearly shattered his Danteon with 3 punches. Fortunately, he had a strong constitution, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of his lifeblood before fleeing off the cliff." Hillary's eyes were bloodshot with rage. "I once said, all members of the Yi family are sinners. Any who come, will be killed." Hicks laughed, as if narrating everyday events. "Old bastard." Hillary charged forward furiously. "Not so fast, he's provoking you." Hampton and Ahmed shouted together. Hillary's talent was too formidable, and the Xyler also harbored some respect in his heart. After all, the Academy could not be completely under his control, and he hadn't reached the point where his words were law. But if Hillary attacked the Xyler, suppressing, killing, or annihilating him would be justified. At least, it provided an excuse. In reality, the Jace's calm demeanor shifted as he raised his palm, a cold smile flickering across his lips. Javier beside him now looked extremely evil and cold. The teacher's goal was achieved. Ending this person would be effortless. This kid finally met his end. Boom. An explosive sound echoed as Hillary's charging figure suddenly hit the ground, creating consecutive explosions below him. Bone-cracking sounds came from his body, which sank into the ground, and blood spewed rapidly. Facing Hicks, he lacked the slightest qualification to raise his head, the disparity between them enormous. "I intended to teach you verbally and offer you a way out. Yet you harbor murderous intent toward me. Such insolence requires expulsion from the Academy and punishment to restore justice." Hicks's voice grew stronger, and blood sprayed from Hillary's heavily injured body. Those around sighed helplessly. None could stop it, none could save him. "Great Xyler!" Suddenly, a loud call echoed, and an ancient-looking Aaron arrived, still 100 meters away but extending a purple light from his hand. With a boom, a purple token appeared above Hillary, glowing brilliantly, blocking most of the Xyler's oppressive power. The pressure on Hillary decreased significantly. The Xyler's expression changed, a hint of caution appearing in his eyes. Now, the stern-looking Aaron approached, casting a glance at Hillary before bowing to the Xyler. Great Xyler, please restrain yourself. My master wishes to take this person. Chapter 214. Bash's koi lead in. The purple token had already revealed a lot, and when it appeared, many people's expressions had already shifted dramatically. Coilfan and Ahmed both had sudden flashes of realization in their eyes. As the stern Jace approached and spoke, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Someone had stepped forward on behalf of Hillary. Garfield, I ask for your consideration. My master holds this person in high regard. The stern Jace came close, bowing with clasped hands as he spoke again. This person must not be allowed to live. The Garfield paused. The Aaronly Irwin was once a powerful figure within the inner court, holding a terrifying position. But at this moment, Hillary's terrifying talent left him unable to tolerate it. Keeping such a person alive would invite disaster. Cut off every root. Kill. Boom. Pressure descended once more, causing the purple token to tremble, followed by a snapping sound. Then with another boom, it shattered completely. Following its destruction, the stern Jace was thrown back. The Garfield's killing intent descended upon Hillary once again. Coilfan, Ahmed, and the stern Jace all changed expressions simultaneously. Master, kill him now, immediately. Javier stood there, becoming tense, urging immediate action. There was no more time to wait. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. Pressure quickly pressed down. It's too late. At the same time that pressure descended, a shadow appeared above Hillary's body and gradually solidified. An Aaronly Irwin emerged from it. This Jace stood in midair, not particularly tall or imposing in stature, but his presence remained unshaken as the Garfield's pressure bore down on him. You truly wish to protect him? The Garfield's expression turned cold. Irwin glanced over and beckoned with his hand. A large black iron pot floated beside him. Without a word, he pointed it towards the Garfield. With a bang, the seemingly ordinary iron pot suddenly enlarged and rushed straight toward the Garfield, enveloping him. It grew even larger, as if it were about to cover the entire world under it. The Garfield's face drastically changed as fiery flames erupted from his body. His flames were purple, forming a dragon. Roaring, the dragon unleashed a torrential purple sea of fire. This was an exotic fire, a shape-changing exotic fire far more advanced than Hillary's. The power of exotic fire was formidable. It wasn't just used for alchemy. Its burning force was extraordinary. Even a God Realm expert would melt under such terrible flames. In fact, just the temperature of the exotic fire radiating out caused space to blur and the earth to crack, giving the onlookers a horrifying sensation of being in a sea of fire. They rapidly retreated. However, the Aaronly Irwin calmly moved forward, pointing his finger. The black iron pot continued its descent despite the flames. Simultaneously, a green glow emerged from the black iron pot, turning into green flame that formed a magic lion. This, too, was an exotic fire. Boom! The two exotic fires clashed, raising the temperature even higher. Rocks began to melt, and the ground cracked rapidly, seeming on the verge of splitting open. The iron pot continued descending, approaching the Garfield. The Garfield's expression darkened. With the iron pot less than a meter away, he opened his mouth and spat out a golden pearl which collided with the iron pot. Clang! A clear metallic clash echoed as the descending iron pot paused briefly. In that brief pause, the Garfield flashed aside, moving from under the pot. Coil glared forward, saying, "Do you really want to fight?" Bang! Without further ado, Irwin waved the iron pot, which expanded and covered over. The Garfield clenched his teeth, recalling the golden pearl, hovering above his head. A koi leaven embracing pearl, a fearsome divine artifact. But the iron pot was also an ancient divine weapon, extremely resilient, continuing to collide. Coil feared even his koi leaven embracing pearl might shatter. Recalling it, he beckoned the purple dragon fire back, flashed up into the sky, standing in a safe zone. I said, I want this person. Are you not going to give me the respect? Irwin finally spoke, his tone utterly calm. Under the Garfield's furious gaze, he added, not convinced? Let's continue fighting. I'll ruin your alchemy today. And Garfield of the 5th rank, intimidating all deities, yet Irwin questioned his submission. If he didn't submit, he'd be destroyed. Silence. The Garfield fell silent. Ripley Chef, beat him. This old bastard is so impolite, nearly harming me. A crisp voice sounded again, angry Ashley. But she was quickly silenced by Hampton. Lady, when have you ever shut up? Irwin looked directly at the Garfield, saying, I've taken a fancy to that young man. If you're still not convinced, find me, and we'll fight. Finishing, he turned to Hillary, looking at his bloodied body. Can you stand up? Hillary took a deep breath, rising amidst excruciating pain. The Aaron smiled and nodded. You look just like your father, but I think you'll achieve even more. Hillary looked gratefully at the Jace, then gazed upward at the hovering Garfield, gritting his teeth. I will definitely kill you. The Garfield's face turned ashen, while below, Javier seethed, grinding his teeth. Who dies is uncertain right now. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Hillary flashed forward, directly in front of him, with boundless killing intent. You! Javier's expression drastically changed as the Garfield's gaze flickered. But before anyone could react, Hillary's head fiercely collided with Javier's. His hands were bloody, bones broken in his arms and legs, even his meridian showing cracks. The Garfield's pressure was too terrifying, likely indicating he was at least in the 5th stage of God Realm. But Hillary still had his head. His head smashed against Javier's head. With tremendous force, Hillary was pushed backward, using his last ounce of strength. As he reeled backward, Javier was flung away, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. Landing, There was a crack as fractures appeared on Javier's skull, suggesting it had exploded. Javier's eyes bulged wide, filled with boundless fear, forever fixed in place. Dead. Severely wounded, nearly crippled, a half-god disciple of the Garfield, killed with a headbutt, right in front of the Garfield. Erwin was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly, "You're just like your father. Can't you be a bit more low-key?" Finishing, he looked upwards at the infuriated Garfield who eyed him warily. Unable to vent his anger, the Garfield swished his sleeves and flew away. Erwin refocused on Hillary's swaying body and stepped closer. "Come on, your injuries are severe. No, you burned your bloodline, sacrificed longevity." Erwin's expression changed drastically. If only the flesh was damaged, he wouldn't worry much as it was easily treatable. But Hillary had suffered internal injuries, burning his bloodline and sacrificing longevity. The backlash was significant, leaving him in an extremely dire state. Indeed, Hillary himself felt it. The green reversal dragon scale was truly terrifying, far more potent than the black reversal dragon scale. Now that he had stopped the secret technique, the backlash did not lessen. Coil could clearly feel his vitality draining away rapidly. "I don't want to cripple the apprentice." Erwin waved his hand and carried Hillary away directly to the inner court. The Garfield, who was heading towards the inner court, saw this and scowled deeply, grinding his teeth. "Not done yet?" Coil quickened his pace, rushing towards the inner court, but Erwin moved even faster as Hillary's condition worsened. Translation provided ensures pure English usage. Accurate pinyin names: Hillary, Coil fan, Ahmed, Javier, etc. Maintains original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks. Ensures natural fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 215. The Quintonth Transformation Pool. As Jeff and Achilles Erwin left, chaos remained on the scene. All disciples and errands fell silent. They had witnessed an unforgettable spectacle today. That black-robed youth, with his terrifying talent, was taken away by Erwin. Moreover, Erwin dared to strike even Jeff for his sake. Erwin was a chef of the Outer Academy, possessing extraordinary culinary skills, yet many knew he was a formidable figure. Coil could openly scold the dean of the Outer Academy. Many high-ranking figures in the Outer Academy gave him face. But no one could have anticipated that this chef was so formidable that he dared to hit Jeff and emerge victorious. His cultivation depth was unfathomable. Ahmed and Hampton sighed together. Hillary's injuries were severe, but perhaps there was hope now that Achilles Erwin had intervened. That fellow was once a top-tier powerhouse within the Inner Academy. It was a pity for such a prodigy to be taken by old Erwin. There would be no chance for them. "I know. That boy has talent as a chef. Otherwise, old chef wouldn't have stepped in. That old coot is cunning." Cheryl's voice chimed in again, her tiny fangs gleaming. The food made by Ripley chef was incredibly delicious but very stingy, never willing to share much. "Quintontal miss, can you shut your mouth next time when encountering something beyond our control? And maybe hide far away?" Hampton stared at her. "Why add little before grandma? What's little about me?" Cheryl puffed out her chest, visibly displeased. "Remy-san, let's go, have a drink with master. From today, you're officially my disciple." Hampton pulled Xianxia away. "Master, I am not your second disciple, right?" Xianxia was dragged along with a rather unhappy look. The name, Remy-san, troubled him greatly. Hampton glanced at him and sighed, saying, "I've been hoping to find you an errand brother." Xianxia tried to change the title. "I joined first, so I should be the senior." "Pity, you are not as capable as him." "Xianxia, let go of me. I don't want to be your disciple anymore. This is too infuriating." Ahmed looked into the distance, sighing deeply as he walked away. A rank 5 Dao symbol talent slipped through his fingers. But he felt relieved that the young lad survived. Such a piece of jade will eventually shine brightly someday. At this moment, Achilles Erwin took Hillary straight to the Inner Academy, while Jeff's expression became increasingly grim. How audacious! Coil accelerated upon entering the Inner Academy area, but the person behind him moved even faster, closing the gap. Jeff gnashed his teeth. His face darkened endlessly. As a 5th-rank great alchemist, revered throughout Gramjo, when had he ever faced such humiliation? Coil had already retreated, yet the other party still pressed forward. "Do you really think I won't fight back?" In an instant, he entered the Inner Academy and landed on the ground. His aura exploded outward, the Coil-even pearl appeared, purple dragon fire surged, and he stood ready for a fierce battle. Such a domineering aura, frightening temperature, and thunderous boom immediately caught the attention of many within the Inner Academy. Immediately, many eyes turned curiously toward the scene. Seeing Jeff, they were shocked. What happened to this illustrious figure? They sensed distant rumbling from the sky. Was Jeff being pursued by someone? How could this be possible? Achilles and disciples couldn't believe it. Who would dare act against Jeff in the vast Gramjo? Just as this thought arose, they saw Jeff retreating continuously, his gaze fixed on the approaching roar, becoming increasingly cautious, almost fearful. Instantly, everyone's eyes widened in shock. He was truly afraid? Who was causing this commotion and coming after Jeff for revenge? Lord Jeff, what happened? An Aaron in green robes approached curiously. Jeff's face turned livid. A despicable individual dared to come here today. This Jace will fight him to the death. The green-robed Aaron was stunned. Lord Jeff has bestowed favors upon me. Regardless of who he is, I will risk my life to fight for you. Jeff said solemnly, this person is terrifying. The green-robed Aaron gritted his teeth. I'll call for help. With a snap, he shattered a jade token. Instantly, several powerful auras erupted in different parts of the Inner Academy, and a few Aarons rapidly rushed over. Their force expanded quickly. Jeff nodded at the green-robed Aaron. I remember this. The Aaron became extremely respectful. Lord Jeff, please don't be too polite. This is my duty since you've favored me. If this rogue dares show up today, I will fight him with my life. A 5th-rank alchemist's favor was nothing trivial. After speaking, the green-robed Aaron seemed energized, fixing his gaze on the distant sky, preparing to die in battle. Even his secret technique was activated. The surrounding errands, under his command, drew their treasures, sacrificed blood, even took elixirs, ready for war. Jeff had said this person was terrifying. Surely, incomparably terrifying, no room for carelessness. Be on alert. Highest level of alert. Yet, amidst the shocking realization and various terrifying auras, the booming sound flashed past, not even pausing as if oblivious to them. Everyone was speechless. Jeff was likewise speechless. The errand who had already displayed his aura and used a secret technique turned to Jeff, confused. Lord Jeff, what's happening? Jeff's expression was somewhat awkward. Maybe I misunderstood. Everyone. Secret techniques cast, elixirs consumed, treasures drawn. Then you say it was a misunderstanding? My secret technique cost immense resources and has considerable backlash on my body. The Aaron wanted to cry. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal explosion occurred deep within the area, its magnitude akin to a thunderclap during daylight, deafening. Following this, a massive green pillar of light surged from the ground, piercing the sky. Jeff instantly focused, squinting his eyes. From the direction of the Quintonf transformation pool. I see, that kid's injuries are dire. His gaze shifted again, and his figure soared towards the location. All the errands were equally shocked. The Quintonf transformation pool, one of the most profound places within the Inner Academy, only opens 3 times a year. And now, it was not yet the 3rd opening. Who possessed such audacity? Go. They all rapidly headed toward the spot, with more errands and disciples rushing to join them, converging on the location. Chapter 216. Unwilling to be ordinary. The transformation pool was an extremely important cultivation site within the inner court, harboring numerous essences and secrets. According to legends, it was derived from the ancient divine skill, Great Transformation Technique, and functioned as a grand array. The Academy annually poured in countless treasure medicines, demon beast essence blood, and more into this pool. However, these treasure medicines and essence blood could only transform into a minuscule amount of transformation substance, which needed time to incubate before becoming effective. Otherwise, they could be harmful rather than beneficial. Therefore, the Academy opened it no more than 3 times a year, and each opening allowed only 4 or 5 people to enter. It wasn't yet time for the 3rd opening, but a massive green light pillar rose from the direction of the transformation pool. Someone was forcefully breaking in. Such a huge commotion and terrifying spectacle immediately drew many errands and disciples, even the inner court leadership. Hicks, along with the other errands, rushed there first, witnessing the errandly man Marvin attacking the grand array of the transformation pool fiercely. Hicks roared from afar. You have too much courage. The transformation pool is one of the most important areas in our academy. Your actions are deserving of death. Achilles, come with me to stop this person and eliminate this threat to our academy. With those words, he charged forward, unleashing both his Koilevens Chi Pearl and Purple Dragon Fire toward Marvin. The green robe Achilles and others followed suit without a word, charging forward with their treasures and divine weapons. Get lost. A furious roar echoed, and with a single swing of his hand, Marvin unleashed black godly light that exploded. A large iron pot descended from above, cracking both the sky and earth upon impact. All the divine weapons, treasured lights, including Hicks' Koilevens Chi Pearl and Dragon Fire, exploded outward, hurtling back towards their sources. Hicks trembled violently, shock beyond measure. It seemed this man's strength had returned. As for the errands, they were all hurled backward, some spitting out large amounts of blood, others with broken bones and contorted faces. They were inwardly stunned to an extreme degree. In fact, from the moment they saw the iron pot, they regretted getting involved. This was one of the top 10 experts of the inner court's past, the great master of the punishment hall. No wonder Hicks feared him. Had they known it was this individual, they would never have participated. A powerful surge erupted from deep within the inner court. A black-robed Aaron appeared first, hovering high above with a cold stare downward. His expression was merciless, and his eyes flashed like lightning. Standing aloft, he naturally emitted a terrifying aura. Marvin ignored him, continuing his attack on the green light pillar and said, You wish to obstruct me? The cold Aaron frowned, then cupped his fists, saying, Great master, this is the rule of the inner court. This place cannot be casually opened. The current punishment hall master called himself the James, reserving the position of great master for Basim. Though he had committed mistakes, been exiled to the outer court, and faced issues with his cultivation, his long-standing prestige remained deeply imprinted on the James's heart, preventing him from overstepping. I have set my sights on this boy. His body has suffered severe damage. I need the transformation pool to treat him, Basim loudly declared. Powerful presences began to gather from all directions, none weaker than the James. Marvin repeated his declaration, I am willing to exchange all my contribution points for one chance. His voice did not target anyone present but transmitted directly into the deepest parts of the academy. The experts arrived and stood in the air with varying expressions, but all showed respect for this person. Though banished, his contributions to the inner court were unparalleled. Coil was the great master of the punishment hall who had slain heavenly demons and dared to tread forbidden zones, establishing countless merits for the academy. Coil had even saved the Jalen's life, earning boundless virtue. The Jalen once remarked, Your virtue can earn you my position. Meanwhile, the crowd was astonished by the sight of Marvin carrying the blood-covered Hillary, showing such regard for this young man. In his lifetime, he had taken in 3 disciples. The eldest was ordinary, the second exceptional and renowned in the vast Central Plains, while the third tragically died, sparking bloody events in the Gramzhou region. 3 major powers were destroyed, leading to resentment from significant figures in the Central Plains. Marvin fought them, leaving him with lifelong injuries, but ultimately slaying them in Gramzhou. Thus, he incurred immense troubles and was exiled to the outer court as a chef. Now, this blood-soaked youth had caught Marvin's eye again, so much so that he was willing to sacrifice all his accumulated virtues. What he could trade his virtues for was incalculable. Clearly, the bloodied youth held great importance in Marvin's heart. Approved. A booming voice resonated from the depths, and a golden palm print descended from the sky, causing the green light pillar to quiver and crack open an entrance. But, entering the transformation pool when it's not scheduled to open can be dangerous. The essences inside are chaotic, and hidden taboos threaten its integrity. Going in might not be beneficial. As the golden palm descended, the profound voice boomed, unseen but felt by all, causing everyone to fall to the ground and bow. This was Fletcher, the current Jalen of the Gramjo Academy, the publicly recognized leader of Gramjo. Marvin's gaze flickered before he looked at Hillary. Entering here risks death, but if you don't, your vitality will wane, your bloodline burning away, leaving you with a lifetime injury. Future breakthroughs will become incredibly difficult. The dangers were real if entered outside scheduled openings, but waiting until then would likely render Hillary useless. Coyle stared intensely at Hillary, asking whether he wished to live an ordinary life or risk everything for a future. You can decide. Marvin added. Let me in. Without hesitation, Hillary's 4 words were firm and resolute. Coyle refused to be ordinary. He would not allow himself to remain unremarkable. If Hillary could not stand out, then he would rather die. Go. Marvin nodded and carried Hillary toward the shattered portal, planning to enter together for better safety. But as they reached the light column, Hillary was instantly sucked in, while Marvin was thrown back by an overwhelming force. It was the Tao rules. Retreating, Marvin squinted his eyes, looking skyward and spoke, "You entering is more dangerous. I'm injured. Otherwise, we would battle today." Facing the sky, Marvin's expression turned icy. The onlookers were struck by shock, brows furrowing. Marvin's fiery temper remained unchanged. Silence filled the sky before several words emerged. "Even the position of Jalen, I would give to you." Marvin said nothing more. Instead, he gazed into the light column where Hillary's figure was visible, wrapped in a green energy cloud. The transformation pool had 3 layers, the first being transformation gas, the second transformation quintonquid, and the third, the most terrifying layer, known by few. Rumor had it a drop of quintonf essence spring water resided there, but was also cursed. That was the Academy's greatest secret. Chapter 217. Reappearance. Inside the Pillar of Light, a greenish aura swirled, enveloping Hillary completely. From the outside, observers could see dragons and tigers surging within the greenish stream. Before the activation day, various essences had not yet dispersed, the vitality unstable and wildly turbulent. Ea! As all eyes turned to him, Hillary emitted a horrifying scream, as if enduring unbearable torment. Following this, a series of pu sounds echoed. Each time, a piercing mist of blood spewed from Hillary's body, and he collapsed. The cries became even more heart-wrenching. Soul-rending. Can't withstand it, Hicks sneered, seeing a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there was no need for him to intervene. The boy might finish himself off. The onlookers around shared the same thought. In fact, when Hillary entered, they had already anticipated this outcome. That boy was from the outer court, with a cultivation level far below the law realm. Even reaching the activation day, his cultivation would still make it incredibly difficult for him to endure the baptism of the vitalization pool. Coyle was merely going to his death. Kale frowned, his hands clenched beneath his sleeves. Hillary was more formidable than his previous 3 disciples, and moreover, he was Han's son. Coyle hoped Hillary would survive. But the current situation was perilous. Coyle even felt some regret. Kale, you are under the reverse fate curse. It still exists. A voice from the sky once again spoke, audible only to Kale. Kale stared upward, his face icy cold, and transmitted his voice deep within. You were chosen, but can you now escape Gramjo? You will bring disaster upon those around you. The reverse fate curse carries ominous signs. Calvin's voice carried a sigh, lamenting over Kale. Humph, what kind of cursed nonsense? I don't believe it. Kale's fists clenched again, his gaze fixed on the greenish pillar of light. Calvin sighed and said, let's wait and see. Crack? Inside the greenish pillar, the Tanjiao Sung continued, blood still spurting out, intertwining with the greenish glow. Then came the sound of bones breaking. Hillary seemed not only to be receiving no nourishment, but also being suppressed, crushed. / edited version. Within the greenish pillar, the agonized cries persisted, blood continued to spurt out, intertwining with the greenish glow. Following this, the sound of bones cracking emerged. It appeared that Hillary was not only failing to receive any nourishment, but was also being suppressed and crushed. Note, Tanjiao Sung is translated as agonized cries, for better readability in English. Unstoppable. Calvin's voice resounded, echoing across the sky, heard clearly by everyone. Immediately, everyone shook their heads. The meaning was clear. No chance for that boy, certain death. As Grimshu's foremost authority, having been an adept disciple of the Central States, Calvin's words were regarded as truth. Hicks sneered coldly, Coyle's done for. Egon, you personally sent him in there, and you personally killed him. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, Kale's large iron pot swept toward him with terrifying force, exploding mid-air, causing Hicks' body to tremble violently. At that moment, golden light surged, and a giant palm blocked in front of Hicks, meeting the iron pot with a thud. The surrounding void shattered, and Kale's iron pot flew back instantly. Hicks snickered and flashed away to a distance. With the palace lord present, Kale couldn't act recklessly. They had saved each other's lives, yet remained mortal enemies. One's life meant the other's death. Kale didn't continue, knowing he was no match for Fletcher now. Even the second hall master could suppress him. Many in the inner court could overpower him today, not like the old days. Coyle turned his head, his intense gaze fixated on the greenish pillar. Compared to settling scores with those people, he wanted more for Hillary to reverse the fate. Hillary, Han's heir, had the potential. But instead, he heard an even more pitiful roar, bone-cracking sounds becoming more grating. Kale, give up. It's impossible. No one can break the curse, break reverse fate. Calvin's voice transmitted again. Kale ignored him but tensed further, his fists clenching tightly, watching the greenish pillar anxiously. After a few breaths, the cries stopped, but Hillary didn't rise. Kale's expression changed drastically. Silence without sound. Hillary didn't get up. Coil's dead. Finished. Hicks laughed evilly, delighted at the demise of Han's son. The crowd around shook their heads, losing interest. The high-altitude voice vanished, golden lights retreating into the void. Calvin no longer cared. It was over. But, suck. At the very moment the golden light disappeared, just as everyone was about to turn away, and Hicks' laughter grew more piercing, a sudden cry rang out. Suddenly, all fell silent. Everyone's gaze refocused on the greenish pillar in disbelief. Hicks' laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes wide. Kale's previously relaxed hand clenched tightly again, his intense gaze locked on. Suck. Another word resonated, creating a wind inside the greenish pillar. With the wind rising, the greenish aura formed a vortex, descending downward. From the center stood a figure, drenched in blood but steadying himself. Greenish energy flowed crazily into his body. Hillary. Good. Kale yelled loudly, flames erupting from his eyes. His voice was thunderous, echoing in the sky, as if speaking to someone deeper within. Or perhaps to Han, who had briefly appeared here years ago. Han was fearsome, an outstanding prodigy, unparalleled, and his legend of slaying 3 gods with one strike was still etched in the hearts of many scholars. Even Hicks found it hard to resist him, having only injured Han due to collective effort. In single combat, Han could easily defeat him. Han had once explained to Kale that only one person could break the Mountain River reverse fate seal, his son. Now, it seemed there were signs. Whoosh. Silence reigned except for the fierce winds swirling inside the greenish pillar. The youth rapidly absorbed essence, and within the greenish currents, dragon and tiger shadows exploded, broken apart visibly. Bloodstains faded, his wobbling frame steadied, his vital energies reviving, his aura growing stronger. Coil stood tall, resisting the chaos, reversing the deadly situation, absorbing massive amounts of essence. With each absorption, Hillary took a step forward, sensing even greater essence within. This was a fantastic opportunity for him. But Kale's face changed immediately, filled with extreme tension and fear. Coil shouted urgently, absolutely not. Chapter 2:18. Comprehensive Enhancement. The transformation pool had 3 layers. The first layer was filled with transformation air, the second with transformation liquid, but before it was fully activated, the deeper one went, the more perilous it became. Now, Hillary stepped deeper into the pool, immediately causing Andrew to yell in alarm. Hillary had managed to withstand the first layer, a truly commendable feat that was already sufficient for him. The vitality within was enough to compensate for his losses. Even if there were any deficiencies, they could gradually be repaired over time. But the second layer brought a terrifying escalation of danger, multiple times worse. Going deeper would be akin to courting death. That layer contains transformation liquid. Its essence is extraordinarily formidable. Hicks fixated on the scene and shouted loudly. Following his words, Hillary's speed seemed to actually increase as he charged deeper, as if spurred by the mention of transformation liquid. Instantly, Hicks sneered. While holding off the first layer was mostly due to luck, given Hillary's initial cries of agony and the audible sounds of bones breaking, the second layer's intensity was far more ferocious. Could this young man still rely on such luck? You'll be crushed. No. Andrew screamed wildly, his voice booming like thunder, shaking the soul in an attempt to bring Hillary back to his senses and get him to immediately leave the transformation pool. Unfortunately, his cries were in vain. Hillary remained unaffected, moving faster and directly crossing the greenish gas region, entering the viscous liquid area. Transformation liquid hung suspended in droplets like mist. As Hillary entered, the fierce forces erupted. The monstrous shadows were at least 3 times more fearsome than those in the first layer. Yet, Hillary was incomparably excited. A golden opportunity. This was just the benefit to his physical body. These essences provided immense nourishment for his cultivation. Absorbing the mystic young warhorse outside the academy had already pushed him to the brink of breakthrough at the 3rd level of the dermic realm. Coilera, he could definitely achieve it. Moreover, this transformation pool contained not only medicinal essence but also powerful demon beast blood. After undergoing transformation by the Great Array, these essences fused and underwent qualitative changes, greatly enhancing Hillary's dragon blood. Could this push his dragon blood further? Coil hoped so. With the progress of his dragon blood, his talents would skyrocket, unlocking more inherited knowledge. The benefits were too numerous to count. Boom. Explosions rang out. The second layer's ferocity was indeed terrifying. Each drop of transformation liquid felt like a mountain pressing down on him, shattering his flesh and bones. Instantly, the recently healed Hillary bled anew. His bones shattered and his flesh torn, a gruesome sight. But wasn't his indestructible body built upon this rapid process? Destruction followed by regeneration, a qualitative change. However, those watching from the outside did not understand this, especially Hicks, whose cold smile grew smug with satisfaction. Surviving the first layer, Hillary's resilience shocked him once again. If Hillary lived, nurtured by Andrew, who knew how terrifying he might become in the future. Now, he must die, and die prematurely. Andrew, fate cannot be altered. With too many variables, you cannot prevent what is destined. Anyone close to you will not have a good end. Calvin's voice echoed again in Andrew's ears. At this moment, Andrew was utterly despairing. Coil had seen hope, only for it to shatter once more. The fate reversal seal may truly be insurmountable. Otherwise, Hillary wouldn't foolishly court death. It was because of him that Hillary was affected. Because of him, Hillary suffered. Anyone close to him would not meet a good end. Boom. As thoughts raced, Andrew seemed lost. his gaze blankly focused on the green light column, which left him stunned in place. His body trembled violently. Rumble. Explosions continued. Hillary's physical body was being destroyed, yet in destruction came rapid rejuvenation. Destroy, rejuvenate, destroy, rejuvenate, a cycle of rebirth, his chi and blood growing stronger. Indeed, he had grown much stronger. Open. Amidst his strengthened physical body, Hillary's aura surged. With a loud shout, the blue chi above his head surged, breaking through a limit. Coil had broken through. Within the second layer, third stage of the dermic realm. This, Hicks, initially ecstatic and smug, had already assumed Hillary's demise without a fraction of doubt. Now, as Hillary grew stronger amidst destruction and broke through under pressure, showing no signs of weakness, this is simply unimaginable. Yes, he's only at the second stage of the dermic realm, yet he withstood the second layer's ferocity. What kind of constitution does this youth possess? Why does his physical body recover so rapidly? Coil is not simple, very not simple. All the errands were astonished. The second palace lord and other great masters revealed looks of surprise. Even voices from deep within the academy fell silent, tinged with shock. This situation was unprecedented. Actually, this unprecedented achievement was far from its limits. Breaking through to the fourth stage of the indestructible body, Hillary felt that he could now punch through the golden mountain of the divine gate's first challenge. Meanwhile, his cultivation had reached the third stage of the dermic realm, making him confident that his combined physical strength and cultivation could match any existence below the dermic king realm. Additionally, his dragon blood had transformed, genuinely becoming stronger. This enhancement was rapid, not slow at all. Under Hillary's frenzied practice of the Azure Dragon technique, absorbing the essence liquid, his bloodline showed signs of advancing to the third level of the divine realm. Absorb, absorb. Hillary was exhilarated and manic, rapidly channeling the technique, accumulating every bit of demon blood essence. Blood flowed, roaring, as the dragon-shaped Dantian shook. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Finally, roar. A mighty dragon roar erupted from within Hillary, echoing through the heavens as if from ancient times, resonating in the present era. As the roar reverberated, the transformation pool violently shook. Outside, the shock was widespread, with many errands trembling violently. His bloodline had advanced. Under immense pressure, Hillary's strong physical body, enhanced cultivation, and now, advancing bloodline. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Yet, beneath the dragon's roar, Hillary's excitement quickly faded. Coil sensed an eerie aura, his eyes involuntarily turning toward the third layer of the transformation pool. A point of black light. Amidst the dragon's roar, a single black glow emerged from the third layer. The emergence of this black light sharpened the eerie feeling. It was even frightening, chilling him to the bone. Danger. The black light is dangerous. There are taboos here. Had he touched upon a taboo? Chapter 219. A blood-colored knife. The Huashing pool was still trembling. Hillary's physical body had become incredibly powerful. His cultivation broke through to new heights, and his bloodline ascended to a higher tier. The final bloodline advancement was particularly grand and imposing. His bloodline had reached the divine tier, which was undisputedly at the pinnacle in Gramzhou, especially since it was dragon blood. Even though it was only the third level of the divine tier, its manifestation sent dragon roars echoing across the sky, shaking both hearts and souls. Shock persisted outside. All the errands were incredulous. Many even couldn't help but gasp loudly. It was truly terrifying. A mere law realm youth not only resisted the intense turbulence within the Huashing pool, but also received immense blessings, achieving all-around improvement. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Hicks roared, his eyes wild as if he'd witnessed an unfathomable marvel. Coil was Jeff, one of the top 3 in Gramzhou, who had seen countless spectacular scenes. Yet, now his emotions were truly unsettled. Second Palace Master and other great experts were silent, but could not hide their shock. The golden light high in the sky trembled slightly. Fletcher, the first in Gramzhou, was also astonished. Ha ha ha. Laughter like thunder reverberated through the air. Achilles Maze seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. How wonderful. This was simply magnificent. If before he had harbored just a sliver of hope for Hillary breaking the curse of the reverse mountain river seal, now that hope had increased to 50%. Extraordinary. Incredible. This young man was like the rising sun, someday to shine brightly in the heavens, illuminating the whole world under everyone's watchful eyes. Amidst Achilles Maze's excitement, the Huashing pool shook again. As he looked over sharply, he saw a terrifying black light. His gaze immediately intensified. Taboo? But Atli had already emerged from the pool into the outside world, his aura overwhelmingly strong, without any trace of earlier weakness. What exactly is that black light? Hillary couldn't imagine it. The black light gave him an incomparable sense of danger, even threatening death. Coil didn't dare stay. Initially, the black light was just a point, but soon it expanded, covering the entire pool. Atli emerged first. All the errands, including Maze, Hicks, Second Palace Master, and even the golden light high up in the sky, noticed the presence of the black light. Taboo. It's a taboo activation. The third layer of the Huashing pool contains a drop of Quintonf God spring water that can revive the dead, but there are terrifying taboos within. However, I've never seen them before. This black light is fearsome. The taboo lives up to its name. If we entered, we would be tainted by this black light. Just looking at it makes me shudder. Those errands ceased their excitement, instead showing horror as they observed the surging black light, within which seemed to appear a black stone tablet. Hillary also saw it, a tablet emerging from the ground, bearing a pattern on its surface. The pattern was very clear, yet when everyone looked at it, everything seemed blurred. They couldn't see the specifics. It was evading divine senses, blocking vision, hindering all probes. This was a terrifying principle of the Tao. This stone tablet wasn't simple. Very dangerous. Do you see anything? Amidst the shock of the crowd, Maze suddenly looked intently at Hillary, his gaze feverish as he transmitted his voice secretly. His secret transmission sounded cautious, as if wary of something. Hillary's eyes gleamed, staring intensely, blocked from seeing clearly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out what was depicted. However, he saw a knife. A blood-red knife engraved on the tablet, held by a pale hand. Whose pale hand it was, he couldn't tell. He couldn't see the complete picture. Hillary shook his head and transmitted back. I only saw a knife, a blood-red knife, and... Maze's eyes lit up. You saw a knife? A blood-colored knife? Is it the complete blood knife? What shape and size is the blood knife? Can you see clearly? Coyle was incredibly eager and excited, staring intently at Hillary. A slender blood knife, 3 feet and 3 inches long, inscribed with the character Life. The blood knife was held by a pale hand. Hillary stared closely, conversing via telepathy with Maze. Ha ha ha. Good, too good. You actually saw it, not only the knife but also a hand. Ha ha ha. Maze laughed heartily through his mental transmission but controlled his visible excitement. Coyle dared not reveal his true feelings. This was no trifling matter. If exposed, even Fletcher would go mad. No one could fully see this taboo. Fletcher himself couldn't see the entire picture of the blood knife despite employing all his means. Yet Hillary could see it, and even the hand holding it. Don't speak of this. Absolutely do not mention it. Only you and I know about this. It's not time, and speaking about it could endanger your life. Maze sternly warned. Hillary felt a deep sense of caution. This was a significant event. Seal. At that moment, a voice echoed once more. A giant golden palm descended from the sky, transforming into the word, seal. Gramjo Academy's 5 true mantras, calm, seal, kill, deity, break. But now, Lord Xia's invocation was far greater than when Hillary sensed Alpha's break mantra, surpassing it immeasurably. One like the rising sun, the other like a faint glimmer, a difference of heaven and earth. The foremost figure in Gramjo wielded supreme power effortlessly. The character fell, enveloping the green light pillar, covering the entire Huasheng pool. Instantly, no one could see the black light. Taboo activated. Everyone must leave this place. The voice was heavy. Immediately, all the errands withdrew, driving away the disciples who were waiting outside. They couldn't even see the black light. The Huasheng pool wasn't due to open. Disciples couldn't approach. As the errands left, the disciples were all driven far away. Fletcher suppressed the incident. Maze ignored the fierce glare from Hicks, swiftly leading Hillary toward the outer courtyard. But at that moment, Hillary clearly heard a voice in his ear. What did you see? Hillary's heart stirred. That was Fletcher asking him. Even worse, he felt his soul being suppressed, trembling under the pressure. Fear gripped him, as if facing an unrivaled divine king. In front of such a deity, he had to clarify everything or face certain death. His heart couldn't resist. Coyle couldn't lie. Instantly, cold sweat soaked his back. Hillary clenched his teeth, suppressing the overwhelming fear, rapidly responding in his mind, nothing. The black light was too terrifying, a taboo. I dared not look. The oppressive force paused momentarily, then slowly dissipated. Hillary felt as if he'd been drained, sweat soaking through his clothes. There was a great secret. Absolutely a great secret. Chapter 220, James. Ask within. He is probing your heart. Endure it. Do not speak. Absolutely do not say anything. Andrew couldn't sense the power of asking within, but he felt Hillary's sweat. Coyle knew Fletcher was worried, and was using the power of asking within to interrogate Hillary. It's over. Hillary took a deep breath. At that moment, he almost confessed everything, truly unable to resist. The way of asking within was incredibly terrifying. Did you say something? Andrew suddenly turned his head, his eyes blazing intensely. Then his face fell as he realized that Hillary could never withstand such an interrogation. How could his Dao heart possibly resist Fletcher's questioning? Fletcher was the first in Gramjo. Very few could withstand his Dao heart. No, I saw nothing. Hillary took another deep breath before finally relaxing his tense mind. I resisted, almost, just barely resisted. Andrew's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Hillary. Was it really possible for him to have resisted? To have said nothing? What was it all about? Is it that mysterious? The two conversed in whispers. Hillary sensed the complexity of the matter and didn't want others to overhear. Almost there, soon you will be able to uncover the secrets of the ancient steel sky map. Very soon. Andrew didn't provide details, only reassuring Hillary that this wasn't a disaster, but rather a great blessing if kept hidden. Remember that blade firmly, but under no circumstances observe it until you reach the Law King realm. Once you reach Law King realm, you can closely observe it for enormous benefits. Hillary remembered it clearly. The image of the blood blade was deeply imprinted in his memory. I'm afraid of him soul-searching me. Hillary had lingering worries. Maxine, being such a terrifying existence, could surely perform soul-searching, right? If that happened, he would have no secrets left. Don't worry, he can't do it. Soul-searching isn't something simple that anyone can carry out. No one in Gramjo can do it. Coyle would be risking his life unless Fletcher wishes to half-die. Otherwise, he wouldn't take such a risk, Andrew reassured Hillary. Although Fletcher may not be impressive, he isn't despicable enough to go that far. That man pretends to be dignified. He won't make things difficult for you. Han claimed his son was a born sage. I didn't believe him, thinking he was boasting. But now, I believe it. You have a promising future. Andrew looked increasingly pleased with Hillary. In this point, I won't argue with you. Andrew was speechless for a moment. Become my disciple. Let this Jace teach you. Hillary firmly replied. I already have a master. Andrew countered. 3 washings of a well yield sweet water. Training from multiple masters yields high skills. Another master can only bring benefits. Haven't you seen what I can do? I dare to fight Fletcher. Hillary agreed. That makes sense. Be my second master then. I'll be the senior, Andrew responded. No. Fine. Second master it is. I am easygoing, adaptable to any situation. Then, what's my entry gift? Andrew was taken aback. I'm just an outer courtyard cook. What good stuff do I have? Nearly broke down to rags. Come, let me cook a meal for you as a tribute of discipleship. Hillary retorted. I thought you liked me so much. Just this? Andrew was indeed a cook, living in a spacious kitchen filled with utensils, pots, pans, bowls, and ladles. But he didn't use those to cook for Hillary. Instead, he took out his large iron pot. Hillary watched intently. This thing wasn't simple. Andrew used it to defeat Hicks and suppress many errands. It was a formidable magical treasure with immense power. Ancient divine weapon. Like it? Everything of mine will be yours one day. Andrew proudly displayed his weapon. Yes, very much. Hillary immediately answered, his eyes sparkling. An ancient divine weapon. With this, he could defeat even law kings, or perhaps suppress semi-gods. Spiritual weapons, treasured weapons, divine weapons. An ancient divine weapon was even more dominant than regular divine weapons. Hillary's dragon pattern knife was formidable enough. Enhanced by his dragon blood, it approached the level of a treasured weapon but still wasn't considered one. Compared to this large iron pot, it was far inferior. Not now, don't drool. Wait till the Jace dies, then this will be yours. Andrew laughed. If you die tomorrow, I'll handle your funeral. Andrew was speechless. Pointing at the door, he flared up, get out. Hillary was thrown out. Coyle found the Jace's change of mood too abrupt. Coyle didn't mean that he wished for his early death, just that he'd see to his end whether soon or late. Shut out, footsteps approached from afar, and one man with two women walked into this large courtyard. Outside the kitchen was a vast yard, covering 10,000 square meters. Numerous spirit medicines and precious herbs were planted inside, radiating a soft glow. All these were Andrew's ingredients. A chef wasn't just a simple chef. Second errand brother, I heard you returned from the inner courtyard. How are you better? A purple-clothed girl shouted as soon as she entered. Hillary observed the spirit and precious herbs, tempted to dig some up. However, he sensed powerful seals, inscribed with grand arrays that made it impossible to enter. Second errand brother, did you hear me? Hillary finally looked at her. Of the three, he only recognized Anakin, the narcissist. As for the purple-clothed and white-clothed, white-haired girl, he had only glanced at them once briefly. When Hicks tormented him, the purple-clothed girl had spoken but was suppressed. The white-clothed, white-haired girl was a transformed giant ape. They were the apprentices of Beast Tamer Hampton. Hillary smiled. Who is the second errand brother? I just arrived and didn't see anyone. Old cook is cooking. Do you need help, Yin Yin? Of course your second errand brother? No, second errand brother doesn't sound good. Nor does little second brother. Call you younger brother, then. The purple-clothed girl grinned, revealing pearly small teeth and cute dimples. Anakin suggested, or, call me third brother? The purple-clothed girl shook her head, your quintontal third. Anakin was speechless. My name is Hillary. Miss, you must be mistaken. I'm not your younger brother. Hillary looked towards Anakin for confirmation, who ignored him both due to shame and because he now felt like a mere side character due to Hillary's presence. Had Hillary joined the school, he would have been just another minor player. Koileven didn't create Anakin, so the study palace remained an eternal night. You are the second brother. My master reserved this position for you. Whenever you join, you'll be his second disciple. The purple-clothed girl smiled again, turning to Anakin. Quintontal third, right? Anakin sighed. I need some peace. The white-clothed girl snapped. Who cares about you? Gavany is called Adeline, haha. Quintontal third. Do you like our Gavany? I think I discovered a big secret. The purple-clothed girl laughed heartily. Anakin, speechless once more. Chapter 221. Quintontal rascal. Outside, a few people were chatting and laughing. The kitchen door opened, and Andy came out, saying, Mitzi, go back and tell your master that if he dares to stalk my disciple again, I'll be careful not to let him keep his legs. Mitzi laughed and said, Ripley chef, my master did say this disciple was one he noticed first. You snatched her away, so it's actually your fault. But, I don't care anymore. Treat me to a meal, and everything will be fine. Andy scoffed. Did you pay for the last meal? Mitzi put on an aggrieved face. I never said I would pay, did I? When did I ever mention paying? I relied on my own abilities to eat. Why should I pay? Andy glared at her. Then how about the wine you stole from here for your master? Mitzi looked even more aggrieved. Ripley chef, you disappoint me. I felt you drink too much, which isn't good for your health, so I asked my Jace to share some with you. And you accuse me of stealing? I won't leave. Andy's lips twitched. Missy, please leave. We aren't cooking today. Not leaving. Not leaving until I'm full. Remy bye. Remisanzi, sit down. Let's stay here eating until he apologizes. I've never been so wronged. Nicholas perked up, realizing this girl was a little rascal. Anakin covered his face. Can't bear such embarrassment. Is a single meal really worth this? Our Shun family is also wealthy and powerful, not lacking anything compared to other lords. When have I been this embarrassed? I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Coily, what a great aroma. Anakin uncovered his face and looked forward as Andy carried plates of fragrant dishes to the stone table. Those dishes were cooked with spiritual herbs and demon beast flesh, and seemed to have added special seasonings. Anakin had never smelled such a delicious aroma. The cook of the Chinjo Academy is indeed extraordinary. Put them down quickly. These are cooked with divine artifacts and celestial fire, along with Ripley chef's unique recipes, Mitzi urged, her big eyes sparkling as she pulled out jade bowls and chopsticks and sat at the stone table. Remy Bai imitated her, seemingly used to it, but her expression remained calm, only occasionally sneaking a peek. Anakin widened his eyes and sat down. Divine artifacts? Celestial fire? Used in cooking? Not simple at all. With the pot and the fire, I only need the black iron 7-star knife now. Andy chuckled, having long coveted that knife. His pot bore black gold inscriptions. His fire was the green quintonin magic flame. Paired with a black iron 7-star knife, it would truly be perfect. Mitzi remarked, why don't you just go rob that old guy? Doesn't the head of the outer court Smithery Hall have one? I saw that cleaver last time. Himph, do you think I'm as shameless as you? Andy retorted coldly. Although the knife was broken, it was still a relic of an ancient divine weapon, very rare and hard to obtain. Mitzi pouted, thinking, if you weren't shameless, how did you snatch my second brother? Everyone sat down and began enjoying the meal. Andy's skills were indeed remarkable. Using divine artifacts, celestial fire, and his unique recipes to cook with spiritual herbs resulted in exceptionally delicious dishes. Mainly, those dishes, once consumed, provided warmth and transformed into pure energy within the body, greatly enhancing cultivation. Mitzi and Remy ate quickly. Originally, Anakin maintained his dignity, but upon tasting the flavors and feeling the effects, he was immensely shocked and sped up, devouring his food. This was scarier than medicinal pills. Coil ate quickly while secretly running his cultivation technique to absorb the essence, finding that his cultivation improved significantly. Now he understood why Senior Sister was so shameless. If it were him, he wouldn't be shy either. Andy looked pleased, smiling at Nicholas who was eating calmly. My obedient disciple, how's Master's cooking? Good, very good. Second best in Chinzhou, Nicholas sincerely replied. Andy's cooking was indeed excellent. A table like this could rival third or even fourth grade elixirs. Andy glared. Second? Who's first? Bring him out. I'll bend his pots right here. Mitzi asked, you know someone better? Who is it? Bring me there. I must try. Nicholas, who had already raised his head with a high sage's demeanor, paused upon hearing their words. Future me. By adding future, Nicholas played it low-key. After all, the heritage in his mind was the highest level of 9 coilevens. The medicinal diets included far exceeded Andy's. Without needing celestial fire or divine artifacts, Nicholas believed he could surpass Andy in one tier. I like that, Andy smiled warmly, confident that under his guidance, his future disciple would be exceptionally outstanding. Mitzi said, then grow up faster. I want to eat, Fadi. Fadi won't give it to you, Nicholas interrupted her, then turned to Andy. I need to return to Boicheng. My master, my sister, and my friends are all there. Having spent 3 or 4 days chasing Javier, they might be worried or searching for him. Coil needed to return. The Star Tower, the One Hall, those grudges were yet unresolved. Coil had to settle the score for his master, especially after the One Hall hunted down his father. Andy didn't stop him. Your actions are not restricted. Just return soon. Mitzi exclaimed. Boicheng? Great. It's been a long time since I went out. Take me with you. I'm going home to see my wife. What are you going to do? Nicholas naturally refused. This girl was a little rascal. Even Andy couldn't deal with her, so he couldn't take her along. Stingy. As twilight approached, Nicholas didn't immediately set off. Coil stayed in the chef's courtyard, sitting cross-legged under the moonlight after Mitzi and the others left. In his mind, he began recalling that image, the fair hand tightly gripping a blood-stained knife. The blood-stained knife was slender, 3 feet and 3 inches long. On it, a Xiang character could be seen. Recalling this memory was like watching the scene play out before his eyes again. Andy and Fletcher took the image seriously. It surely held significant secrets. Suddenly, the blood-stained knife seemed to tremble, and Nicholas felt as if a terrifying gaze radiated from within the knife. That gaze was deep, like a bottomless abyss, drawing one into endless despair with a single glance. Humph! With a muffled hum, Nicholas instantly opened his eyes, stopping the recollection. Coil widened his eyes. The blood-stained knife was terrifying. It seemed to have imprinted an indelible mark on his mind. Moreover, he couldn't comprehend or observe this mark for now. Chapter 222. Return to Boicheng. The blood saber was extremely profound. Even with his current talent of reaching the 3rd stage of divine bloodline, Hilary could not comprehend it. No, not that he couldn't comprehend it. It was simply beyond observation. It was too demonic and evil. His divine soul felt as if it had been struck hard. Hilary collected himself and began to study the 5 deity treasure technique, a technique derived from the 5 emperors' great ability, which contained much to explore. By studying this technique, he could strengthen his divine soul. Entering a meditative state, he rid his mind of all distractions. Moonlight fell on him, creating a peaceful and serene ambience. Meanwhile, Jorge sat in the room, holding an empty wineskin. Coil found Hilary's performance today utterly astounding. The forces in Zhongzhou are numerous, like Riverscape Tower, Coileven Sword Sect, South Academy. Coil muttered quietly, thinking of Zhongzhou. Everyone knew that Fletcher once studied in Zhongzhou, joined a terrifying sect, and returned to Gramzhou as the first man of this place. Yet, few knew that he, Yush, born in Zhongzhou, was already an outstanding prodigy, hoping to enter several holy lands and become famous nationwide. Riverscape Tower, Coileven Sword Sect, South Academy. He could have chosen any, each with a hint of opportunity. Just like Fletcher, he broke the records left by his generation among several major forces, and finally chose Riverscape Tower. They were equals in many ways, going through life and death together, both choosing Riverscape Tower. Unfortunately, Fletcher succeeded and became one of its heirs, while he failed because he offended the wrong people. Not only did he fail but was also branded with the reverse fate seal, becoming a castaway. South Academy and Coileven Sword Sect no longer offered him any chance. Once a proud prodigy, this blow disheartened him. Coil deeply felt the terror of the reverse fate seal, as if it stripped away his talents and obstructed his path. Being targeted and rejected by various forces in Zhongzhou, he had no choice but to come to Gramzhou, living in seclusion within the academy. During this period, countless incidents unfolded between him and Fletcher, resulting in countless confrontations. Now, he worked as a cook in the outer courtyard. Haha, Major forces, prestigious sects, how laughable, how laughable. A cold smile appeared on Jorge's face as he drank heavily from the wine gourd. When it was empty, he tossed it aside and turned his gaze, seemingly penetrating all barriers, focusing again on Hilary. There is hope, just as his father said, a natural-born sage, with potential to break the curse. Jorge thought silently, not caring about himself but hoping to return to see the old acquaintances he missed. How are they doing? Tianfa, do you really think he can make it? Someone stepped into the room soundlessly. Coil wore a refined robe, appearing around 30 years old, with a red between his eyebrows. His eyes seemed to carry thousands of years of vicissitudes. Coil can, there's hope, Jorge replied without turning around, calmly. Did he see it? The newcomer asked. No, even we can't see it. But he has a chance to break the reverse fate, breaking my curse, Jorge answered indifferently, careful not to reveal any vulnerabilities in front of Fletcher. This person wasn't simple. Do you really plan to try again? Your body, the man said, his eyes darkening slightly. My affairs are none of your business. I will break the reverse fate and fight you again. Jorge retorted coldly. Back then, Fletcher chose to retreat and entered Riverscape Tower as a conformist due to his retreat. Jorge took the actions Fletcher dared not take, blocking the arrogant disciple from Third Peak. Thus, he became a renegade, shunned by Zhongzhou. You chose to retreat, burdened by guilt. You have planted a demon in your Dao heart, so you can never leave Gramzhou, never in this life. You've reached your limit. Jorge suddenly turned his head, his gaze sharp. I can. I'm unafraid. Breaking the curse means further advancement. I must go back, dead or alive, to prove that I, Yush, am blameless. 33,000 lives, 10,000 people, including Grammar and Amaryllis. How could you tolerate it? How could you endure it? Fletcher stared at him, speechless for a long time. Riverscape Tower, 9 Peaks Dao Field, the disciple from Third Peak, had fallen into madness, sacrificing 33,000 lives to establish 33 bloody killing Dao. Jorge intervened and blocked his path. At the time, Fletcher was present, and his beloved was on the sacrificial altar, yet he remained silent, unwilling to step forward. Coil retreated. Riverscape Tower, 3 months from now. Fletcher turned away, powerless to refute. Jorge was right. His hesitation and retreat marked the end of his Dao. Coil lost the qualification to reach the pinnacle. Himph! Jorge snorted. I await them. Outside, another night passed. Hilary's comprehension of the 5 deity treasure technique allowed his battered divine soul to recover, even advancing a little more. Coil had already grasped the techniques of Green Emperor, Gavin Emperor, Flame Emperor, Yellow Emperor, and Demon Emperor. Having mastered the Demon Emperor, he chose the technique of Flame Emperor. More precisely, it should now be called the Flaming Deity Treasure Art, with 25 transformations, incredibly complex and mysterious. This technique absorbed the essence of heavenly fire. Hilary's abnormal fire energy burned vigorously, growing stronger, merging with this treasure seal, surpassing the power of the Demon Emperor's technique. Note: I have maintained the term abnormal fire, as it seems to be a specific terminology used in the context. If you prefer a different translation for Yihua, please let me know. Immersed in meditation until the next morning, his eyes flickered with a red divine light when he finally opened them. Coil rose, the sky still dim, glanced towards Jorge's house, then vanished out of the courtyard and the academy. Boicheng. Hilary needed to return. Those waiting for him were getting anxious. Plus, there were Star Tower, first-class hall. It took him 3 days to get here, but only a day and night to return. His cultivation had advanced, and his stolen body swift technique was more exquisite, faster, without the need to flee, naturally quicker. However, nearing Boicheng, Hilary sensed a gaze from above. It was a golden-crowned eagle with 3 people standing on its back. A purple-clad girl, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Fadi, you walk too slowly. Despite leaving hours after you, I easily caught up. She was a beast-taming prodigy with fearsome control over beasts. The golden-crowned eagle, high-ranking, moved like wind, naturally faster. Hilary felt a headache. This girl was incorrigible. Coil rushed toward Boicheng. Meanwhile, inside the city, several people were walking out. Leading was a girl in a green gown, dressed nobly, eyes cold. As Hilary approached, just 1 meter away, she coldly ordered, get lost. Translation completed, maintaining the paragraph structure, style, and tone. Chapter 223, Teaching You How to Behave. Hilary frowned. Without stopping for a moment, he rushed on his journey, worrying about his master, his younger sister, and especially that old bald monk who always had designs on his sister. Thus, whenever he encountered demonic beasts, he slew them without hesitation, crossing mountains and ridges in haste, covered in dust from the journey. As a result, his white clothes were stained with dirt and blood, his face smudged with mud. Coil looked quite disheveled. This sight caused the delicate young lady in green robes to look at him with an icy expression, her eyes filled with disdain. Smelly beggar, get lost. Hilary's brows furrowed, but he moved aside and continued walking towards the city. Coil was more concerned about his family and friends and didn't want to dwell too much on the girl's rudeness. However, as Hilary walked past her, the green-robed girl waved her hand and demanded, I said get lost. I want to go out. Hilary stopped, his face turning cold. Is this going too far? Coil had already moved aside quite far, but the girl seemed relentless, acting like no one else could enter if she wanted to leave. Was it too much to ask for a bit of consideration? Too far? A stinky beggar like you dares speak to me this way? The green-robed girl's face was cold as ice, and she whipped a blue-green whip towards Hilary. The sound of the cracking whip echoed loudly. She exerted considerable strength. The whip glowed with blue-green light, showing its formidable power. It was a magical weapon. What if I kill you? Hilary's face turned cold as well. Just as the whip approached him, he reached out and grabbed it forcefully, then swung it away. With a thunderous boom, a tremendous force traveled through the whip, sending the girl flying several feet before crashing into the ground. The earth shook under the impact. The girl let out a pained howl, her expression twisted with anger. You're asking for death. How dare you touch me, Emily? Teaching you how to behave. Leaving these words behind, Hillary continued walking toward the city without further ado. Stop him! The girl shouted frantically, incensed. She was from the First-Class Hall Alliance and the daughter of a divine realm master. When had she ever suffered such indignity? Usually, it was always her calling the shots. No one dared to lay a finger on her. Several people accompanying her stepped forward and blocked Hillary's path. These people emitted auras equivalent to the 7th or 8th rank of the Dermic realm. Well, it looks like our Fadi is in trouble. Should we help him? Up above, the purple-robed girl asked Remy Bai and Anakin after witnessing the scene. Remy Bai remained emotionless and unsmiling. Anakin replied, that guy isn't simple. His strength is formidable. Those lackeys don't need our interference. The purple-robed girl didn't move. Kneel down, bow to my mistress, sever your arms, and you can go. 5 people blocked Hillary's path. The leader, looking around 35 or 36, exuded a terrifying aura corresponding to the 9th rank of the Dermic realm. Coil spoke coldly, don't kneel and kowtow? Do you not recognize me? Hillary furrowed his brow. Weren't these people from the allied city? After the old monk's tumultuous actions and the suppression of the blood nether flower by the 4 deities, anyone in allied city should be fearful or wary upon seeing him, or even flattery. It was rare for anyone to act so insolently toward him. I don't care who you are, kneel and kowtow. The 9th rank man barked, stomping his foot and pressing his palm toward Hillary. His palm was enormous, fingers splayed wide like a winnowing basket descending upon Hillary. The air exploded beneath it. Crew, don't kill him. I want him to know the cost of offending me, the green-robed girl said venomously as she was supported back to her feet by 2 others. Crew's palm neared Hillary and pressed down. To Crew, subduing this mere 3rd-rank Dermic realm youth would be child's play. However, when his palm approached within half a meter of Hillary, it met an insurmountable resistance and couldn't advance any further. Crew's expression changed as he noticed a finger poking out from beneath his palm, pointing right at the center of his palm. It was the middle finger of the young man. A single finger blocked his iron-hard hand. Crew's eyes widened in shock and then narrowed again as his hand began to glow darkly, emitting an even more terrifying force. But with a sudden bift, the dark light exploded outward, and a bloody hole appeared in the center of his palm as he staggered backward in defeat. A 9th-rank Dermic realm subdued by a 3rd rank. Worthless, the green-robed girl spat out, waving her hand menacingly. Attack him together, subdue him. I want to cut off his arms myself. Boom, boom. As her voice rang out, 4 black-clothed figures were sent flying backward, writhing in agony on the ground, unable to take a step. Hillary had crushed them all instantly with sheer force and speed. For 7th, 8th, and even 9th-rank Dermic realms, facing him meant certain defeat. Currently, below the Dermic king level, he was nearly invincible. Even battling a Dermic king, he could stand his ground. In a flash, he appeared before the girl. Slap. Reckless and willful. Slap. Impertinent and ignorant. Slap. Giving you one last chance, scram. 3 resounding slaps left the girl dazed, her cheeks swollen, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, and wailing pitifully. But she showed no sign of remorse or fear, clutching her face and shouting, you're finished. My family, the Murongs, won't let this go. The First-Class Hall won't let this go. Slap. Another slap knocked her to the ground, several teeth flying out of her mouth. Hillary advanced with a cold, murderous glare. His killing intent was terrifying, as sharp as swords and knives, pressing against the girl's throat and chest, making her pale and tremble in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat. You, what are you going to do? I'm from the First-Class Hall. I'm Miss Morong. I'm a divine maiden. PFFF. Hillary caught her from afar, lifting her up like a small chick, immobilized and helpless. Coyle said coldly, First-Class Hall? I'm just looking for them. Carrying the girl, he headed towards the city, directly to the First-Class Hall. The few black-clothed followers realized the gravity of the situation and sped ahead to report the incident to the First-Class Hall. Miss Morong's identity was extraordinary. She was a divine maiden and extremely precious. Any harm befalling her would be unforgivable, potentially resulting in their deaths. Oh dear, my second brother really doesn't know how to treat a beauty gently. That pretty face has been ruined, the purple-robed girl sighed regretfully, covering her own face. What if someone did that to my flawless skin? Anakin gritted his teeth, noting that her coquettish mannerisms were far from her usual fearsome demeanor. She was a female demon lord after all. Once, the girl had punched him so hard he flew away and couldn't get up for half a day. Coiler's strength was immense, almost matching that of a Dermic king. She was one of the 13 tough guys of the Gramjo Academy's outer court. Even if Hillary was formidable, he might not stand a chance against her. Come on, follow him. We can't let my second brother lose out. I'm counting on him to be my personal cook once he's properly tamed. With these words, the golden-feathered bird screeched, and they plunged into the Allied City. Chapter 224, Coil is Hillary. In the branch of First-Class Hall in Allied City. You're dead, I swear you're dead. How dare you come to First-Class Hall? Emily was being forcefully subdued by Hillary, cursing viciously in her heart. Originally, she was terrified beyond measure. This beggar had an incredibly powerful combat strength, and she was utterly helpless against him. But this beggar did not know life or death, recklessly bringing her directly to First-Class Hall. This was coming to their doorstep to provoke a fight. However, within First-Class Hall, even ignoring those who arrived from headquarters, the original branch already had grandmasters at the Ignatius level. No matter how strong this young man was, he could never challenge Ignatius. Who has the nerve to move against Miss Morong? Are they courting death? Go out and kill him. Just sheer madness. Furious voices erupted from within first-class hall as over a dozen people charged out angrily. Emily was from headquarters. She was also a holy maiden. Although they were extremely repelled by her capriciousness and irrational tantrums, they couldn't afford to provoke her. No matter how unreasonable she acted, they still had to flatter her. In their eyes, Emily's status was that of first-class hall's little princess. Those people looked ahead with icy gazes, first seeing Emily, who had been thrown to the ground. Blood covered Emily's face, making her look miserable, and it further fueled their anger. This was too presumptuous. Kill him for me. Emily roared again. The moment she was tossed to the ground by Hillary, her menacing demeanor had returned. With her roar, she once more looked at Hillary, eyes filled with murderous intent like knives and swords. Brat, I will peel your skin off piece by piece, break every bone, make you experience what it's like to long for death over life, and regret ever coming into this world. Coiler hatred and rage seemed boundless. In headquarters, many let her have her way. Now, in a mere allied city, she had been beaten. Attack, altogether, kill him. Emily's voice was shrill as she yelled at those who rushed out. However, seeing that these people didn't only fail to attack but retreated in unison, looking absolutely terrified. Hillary, he's back, it's Hillary. This disaster has arrived. Retreat, retreat immediately. The dozen people from first-class hall, who initially came out aggressively, now widened their eyes in terror, fear spreading across their faces as they kept retreating backward. Hillary's teacher, that terrifying sword god who effortlessly crushed the four gods, had frightened everyone in Allied City half to death. First-class hall had already notified headquarters, but those from headquarters merely came for peaceful negotiations with Hillary. The person backing him was truly remarkable. Moreover, Arwen spread news that Hillary's alchemy skills were incomparably formidable, so much so that even he sought guidance from Hillary. Immediately, the entire Allied city boiled over with dread, not just fear, but complete terror of Hillary. At such a young age, he possessed terrifying combat prowess, backed by a great sword deity, and possessed formidable alchemy skills. His origins were extraordinary beyond measure. At least, the person behind Hillary was unimaginable. They could not possibly offend him. Even if someone like her, the Holy Maiden, was present, they wouldn't dare to approach. If killed by Hillary, dying would be meaningless. And Hillary indeed dared to kill. You, go up, otherwise I'll have my father kill all of you. Emily shrieked frantically, but those people dared not advance. While they respected Emily's father, their genuine fear was of Hillary. This concerned their very lives. Brazen. At this moment, another angry voice sounded from within first-class hall. As a black-robed Aaron appeared, his expression cold. Yuan, capture him. Do it immediately. Seeing the Aaron, Emily shouted again. This was Yuan who had accompanied her since childhood, her father's most loyal bodyguard. However, the instant she spoke, the Aaron flashed before Hillary and said with a bow, "Offend, Sir Yi." Emily's eyes bulged in disbelief. At this moment, Yuan turned and said, "Quintantal row, you must not be rash before Sir Yi." "Yuan, what are you doing?" Coil hit me, slapped me hard. "You're telling me not to be rash?" Emily's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. "Sir Hillary." The Aaron took a deep breath. He had watched young Miss grow up, so how could he not feel heartbroken? But now was not the time for sentiment. "I don't care who he is. Hillary, he's that Hillary?" Suddenly, Emily trembled. Her rage extinguished as if doused with cold water. Cold sweat poured down her back instantly. They had come to Allied City precisely to negotiate with someone named Hillary, whose backer was more powerful than her father. Indeed, according to those from first-class hall, Hillary's backer could suppress the four gods effortlessly. Terrifying power far beyond imagination. Capable of contending with the Aarons in Imperial Academy. Emily was dumbfounded. "Don't you understand?" Hillary stared at the wide-eyed Emily. She was not merely capricious but had issues with her character. Just because Hillary was dirty and disheveled, she had casually insulted him and harbored murderous intentions after his mild objections. She treated human lives as worthless. A veritable scourge. Emily dared not speak any further. She knew she had caused serious trouble. At this moment, Hillary stepped forward, his expression turning cold. Instantly, Emily trembled violently. Yuan flashed before her and hurriedly said, "Sir Yi, my young miss is young and somewhat headstrong. Please forgive her." Boom. Without a word, Hillary threw a punch directly at the Aaron. Young? Coiled strong? If not for him being Hillary today, others would have been suppressed by this Jace until they met their doom. Perhaps even stripped of skin and bones. Was this merely about being headstrong? As Hillary's fist landed, the Aaron's face changed, raising his fist to block, resulting in a loud crash as Hillary's fist struck. Instantly, a frightening force surged, the Aaron's arm making a slight crackling sound as he staggered back, his chi and blood surging. His eyes widened in shock, revealing utter disbelief. This youth was terrifying, more terrifying than legend. Coil was Ignatius cultivator, albeit at the lower end, yet considered within the realm of Ignatius. But despite putting up full resistance, he was directly forced back by Hillary's fist, his arm nearly broken, and Hillary was only at the third stage of Dermic realm. A wave of turmoil surged in the Aaron's heart, like several thunderbolts exploding. Could this terrifying youth have potential on par with Lord Irving? Irving was one of the 13 protectors of the Outer Academy in Gramzhou Imperial Academy, symbolizing the peak of the same generation in Gramzhou. Hillary had that potential. Chapter 225, 10 Gods. Old Coil trembled all over. Without a second word, he grabbed Emily and rapidly retreated before turning back to salute. "Young Master Yi, please accept our apologies on behalf of Mississippi. I hope you will give us a chance." Boom. Without even half a word of nonsense, Hillary drew his blade and slashed out fiercely. "Give you a chance? Did the first rank hall give my father a chance back then? Because I have powerful backers and immense potential. Now you're afraid and begging for mercy. If I didn't have these advantages, what would your attitude be? Coil never planned to remain low-key here. That slash was tyrannical and filled with intense killing intent. Old Coil's expression drastically changed. At this moment, several formidable auras simultaneously rippled from within the first-rank hall. In the next moment, several errands appeared simultaneously. One of them restrained Hillary's blade with a single hand as it exploded into light. The figures that landed included not only the branchmaster of the first-rank hall, but also important figures from the main headquarters. The errand who acted was shockingly a demigod cultivator. Coil waved his hand, and Old Coil immediately took Emily away from Alliance City. Ye young master, the first-rank hall is sincere in its apology.